What's up, blood? What happened? It's G1.
I don't know. That one looked like she might be choosing up in front of her man. That one might sound like R&B might be doing a little bit choosing. Let me run it back. Hold on.
Had to. What's up, blood? What happened? It's G1.
What you want, Hardwick? Why you tell me to come back here? What do you want?
Was it Hardwick?
Because they saying I told you that somebody dropped you something.
Oh, they didn't say that. Them niggas asked the question. Somebody said
So you want me to take up for you? That's what you want.
It ain't no take up. Did I tell you?
I'm just saying.
Whoa. I don't know who this deep voice fellow is. Putting all that Barry White R&B's here. Oh no, that nigga. Whoa. And then meanwhile, the nigga with the deep voice is the reason why she came back to the room. Because she starts by saying, "Oh, you wanted me to come back." And then you got Wack trying to say whatever he's saying. Everybody's ignoring him. You got Mr. Deep Voice over here, making sure everybody back there. So he got going, and it sounded like that made the hairs on R&B's ooh-op stand right up. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? It sounded like it made that Brownie Deluxe. Never mind. No. I'm just saying. Extra fudge. Extra fudge.
But you
I'm never going to let her forget that she was Brownie Deluxe. It's all good.
You pinged me to the room to take up for you?
You pinged me to the room to take up for you? Okay, let's see what you
don't need you to take up for me. Did I tell you that? Let's get it on the phone.
Who the fuck is you talking to? Who you talking to like that?
Listen, man. Listen, I gotta take my answer.
I'm not a man. I have a vagina, not a dingaling, nigga. I'm not a man, nigga.
I'm not with none of this.
I'm not a man, though.
Don't put my name in shit, because I ain't did.
I'm not a man, though.
First of all, you ain't gonna come in here bringing more confusion when you do the confusion.
Now, hold on. Wack, that's how you defend your queen? Oh, I'll be good goddamn if a ninja ever in his life talk to my girl like that and I'm so calm and composed. What? I don't give a damn if we on the phone. I'm gonna spit all over my screen. I'm spitting all over my screen because is that not the only correct answer? Nigga, what you mean you can't come here and cause the confusion. All right, well, technically, he didn't come in there causing confusion. Technically, R&B went in there defending him. Just saying. I'm just saying. R&B went in there defending him. We all heard it. I'm just saying.
Well, clear the nigga, or you not.
Listen.
Whoa, hold on. So Wack's on his side. She's in the costume. So Wack and another man. So Wack's picking a man over his wife. We are listening to Wack 100 choose the words of a male, of somebody who stands up to urinate like he should do, despite whether he does is his business. Wow. Huh, okay.
He said he didn't tell me.
I don't know. So what you saying?
He said he didn't tell me. I'm just saying. He said he didn't tell me, so he's telling the truth.
Sound like she said whatever he said. It sound like he's lying. It sound like she's lying and he's lying for her. And then he took like the right route and said the lie that's not gonna get her whooped out. So she's like, yeah, that's what it is. I don't know. Am I tripping? Am I kind of reading this right?
True. He didn't tell me nothing. I got it from the Discord.
Man, get the fuck out of here from the Discord. Well, then go screenshot it where you got it from there, nigga.
I don't feel like.
Now he's calling her a ninja.
Like doing all that. That's a
You're a liar because you're lying.
I'm not lying. I got it from the Discord.
You're lying.
The Hell's Angels. Glorilla told me.
You're lying.
Glorilla told me.
Now we blame it on Glow.
You're lying.
Glorilla.
That ain't working. You and people.
Don't you bring Glorilla into this. Don't you bring Glorilla into this.
Phoenix and that many don't like them.
Glorilla told me. Glorilla my homegirl.
The day a female can twist me.
Glorilla my homegirl.
I'm not a bitch.
Glorilla my homegirl. I know who Glorilla is.
So you really think this shit is a game, a joke?
It should have been a joke when the room closed. We was laughing. So
that ain't what the floor said. Floor wasn't laughing.
So the floor said, okay, so the room was recorded. I mean, is there anybody in the room that
everybody confused?
I get it.
Trying to figure out
They
what the
shouldn't
fuck
be
you talking about.
confused. They shouldn't be.
Well, you
They were
making
confused when I was in
accusations,
the
you got
room.
everybody
I'm not
looking at
making
each other.
accusations. They don't got to look at everybody. They don't got to do none of that. Move on, like we always
Ain't
do.
no move on. It don't work.
The move on, like we always do, lets me know that there's been times where she's been assaulted, accosted, flu flam, skulldug, and Larson, and he told her to move on. I'm not gonna look. Hold on. The move on from a woman sitting next to me, from your hand, from a woman sitting next to me. Does that move on sound like she's been accosted, flu flam, skulldug, and put in the costume and told, "quote, hey, just move on"? Mm-hmm. And now she had the chance to get her leg back, and she's telling this nigga, move on like we always do. We moved on when you flu flam me, you skulldug, and you Larson me, and you boop bop, bing, bop, bop, and left me outside of that gas station. Loose Cannon had to pick me up in a Bentley when she was giving up that wob nobbler. You remember that? You remember that? You remember the wobbly knobbly? Remember, it was a slobber knocker conversation. You remember she was knockering the slobber. She was knockering the slobber. There's a whole conversation about that. I'm just saying, Wack, you better put that woman first. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Because boy,
Like that over here.
Okay, well.
I don't know. You say Dante Brooks.
Blow up the Discord. That's all I can say.
Nah, it come out your mouth.
Okay.
This ain't that weird ass side of the app.
Okay.
Nigga make accusations, we gonna point the finger. That motherfucker said it.
Okay. Glorilla said it. Glorilla, please come up.
Cap.
Glorilla, please come up.
Glorilla, if you smart, you would stay out these people business. You would stay out these people business. Glorilla, if you smart, you will stay out of these people's shit because it's a flu flam afoot and you do not have to be a part of it. You do not. I think Glorilla, like in a whole relationship with like Tristan Thompson. She was somebody, the basketball player. Tristan Thompson who did the Khloe Kardashian, one of them. Whatever. Glorilla, mind your business. I'll say all that to say that. Glorilla, mind your business because you ain't gotta get caught up in his stupidity.
What?
Take your punishment.
Say what?
Whoa, hold on. What was that?
Okay. Glorilla said it. Glorilla, please come up.
Cap.
Glorilla, please come up and take your punishment.
Say what?
I don't know.
Glorilla said what?
R&B name was implemented in somebody being thrown to the goo yesterday. I was throwing people to the goo yesterday in the Messy Mondays.
Can you imagine having to get accosted in real life over a Clubhouse conversation? Like, nigga, that's crazy. That's crazy. Over a Clubhouse conversation. That is wild.
It was Arn Teeth who did it. Arn Teethis.
So let me get this right.
Was kicking people to the goo.
Let me get this right.
Mm-hmm.
Not R&B, Arn Teethis. Oh, she don't care. It sounds like she don't give a damn. Am I tripping or she not really tripping? She like condescending, narcissistic, gaslight. She don't give a fuck. She's not tripping.
The people in the goo.
She's antagonizing for sure.
Say something, and you address the floor. I just want to make sure I'm hearing this right.
It's my room. I mean,
what? It's your what?
It's my room. I was creating content. Is something wrong with creating content? We do it every day.
No, we don't know. We don't create lies over here.
We do it every day. Why has it got to be a lie?
No,
if it was really a real thing, it was a real thing.
It was a real thing.
Because it was a real thing.
No, we don't build off lies.
Go watch the replays of Messy Monday.
We don't build. Ain't nobody. Nobody in the chat. Ain't no being brought up. That ain't what was said.
People were being dropped. No, that's what I'm saying. People were being dropped and it got blamed on R&T.
Well, who?
I don't know. They didn't say the names. I have no clue. I don't know who got dropped.
Well, why would you bring? Yo, you playing? I'm not playing right now.
I'm just saying. I don't know who got dropped.
I'm telling you right now, my daughter's soul. I'm not playing.
And I'm telling you, I don't know who got dropped.
When you play, you looking like an op to me.
Okay, well, I'm not an op. That's for sure.
Stop fucking.
Well, okay. I'm not an op, so whatever.
Playing with me right now.
I'm not playing.
I'm not playing. I'm telling you, I'm not playing. I'm giving warning. I am not. Second.
She don't even take this nigga serious. Did you hear that sigh? There you go, this bullshit again.
Warning. I'm not playing.
Okay.
Either you gonna put it on the table, all that weird ass shit, all that content. Nigga, we don't do that over here.
Okay.
This ain't Freddie Roosevelt room. Nigga just saying shit.
Is this drag me right now? This what you
drag you?
Wack, come on, you guys. She not a op. Come on, you guys.
They go, I'm telling you, you think?
Oh, now you're banging on her. Oh, okay. Now it's the Wack daddy. The daddy that was so. Oh. She doesn't even like your Paru is so preposterous. She's not even pressed. Your Paru is so preposterous. She's not pressed. She doesn't care, bro. She doesn't care. She already knows you're fake. She already knows you're fake. She knows you're not with it. She know you're not like that. She done seen you get pressed in real life. She know, bro. She know the truth. It's like the Draco the Rule song. She know the truth, bro. She knows. Nobody's ever gonna think that Wack 100 is putting down a demonstration, fool. Your girl don't even think you putting down a demonstration. You're demonstrationless. Just let it go, my brother. Let it go, my brother. You really making yourself look dumb. That's really all you're doing is making yourself look foolish. And you really embarrassing this poor girl for nothing. I never feel bad for R&B, but every time I hear this clip, I'd be like, nah, I still don't feel bad for her.
I'm playing. I'm not fucking.
I don't feel bad for anyone who puts themselves into the situation willingly. Again, hear what I say. What I say? Like ATM Richie said, no big homie on the 50-50 yard. But I don't feel bad for anybody who puts themselves in a situation like this all the time just because this is who they are. So whatever. And you was married to a whole pastor and she didn't know your pastor was Wack. So look at God striking you down.
Play it, man.
She not no op.
Wait, hold on. She said you. Wait, hold on. She said you. Wait, hold on. I can't lie, but you do every day. I missed that. Hold on.
Nobody in the chat. Ain't no being brought up. That ain't what was said.
People were being dropped. No, that's what I'm saying. People were being dropped and it got blamed on R&T.
Well, who?
I don't know. They didn't say the names. I have no clue. I don't know who got dropped.
Well, why would you bring? Yo, you playing? I'm not playing right now.
I'm just saying. I don't know who got dropped.
I'm telling you right now, my daughter's soul. I'm not playing.
And I'm telling you, I don't know who got dropped.
When you play, you looking like an op to me.
Okay, well, I'm not an op. That's for sure.
Stop fucking playing with me right now.
I'm not playing.
I'm not playing. I'm telling you I'm not playing. I'm giving warning. I am not. Second warning. I'm not playing.
Second warning. Okay. What happens when we get to the third?
Okay.
Hey, two-tone. Did I miss the she said I can't lie every day, but you do. Did I miss that part?
Either you're gonna put it on the table, all that weird ass shit, all that content. Nigga, we don't do that over here.
Okay.
This ain't Freddie Roosevelt room. Nigga just saying shit.
Is this drag me right now?
Drag you?
Wack, come on, you guys. She not a op. Come on, you guys.
They go, I'm telling you, you think I'm playing? I'm not fucking playing, man.
She not no op.
Nah, fuck all that. Cause in a minute you gonna go at her. I'm not playing.
Wait, so are you telling your homegirl in front of your girl that you'll make your homegirl whoop your girl? At that point, shouldn't you just be with your homegirl? Am I tripping? Or at that point, just go be with your homegirl? It's a lot of confusion going on here. It's a lot of confusion going on here. Just so much false advertising. It's all that's going on around this motherfucker. It's false advertising until they get it right.
This ain't no fucking Freddie Roosevelt. Niggas over here making up shit on stage to have conversation and got people on the stage looking at each other crazy, not knowing what's what. That ain't what we do.
Mm-hmm.
You or nobody else gonna bring that bullshit over here like that. We don't have fake plans for fake content. So again, who said it?
Discord.
You bring some Discord shit to the team?
Mm-hmm.
People that we don't even talk to? That's cap. That's a 42 fake.
Well, it's not a 42 Doug. Okay, I'm done. Oh, I'm done. I'm done. I thought it was funny. If you didn't, you don't have to laugh, but I thought it was funny.
This what we gonna do. You don't want to tell me, right? That's your stance?
Yes.
Want to make sure I hear this shit. You don't want to tell me, right?
I got it from the Discord. I told you.
No. I'm not going for none of that. That ain't what you told the team. You told the team, if you tell them who said it, it's going to expose your source. That's what you told the team.
I mean, I can say what I want to say. I said. I mean, everybody don't always be honest about where they get their shit from.
You can say what you want to say.
That's people do that. People say all the time. You don't gotta be like, oh, this is who said it. I'm not gonna do it.
That's cool. And that's what you standing on?
It was the Discord.
No, you standing on, you can say what you want to say, lies or whatever. You just come in here, cause confusion, have motherfuckers questioning motherfuckers, halfway getting
We was laughing at the end of the room, so I'm confused about why people getting into it with each other. That's crazy.
I'm confused too.
I mean, we were laughing at the end of the room, so I'm confused that unless the bitch who got
Well, it don't take too much for R&B to be confused. You know, I know the R&B being confused is not like top of the oh my god list.
dropped.
R&B confused? Yeah, no, this is Monte Stevens. I'm finna tell you in the comments. We're gonna let the content run. I got you. I'm finna explain it to you.
Had to make the call. That's what I'm saying. Like this shit be silly. This shit be real. Who I don't know. Tell me who it was. Because there gotta be some kind of truth to it. There gotta be some kind of truth to it if somebody would go to the extreme to be like, what is going on? We were laughing at the end of the room. Everything is cool. But all of a sudden it's a big problem. And don't nobody see that to be weird?
Yo, fuck all that. Who said it? Motherfucking Jedi mind tricks don't work on me. Fuck out of here. Like
Doesn't take much, does it?
I sit down to piss. You got me.
Wait, like you what, Wack?
Motherfucking Jedi mind tricks don't work on me. Fuck out of here. Like I sit down to piss. You got me fucked up. All of a sudden it's the Discord. All of a sudden you don't know. But you didn't ran a whole motherfucking room over there accusing motherfuckers.
A half a room. It was a half a room.
Listen, man.
We didn't even talk about that half the time. We laughed a half the time. So, I mean, come on. Wasn't that serious, but okay.
Okay, so you determining what's not that serious or not, right? I want to make.
But I mean, we was all laughing.
Wait.
Is it that serious?
What ain't that? Let me get this right. So you can determine what ain't that serious. So that means I can determine what ain't that serious too, right?
Go.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the game we playing. All right. You sure you want to play that game with me?
Go ahead, whatever it is. Whatever it is. Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Because you really on some weird ass shit right now. Nikki.
The way she's laughing is a little scary. This is crazy.
I can't call you that because one thing about Nikki, she gonna put it on the floor. So I definitely can't call you that. Let me retract that. You really on some weird ass shit right now. Gigi, get your punk bitch name.
Thanks.
Now, I can't give you the Nikki name because that crazy bitch gonna say it. She ain't scared. So.
Scared gang don't win. That's for sure.
See, you think this shit is a game, right?
Right. You just said I was scared. I said,
that's all right. Where my room at? I'm gonna make it a game. It's a game. It's cool. Since you want to play the game, I'm gonna play the game right back with you.
I don't think that you could beat R&B in this game because I don't know. I'm gonna play this audio next. But Jaleese had actually said something about R&B and Wack too. I don't know if you guys remember when Jaleese mentioned that they were playing like Diddy parties and like playing Diddy games and things like that. I don't know if you guys remember the Diddy Doc, but Jaleese said that Wack and R&B be doing some things. They doing them things.
I hope whoever this motherfucker is worth it. Since you want to go up, let's go up. Fuck it.
It's all good.
All right, it's all good. That's where we at with it. We'll find my house. It's all good, right? We playing the game. Cool. There we go. 100 ENT show. And fake day one. You want to create your own title? Or you want me to just come up with it? Since this is what we doing.
But you can create it.
All right, cool.
This is sick. You want to come up with your own title, or should I come up with it? You can come up with it. All right.
She stuck Sylvester's dick.
Damn.
Wow.
Mm.
Wow. Wack said she did what?
This should
Wack?
be good for YouTube.
Oh, this is great for YouTube. What did she do?
She stuck Sylvester's dick.
Woo! Sheesh. She gave up the what? The
This should be
slobber
good
knocker.
for YouTube.
The slobber knocker. Damn,
You really
Wack.
want me to make some real YouTube shit? See,
I'm just saying this one more time. Wack, what did you say she did?
title, you want me to just come up with it?
What did she
Since
do?
this
though,
is what
Wack?
we doing.
But you can create it.
Okay.
All right, cool.
So what did she do, Wack? Let us know. Come on, talk to us. Talk to us.
She stuck Sylvester's dick.
Well, that's just incredible. That is just incredible. R&B. Why would you do such a thing?
Damn.
Damn. I know, right? Shit's so crazy. Even R&B saying damn.
This should be good for YouTube.
Oh, it's amazing for us. We appreciate you guys.
You really want me to make some real YouTube shit?
Hell yeah.
See, you
said
playing
I suck somebody's dick.
the minute
You put in a title that I suck somebody's dick.
do you really want me to make some real YouTube shit? Because on Zachary Jones, my brother, rest in peace, I can make some YouTube shit. You want me to make some YouTube shit? All this flick ass shit, dog.
Putting it on your unalived brother who got unalived execution style and his unalivers in Nebraska making cheeseburgers, and you know that he's in Nebraska making cheeseburgers, and you're not going to do anything about it, but you're cussing your girl out and putting it on his soul on YouTube in a clubhouse room is absolutely crazy. I'm going to say priorities are not in order. You might want to go get a hamburger. I'm just saying. Or maybe that's why Wack's a vegan now. Scared the burger out of that boy. It's all good. Rest in peace, Zachary. Somebody has to avenge you.
All this shit, you in this motherfucker playing, nigga. This ain't Dante Brooks' room. Don't bring that weird ass shit over here.
Uncle Dante, not sure who he is. Dante caught a stray. So R&B's giving up that knocker. Dante's got. Hey, R&B keep getting accused of giving up knocker, don't she? Man, first loose cannon. Now who is it? Who did you say? Steven or Sylvester or somebody? Yeah, like she keep getting caught up for the knocker, man. Golly.
This ain't kill. So either you lied to the team or who said it.
I keep telling you, I got it from Discord.
That's right, girl. Stick to your
All
story.
right.
Stick to your story, baby.
You can't crush your word no more. I get it. That's where we at. Can't crush your word no more, right?
Nigga, you don't want to leave her. You don't want to leave her. She disrespect you and playing in your face. You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna check that. You gonna let it fly. You gonna let it fly. You ain't finna do nothing about it. Yeah, so that's what we doing now, right? All right, nigga. Yes, nigga. Yes, nigga, that's what she doing. That's what she making clear. She's playing in your face. Nigga, you are a jungle gym. You are a PlayStation. You are an Xbox. Nigga, you Jax. Whatever you got, whatever you can compare it to your life, nigga, you're Atari. Nigga, use Pac-Man, Game Boy, Super Sonic, nigga, Sega Genesis, Game Gear, whatever you want to call it, nigga, you are that. You are Angry Birds. Whatever, brother. Whatever, brother. She is playing in your face. Either you're going to check her or you not, but it don't look like you're going to check her because she don't look like she can be checked. She looks uncheckable. She's not a Nike. She's just not a Nike, bro. She's just not a Nike.
Right?
I told you I got it from Discord. You don't believe me.
All right.
That's
I ain't
it.
gonna ask you no more. I'll just do what I do.
Then do what you do. We've been waiting on you to do it.
You got it from Discord.
That's what she said, bro. Keep saying.
Hey, yo, go get her profile, put it up top.
Okay, that's right.
Got me fucked up. You think you gonna disrespect me?
Okay,
Get at me like I'm some fucking bozo. Nigga, I ain't no.
I'm not sure what's going on in this room too, Tony, to be stoned, but I'm scared too. I'm terrified. I'm terrified.
Nobody bigger than the program.
Everybody's bigger than the program.
Go get her shit, pin it up top. Discord.
Twitter.
Still got from Discord, right?
I did.
All right. Still funny, right?
It's fucking hilarious. I am having the time of my life. I don't know about you guys, but I'm having a good time. Are y'all having a good time? Because I'm having a great time. Babe, you enjoying this? It's pretty funny. Now, I do need everybody to go get a responsible adult because I'm not sure what's going on here because mom and dad are arguing. So let's make sure we all get our responsible adults in the room because this situation is flamorous.
I got it from Discord.
You got it from Discord. Okay. Why is she moaning with it? Why is this turning her on? It sounds like she's been waiting to get revenge for a long time. And now she's getting it and it's making her ooter quiver. I could say ooter. Ooter works.
So you bring some Discord shit to our floor and accuse the team. I want to make sure I'm getting this math right before I do what I'm about to do. You bring some Discord shit to our floor and accuse the team of it. And you find that right.
Yes.
Yo, you there? You find that right. You find what a motherfucking Discord talking about to have enough motherfucking ground to come accuse the team. You find that right.
Nigga, yes.
I'm not understanding. Phoenix, you talking about she in the op. That's op shit. So an op tell her something, and then we become the ops. That make her an op, right?
You know what's crazy about the girl Phoenix? Wack was actively sleeping with Phoenix and having a sexual relationship with her while this argument was going on. So you actually have the girl Phoenix who Wack saying, I have Phoenix do to you right now, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's the girl who Wack was cheating on R&B with at the actual time. Great. What? You feel me? Deeper than rap, man. Deeper than rap. It's like baddies, isn't it? It's like baddies, man. Good old soap opera. So you having your side, you on the phone with your main girl, telling her that your side girl will whoop her, basically. R&B must not know how to fight. Must not know how to fight because the psychopath I live with is like, oh, that's a challenge? Cool. Let's do it. Oh, okay. You want to talk about mamas. You, okay. Man, I'm not going to fight you, but she don't got no chance. Man, Wack must not live with a psychopath. Because the crazy father mucker I live with, boy.
You said she ain't an op. She just said an op in Discord told her something, and she comes to our stage and make us the ops. I mean, you said,
Isn't it crazy that he's trying to get another woman to go against his girl? Even the side chick is like, she's not an op. Like, even your side chick is telling me that your main chick is not an op. And you still going, no, she is. Like, nigga, you trying to get you're sick. That is a sick move, bro. Like, really think about this. Your side chick is telling you to chill on your main chick. Your side chick is telling you to chill on your main chick. Like, nigga, and you're still like, no, she is. So you telling me she not, like, nigga, relax, Paw. You are goodness gracious, old man. Like, you cannot, nigga. Bingo night at the senior city? Nigga, who took this man's fucking pudding cup? Like, what's going on here? Goodness, put this man in the fucking home, bro. Put this man in the fucking home. With all this going on, makes you just kind of wonder, like, Wack, what's up with your daughter baby shower? Why you wasn't there? Why you wasn't at your daughter baby shower? Because you too busy getting into this type of stupidity, bro? That's why you went at your daughter baby shower? That's why you wasn't welcome? That's why you went with Kim, your daughter, your son, and the family? This is wild, bro.
I mean, shit, I don't know, Phoenix. What we, you know somebody?
Side chick, quiet as hell. She don't know what to say. Look, if this was the main shit getting, I don't got a chance. Being Wack side chick is wild.
Somebody know something. This shit get weird.
Silence.
Maze, bring your bitch ass up here. You gotta invite. Bring your bitch ass up here. You getting blocked.
Come up here.
Nigga, don't think every now and then I do watch chat.
Come up here and get blocked. They block me. Y'all niggas up there tripping.
Send you one more invite. All right.
Y'all
Now you
niggas up there
finna get
tripping.
blocked out. Bozo.
Oh yeah, well go ahead and just block me out, my nigga, because the way y'all niggas acting over there, I can't be a part of this.
Learn to keep your fucking mouth shut. Remove from room. Bye.
Whoa.
All this shit. Motherfuckers be doing shit.
Ha. Blocked you, removed from room. That nigga rolled his eyes and snapped his neck on that one, didn't he? Boy, didn't he? That nigga, what? All right. That nigga did everything. Hey, I'm sure he probably snapped his fingers on that one too. A little flick of the wrist.
And then it's a motherfucking
Like father, like son.
domino effect. Now all of a sudden they come from Discord. I don't know. Y'all was in the motherfucking room earlier. Didn't she say she don't want to give up the name or to give up the source or some shit?
That's a fact.
Oh, now you got this meat-eating ass nigga. So you mean to tell me that you got a grown man cheerleading a grown man accosting his wife? I can't say what I want to say, but that's real belly button, boy. That's real. You ninjas is belly buttons. You's a belly button a ninja, boy. And that ain't the word that I want to use, but that is okay. You niggas got it. You niggas got it. You niggas got it. You niggas got it. You niggas got it, bro. Because that right there is weird. Like, I don't even understand. Like, you niggas can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Like, that. I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. The fact that you thought that that was acceptable, nigga, weird. Weird. Weird.
That don't sound like Discord to me. That sound like it's some internal motherfucking snakes and you part of that snake crew. That's what that sound like to me. Now it's mute up. So it's that, then it's Discord, then it's I lied, or you was just trying to center yourself. It was an attention move. Which one was it?
All of the above.
Shit, I think her and Phoenix in on it now. She damn sure come off the mic talking about she ain't no op.
Imagine your side chick and your main chick in on it together. Man. But you know what? That's how I be. Like, am I tripping or that's how I be? That's how that's how I be. You know how these hoes are. You might not be how these hoes are, but you know how these hoes are. Nigga, that's how I be. That's how I be. That's how I be though. That's how I be though with that shy issue. Shy issue. You feel me? This nigga Wack, boy. Yo, baby mamas don't got no boundaries.
But I'm like
Trust,
doing the math.
trust me, I'm an expert. If you want to talk about somebody without no boundaries, nigga, a baby mama.
She say the Discord, that's the op. Told her, and then she come and make
No,
up the
I
op.
said if she moving like that, she is a op. If that's how she moving, I said I don't want to say it, but if she moving like that, that's op shit.
She just said,
Yeah, you ain't saying nothing. We was listening to the whole thing, side chick. We was listening to the whole thing, side chick. Man, just like a side chick. God damn. Man, I might lose my spot in the special ed class. Let me get this right. Fuck around in the back in the second grade for the third time.
the op in Discord told her about us, and then she come in here and make us the ops. But don't want to tell us.
Who is us? Who is us?
Hey, okay. Pete. You people how they both came back at the same time? Them hoes talking to each other. Bro, did y'all people I got quiet, bro? And then they both come in talking at the same time. Oh no, them hoes talking to each other, bro. Them hoes talking to each other. Get your chicks, bro. They wilding. They wilding. Nigga, go get them, bro. They flew flamming. They flew flamming right under your nose, big dog. They flew flamming it right under, and that shows how smart this nigga's not, because he did not peep that. First thing I would have been like, wait, hold on. Why both you 1-2 steppers just came back in here like Sierra? Oh, hell no. Hell no. I'm tripping on both y'all.
The flow, motherfucker.
There ain't no way you would have got that past me. Yeah, right. And she,
Oh shit.
is she
Man,
laughing?
this shit crazy.
She laughing because she knows she working the fuck out this nigga. Is she not laughing at somebody who just came off the phone with the side chick and this nigga's been talking himself this whole time, and they probably even said something to the likes of, "Girl, don't worry, you know he long-winded. He gonna just keep talking." Oh my god, bro!
I'm gonna show you crazy.
No, you not. No, you're not. That's a lie. You're not gonna do nothing, nigga. You're not gonna do nothing.
Hey, go get that link. I'm gonna show you crazy.
No,
You think this shit is a game?
I do.
think you bigger than the program. That's what's going on. Yeah, you think you bigger than the program.
I don't.
Yeah.
And she's so like soft and sensual with it. She don't take you serious, nigga. She don't take nothing you say serious. She's not worried about you. Yeah, she's for sure talking to you in her OnlyFans voice. Like, nigga, she doing it for the subs.
Think you bigger than the program. So it's funny.
Yeah, it's funny.
So you came with a lie. So now all of a sudden you believe the people that you say is the ops. Hell's Angels is telling me they ain't never said no shit like that.
Okay.
Or I mean, they said what?
We all know how much you can trust a Hell's Angel. We all, a grown person that's calling himself Hell's Angel at the ripe age of 40 is so credible.
Where's that? Ain't nobody deleted nothing. Go get it. Where's that?
They deleted it, maybe.
Nah, they can't delete it.
How come they can't?
How can they?
Because it was in their Discord.
Their Discord?
Mm-hmm.
Man, you on some bozo shit. Now it's their Discord.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she's been saying the whole time. She never said it was on her Discord. She said she saw it on Discord, on their Discord, dummy. Oh yeah, she done outsmarted the hell out of you. It didn't take much. She didn't got you.
That's the Discord.
No, we got a Discord. They got a Discord. They got a Discord.
They got a Discord too. I'm in their Discord.
This bozo shit. I think you did it. This had something. That's what it sounds
And the girls came back clowning and laughing, nigga. They flu flammed you.
like to me.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like to me. So the question is, do we bring shit to the floor and accuse
She using her Brownie Deluxe voice.
people of something And
It makes sense though. Do it not make sense?
we ain't gonna put it on the table. Is that what we
She used to talk them through it on camera. That's what she do.
do over here?
Mm-mm.
Yes or no?
Mm-mm.
So why you doing it?
I don't know.
Why you doing it?
I don't know.
Listen, man. This ain't that.
I know.
We ain't gonna put it on the table. Don't say nothing.
Okay. Okay. Whatever. And she did exactly what he said.
This is
I'm
not
dead,
them little
bro.
weird ass.
She said, you said don't say that. Women are so petty. Women are so petty. Y'all so selective with what y'all choose to listen to. He been telling her to say who said it the whole time. She wouldn't say it, but then he tell her to shut up. Oh, okay, well, you said shut up. Well, okay, this is what you listen to? I fucking hate you bitches. It's sick. No, it's sick, bro. Women are petty. Women are petty. Women are petty. Women are petty, bro. Women are petty. This one right here. This one right here. This one right here. Oh, this is what she do. Well, you said blah, blah, blah. I also said da, 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 da. Oh, this is just what y'all do. This is just how y'all act. This is how y'all conduct yourselves. Women are petty. Every man in the chat is laughing right now because y'all all know. Oh, they don't care, bro. They petty. They
That's
petty.
rooms you used to go into. That ain't what we do. At all. Ain't gonna start doing it.
Not the Rocky music in the background. The Rocky music in the background is sick. The Rocky music in the background is sick, bro. Y'all niggas is wild. Y'all some wild boys around this motherfucker. That's what I know for sure. For sure, y'all some wild boys.
It sounded to me like somebody lying, made something up, covered something up. Either way it goes, some op shit. And then she said it was all laughs. But everybody confused about what the fuck you was saying.
Nigga, the Rocky music is R&B going for the kill, nigga. That's a champion. R&B out here looking like Rocky. The Rocky music was so appropriate, nigga. It's just she celebrated her victory.
Hey, yo, what 4, 5, 6 at? He on stage?
The girls is back talking again. The girls is back talking again.
Nah, he not on stage.
Oh, yeah. Why they keep telling me to look at 4, 5, 6 PTR? What he got in the PTR?
Where's his PTR at? He trolling Zane. Because Zane had his picture up earlier today. Zane found his kid picture when he was a baby.
Oh.
Trap News Network. Good news you can use. Good knowledge you thought you ain't finna get nobody's college you thought. Hit that like, hit that comment, hit that get subscribe button. Everything we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network is that news you can use. It's that knowledge you thought you can't get nobody's college you big dog. Tap in with the tap in and make sure you are in fact tapped in with that good tap in. Man at the Garden Freestyle. Please don't touch my I got a body on a fairy tales. Won't forget Boogeyman. That's all out now. Get into that if you ain't got into that. And we need you to get into the richtraphouse.com. That's the merch store. We are still looking for correspondents, man. We need 3 good correspondents for TNN Trap News Network. This is a paid position. So hit me up in my DM on Instagram, TRAPNEWSNETWORX, Trap News Network. For more information, we would love to get with you. Like, comment, subscribe, man. If you want to get into this Trap News Network media space, hit me up, man. We love to see what you're about. Let's jump into this, though. They saying that Officer Wack 100 likes to bride and groom. Follow me on this. They said that he likes to bride and groom. There were a whole bunch of little girls. You know what I'm saying? So they said he likes to bride and groom, and there were a whole bunch of little girls. So this is crazy because Sharice Mills has already made a comment about how Rat Run Hunter likes to say things about like a 7-year-old is going to be thick when she grows up or something like that. Sharice Mills said that he said. For those of y'all who don't know, that's Sharice Mills. That's Loose Cannon's girlfriend, baby mama that pretends to be the wife. She said but she said that she got all this information from R&B. Now we finna slide over to that girl Henny. Shout out to her. And this is the part where R&B is saying this. For those of y'all who don't know, R&B is the girl who Wack lost his wife to because he was cheating on her with this random ass girl on Clubhouse and lost his wife. So now he's with R&B. She's a girl who has the big old Wack 100 thing tattooed on her back. Let's get into this.
I'm just like, where did this lady come from? She on your live, T.
Shout out to Henny over there.
Yo, what's poppin', Henny gang, gang. It's your girl Henny, and I'm back pouring up the hot Henny at the bar. So your girl decided to open up a bar in the Clubhouse streets, and we had some surprise guests stop by and pour up some Henny of their own. Don't worry, we have all the Henny they spilled. But in this video, Danny from District 13 on Clubhouse and an ex-100 ENT member poured up on allegations shared with her about Ty accusing Wack 100 of attempting to groom her 8-year-old daughter. Now, this is alleged, but grab your glasses and let's pour up on this hot Henny.
Okay, so pretty much what ended up happening with that situation was there was a situation that happened on the floor between...
Hey, before y'all get into this, man, make sure y'all show some love to that girl, Henny. Give her a like, give her a comment, give her a subscribe. I just did.
Ty and Indigo. Indigo out of nowhere started attacking her and mentioning photos that she sent to Wack, different things that only a person who was in the, knew about the situation would know. So she got very paranoid because Indigo was packing her, and she's like, how does she know this information? So she calls me and she's like, Danny, I think Wack's trying to set me up. I don't know what to do. But I'm like, why would you think he's trying to set you up? She's like, because Indigo's attacked me out of nowhere and only he would know about those pictures. So I pretty much told her, baby girl, hate to break it to you, everybody know about the pictures. So that she gets to panicking because she's, you know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to let her know, like, it's not what you think it is. To me, I told her, it looks like it's a female situation. I'm like, why would Wack have Indigo come at you about something you sent him? Like, it just wasn't adding up. Long story short, later in the day, me and her have another conversation. Because I pretty much tell her, relax, stop being so paranoid. Probably 9 out of 10, you and R&B.
And this, again, keep in mind, Wack's going through a public divorce. Hey, Jason, I'm giving out donations. I don't know what you're talking about. Wack is going through a divorce right now. So all this is while he's married. All this can be used against him in court while he's going through family court. His wife is finna get everything, bro. Easy to prove this infidelity. State of California, he's done.
You know you guys have an issue because she wasn't aware that you slept with her dude because they were together at the time. And this is all just now, like, becoming a thing, like hitting the floor. So later on that day, it was around like 6, I would say, she calls me and she's like, Danny, I have something to tell you, but I don't really want to tell you because I don't want you to judge me.
Now look at Danny telling the world.
Now at this point, I already know or have an idea what she's about to say. Why? Because I had already heard it. So I'm just waiting for her to get to it. So I'm just trying to make her feel kind of comfortable, like whatever it is, like I'm going to be okay about it. Just let me know. Because she sounded real stressed. So she just pretty much was like, you got to promise me you ain't going to look at me no different. And I'm just like, whatever. Like, you know, you say whatever to get the person to say whatever they got to say. So she pretty much was like, there was a situation, because she had already told me that, you know, they was doing the FaceTime calls, all that shit. So I was already aware. She's like, you know how I already told you that I slept with him, we met up. Went
Jason, I've been doing this shit, nigga. I'm ready.
To the hotel, whatever, boom, we fucked. She's like, you already know I told you about the FaceTime calls and all that stuff, like what he has on me as far as the pictures I've sent him and all that type of shit. So I'm like, yeah, I already know. So she's like, yeah. So on one of those calls recently, he pretty much told me that I was going to be a sister wife in the Congo, that I should leave my husband, because she was contemplating leaving her. This wasn't the first time she mentioned leaving her husband. Keep this in mind. He was trying to sell her dreams throughout, like, the whole length of her time being on that floor. And throughout that time,
This nigga Wack was finna take her to Africa. Bro, what was you finna do with that girl in the Congo?
I would tell her, don't leave your husband. He's not taking you serious. Like, come on, he's not going to give you anything. But further down the line, now the Congo stuff comes up. So she's really...
Oh, yeah, because that's when you was pretending to have that deal with Incredible Diapers. Got it. That's right.
Buying into the fact that he may take care of her and have her staying in Congo. And then he was kind of lining it up, too, because he would make announcements on the floor. We're going to take certain people here, and this position's going to open up. People could do, like, I'm going to have someone over at warehouse inventory, shit like that. Whatever. But he was telling her privately she would be one of the people going. So she could be a sister wife, and they could start whatever they're going to start out there. I'm assuming he told this to multiple women, whatever. But long story short, she actually believed it. So I'm telling her, don't fall for the okie doke. So she's just like, well,
that girl's finna get put in an Incredible Diaper sweatshop.
I don't know. I kind of like him or whatever. She, was kind of being stupid about it. She just pretty much said that while they were talking about her going over to Congo, what she would need and everything, she said he pretty much told her he would have to make a sacrifice. Well, she would have to make a sacrifice. So when she said that, I'm like, what the hell you mean a sacrifice? Like, kind of shit y'all on. She's like, Danny, a sacrifice. So I'm thinking some Illuminati weirdo shit. I'm like, who the fuck you got to kill to get on? But she said the sacrifice that he asked for was one of her daughters.
Whoa.
So keep in mind, she has a daughter in college that she's mentioned to me before. I'm thinking he's talking about the curly head older one. She says, so when I'm talking about that, I'm like, that's kind of weird. Like,
so Wack is telling this woman that for her to become a sister wife in the Congo, keep in mind, in the Congo, while he's overall living in R&B's one-bedroom apartment, for her to be a sister wife in the Congo, she has to sacrifice one of her daughters. Well, she has a college daughter. Let's see what happens next. Because somehow I don't think that's the one that Freaky Deaky wants.
She should be dating people, like, why would you be comfortable with her fucking with a nigga you talking to or whatever? She's like, no, Danny, not her. Now, the only other daughter I knew her to have was the youngest. So when she said not her, you could only be talking about one other. So I said no, like my whole everything just shifted. Because I'm like, you're not talking about the only other daughter I know you to have.
Now, keep in mind, Sharice Mills has been saying all week that when R&B had a conversation with her, R&B is the girl who Wack cheated on his wife, with Clubhouse and all that kind of stuff. R&B said that when they're having adult moments, he likes to say things about little girls. That's what Sharice said that R&B said. We don't know here at TNN Trap News Network. This is all alleged. But either way it go, this is disgusting work.
She's like, yes. So I'm like, bitch, what the fuck you got going on? She's like, I didn't tell him yes. She's like, I just didn't say anything. So I'm like, tell me the story. What's going on? So she pretty much says, while they're on the FaceTime call, I can't remember if it was a FaceTime or a phone call, but whatever which way, it was some type of call. She said they were on the call, and while he's saying you got to make a sacrifice and it's going to be your daughter, she's...
Now, keep in mind, the next audio I'm going to drop is R&B saying the same thing. R&B is the woman who, be whoopty-bamming with Wack. That's the one who was on the Adam and Wack show. That's the one who we all be making fun of, saying that R&B, Adam and Lena was doing plug talk with R&B. So that's hers. We're going to get her saying it next, but let's keep this going.
Says that the plan was for him to take her and the kid to Disney. Her words were that he wanted to groom her, and how he was going to do so was by having her sleep in the same bed as them two. By him being there, sleeping in the bed, her watching him take care of her and doing all these nice things or whatever, over time, she would grow to be used to that. So that way when he pretty much, I'm paraphrasing, this isn't verbatim, but she would pretty much, like, when he makes a move, like, she would be more comfortable with it because she would see nothing wrong with being in the bed with him. So I'm like, and bitch, what did you say? Again, she's
The fact that you even entertained this conversation is wrong. Man, somebody needs to come get their stupid baby mama.
Says, I didn't say anything. I kind of went along with it because I was scared, because he knows the situation with my husband. He has everything over me or whatever. So I'm like, bitch, you ain't got no choice. But
your child is in danger. Forget your relationship with your husband. You about to sell you finna sell your baby to a diaper salesman in the Congo. How does that even sound?
Get out. No matter what you do, you got to get the fuck away from him and away from this app because it's just going to get worse. So she's like, I just don't know what to do because if I leave the situation alone, he's probably going to.
Now you want to blame the app. You're the idiot. The app has nothing to do with your poor decision making as a mother.
Try to inform my husband. Like, it's just too much. And I think she was really terrified of that. Like the fact that he might say something to the husband or like, yo, this is what she's doing out here or whatever. So I pretty much told her, leave completely. But as I'm telling her this, I get the vibe she's not trying to leave for real. Because she's trying to find every way around doing what I'm telling her to do. I'm like, get your number, delete the app, and just let it be what it's going to be. So, my bad, my phone's ringing. Y'all can still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, I bet I had got an incoming call, so give me a second. So, pretty much at that point, what ended up happening.
Wait, there was more content on this? What the hell? There's a treasure trove of this man playing at the Barbie Dream House? Wow.
So she tells me
But here go the thing. It's not somebody taking advantage of a struggling mother because she keeps talking about how she has a husband. No, she's not a victim. She's not a struggling mother. She's an idiot. She's a bad mom. She's a bad mom. She's a bad mom. She's not a struggling mother. She's not a damsel in distress. She's a bad mom, bro. She got a whole husband. How are you even in this situation?
This shit. And where are we at in this story? Damn, I got distracted. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna just continue from what I remember. So from that point on, around 8 o'clock kind of comes around. And I remember it was the Love and R&B room. So hold on, my phone keeps going off. But it was the Love and R&B room. And we get in there and Wack pretty much
ready, set, go. You know what? Let's take into account nobody's seen this. Let's take into account. Let's just hypothetical real quick. I'm over here knocking this phone down. Don't worry about me. Minding my business. Let's just say nobody's seen this. Let's just say hypothetically, nobody's seen this. We all know for a fact, based off how niggas copy my literal content, my literal thumbnails, my literal lingo, my literal platforming of doing the lives and blah, 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 blah. I can keep going. We know for a fact. We're all seeing it now. So we should all be, the YouTube street should be on fire this time tomorrow with everybody running this story, especially the part about the next video of R&B saying it. Right? Okay. Let's just say nobody's seen it. Nobody's seen it. Cool. I'm the first one to put it out. Cool. I give you guys breaking news all the time. I'm always first with stories. That's nothing new. It's not even incredible anymore. No Nick Cannon, no diapers, no Congo trip with a little, never mind. I'm not going to touch that. But this, we can all agree, because everybody in our space watches my content, whether they want to admit it or not. This should be on fire in these YouTube streets tomorrow, right? Cool. Don't worry about it. I got y'all.
Much makes an announcement to Ty that he needs to put something on the floor and get something clear with her. He asks her, did me and you ever sleep together? When she says no, I already knew at that point he already got to her and where this is going. So he pretty much tries to set it up to where it's like, well, why would you say we slept together then if we never slept together? So then she says, because I was laying a trap to see if who I told this to would come back and say something to you. So I'm already knowing what she's telling me is to be true, but I'm based off of what she's saying, obviously she's lying now. So I'm like, he's telling you to say these things and you're going along with it. So he pretty much says, well, who's the one person on the floor you told this to? She says, me. When she says me, I'm like, fuck. Like, I would have never told him that you gave me any of this information. So, in a nutshell, from that storyline, she ends up, like, I think her and RB got into it, or he ends up going up on her, whatever the case may be. But that's how she ended up getting off the app. And that, to me, that worked because it was just like, well, stay off. You need to get off anyway. So that was kind of like her escape route, kind of sort of ish. Now, after that situation played out, around 4 o'clock in the morning, I get a phone call. And it's 4 o'clock in the morning, my time. So when I get this phone call, waking me up out of my sleep, I'm like, what the hell is going on? It's Wack calling me. So I'm like, yo, what's up? Like, what's going on? He's calling me, asking me a whole bunch of questions about Ty. So I'm like, I know you're not serious. I know you're not playing with me 4 o'clock in the morning about Ty right now. Like, but it was already still on my mind about what she had told me earlier that day. So while I'm on the phone with him, I say to him, yo, I can't even hold you right now. I heard some shit and that shit fucking with me. Ty said, you know, you pushed up on her about her daughter. So it kind of was weird to me because he didn't even ask.
Muddy Waters, we've already acknowledged the fact. Muddy Waters, is you a hoe? Muddy Waters, is you a hoe? Because we've already acknowledged the fact that this is old. We want to know why ain't nobody spoke about it, because we already acknowledged that it's damn near a year old. So maybe you just missed it. Sorry. No, is you a hoe? I'm going to put you on timeout for 5 minutes until I figure it out. I'm going to put you on timeout for 5 minutes while we figure it out. I'm not sure. I think you might have been a hoe.
Ask any questions. Like, I told him what was said. Like,
it's always one.
Asking, like, is this true or not? But his response to me was, the bitch is crazy. It was never anything direct. You know, like when someone hears some shit like that, like, what do you mean? Or where is this coming from? It was none of that. It was, the bitch is crazy. It was like he was already prepared for how to deal with this, because immediately he sends me screenshots of their text messages from like months ago. I think I still have the screenshots to this day. But he sent me screenshots saying, look at these text messages, Danny. I'm reading the text messages, and I'm not going to lie, the text messages did sound kind of crazy. So I'm like, but he didn't know how I knew or whatever. So I'm just like, I know what she's telling me was the truth. You know what I mean? But I'm like, you're already prepping me to try to believe she's crazy and discredit it. But I'm like, if she was so crazy, what was you doing fucking her? Like, if she's so mentally ill and schizophrenic the way you're saying, you had no business laying with her to begin with, right? So fast forward. So this shit's weighing heavy on my mind. I did what I had to do with the situation, obviously. There's a child involved. So once I did my part, I got off the app. I waited a day, and then I pretty much told him, like, look, I ain't gonna be here. I got work. You won't see me again. So I left the app because obviously, if you just say you're going, he tries to find a way to fuck with you and make it a narrative and all types of shit. So I was like, I don't even need this right now. So I just get off the app. While I'm off the app, I talk to a guy I know. And this situation, I believe, happened around February. Around March, like I would say sometime mid or late February, because I remember around March, that's when I'm talking to my friend and I'm telling him the situation. I'm like, this shit fucking with me. Like, I don't know how to handle it. I don't know what to do with it. The only thing I do know is when you hear something regarding the child line. But because this is the internet, because this is so many different things, I'm like, I don't know how to work this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, I'm in this state. This is this state. I don't know who's who. I don't know how they will be able to prove it, like anything like that. So I'm chopping it up with him. And he pretty much says, like, do you have proof? And that's how this whole kind of thing starts. He's like, do you have proof? So I tell him what proof I do have at that moment, right? And then he's like, cover your ass. So then I'm like, okay. So I would say some months went by and different people from the floor was hitting me up, like, Danny, come back, you know, whatever, like, this shit's dry, whatever. So I'm like, you know what? Okay. I went back in, got certain clips that I needed, certain text messages, certain conversations to validate what was going on and everything like that, put my shit together, And then that's how come, like, some people are wondering, like, that last straw with me and Wack. Obviously, if I would have just stayed silent, I could have stayed over there. Like, no shit. Like, it would have never went anywhere. But I was looking for a reason to get off. That's why I came off the mic with the pussy shit. Like, just hurry up and drop me and get me out of here type shit. Because I was like, my plan was never to stay over here. But neither here nor there. I talked to a few people and like to put different things together to see what could be done. And all I can tell y'all is I did my part in this situation. Now, after this situation, she's texted me. And when she texted me, trying to clear her name in a sense, but making it clear that she kind of texted me like backhandedly, like where she's saying it happened, but she's trying to take away her involvement in it. So I knew where she was at with it. Like, I don't know whether he told her to say that or not. I honestly don't believe he did. I think that was purely like, you know, a selfish motive. Because if someone, as a woman, you're trying to protect your child or whatever, you're not too worried about you in the situation. And everything she was texting me was as if she's trying to screenshot it for someone else. You know what I mean? Like, if you and someone had a conversation, if I tell you something happened, and then later on that day, I'm texting you saying, I never said this, you're going to know clear as day, like, you're using this thread for something. Because you know for a fact that happened. So when she started doing that, then I'm like, it's crazy because I really believe you were like a victim in the situation a little bit. Not fully, but somewhat, because she had that element of saying she felt like she was going to be blackmailed. I knew what pictures were circulating around about her with the butt plug and shit like that. You know what I mean? So
Who had a
I
butt
knew.
plug?
She a freak. Butt plug. I almost choked on my foot. She a freak. Butt plug is crazy. Especially if it light up and glow in the dark.
Oh my God. No. Her. No.
Oh, okay.
So,
Bro, you weird. He had a butt plug in. That's where your mind went to? Yo, niggas is weird, bro. That's what I mean when I say these niggas be having freaky desires. What? It's two females talking and a conversation of a butt plug come up. You go take it to a dude? Something wrong with you niggas, bro. Niggas tripping.
with that,
I mean,
I've heard that pretty much like, you know, when, right, but, you know, being on that side, you hear the threats he makes towards women, you know, all that type of shit. I mean, she had a husband who she shared with me was abusive. So I'm just like, I know that nigga finna kill you. Like, even a nigga who's not abusive, they hear you was willing, like, even the conversation alone should have never happened. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, whether you was fearful or not, a mother, as soon as he mentioned your child, would have hung up the phone. It would have never, you wouldn't have been able to hear what he had planned to do to your child because you would have never continued the conversation to figure that out.
Facts.
So now how she's typing and texting, I'm looking back and I'm just like, bitch, you worried about you and your involvement. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're trying to save your face, and that don't sit too well with me. Like, I would respect it a whole lot if you say, yo, Danny, this situation is going to fuck up my house right now, or it's getting around, and you know what I'm saying? This and that.
But I say this too. I don't know who this Danny girl is, and nothing against you, but this is what I mean when I say she on her high horse. Hell yeah, send me that. Send it. Send it. Yup, let me get that audio. Send it. Are we tripping tonight? Are we tripping tonight? I feel like tripping tonight. I feel like tripping tonight. Surviving Wack 100, the lifetime story. Check your text, girlfriend. What was I finna say? Damn it. Oh, the girl daddy. This is what I would have respected you at more. Blah blah. Who are you? Who are who? What is even that? Like, who are even you? What you like? Look, we appreciate you for yeah, cheating with a chomo while you got a husband as well. We appreciate you for giving us news. You now you can't get nobody's college, but you acting a little bit too entitled. I would have respected you more if you just would have blah blah blah. Who are even you? And this is what I will say. This is what I will say. Everybody that was once cool with Wack and then is now not is because you wanted him to do something for you, he wouldn't do it, then y'all all fall off with him. I never respect nobody who was ever cool with that weirdo.
that's going on. I would have respected it.
It's a part of myself that I don't like for those 2 weeks when I let AD convince me to be cool with him. I don't even like that part of myself. Honestly. You feel me?
And I would have pulled back because, like I said, it was already handled on my end. So all this internet shit don't mean shit to me. You get what I mean? Like, us sitting here talking about on the floor, like, that's not going to do anything. That's not going to solve anything. So out of respect for that, I would have kicked back. But you're texting me either A, like you're protecting him, or B, like you're protecting you. And that don't sit too well with me when, bitch, you're the reason I even know about it. You know what I mean? You told me this shit. You brought this shit to me. So, yeah, so that's pretty much what that situation is.
But see, that's what I'm saying. She brought the situation out. Nobody else brought it out. It's not like he brought it out for a play or he brought it out for content or any of that. She brought it out. And now she brought it out and went silent after talking to you behind the scenes and talking about it on the internet. Like, you talked about it on the internet. There are pages on YouTube that do have it up. They have your voice. It's already there. Now you need to explain yourself because I'm sorry. I'm a mother. I have 3 daughters. Ain't no way in the world. Ain't no way in the world. I'm going to sit back and allow somebody to even say something remotely out of line about my kids, about my daughters. And that's going to sit with me. Like, that's not going to sit well with me. She going to have to take her consequences of that. Like, in life, there's consequences to every action.
Yeah, but Danny only brought it to light because her and Wack fell out. So, yeah, thank you for bringing it to light, but you still a snake, too.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Do you know what I would have done to him?
All right, so now let's get into the one on R&B. Now, this one is the one on R&B saying the same thing. So that's the girl Danny saying it. This one is R&B. R&B saying Wack is on some freaky time.
Hey, girl, hey, do you know who she is? She on your life, G. Shut up the Henny over there.
What's poppin', what's poppin', what's poppin'? Henny gang, 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 gang. If you're new to the channel, please. I don't know if you remember, but, and I wish I could share my screen, but I can't. I brought you a video of Danny from the 13th district, or District 13, rather, when she popped in at the bar over in them clubhouse streets. It was the premiere of our first bar, and she came over and blessed the room with the story of Wack 100 and the 8-year-old that he was allegedly attempting to groom. Now, I have to say allegedly for the channel, but this right here is getting weird, okay? Can you hear me now? Stop being goofy. I've had some Starbucks coffee. This is my second cup, and it is a venti, so this is my second large cup of coffee because I was sleepy. Anywho, so when we had our first premiere of our clubhouse room over in those clubhouse streets, we had, she said, sing some more. Allegedly, or apparently, I can't even say allegedly because it's R&B's voice. R&B was aware of this, but R&B got a slightly different version of the story, and of course she would, because Wack told her the story. But Ty told Danny her version of the story. So I'm going to remind y'all of what Danny said in our first clubhouse room about this, and then we're going to get into what was said today. Now, this is going to be a completely audio live. There is no video that I can play right now, or the video caught up on allegations shared with her about Ty accusing Wack 100 of attempting to groom her 8-year-old daughter. Before we go any further, can you guys hear the audio okay? Is it too loud? Is it just right? Y'all choose in the chat if it needs to come. Your glasses, and let's pour up on this hot Henny.
Okay, so look, so pretty much what ended up happening with that situation was there was a situation that happened on the floor between Ty and Indigo. Indigo out of nowhere started attacking her and mentioning photos that she sent to Wack, different things that only a person who
Keep in mind, Wack was with R&B this whole time, but really ultimately still married to his wife. But don't worry about it.
was in the, like knew about the situation would know. So
now, if you're not privy to who Indigo is, Indigo was over there on the Hunter side with Wack. And Danny is telling a story about how Ty, who is the mother of the 8-year-old girl, got into it with Indigo, and Indigo was threatening to put some pictures out there. And basically, that's what led Ty to start dropping the information about Wack attempting to groom her daughter, allegedly.
She got very paranoid because Indigo was packing her, and she's like, how does she know this information? So she calls me, and she's like, Danny, I think Wack's trying to set me up. I don't know what to do. But I'm like, why would you think he's trying to set you up? She's like, because Indigo's attacked me out of nowhere, and only he would know about those pictures. So I pretty much told her, baby girl, hate to break it to you, everybody know about the pictures. So that she gets to panicking because she's, you know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to let her know, like, it's not what you think it is. To me, I told her, it looks like it's a female situation. I'm like, why would Wack have Indigo come at you that you slept with her dude because they were together at the time?
So she's thinking, Danny is thinking that this is some news or some intimate photos, because if you missed that audio, baby, Smoked Out TV got it over there on his channel, but then I got to bring some of that over here to y'all so y'all can sip the hot Henny, because I didn't have the replays on that room because I was new and didn't know about them. But there was a lot that was exposed about FaceTime, actual encounters, and how they got to stand naked in face corners. And it was a whole bunch of stuff. But
Wack had the clubhouse girls standing in the corners naked. Oh, wow.
This is what Danny is explaining to us, that Ty thought that it was Danny thought that Ty was speaking about explicit photos of her.
Members only. I have no idea who any of these people are, bro. Like I'm not that deep into the clubhouse streets. Okay, so everybody knows about this clubhouse code except me. I have no idea what these people are talking about.
But Ty was talking about photos about her daughter. Get them likes up, y'all. Share it out.
And this is all just now like becoming a thing, like hitting the floor. So later on that day, it was around like 6, I would say, she calls me and she's like, Danny, I have something to tell you, but I don't really want to tell you because I don't want you to judge me. Now, at this point, I already know or have an idea what she's about to say. Why? Because I had already heard it. So I'm just waiting for her to get to it. So I'm just trying to make her feel kind of comfortable, like whatever it is, like I'm going to be okay about it. Just let me know. Because she sounded real stressed. So she just pretty much was like, you got to promise me you ain't going to look at me no different. And I'm just like, whatever, like, you know.
So is this R&B? Okay, so all right, who's my, all right, look, I need a resident clubhouser. You feel me? I need a resident clubhouser. Members only, I'm looking at you, bro. This might be members only. You might be on your way to earn a mod, bro. We gonna see what you got. Are you experiencing these clubhouse streets? Because I need you to tell me who's talking. Is that Danny talking or is that R&B? Because I don't know the difference. I need to know. So this is the one where Danny drops the audio of R&B speaking to CS2 back about the girl. Danny drops the audio of R&B speaking on CS2 back at the 8-year-old girl. Okay, so this is Danny talking. This dude, this is the craziest name. Wackabee 100. That's hilarious. Fast forward it. I don't know. Java, don't tell me what to do. Sit on timeout. I don't like that. Don't come here and tell me what to do on my page. 5 minutes. Take a timeout. Think about your decision making. All right, all my clubhousers, y'all gonna guide me on this, bro. Look, clubhousers, I'm throwing y'all the keys. I'm riding with y'all.
Well, you say whatever to get the person to say whatever.
Yeah, I don't like that. Don't come here telling me what to do. I got control issues. That's why I run my own page, and that's why you never see me in nobody else's chat but ODM Slim. You feel me? I don't be in nobody else's chat because I can't control it. I got control issues. So don't come over here trying to control what I'm controlling. I don't like that. Take your 5 minutes and come back with a new attitude.
Whatever they got to say. So she pretty much was like, there was a situation, because she had already told me that, there was
IBM 205KK. Send me that original audio.
On the FaceTime calls, all that shit. So I was already aware. She's like, how I already told you that I slept with him, we met up, went to the hotel, whatever, boom, we fucked. She's like, you already know I told you about the FaceTime calls and all that stuff, like what he has on me as far as the pictures I've sent him and all that type of shit. So I'm like, yeah, I already know. So she's like, yeah. So on one of those calls recently, he pretty much told me that I was going to be a sister wife in the Congo, that I should leave my husband.
Okay, so I did hear all this already.
Shit y'all on. Story, what's going on? So she pretty much says, while they're on the FaceTime call, I can't remember if it was a FaceTime or a phone call.
I did hear all this already.
Apparently, what she was just willing to do on her own for this alleged.
Yeah, this is y'all about to hear R&B talking about this. Like, I'm not making this up, bro. I'm over here smoking tree with y'all. Can't make this up. I got my girl on FaceTime. She talking. My son put a SpongeBob stick on it. Baby on FaceTime. She's sitting right here. She listening because it's like a soap opera for her. We texting. I'm blowing tree, hanging out with the homies. This is not made up. This is. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm blocked on Flacco's page. So I can't put it up. D. Laura, you can send it to me or screen record and send it to my Instagram. I appreciate it.
Spot in the Congo. Now, if you don't know, Wack has been promising people jobs in the Congo with incredible diapers. So he's been selling these dreams for a minute to the people of the 100 side, okay? And now these girls who he has either had sexual encounters with or he has shown sexual interest in are all being promised this, to my understanding, okay? Now, what I'm going to play for you is the conversation that Danny played in District 13 today between.
Hey, so members only, send me that content of Wack admitting everything but the kid stuff.
She and R&B, Wack's current girlfriend. Child, this is a trigger warning all the way around the board. Y'all ready? Let's get into this content.
Go ahead. But either which way. I'm like, this. Either which way, because how you gonna say that and you a whole mother too?
Is that R&B talking?
That was the only thing that saved her from me cussing her ass out at the time. But when she tried to put the shit on you, she tried to say, oh, it was R&B's idea. Then you.
So this is Danny that's speaking right now that's saying that Ty told her it was all R&B's idea.
That's R&B. I know that voice. That's R&B. That's R&B. I know that voice.
So this is.
I know that voice. That's R&B. I know that voice.
Danny that's speaking right now that's saying that Ty told her it was all R&B's idea.
You hear me? Bitch, I already knew. But she had already told me they had a conversation before they even put you in on it. Right. You called me laughing because he was like, baby, you're not gonna believe this shit. This shit is crazy. That's what he said. I was like, what happened? He said, this bitch said she could have turned her life by door. So when she said that, I was not gonna believe. Even put you in on it. Right. You called me laughing because he was like, baby, you're not gonna believe this shit. This shit is crazy. That's what he said. I was like, what happened? He said, this bitch said she could have turned her life by door. So when she said that, I was like, how old is she? I don't even think she told me how old the girl was.
Now this is R&B talking, and she's saying that Wack called her laughing, saying you ain't gonna believe this. This girl gonna sacrifice her daughter.
Yo.
Like, what are we talking about here?
I literally couldn't believe it. I told your ass. Yeah. You was the first person. So it was my idea. Bitch, I'm not gonna play with no kids like that. I'm already knowing. That's why I said it was some shit they had already talked about. Yeah, that's disgusting. She had so much hate for you at the time. She just, you know what I'm saying? You know, when you're trying to lessen up the harm it caused, like your part and involvement in it. I'm like, bitch, we ain't sweating. You was going to give your daughter up for that spot in Congo that you thought you was finna have. Right. Let the nigga G you. We played you. Because I'm still waiting on my spot, ho. I'm still waiting on all these promises he promised me, bitch. So good luck with that.
So there you have R&B. Hold on, let me send somebody my email address real quick because I'm about to get this content, y'all. Don't trip. Don't trip. So there you have R&B laughing and saying she ready to Illuminati her daughter. Meanwhile, she willing to Illuminati her daughter. Meanwhile, he been making R&B broken promises since day one. Damn. The trail of broken promises is crazy. Damn. What's this? I wonder what these texts are. That's wild.
I told that nigga today, I said, baby, listen. I'm not gonna feel every time you want to mention this bitch. Listen, go spend as much time you need to spend with her.
Hold on, guys.
Okay, so
Hold on, guys.
We got it. This is wild.
Don't leave. The evil leprechaun troll is in the building. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to do a pop. But yeah, this is some sick-ish that's going on right now. Okay? Regardless to how you try to spin it, regardless to what anybody says and tries to flip it like, oh, well, you know, this and that. As a woman, how could you stand there and listen to your man even talk to you about a situation like this? How could you even condone?
How is nobody talking about this? What's up with y'all, Unc? What's up? Flacco. What's up with your homie?
This type of behavior. I could never. But let's go ahead. Let's get back into this content.
hold on, I gotta mute the audio real quick. So let's just be clear. I told y'all when I told the story why I believe Ty when she told me. Wack thought that I only heard the story from Ty. So he thought when he sent me screenshots telling me the bitch is crazy, don't believe shit she said about the 8-year-old, his dumbass didn't know R&B had already told me. These are two women who don't talk and hate each other because they sleeping with the same man. But they both got one story in common. This damn 8-year-old.
Did y'all catch that? R&B and Ty do not get along with each other. And they were not getting along with each other because they were both sleeping with Wack at the time. So for R&B to have a story about an 8-year-old girl and Ty, and for Ty to be talking about her 8-year-old daughter, and it all connects to Wack. Come on, ladies. Y'all know how it goes. When somebody's sleeping with your man, you ain't friendly with them. Y'all are not friends. This is R&B talking with Danny. Danny is playing audio of her conversation with R&B about the 8-year-old and what Wack told her. Wack, of course, went back to R&B and told her the story as if Ty did this all on her own. Ty is saying Wack brought this to her. But either way, here are two women that do not get along with each other because of this one man telling the same story. Come on, man. This is some real sick ish right here. Let's go.
I'm not sitting here making shit up. Both of these women came to me about this story. Ty was comfortable telling me about it because I told her, whatever you think you're trying not to tell me right now, I'm sure I already know about it. She beat it around the bush, but eventually she got comfortable enough to tell me. That's why it didn't take me by surprise, because I already had the information. So what took place that day on that phone call was Wack and Ty was having their conversation, like I told you guys. But what Wack did was he calls R&B on a three-way. When R&B gets on that call, she finds out that they're discussing the daughter. She don't know how old the daughter is. Not until further in the conversation. Further in the conversation, once they get to that part, she hangs up and calls me directly. Bitch, you ain't gonna believe this shit. I said, what happened? She tell me what happened. Less than a week later is when Ty calls me after the Indigo situation and tells me her side of the story. So I don't care about this back and forth, this trivial shit when it comes to this, but that's why I waited for the content, because I have a real relationship with certain people.
So the reason why Danny came out and decided to drop the audio with R&B telling her about the conversation she had with Wack about Ty and this 8-year-old girl is because people were out here in these streets saying that this was just a play that was being run. And we all know that Wack is good for running plays. And because a lot of the District 13, matter of fact, all of the District 13 members, as far as I know, come from the 100 side and they don't mess with Wack anymore. So people are saying, oh, they were just running a play. So Danny decided
Who runs a play like that involving a little girl? Who even plays like that?
Dropping the content, and she's showing that R&B had a conversation about this. So when she says that when Ty was speaking to her and she told her, oh, go ahead, I probably already know about it. She did already know about it because she found out the same night that the conversation happened between Wack and Ty on the phone, because Wack placed R&B on a three-way call and listening to the conversation and hung up and called Danny immediately. Let's listen.
And I didn't want to throw nobody under the bus. But that's the real of the situation.
So I forgot to mention this part too. She's also explaining why she didn't drop this is because she's cool with R&B. And she didn't want to throw her under the bus. But now that people are starting to come for her and come for her credibility and saying that this story was a play, she said, F it, I'm going to drop this content and let the chips fall where they may.
I told y'all it was deeper than y'all thought or knew.
Justin, can we play it one more time for the people who just showed up? A lot of people just popped in. Just one more time.
We're gonna be running this all day. Yeah, I can play whatever.
I was Funk Flex, I would drop 1,000 bombs right now. 1,000 of them shit. It's like Baghdad is bombs shit. There you go. There you go. New York City stand up.
Okay, that's them with all that noise. Hold on. All right, y'all.
Sorry.
very low in this portion of the video. But what she's saying is she asked Wack, what kind of conversation did you guys have in order for her to feel comfortable like that and say something like that to you? Because there had to be some kind of conversation that had to be in order for her to feel comfortable enough to say something like that.
Yeah, that's wild, bro. And the fact that R&B's still with him here is almost a year later and she's still around. Crazy. Crazy. 205 KK, IBM 205 KK. Check your DM.
So now she's questioning that, but it's too late.
The fact that R&B's still around is wild. You feel me?
The damage is already done. Like, you've already had the conversation. This whole attempted thing to groom that daughter was already out in the open. Like, there's no justification for that at all.
But that's why I said I already peeped game, because she tried to say her words was R&B's idea. She said she want my daughter to be sacrificed. You got to make a sacrifice for the queen. But I can't tell her. I already know from you. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't do it like that. Now, because if I would have told her like that, she gonna be like, "Well, bitch, what conversation you have with R&B?"
So what R&B said to her was, you could have told her, B, you lying, because I already heard from R&B, and R&B wouldn't do nothing like that. So now Danny's saying that she couldn't say nothing like that because then the girl is going to question her what kind of conversation she having with R&B.
So I was trying to keep everything outside of that. Yeah, her ain't never had no conversation. That nigga literally called me last. So I'm like, listen to this. Because you know, I always set his ass up. He would never tell me that he was fucking with these people. We know that. And she only told me that because remember she was paranoid about the whole Indigo shit. She thought he was setting her up. When I think we was having a conversation in the morning show or some shit like that. And she was real paranoid and she was like, I gotta tell you something, but the bitch ain't already know. I knew. I couldn't tell her I knew and how I knew because that's what she gonna ask. But either which way.
Imagine the dirt R&B has on this dude. Imagine the dirt R&B has on this dude. This is crazy.
Like that. Either which way, because how you gonna say that and you a whole mother too? That was the only thing that saved her from me cussing her ass out at the time. But when she tried to put this shit on you, she tried to say, "Oh, it was R&B's idea," and then he said what he was gonna do. Not nothing. You hear me? Not a word. Bitch, I already knew. But she had already told me they had a conversation before they even put you in on it. Right. You called me laughing because he was like, "Baby, you're not gonna believe this shit. This shit is crazy." That's what he said. I was like, "What happened?" He said, "This bitch said she could have sacrificed her horse." So when she said that, I was like, "How old is she?" I don't even think she told me how old the girl was. Because I literally couldn't believe it. I told her ass. Yeah. You was the first person. So if it was my idea, bitch, I'm not gonna play with no kids like that. I'm already knowing. That's why I said it was some shit they had already talked about. Yeah, that's disgusting. But she had so much hate for you at the time. She just, you know what I'm saying? You know when you're trying to lessen up the harm it caused, like your part and involvement in it. I'm like, bitch, well, you was gonna give your daughter up for that spot in Congo that you thought you was gonna have.
Horrible.
Right.
Trading your daughter for a diaper company, Congo, whatever. Wild.
That's the nigga G you. I'm still waiting on my spot, ho. I'm still waiting on all these promises he promised me, bitch. So good luck with that.
will wonder how in fact is this man not incarcerated. A lot of us will wonder this. So we're just going to go ahead and take some time to break down every single time that Wack 100 has been caught on camera admitting to crimes. You feel me? We might be able to get a top 5 out of this. You feel me? So we'll start off with number 5. We'll start off with number 5, man. A situation where Wack 100 admits to giving pow pows and whoopty bams to the Crips. Now, what would suggest that this was important for Wack to bring up? Not 100% sure. But again, with all the RICOs and all the indictments going on, it just makes you wonder, how is he not in jail? Let's start with number 5. Let's get into this content. This is Wack admitting to giving firearms to the Crips.
Wait.
Hey, no, answer this question.
No, I'm legit. Hey, listen.
Answer this question.
This announcement right here.
We need answers. We need answers.
Don't go to Holland. What? No, nigga. I'm going to get out of the way.
I'm standing on what I say.
Do what he want to do.
You give guns to niggas, right? What's up with this? What generation? What generation?
They know who they is.
So you giving Keyways guns?
Always, yeah, nigga. What is whole neighborhood?
So you giving Keyways guns? Always. Always is Wack's statement when he's asked, is he giving guns to the Crips? Always.
What generation? What generation?
They know who they is.
So you giving Keyways guns?
Always, yeah, nigga. What is whole neighborhood?
To knock down your own con? I'm saying that's weird. What happened at
What happened at
the House of Blues?
They was going at their own, my nigga. They was going at their own, my nigga. Yeah, for real though.
They need to,
That's how I know you ain't ready from over there.
they need to DP you, nigga. I was right there.
So there you have it, man. We're starting off with number 5, and you have Wack 100 admitting to giving guns to the Crips. Now, with that all being said, you know, you kind of have to wonder, especially during these federal RICOs, you know what I'm saying? You know, what's going on? Yeah, we live. What's going on with this, man? You know, chat, we're just breaking down times every time that, 5 times that Wack has admitted to crimes online. Real quick. Chat, Trap GPT, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm right here. What's going on?
In a short elementary answer, if I am a felon and I admitted to, you know what, I'll do even better. I want to ask you a question culturally, and I want to ask you a question legally. Legally speaking, if I am a felon and I admitted to giving guns to anyone in the state of California, what charges can I be up against as far as federal and local jurisdiction? Give me a short, direct to the point answer.
1 second. Short version. Both state and federal exposure. In California, unlawful transfer and felon in possession. Federally, felon in possession and unlawful transfer. Exact charges depend on facts, and an admission can be used as evidence.
So if I admitted to this on, let's say, a social media app that's now all over YouTube, would that be considered open source reporting and an admission of guilt that can be used against me in court?
Let me check that real quick. Yes, public posts or videos can be collected as open source evidence, and statements that look like admissions can be used by prosecutors. That said, an admission alone doesn't automatically prove guilt. Context and proof still matter.
So, with that all being said, now I want to ask you on a social construct. Are you familiar with South Central gangs as far as Bloods and Crips?
I have general knowledge, yes.
So from your general knowledge, if I am a Blood and I am admitting to giving Crips guns in order to go against other Bloods, what could be the social ramifications of that if I am a Blood, again, giving guns to Crips in order to accost other Bloods?
Let me double check that. From a general social standpoint, if someone is known to be helping a rival gang against their own, it's typically seen as a serious betrayal, which can lead to ostracism or worse. Exact outcomes, of course, are impossible to predict.
But so is it safe to say from a social construct and from a legal construct, if I were to participate in these activities as described, I would be wrong and I would be out of bounds?
1 second. Broadly speaking, yes. Legally, if the conduct violates firearms laws, it can carry serious criminal exposure. Socially, in the context you described, it would be seen as a serious violation of loyalty with potentially dangerous consequences.
And real quick, legally speaking, can you please give me some California penal codes that may be violated or things that I might have to worry about if I was actually the one to have done this and charges that could be put up against me in a simple aspect?
One moment. In simple terms, in California, a few laws that can come up in a scenario like that include being a felon in possession of a firearm. California Penal Code 29800. Firearm transfer rules under 27545 and penalties under 27590. Federally, 18 USC 922 G1 bars felons from possessing guns, and 922D covers transferring a firearm to a prohibited person, which, if any apply, depends on the exact facts.
So with that being said, as we start at number 5, you just kind of makes you wonder, why hasn't Wack been picked up for this? If he is, on the internet saying it, and the same conversations on the internet are being used to put Big U in jail by way of indictments, why isn't Wack a part of this indictment? You know what I mean? Why isn't why isn't he a part of the Flu Flammery? I'm not really 100% sure. Chat, if you guys can think of any other crimes that Wack 100 has committed, let me know and we'll add them to the list. But that's number 5. That's number 5. We're just kind of taking down 5 crimes that Wack committed. We'll kind of take them 5 at a time. We're breaking down 5 crimes that Wack 100 has committed to, and he is not in jail for it. So now we'll go to number 4. Let's go Oscar. Let me see. Oscar de La Hoya. Oscar de La Hoya. Wack. Let's see about this. So this is Wack 100 admitting to extorting Oscar de La Hoya. Not really sure again why Wack 100 admits that he extorts Oscar de La Hoya, but we'll start off with this conversation right here.
About shenanigans down there. That's why I shouted him out. He definitely got it.
Clubhouse shenanigans is in the room, so this is going on YouTube.
Wait, what?
It's all right. Yeah, tell that nigga,
looking like Squidward, bro.
Tell that nigga, bitch, if he love you, you better holler it out to De La Hoya's attorney. Tell that nigga I got a couple videos and pictures. He don't want him to come out. Tell that nigga run that back.
I have a couple pictures and videos that if he doesn't want it to come out, he needs to run the bag. That is blackmail. That is blackmail. If you don't do this, I'm going to do this. That is blackmail. It can also be called an extortion.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What? How do you get all this shit? Like what the fuck?
I made $850 on Oscar. The nigga they want to pay me another $250,000. That's why the pictures is up on the internet. That
was your first real one, huh? Like that first one, huh?
Go Google Oscar de La Hoya fix that. Why?
Let me go.
That was your first money that was your one, huh? Like I remember when you did that one. Like
it's the video that go with that made me $850. He with the heels on legs back, getting banged out with a 10-8 get out. If you go they didn't want to pay for the pictures, though, nigga. That they went. But the video, they did the 50 cent. Y'all ain't seen that. That was horrible. They had 2 ladies spreading the legs, one bitch banging.
No.
You seen them? You looking at them? Lady kill, I'm the truth.
No.
Yeah, don't fuck with Wack. Oh, no question. But then.
So here you have Wack 100 openly admitting to getting $80,000 or however much money out of Oscar de La Hoya, as Wack 100 is openly admitting to the fact that he is, using these pictures, these compromising photos of Oscar de La Hoya as his advantage to profiteer off Oscar de La Hoya. So, we're going to take it back to the Trap GPT. How long is this? This is only 1 minute and 30 seconds, so this is perfect. I'm about to play you a clip, and I want you to break down to me how this is considered extortion and or blackmail. In the clip, you will hear Wack 100 admitting to extorting Oscar de La Hoya. That's what I'm about to play for you. Let me know when you're ready for me to play the clip, Trap GPT, and I want you to tell me exactly what's going on as far as social construct, as well as legal construct and felonies attached to it, as well as social ramifications. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
And again, keep things short, direct, to the point.
All right. Yeah, tell that nigga, looking like Squidward, bro. Tell that nigga, if he love you, you better holler it out to Jella Hoyer's attorney. Tell that nigga I got a couple videos and pictures. He don't want him to come out and tell that nigga run that back. Yeah.
Oh shit. Wack. How do you get all this shit? Like, what the fuck?
Nigga, I paid $850 on hospital. The nigga they want to pay me another $250,000. That's why the pictures is up on the internet.
That was your first real one, huh? Like that first one, huh?
Go Google, I'll put the Hoyer fix that. Watch it.
That was your first money back. That was your one, huh? Like, I remember when you did that one, like.
It's a video that go with that made me $850. He was on the leg back getting banged out with a 10 stick If you go, what the fuck? They didn't want to pay for the pictures, no nigga. Now they went. But the video, they did the business. Well, y'all ain't seen that. That was horrible. They had two ladies spreading the legs, one bitch banging.
No.
That's the end of. That's the end of the audio. Go for it.
That clip alone doesn't prove extortion or blackmail is happening. Socially, some might see it as shady or coercive talk. Legally, it's not enough on its own. Investigators would need more context and evidence to show any crime.
Now, if this is paired with over 10 other crimes where he's admitting to the same things, could this help add to the crime? And at that point, with that context, could it be used as an admission of guilt with 10 other conversations directly associated with it, as well as him being tied to a federal RICO where he's named as an associate for doing the exact same things?
Checking that now? Potentially, yes, but not automatically. Multiple similar recordings plus corroborating evidence could strengthen a case, but being named or associated with the RICO doesn't prove guilt. Prosecutors would still have to prove each element in court.
With that all being said, could this be considered an admission of guilt in court?
Checking. Short answer, it could be offered as evidence of an admission, but it's not automatically an admission of guilt. The court decides its weight and meaning based on all the evidence.
So with that all being said, no, we can't we can't put Wack under the jail for this, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Two-tone, let me know when you send it. But what we can say is we're showing a pattern of how this guy does continuously over and over find himself in these situations, money I see, where, you know, these back and forths are happening. You know what I mean? It's a lot of interesting things that go about, but that's actually not the end of it. Let me show you guys something, because this situation was interesting as well. This is now something that we've all witnessed. This is when Wack thought that it was appropriate to, but, you know, this is, let me show you. I want to talk about it. This is Wack actually running up on Flacco, and he has a firearm on him. So, you know, it just kind of makes you wonder how Wack is able to run up on Flacco, you know what I mean, with a firearm. You see Flacco, Wack, and this will be number 3, the number 3 on the list. Let me see, no jumper fight. Let's see this, and here it is, right on time. And in this situation, you see Wack allow a situation to build up, and we won't hold you guys. We'll kind of just get to it. But, you know, let's start from, you know, let's just go 6 minutes.
No, what happened? I was in both of y'all. Like that. You got female shit, then the weed shit, then the merch shit, then the food shit.
Yeah, we want everybody.
Yeah, that's shit. Hey, yo, I might have to pull a belly.
Yeah.
You what? I'm just gonna hate on these niggas.
You gonna hate on us? Man, like that? Come on, man. I don't think he would do that.
Hey, Wack, come on, blood. Hey, hold on, bro. I ain't gonna hate on when I hear fertilize. You know what I'm saying?
I can dig it.
Lock up.
Yo, what do
I
that?
asked you to keep your phone off, bro.
You gotta stop talking to Flacco right now. You know he ain't talking food in his face. can't check it. No, well, I'm gonna stop. Flacco, you need to come see me before I leave, Flacco. I'm trying to help you. Yeah, man. Because they want to get you. Why? What I do this? I'm not business being used, Flacco.
So notice how this starts off as a gentle extortion. Hey, they want to get you, Flacco. I'm your friend. I'm on your side. You need to come holler at me. But then when Flacco doesn't really want to talk back to Wack, Wack does this.
But you gotta stop letting niggas use you. Now, see, I know you don't know what's going on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But you let niggas come on your thing. Yeah. And for one, you did some weird shit. That's your thing. But you let them niggas dish my hood, bro. And I can't control them niggas. Listen, let me tell you the difference between you South Central shit and Pacoima. Our projects are 4 miles that way. That's a fact. No, true. You're in the valley. Yeah. So you got niggas doing shit because you trying to show love and they want to play with me, but that's bigger than playing with me. Like, you this insane. That ain't just them. Yeah. It's all kind of niggas that don't do social media and shit that don't do that, but you didn't take it upon yourself. Let some shit in the building. Right? Okay. And now
so again, here you have Wack, talking about how Flacco is being accosted here because of gang activities, and Flacco's just not a gang member. So why is Wack, so aggressive and so, forthright about the situation with Flacco? I'm not really 100% sure, because when it comes to the situation with Flacco again is not a gang member. So why would Flacco be responsible for what gang members say at No Jumper, which is Adam 22's platform?
Should at least have enough respect to say, well, we know Wack don't fuck with us. I ain't trying to block that. I'll let you do your shit. Don't have them there on your platform dissing. That shit gonna lead to some shit. It's not like my show though. Like, it's your show. I got niggas from prison sending me this shit because they think I'm here every day. No, true, but it's not my show, right? It's your show. No, the title is you got them up there. Yes, right? Yeah. So either you gonna do what you gotta do, or they gonna do it like you gonna have to make a decision, bro. Right? Think of this, right? Discussion, bro. You know North Dakota. No, true, right? Like, but like in Flacco, I'm not trying to hit nothing. I tell you. Yeah. No, but it's not my show though. Like, it's what I'm doing too, That's what I'm doing. It's your show. Well, it's your show too. So don't let me show you let him in, nigga. You let him in, nigga. Stop playing.
And now you see Wack getting visibly upset, and now he's getting visibly more aggressive towards Flacco. But this is not where the crime comes in. The crime happens in about 2 minutes, because you kind of wonder how Wack, who is an admitted felon, is walking around No Jumper with a firearm and then pulling the firearm on Flacco.
What? You let him in, I'm not playing with you, nigga. You let him in, nigga, you playing games. But it's not my show, nigga, playing games. I'm not clickbait. I was talking with you right here. Well, it's not my show, though. Okay, I tell you what. This is what I'm going to do. When my homies get here, I'm going to act like I'm not here. But it's not my show, though. That's cool. You feel me? I'm going to tell them, this ain't not my show. But it's not my show, though. Like, you feel me, right? Like, you the one got him in the...
And then you have poor Flacco just so scared, and he's so shook, he doesn't know what to do. And he's just trying to explain himself. And meanwhile, you have Wack enforcing all his gang rules and gang politics upon Flacco, and Flacco's he's an innocent bystander here.
No, true that, Wack. Yes, you got him in the building. Yes, but it's not my show. I put the nigga in the building. Yeah. And they get the disrespect with some people in the building. Yeah. And I'm not gonna look at me. I'm gonna tell the niggas, look, bro, you in the building, do your podcast. Yeah. But leave that other shit because it's a reflection on me. No, true. Yeah. I stop playing them games, bro. I don't give a fuck about none of this shit. Yeah, true that.
Basically, what he's saying, Flog, is if you got some niggas up in the building, bro, as soon as they start disrespecting somebody else that works here,
it's a problem with those niggas.
Cut it off.
Because you said something to creep already. You said me, I know Wack, I don't know. And one of the niggas.
So even Flacco tried to alleviate the situation by talking to Creep about it, but that's not sufficient for Wack. Flacco tried to offer his apologies, but Wack being this super aggressive gang member that's just so terrifying and so scary, we don't know what to do outside of allow Flacco to kind of, fend for himself there.
You told you be cool. I'm not cool with none of them niggas. But you do your shit. But you ain't gonna get them niggas a platform to be dissing my set, huh?
So I got a question, Wack. If somebody came up in here and on your platform, you was on your show, and they started disrespecting Flock, what would you tell them?
I'm not gonna let it happen. and then getting at an individual. Let me ask you something. If a nigga stick in front of me, keep it real. Talk to me. In front of me in that room, and a nigga gets outright distance saying,
But it's unfair to hold Flacco to gang conflicts and to gang 1-2 steps like Sierra if he is, not able to be like Flacco's not a gang member. So I'm not really understanding why Flacco is responsible for gang business. You know what I mean? Like I'm not really 100% sure on why this situation is being brought upon in this way. Like I don't really understand that. That's something that I'm not really 100% sure of. You know what I'm saying? Like there's that. You know what I'm saying? So you feel me? I'm not really sure why Flacco is responsible for maintaining the validity or the respect of gangs if he's not a gang member. But okay.
right in front of me on my show.
Two things that I think are easy / make sense.
Oh,
shit. No.
That's a problem. And this is why I keep telling you, bro, stay Flacco. Hey, the nigga from North Dakota. You letting these niggas drag you, the wrong niggas drag you into shit. And while you showing love.
So how does it go from showing love to, we'll just go ahead and fast forward to this. And here you see Wack as he's holding a firearm, as you see him clearly clutching a firearm. Look at him clutching a firearm right here in Flacco's face. And it makes you wonder. And it just makes you wonder, how is this man not in jail? But as we've been doing with this entirety of this series, as we are on number 3, we'll take it back to Trap GPT. Trap GPT, are you with me?
Yeah, right here.
If I am a known felon who has done penitentiary time in California, and I am in the state of California, in the city of Los Angeles, and I am on camera showing that I have a firearm on my waistband and holding it, is that a pretty clear, cut and dry way to end up in jail if I am a convicted felon?
Well, let me check that real quick.
And keep in mind, I am on camera on a podcast that was broadcasted to over 100,000 people.
Right. If you're a convicted felon, being shown with a gun can lead to charges. But whether you're actually convicted would depend on all the evidence, not just the video.
Will it at least lead to a very strong possibility of it leading to an indictment?
Checking. Potentially, yes, that can create strong exposure. Exact outcome depends. It's not automatic.
Now, pair that with all the information that I've been giving you about Oscar De La Hoya and as well as, other things about giving guns to rivals. This is all the same person. Does it sound like this person's doing things that, for lack of better words, should have put them in jail by now, with all these things happening within a year of each other, all within the same year or 2 years, and it's all on camera on the YouTube space where it was broadcasted to over 2.5 million people?
Let me check that. Can't say that. Repeated public admissions, if corroborated, could draw investigation, but clips alone don't prove a case.
Well, we're not looking for an actual conviction here. We're just wondering why. Wondering if this would draw police attention and at least signal an arrest or an investigation.
Checking that. It potentially could draw attention. Yes.
All right, thank you. Now, again, this is Wack 100, clearly brandishing a firearm in the No Jumper podcast studio. And again, just kind of makes you wonder why this man hasn't been sent to anybody's incarceration. I turn our hands. You could think of any crimes Wack 100 has committed. Feel free to send it to us. That's what we're going over right now. But you have that, but then you also have this. This, we'll just say this is 3.5. This is kind of an extension of. You have when Wack 100, threatened Moose Man.
I'm not, but I have criticism.
See, kids,
I get that.
We don't give a fuck if you Sudango, whatever.
So now Wack is throwing gang politics into Moose Man. Now this right here, we'll just throw this as a bonus.
This little homies is 50 years, 80 years behind Mexicans.
I get that.
And you think you gonna walk in here, bro, how fuck me, talk shit, look at me crazy? Bro, he took everything in me.
Did you not fucking.
I was not trying to do that. I literally was looking at you on some like, Wack is staying silent. He's about to go off. I'm going to give him my undivided attention so you can voice your concerns and all that type of shit. That's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at you like, if he was I'm tough, I want to fight Wack. Like, I'm not doing that. Like,
well, I wouldn't have said that to him. But when you want to lock eyes like, nigga, I'm here, what? And then jump up and say you calling the police, I can't respect that, homie.
He just said they were on speed dial. Not that he actually called them.
I just know this. Take this youngster. The police get there after it happens.
For sure.
Where I come from, we make irrational decisions to make it happen.
This is crazy. This is crazy. I turn her hands went crazy. This is a blatant threat. This is blatant intimidation. This is blatant terroristic and or criminal threats. This is it. Once you use gang affiliation and gang words, that makes them threats.
And I don't want that to happen to you, Wack. I don't want to cause you feel like shit.
I felt that way.
It was on some content shit. You know what I'm saying? This is probably not trying to beat you up or threaten you. Say you is or none of that. Then Wack.
Let's see this. Hold on, because there's an assault that takes place here on camera.
I'm telling about law.
Here it is. Now, this is actually more aggressive than what Big U is being charged with. Keep in mind. Oh, I turn to go all day, bro. Keep in mind that Big U is currently being charged with assault after he said on a wiretap he wanted to break Wack 100's jaw. He said that on a private conversation. That was a private conversation Big U had. There's an assault in this video. If Big U can be charged with assault because he said on a private conversation he wanted to break Wack 100's jaw, he never touched Wack 100, he never said it to Wack 100. If he can be charged with assault because he wants to break what his lawyer is deeming as an informant's jaw said through a private conversation, this is by the same definition an assault, no?
I know,
but there's an actual physical assault that takes place here. Let's show.
Sit with a white boy every week.
We don't have issues where I'm from with white boys, homie.
I know, but I have no issue with no bloods anywhere because I'm not getting that. Especially from different
that right there could be considered an assault. If Big U's words on a phone call where Wack was nowhere around is used as an assault, why is this not an assault? Now, I think, is this where he throws the water bottle?
Hey, just like I said,
no, bro, nigga.
I don't want to see them, nigga.
What? Nigga, look, I ain't worried about man. Sit down, bro. Okay, that's what we doing.
Wack, police shit out. Police shit out.
Get your ass up out of here, nigga. 911 on speed down. Come up in there playing. Nigga, I'm not playing.
I sat down and had a conversation
like that.
It don't matter, bro. I'm a special type of Mexican, I guess. Because I'm a podcaster.
911 on speed down. He's a fucking coward.
He wants to have a conversation with you.
You're talking about threatening violence.
Bro, what is the fuck talking about, nigga? Like, watch out. You know what I'm talking about, nigga? No, I got no issue. Get your ass up out of here. You don't want a podcast? You get your ass up out of here.
Is this not assault? Is this not, like, how is this not assault? He has to be physically restrained as he's trying his best to unalive poor Moose Man. He's trying to unalive the moose knuckle. How is this not an assault? Let's continue.
Get your ass up out of here.
But this is showing your character, Wack. It's showing your character.
Is the homies outside?
It ain't showing nobody character.
Is the homies outside? Is the homies outside? Carolina Kids, send a link to my Instagram. Is the homies outside? Is the homies outside? Is the homies outside? That is a criminalistic threat to get a group of people to accost one person. That is gang leadership. Wack is a criminal gang lord. We're watching it. He is a gang leader. He has people from a representative community that he is able to control to wonder if they're outside to take poor Moose Man off the map. Gang leader.
Oh, yeah, talk little gangster shit with a nigga that start talking about the police.
Ain't nobody talk never no gangster shit, bro. I never was on no shit.
Right there. That's an assault. That's an assault. That's an assault. That right there is assault.
Ain't nobody talk never no gangster shit, bro. I never was on no shit.
That's assault. That's assault right there. That is assault right there. When you throw a water bottle at a person in the state of California, as crazy as it sounds, that is assault right there. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Using the same person as the example, considering that we're showing a list of examples of this same person committing crimes and we're showing a timeline and a character of the same person, if in a heated argument, the same person has sent multiple threats of physical violence, saying that they will commit physical violence as well as get others to commit physical violence against a person, and then they throw a full water bottle at that person and strikes him in the face in the state of California, in the city of Los Angeles, could that be considered felony assault?
Let me check. Short answer, not necessarily. It depends on all the facts and how the bottle was used. A felony is possible, but not automatic. Charges could also be misdemeanor assault or battery. Prior threats can matter too.
Well, prior threats have brought up gang conversation, gang threats, as well as a 20-minute interaction of verbal threats and verbal warnings that, if not taken, will be warned to lead to physical accostaments, which led to the bottle being thrown and striking the man in the face with an intention to do damage with him, because the conversation and the context was of a violent nature.
Check it. That added context could make it more serious, but it's still not automatic. Prosecutors look at all the evidence and the legal elements.
Considering that we have had maybe up to 4 different events with that same person, is it possible that this person is being shown to a potential prosecutor to have a history of violence and anger and being a dangerous individual as we continue on with these stories?
Checking. It's possible. Multiple similar incidents can draw attention, and prosecutors might argue a pattern if the rules allow, but each charge...
Now, we're looking at the situation and we're just showing a pattern of a person. Now, are we convicting anybody here? No. Does everybody deserve their due process? No. Yes, excuse me. Nobody can just be thrown in jail forever based off something like this without going through due process. But what I will say is this is assault.
Ain't nobody talking that.
Well, excuse me. It's what can be considered assault, according to ChatGPT. We'll be fair about it.
No gangster shit. I never was on no
So there it is as well. I actually want to add this to the context. If when throwing the bottle through anger, you yell, quote, bitch ass nigga, you're a bitch, and throw the bottle out of anger, does that add to the context of it falling under an assault charge?
Checking. Yeah, it could add to the context, but it's not determinative by itself. The insult plus the act of throwing can help show intent or aggression, but whether it's assault or a felony still depends on all the facts, like the injury and the circumstances.
Is it safe to say whether a felony or a misdemeanor, this is just simply illegal?
Checking. Broadly speaking, yeah. Intentionally throwing a bottle at someone is unlawful conduct. Whether it's charged as a misdemeanor or a felony would turn on the specifics.
Now, considering everything else that I've explained to you, from Oscar De La Hoya, so forth and so on, guns being distributed, whether they're misdemeanors or felonies, is it safe to assume that all these things are illegal?
Checking. Broadly speaking, yes. The types of conduct you've described are generally crimes if they actually occurred as described. But whether any particular person is guilty is a separate question that depends on evidence and proof.
Okay, so we just have the grand statement that these are all crimes. With that all being said, now that was 3.5. We'll go into number 2. You know what? We're done counting because the chat is going crazy. They're bringing up a bunch of stuff. You know what? We're going to go ahead and go into, okay. Wack sends TNEA's daughter's link to Adam 22.
See, Lena is Adam and
I actually
what? Just imagine when you start banging. Okay, took her to her class, and there was a serious, and then after the class, parents at the end, we go up down you.
Hear me out.
Up down corn. Right?
I don't remember it.
I seen a clip the other day.
Yeah, that shit's good.
And it was Wack 100, right?
Okay.
Talking about he sent you some child corn, right?
What's up, kid?
Send me a link.
A link, right?
I didn't click it because I already knew what it was.
Wait, he sent you a link. Okay, so let's go back to the chat GPT. Keep in mind that we are live on YouTube, so I want you to cater your language so it's not a disruption of YouTube community guideline violations when I ask you this next question about the same individual as we continue to add to these lists of crimes. Are you ready?
Got it. Ready.
Short story shorter, if this same individual who is 40, over the age of 40, admits to having a Twitter link that shows a child in an adult compromising positions with adults, meaning a child performing adult content acts on adults, and it's on a Twitter link. If this person says, hey, I have the link, do you want me to send it to you? At that point, is the person who is offering to send the link in possession of child inappropriate material?
Checking. Short answer, offering to send the link isn't by itself automatic proof of possession. But if someone actually has accesses or distributes that kind of material, it can carry very serious criminal consequences.
If he says, quote, I have the link, I can send it to you.
Checking. Still not automatically proof of legal possession. If they actually possessed, accessed, or distributed illegal material, that could bring serious charges. The statement alone is just not conclusive.
What if the person who they wanted to send it to says, and I quote, I already knew what it was and I told them not to send it to me?
Checking. That statement generally supports that the recipient didn't want it. It doesn't by itself prove a crime by the sender, but it can be one piece of evidence depending on the whole facts.
Now, my final question would be, if the sender says, and I quote, yeah, I have the content, my team sent it to me. Is that an admission of being in possession of this child inappropriate material? If you say, quote, yes, I have it because my team sent it to me?
Checking. That could be used as evidence of a claimed admission, but it's not conclusive by itself.
Is it safe to say that, again, taking it back to just legal and illegal, is it just pretty much safe to say that as any adult male having content of a 14-year-old little girl in adult compromising positions with other adult males is just simply committing a crime by being in possession of this content?
Checking. Broadly, yes. Knowingly possessing child sexual abuse material is a serious crime under both federal and California law. But whether any given person did that depends on the evidence.
Now, with that all being said, that's not appropriate. That's not appropriate. That's not appropriate. That's not appropriate. None of that situation will be accepted. None of these situations will be charitable. None of these situations will be celebrated. These are all flamorous and skullduggerous and larcenous things. Chat, I do see the question. I will run the last question before we go into this next clip. If it is saved in their hard drive, ready to be distributed, what does that mean as far as crime is concerned? Is that simply illegal or is it not?
Checking. Short answer, yes. If someone knowingly has that kind of material saved on a hard drive, it's generally a serious crime. Whether additional charges apply depends on the evidence.
So with that all being said, it's safe to assume that, Wack being in possession of these things by his own admission is unacceptable. We don't want to, no, that's not acceptable.
And it was, because I was talking.
So this is Tania, Nova's mother, calling out Adam 22 because Wack offered to send her daughter's link to him.
I don't want to forget about this. I don't want to forget about this. So look,
I don't remember.
I seen a clip the other day.
Yeah, shit's good.
And it was Wack 100, right?
Okay.
Talking about he sent you some child corn, right?
He sent me a link.
A link, right?
I didn't click it because I already knew what it was.
So I researched it up.
Okay.
And I asked, what is that when somebody sends that to you?
And for the record, it was a link on Twitter.
On Twitter,
so
right?
It was already out there in the world. It's just somebody told him that it was out there. He sent, I think, in a group chat with me and Remo, and he said what it was before he sent it, so I didn't have to click it.
Yeah.
And my reaction was just like,
well, you know what? There's the context that we were looking for. So let's see something. I'm about to play you a conversation. When you hear the audio stop, is when I would like you to start analyzing and giving me your short, direct, to the point analysis of the situation, simply if it's illegal or not. And what you're about to listen to is Adam 22 describe his experience with the person who offered to send him the links in the adult content in question. Here you go.
Is that when somebody sends that to you? You
And
know?
for the record, it was a link on Twitter.
On Twitter,
So
right?
it was already out there in the world. It's just somebody told him that it was out there. He sent, I think, in a group chat with me and Remo, and he said what it was before he sent it, so I didn't have to click it.
Yeah.
And my reaction was just like, okay, like maybe you shouldn't be sending that link around.
Right. And
One sec. Short take. Based on that clip alone, no, it doesn't establish that a crime occurred.
So despite the fact that this is the context behind the conversation of this man being in possession of this child adult content, are you maintaining that no crime occurred?
One sec. Yes, even with that context, I can't say a crime occurred from that conversation alone.
So is it safe to say that is a speculation of illegal activities amongst the safety of a child is a concerning matter in this situation?
Hang on. Yeah, that's reasonable to say. Concern or even investigation if backed by evidence, but not proof of a crime from that audio alone.
Okay, so even if it's not proof of a crime, would this be reason for any reasonable law enforcement officer to be suspicious of a grown man distributing this content and maybe want to investigate them on a legal standpoint or a criminal standpoint?
Check it. Potentially. But suspicion isn't proof.
Unfortunately, ChatGPT says Wack isn't reporting a crime, isn't doing a crime. Myself personally, I'm going to have to disagree with ChatGPT. Hey, man, you guys let me know what you guys think in the comments. I'm going to stand with distribution of a young girl's 1-2 step like Sierra offering to it. Pretty sinister behavior.
thank you, Adam, for not clicking on the link because it's like, bro, it's already bad enough. We don't know if it's her or not because there's a lot of scamming and all type of shit going on.
Right.
But it's just the fact. It's just the fact that like Wack knew by him sending that, whether he said it was his team or not. I looked it up and that's a charge too. Sending and possessing and clicking and doing all that shit. But I'm not even on that. But why not report it?
So with that being said, that's another one. Despite that me and Trap GPT are having a little discrepancy about this one, my common sense is going to tell me that's a crime. That's a crime. You feel me? So with that all being said, we'll go ahead and get you guys into one more. Let's figure this situation out because when it comes down to Wack, you know what? Let's go into what we are talking about in common in recent times. Let me see. Let's talk about what's actually going on in front of us. Wack chases Future. Don't want that because that will be copyright. Don't want to get into that. Let's get into this.
But it ain't hooked up to no plane. He left it. He runs into the terminal, true story. He runs into the terminal, right? When he runs into the terminal, he takes his phone out. Right? He knows it only goes so far. What you gonna do? Jump onto the runway? That's a long drop down there, right? He throws the phone at me on speaker. All I hear is Stunner voice. He say, "What? It's me, Stunner. Talk to me." I say, "Stunner, I'm busy right now." He said, "Yeah, but I don't want you to be, nephew. What's going on?" I say, "Oh, trick a bag, my nigga." He takes it off factory car and he don't throw the bag. Either he gonna pay or he finna get up and then he gonna pay. Right? Trick at home sleep. He don't know what's going on. He in Detroit. But it ain't hooked up to no plane.
So
he left it.
With that all being said, man, that is actually 5 times where Wack 100 has done something illegal, despite Trap GPT not thinking that Wack 100 being in possession of Tania's daughter's content is cool. I'm gonna say nah. That's not acceptable, bro. Any crimes against children will not be accepted. Any hate or any hurt type towards children is unacceptable. With that all being said, man, red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We gone. Chat, we kicking it though. Chat, we kicking it though. Chat, we kicking it though. We kicking it though. Let me see.
Of solicitation to commit murder.
Those carry life.
And 2 counts of witness tampering, which are tied into the same 2 counts.
But at the same time, too, you know, Big U has enough going on without people like Wack 100 making a bad situation worse. But let's see where this is going to go.
Counts to commit murder because you're committing murder in order to tamper with a witness. So that's really just one thing. And then 2 counts of wire fraud involving allegedly false information used to obtain an EIDL pandemic relief loan for his company, Celebrity Socks, and 1 count of conspiracy to transport women across state lines for prostitution. Allegedly arranging trips from LA to Las Vegas with co-defendant Armani Mani Aflehi.
Was let you know she's cooperating.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
But she had been.
No, that doesn't let you know that she's cooperating because there's no statement. She's not. There's actually a category in the indictment centered around assets and witnesses. She's not mentioning assets and witnesses, but Wack is. So that's interesting that he's saying that.
Cooperating. And he knew she had been cooperating because a year or so before her arrest, I got a call. Hey, bro, this girl's cooperating on Big U. I'm like, cooperating on what? That's the taco truck lady. I was oblivious. So the people she was working with, Trap Kitchen, I called and alerted them, and they told her.
That's not how it happened either. Big shout out to Spank. Big shout out to Spank. But I'm sure that a conversation from Wack is not what prompted Spank to have, you know, just this whole back and forth 1-2 step like Sierra. Wack is just trying to flu flam the situation.
She cussed me out.
This is her right here.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, so you mean to tell me he's transporting her for prostitution?
No. They're allegedly saying,
I'm like, who's buying that?
Through wiretaps. This is what they're saying. They're saying.
No, Vlad is being disrespectful.
They were romantically involved.
Okay.
Those 2. But he's using her to bring other women. And it's crazy, bro, because this is like regular stuff. Hey, what's up? Yeah, bring like 6, 7 of your homegirls. We out here, we at the Venetian. Make sure they coming ready to do this, because just what the homies is on. Right? But they're hearing this.
Transportation for prostitution?
Damn right. They're saying
you bring some go-girls, and that next thing you know, you're
you have it.
Human trafficking?
You cross the state line.
Shit, okay.
They're saying bring them. But hey, look, the homies they gonna want to do this, and that. You coming for me, right? But they're calling it sex trafficking. And they got her money. She's cooperating. Which, and I'm gonna be real.
And it's crazy because as we're continuously going through these documents and going through these cases, we don't see her cooperation. We just don't see it. It's just not saying it's not there, but it hasn't been revealed to us by the federal government. And it's just amazing how Wack will sit up here and tell us about, you know, what everybody has going on, but there's no actual documents. So, you know, it just kind of makes us wonder why he's avoiding the actual documents that do exist, where he's named as a witness, as a victim, as a co-conspirator, and, you know, a few other things. But let's continue on.
I don't even knock her for it. She's a chick. She just had a baby, right? Which everybody believes is Big U baby.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Right?
Nobody's ever said anything about that but you either. So even when it comes to that aspect, like nobody's ever mentioned anything about that publicly or privately but you.
I'm gonna be real. It's to be expected. And I tell people from the streets, like, look, bro, don't never expect a woman that's not operating on your rules and your terms to stand in the fire like that. You know what I mean? So for them to come with an extra count, maybe she gave them a little something extra. But I mean, nevertheless.
But it's crazy that Wack just has this craziest deflection. And we've seen this with him a million times where he'll just full blown ignore the facts and situations to take away from his wrongdoing. So the deflection here is incredible. Like it should be studied, the mastery of deflection here. And it's not that it's even done in a way that people can respect and, you know, don't see what's going on. It's being done in a way that's just treating the general public like they're idiots.
Bro, Keefy D's in a way better situation than him. I think Big U's up to what, 50 counts?
That might be true.
Yeah, 50 counts.
I mean, look, bro, I'm gonna be real. I don't know. Maybe you can look it up. You've been interviewing a lot of these mafia dudes. I don't know if John Gotti had 50 counts.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so.
That's a lot of counts.
Yeah, they threw everything at him. Everything they possibly could.
And what they couldn't figure out how to throw at him, they used your statements for it and Wack 100's Clubhouse, conversations and YouTube conversations and no jumper interviews and, whatever they couldn't figure out, Wack was able to kind of seal the cracks with.
It's being thrown at Big U, which is a shame, man, because I've always said, he's always been a good dude. He's always been a solid dude, man. I'm sad that he's in prison right now. And you can say whatever you want to say. Well, what about this murder, Vlad? What about this? I don't know about any of that.
Yeah, he hasn't been found guilty.
He hasn't been found guilty of the 187. And Wack is the one who was throwing the 187 at him. But even, now he's admitting that that's not true. So there's just so many, misconceptions and so many back and forth, so many things that are just not true about this sentiment.
Yeah, exactly.
But just looking at it, even the extortion, I still believe that Big U loaned that dude some money, and dude went ghost like he's done a few people I know. And I believe dude went to the feds and said, hey, this guy's trying to extort me. Could I work some time?
But the extortion, with that guy is one thing. But what about the extortion that took place with you chasing Future through the airport?
I'm off if I help you guys, pile up some charges on him. And I think every time Big U collected 1,000 or 500, it had nothing to do with extortion. I believe he was really getting back what was owed to him. I believe this last situation with these two blood dudes and this murder for hire, I believe all that was orchestrated. You know what I'm saying? I believe, listen, they're stacking the deck on him, and Big U is not smart enough to understand that you're not smarter than them. You don't have more resources than them.
So, Wack, are you smart enough to realize that? Because it seems like you are, a victim of the same poison from what it looks like. It looks like you are, pretty much seemingly involved in the same level of flammery, skullduggery, and larceny in which you are accusing Big U of being a part of. But the only difference between he and you is you seem like you're a willing participant and a cooperating participant.
Thing is against you now. I ain't telling him to give up, but I wouldn't doubt Vlad if he starts to use the cards he have in his back pocket.
Well, Wack has been saying for the longest that Big U was going to testify and was going to snitch, but these things have yet to happen. He said that Loose Cannon was going to snitch, and that's yet to happen. We haven't seen any of the things that Wack said was going to transpire actually, in fact, transpire. And it's crazy because it's almost like for the last year while Big U's been going through this, Wack knew, like I've been saying, that he was going to actually be a part of this situation in a way that would have led to him being exposed as a witness, cooperating, and at this point, even an accessory to an extortion by way of the Future situation. And it's incredible to see this situation take place and nobody really pay attention to the fact that Wack is the one who has been kind of guiding us through this entirety of the situation from the beginning. And 90%, 99% actually at this point of the information that he gave was false. Interesting.
I believe when he sees the paperwork, and he's been trying to get it, but they haven't been giving it to him, he wants to see everybody that gave statements against him. Now, I want him to get it.
And that's perfect because I'm going to be following these. I've been saying it, but starting this month, I'll actually be able to go to the courthouse for these court dates. And when it comes to being able to see things like the statements against Big U and all that kind of stuff, everybody who gave statements, despite the fact of Wack already being named in the witness and the asset section, literally the witness and the asset section, Wack 100 has 100%, been named out by the federal government. I will definitely have that. And I will be able to show you guys that paperwork. So don't worry about it. As more and more time comes out, I will be more than happy to get you guys these documents.
I want him to see you were very wrong about Mr. Wack 100, right? I can't wait till they release this paperwork.
Well, see, here's the thing too. You're already literally named as a witness in the case. There's a section in the case where they're naming witnesses and assets, and you're there.
And when it come to me, Eddie Boy and 600, but I believe when
Eddie Boy and 600 aren't mentioned in the case at all.
Sees there's an abundance of his own peers from where he's from that's been given up, I think at that time he may go Sammy the Bull.
Man, listen, I hope he does. I hope Big U, at 59 years old, cooperates and closes some of these cold cases if he actually has this information. And, you know, all these grieving mothers and sons and daughters who are wondering what happened to their dad all those years ago might get some closure to the situation. At the end of the day, if all his own people are telling against him,
I believe once he sees that,
yeah,
I think he's gonna go wrong.
I hope he cooperates and he comes home. I hope he does.
I'm gonna be real. I mean,
I hope he does. That makes me a snitch.
So wait, so now they're saying you hope he cooperates. Well, for the longest, Wack has been saying that Big U is cooperating. Big U's cooperating. So now Wack is being exposed by DJ Vlad for lying on Big U. Because if you hope he cooperates, that means that he hasn't cooperated. You can't hope somebody does something that they already did. Like, I'm breathing right now. You don't hope I breathe. I'm already breathing. So interesting.
Or whatever else, that's fine. You can call me whatever you want to do. I hope he cooperates and comes.
You can call him a snitch. I hope he cooperates. All this shows that Big U has, in fact, not cooperated with anybody. Big U, in fact, has not, had anything going on with these people that has been informative or helpful to law enforcement. So where does Wack get off calling this guy a snitch?
And I hope he has some information that might close some of these cases that will allow him to do that. And that might be the reason why they're doing what they're doing to him right now. Trying to put pressure on him until he finally actually does that.
Because I'll tell you what, it's a lot of nervous people. Because
I bet.
It's a lot of nervous people over there. But I'm telling you,
well, there's a nervous person in front of us with the whole nervous man in front of us wearing a Cash Money chain that doesn't bling bling, wearing a black shirt, rubbing his eyes out of that same old rope chain that he uses for every pendant that he has.
Now wait till February comes and they release everybody that has given statements on this guy, and I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna look at the world, and I'm a grin, because this is gonna turn Los Angeles upside down.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Unfortunately, those guys are gonna do their jail time, and Wack, you're gonna be named as a witness.
Because a lot of names that then gave up information on this guy.
Is it crazy that we keep looking at the documents and the only name we see constantly come up as an informant is Wack?
Now we're gonna see, but what y'all gonna do? Oh, you're not gonna do nothing? So this whole stigma of what it is and what it's supposed to be, and what's gonna happen is when they see nothing happens to any of these guys, that's gonna light a torch for everyone else to say, I'm saving myself. Right. I'm telling you, the dominoes are gonna fall.
So again, I don't want to hear any more of what he thinks is gonna happen, because he's been a pretty bad crystal ball reader up until this point. But what we do know is this: Wack is actually named as a witness, asset, a victim, a co-conspirator, and an associate of Big U, all in the same indictment. So with that all being said, red dots to the left, the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go. That the No Jumper staff is having with Flock to Ball right now is his conversations about Adam. So let's get into that. That's actually what we want to hear about, is Flock to Ball disrespecting Adam 22, and he's probably not going to be welcome at the No Jumper platform anymore.
Talk to Ish,
which is really actually unfortunate, because Adam 22 did give this kid a chance. He was an actual nobody. And again, Flock to Ball does come off the camp of people who Rich Trapper have collaborated with on Instagram and blah, blah, blah. They work their way up to No Jumper. And then, people like to just kind of pick from the Rich Trapper tree. For those of you guys who don't know, Flock to Ball would be a full-blown liar to say that I'm not the one that put him on into this space, you know what I'm saying, helping him with his skits and all that, specifically starting off with the Cameron skit when I actually got it to Cameron himself. But I digress. When it comes down to it, when it's Flock to Ball situation, Adam 22 pretty much gave this little homeless kid a chance as he was about to get put out of his house because his mom was literally yelling at him and humiliating him online about not washing dishes. Literally, this kid's 18 years old and he's literally getting whoopings online by his mom because he won't wash dishes. Adam 22 takes the kid and puts him in a better position, and the kid decides to backbite Adam 22. Now, I can understand a lot of people crossing Adam 22, but this particular kid, I don't really understand why you got involved in crossing Adam 22 when you could have had a good position, but let's get into it.
Spody, Young and Hefe, or whomever else, but you know what I'm saying? All right, let's hear what Jean Paul about to be messy about. Go ahead.
Sam and I was having a live show.
I did.
Is that what happened? So I was in the No Jumper group chat. That's like a group chat with like a lot of the people.
Look at Dejan just smiling because he knows that he's setting you up to destroy everything that you built at No Jumper. There's no point as you flock the ball. Here's free game from a grown man. You're sitting in front of Dejan Paul about to go back and forth about a group chat from No Jumper. There's no reason for you to be speaking to Dejan Paul about what's going on in the No Jumper group chat unless you want to be messy like a man who enjoys getting on his knees and putting his nose into another man's belly button by his own admission. So you are engaging in nose and belly button activities with a nose and belly button enthusiast, is what I would like to say. And nothing against Dejan Paul because he's proud of his noses and belly buttons. He's proud of it. He's a proud nose and belly buttoner. And we love that for Dejan. But flock the ball, you're getting caught up in a belly button game, big dog. You got caught up and got put in a belly button twist. Use a belly button a ninja. That's my new word for it. Yep. Use a belly button. Use a belly button, brother.
People that No Jumper revolves around or the staff. And when I was in there, they used to talk about y'all a lot. They used to be all up on y'all. God.
You're lying.
Yeah. They used to talk.
Us or Tam? Please say.
See what I mean? Messy like a belly button. You over here having girl talk with Tam and the belly button brother. And the belly button brother. Y'all the belly button brothers. See, Tam having girl talk makes sense. You feel me? Dejan Paul happily admits that he likes putting his nose in men's belly buttons. That's his thing. Flock to ball. I'm just trying to figure out why you out here belly button. You belly buttoning. Benjamin belly button? Goodness gracious.
Both of y'all.
What do you mean I've been working this since 2024?
Just like they might pull up a Reddit clip, you get what I'm saying, and then clown on y'all, some shit like that.
No,
y'all
give us some examples.
Y'all talking about them in a Reddit clip, and then they clowning on y'all and shit like that.
Like who?
I ain't gonna say who, just cause I obviously Adam. You get what I'm saying? Obviously Adam. I don't really know who else for real, but that shit.
Very bitter for a rich person.
It was going on.
Flock the ball ain't never going back to No Jumper. Never.
Hey, bro, if you was gonna say that much, bro, you might as well have just said some names, bro. Like, come on, bro. It ain't like a 100 man count population staff. Man, you might as well just went on and said it, man. Hey, Dejan Paul, that be like, what? What? You don't say. All right, keep going.
What was the question again?
The question was,
and you got Munchie B because he secretly hates Adam 22, enjoying it, and he's like a giddy little schoolgirl, gagging and laughing and all this kind of stuff. You feel me? Gag him with a spoon. This is just going crazy, man. There's really no loyalty in the No Jumper building at all, because instead of chastising Flock the Ball or talking about how Flock the Ball is wrong, Munchie B is laughing and instigating the situation because honestly, Flock the Ball is saying all the things that Munchie B really wants to say himself. If you think Munchie B ever got past the fact that Adam 22 kicked him, you're insane. If you think that Munchie B ever got past the fact that on 2 different occasions, Adam 22 had him on camera with a gun, you're insane. You're absolutely insane. So when it comes down to, this whole little back and forth little situation that Munchie B has going on with Adam 22, you see him hiding his true feelings behind Flock to Ball's missteps and misunderstandings and misstatements. But again, if he was a true No Jumper, loyalist, we wouldn't hear him laughing and cackling alongside with Dejan Paul and his reaction. You would hear him, basically saying like Flock to Ball is wrong, he's foul, he shouldn't have been doing that, blah, 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 blah. You would hear some sort of chastising, you would hear some sort of speaking of how this situation shouldn't have been taking place, but that's not what's going on. What we're hearing, in fact, is Munchie B celebrating and championing his behavior.
Did you get kicked out the group chat for bringing us up? What made you bring us up, and then how did you get kicked out the group chat?
So they had a No Jumper event, a show, and the show failed to sell tickets.
34 tickets or something like that.
Something around there. It didn't sell tickets. This is with the promotion of
Dejan, you making it seem like your event was super successful, nigga. It was you, Tam, and your homies. Wasn't nobody in that motherfucker either. Stop playing, nigga. I didn't have more fiends lined up outside of my dope spot than in both y'all niggas spaces combined, bro. We being 100. No, let's be transparent about this, bro. I didn't have more fiends waiting at Wabash Park on Boulevard on the 1st and the 15th than you ninjas had in y'all Wookie Bams. You feel me? If you know about Atlanta, you know about the 04th Ward, you know about Wabash Park, you know about being on Boulevard. If you know, you know. If you don't, it ain't for you. I didn't have more fiends lined up on the 1st and the 15th than what either one of you ninjas had combined at y'all's show. Both of y'all was in there like Zombie Land. And I don't mean a good Zombie Land that keep the trappers' kids in brand new Jordans. I ain't talking about that Zombie Land. I'm talking about Zombie Land because that motherfucker, that can't even say this word. That motherfucker was unalived. Y'all had an unalived event because you can't say the D word. I don't know if you can say the D word. But y'all event was unalived as hell. Hell. You feel me? Come on now, brother. I ain't mad at you for doing your thing, but if you want to sit here and drag your belly button across Adam 22, that's your business. But we want to talk about, oh, nobody's there, brother. Come on, fool. I just sold more ace in a day than what you muckers had at y'all show. Let's be transparent about this.
Mo Extra, 607 King Yella.
Hey the world.
Yeah, all of them. They was all getting behind it, and it still didn't manage to sell 40 tickets
at the El Rey Theater.
At the theater, he announced it. I had suggested to him, "Is y'all performing? Is y'all gonna do?"
It sounded like the Flock to Ball kid was mad that he wasn't there.
Performances, and he
rappers?
was at the theater.
Okay.
And he wasn't going for. He was like, "Nah, we just gonna keep it live." This before it sold 40. He all like on the Tuesday show. He like, "Nah, we just gonna keep it a live show. We just gonna keep it a live podcast. We not gonna make it a performance or nothing like that." Okay, so boom. So then it goes in.
Hey, okay. I think I remember some suggestions. Or I might have.
Nowhere in this is Munchie B defending Adam 22. I think Munchie B is just about to add to the criticisms of Flock to Ball to talk about why the show failed. But I don't see any loyalty to Adam 22 here. I don't see Munchie B holding down the no jumper for it. I don't see him waving the no jumper flag here. But I could be wrong. Let's see.
I might. Hey, look, whenever he got kicked out the group chat, I wasn't in there. So when he's talking about if this is a group chat conversation, I wasn't there for it. You know what I mean? Because I got on. When I
You got on for 2 days and then went right back. Don't do that. I got on, I left, and then went right back. They might have did 1, if 2 shows without you, and then you went right back over there. Don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, and my girl just said, that's like when I'm trying to leave you, I see them coming right back. We got an Adam 22 Munchie B relationship. So wait, so who's Adam and who's Munchie B? You got to be Munchie B. I don't want to be Munchie B. You got to be Munchie B. I'm Adam 22. I ain't gonna put my feet on you though. I'm not gonna tell you to get your dead hand off me. You put your living hands on me. There you go.
I left No Jumper the last time, he was in that group chat. So, and I'm back, and
and that's perfect, right on time. When I left No Jumper the last time, girl, I promise you I ain't going back. When I left him the last time, I said it's the last time. It's the last time. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, Adam. I'm leaving. It's the last time. Oh my God. Niggas are sick and tired of being sick and tired of No Jumper. This is the last time. When I left the last time, that's right, sis.
Even notice him.
I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna work harder. Face ass nigga. I can do bad all by myself. Oh my God. Love don't live here anymore. Let's get back to Flock to Ball though.
I'm gone because I'll be muting it. You know what I'm saying? And I unmute it if I'm bored and you see what they talking about. You know what I mean? But damn, man.
Oh, you know what? He's blind. So when he mutes it, it actually does go away. It's not like us and we mute it, we just go back and read it later. He mutes it, is actually gone forever until he decides to unmute it. That is a fact. I forgot that. Because when we mute conversations, we can just go back and look at it at our leisure. When he mutes a conversation, it's done. It's just end of it. So when Munchie B says that he mutes it, hey, that's him. That's ignoring you. That's ignoring. You're done. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say. Nothing. I don't want to hear no more text messages from you. Try to listen to your text messages.
Divulging chat conversations, man. But we probably gonna figure it out. All right, keep going.
ahead and sell 40 tickets. We in the group chat discussing it. Adam bummed out. You get what I'm saying? Y'all like, man, I can't believe even with 607 Unk and we just brought 4 extra back on the roster and we still couldn't sell any tickets. So he all bummed out and shit. And then so I'm like, DeJean Paul, he finna go do a show. He finna go do his little what's the event? He finna go
Not little, but a day live.
Yeah, he finna go do his day.
Little event and had a little crowd. Now, see, here's the thing: Trap Fest 2 years in a row, back to back, sold out. I can show you. You feel me? We had A&Rs from Generation Now in there. We had DJ Drama in there. T.I. slid through. Killer Mike slid through. Nelly slid through. Jermaine Dupri slid through. That actually happened. Lotto slid through 1 year. Uzi Vert slid through in there. Jack Harlow has actually been through a Trap Fest. Who else can I say? Pee Wee Longway has been through a Trap Fest. Gunna has been through a Trap Fest. What else can we say? Jagged Edge randomly has come through a Trap Fest. Yeah, so we talk about little bitty, teeny weeny, shrivel, little, short, don't want events. The Day in LA show, I've actually facilitated more people at an industry dinner than you facilitated at your show, big dog. So if you don't want to enjoy the example of the trap, if I've had more fiends lined up outside of my spot to get whoopty bams on the first and the third than you had at your show, that's cool. I respect that. But if we're talking actual industry events and actually industry 1-2 steps like Sierra, yeah, the Day in LA show was just seemingly a waste of money because unless your daddy paid for it the same way your daddy pays for your space that you do your podcast in, the same way you live with your daddy and you drive your mom's Benz, anything outside of that, there's no way that made any money. There's no way, because I understand the basis of economics. So at least Adam 22 was smart enough to walk away from the situation before it actually took a financial loss. I'll give him that. You can say what you want to say about Adam 22. Stepping away from a situation before it takes a financial loss versus trying to prove a point and taking a financial loss is idiocy. Idiocy at all. And Flock the Ball, you chose the wrong team, big dog. I don't know what in the Sydney Star you and DeJean Paul have going on, but not a good look, bro. Not a good look. You know, because he's a kid. DeJean is Sydney Star.
For you to check out.
DeJean Star.
He finna go do his Day in LA live event. This is after we.
Okay, I most definitely wasn't in there. And then I know it wasn't because I found out it got canceled on the Day in LA. I was with Tam, Spuddy Face, and DeJean Paul. And hey, I love how DeJean was like little. No, it ain't no little. Hey, DeJean Paul is like the gay Dame Dash. He go demand his respect. He go scream at you. His opinion go over.
With that being said, we're going to go ahead and let y'all catch the rest of this because I don't know if I'm the only one that stopped and looked around. Yeah. You know what? Hey, man, it's an Inglewood thing. They sticking together. That's right. Y'all got it. That's right. That all being said, I'm going to go ahead on Slauson and Crenshaw and go to Taco Pete. Red dots to the left. You know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. Shout out to the gay Dame Dash. Munchie B's looking for a deal. We're out of here.
The whole entertainment industry. Yeah. And
I thought Charleston White and Sean Cotton had got a divorce. I guess mom and dad got back together. Let's get into this content. Shout out to Say Cheese.
I killed Atlanta that day. A lot of people say Atlanta is Black Hollywood.
It is. That's why
where
it's
they
gay.
shoot movies.
That's why it's gay in the motherfucker. And none of the street ever said anything about the gay. You notice no street ever called nobody gay in Atlanta. But they're calling them a snitch. But when they get...
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, snitch. But won't say nothing about that. Yeah, that's true. That
mad at each other. They'll say things like, man, Rollo asked so much for me to suck his dick. What? Man, come on. You been holding that in this long? But you never hear nobody from Atlanta bashing a download.
He almost slipped up and said that F word. He called himself.
Speak against it. Because all them have, man, I've been watching, man. That's why you don't never see them niggas with a bunch of women. None of them. None of them. None of them. So that's why Thug was so comfortable. Man, so let me stick to the question. I've been sitting back in Atlanta since the Dewberry and Big Banks interview. It did nothing. It did nothing. Then I see you go over with Woody. It did nothing. Nothing. It's gonna do something now. I'm showing them my power. I can wake up any day and make it rain in Black America. I'm a god to you. Wow, I control your soul.
This nigga Charleston White said, I control your soul. This nigga's sick.
Mind, will, emotion. You listen to what I say, and I can generate your day. If I'm having a good day and things ain't going good, I'm gonna bring the sunlight out for you. Let me have some kind of feeling about something. I make it dark. So it's dark in Atlanta right now. They talking about it, and I call Ray Daniels. Shout out to my nigga Ray Daniels. That said, I'm like a. He said something, but you can't beat me on the internet. I know what to poke in with the truth. I've been buddy-buddy with Atlanta. And I've just been taking it out on individuals. But I don't like Atlanta. I like Atlanta light life with the people I met. Atlanta's not a friendly place to go. They're uppity black people that think they better, but it's no better than nobody else. Why?
No, that's true. That is a very true statement. The nightlife in Atlanta is a beautiful thing, but a lot of the people in Atlanta are POSs, and they'll be like, oh, it's the people moving in, it's the people moving in. The people that are not from Atlanta are not the ones selling water on the highway with bad kids who won't control themselves, who are stealing money and stealing your cash apps, running off with your phone. Those are not people who are not from Atlanta. People who are not from Atlanta aren't stealing cars and taking them to the chop shops because we don't know where to take them. I agree with Charleston White 100% on that take. 100%. The nightlife and some of the people you can spend the nightlife with is cool as far as you know doing business and all that kind of stuff. But overall, as a whole, that is not a friendly, welcoming place, and it's a lot of shady activities that go on. There's a lot of backbiting, and there's a lot of flammery, skullduggery, and larceny.
Gay capital of the world, and you niggas really submit to gayism. So y'all talk tough.
Submitting to homosexuality is actually what you would want to say. Gayism is not the word you were looking for, Charleston White.
Y'all ain't tougher than the punks. And if you got 10 niggas in your crew in Atlanta, 4 of them is openly gay and y'all know it. But y'all to keep these secrets and think y'all can still rap and play street and push the street culture. Well, this is why they're so strict. Because sleeping with boys go with the street culture. You have to go to prison. Atlanta's federal prison. Can't wait to go there. Why? They get the prettiest punks in the world up. So when I watch these, and I said they talk
the prettiest ones in the world is sick. Sick.
About everything but that, right? This is my chance, because Woody even said he sat in the car with Thug and Pee Wee, and he talked about a transvestite. And I'm saying, why am I going back that way? Unless you like that life too. We done been through that. They not popping. But because you have these secret feelings that you told to the broad, that the broad told the same, that I won't hear, this is what can fuel that. That's why you can't build your own. You're gonna be Dewberry, who feels some kind of way about Charleston, and go give it away for free? Dallas, Global, Boss Talk, Say Cheese TV, Real Life, Terrence Gangster, K104. Now you got all this around, and now you'll run to Atlanta. Or don't nobody get paid for nothing. I was disappointed. So I said, let me show you niggas to get some money. So I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do. I call you to get you to it first. I didn't get this to Vlad. I sat on this. This coming home, baby. And we gonna build going out. I'm gonna go to Ray Daniels next. But I'm gonna sit right by say Ray Daniels. Soon as I come, me and you. And then Miss Deb hit me. OG hit me. Me, Miss Deb, and Ray Daniels finna tell Atlanta a new asshole. I done had more people give me, say, hey man, you telling the truth. They need to hear that. They need to hear that. Atlanta think they need to hear that. This is why they stuck on what they used to be. Y'all ain't making shit now, Atlanta. And it's coming out of some big name humping boy backs. Some big name niggas.
Boy backs is crazy. Boy backs is absolutely bar none Kelly's. I ain't never heard it called boy backs, but all right. Shout out to the boy backers.
I'm just hoping.
Hey man, if that's how you choose to live your life, I am not here to judge.
Back, I'm hoping it ain't true. But these you know. So I wish it would in Atlanta say something like I can't come there. Cause I done told the truth on you. Why you think I don't go there no more? I spent 5 years trying to build with Atlanta. The media shit I'm doing in Miami. I took Atlanta around the country with me. I'm starting to see without dope, Atlanta, Miami niggas, Texas, California niggas can't do a goddamn thing without selling dope. You niggas ain't no hustlers. Rollo a hustler. But you ain't no hustlers. Y'all don't have nothing but get a look. You can't make nothing out of what you're doing. Man, Atlanta fucked up. It's the grass don't grow no more. The hearts are cold. They can't evolve. They'll never have another Jermaine Dupri kind of producer that can go get two little kids and give them some. See, they ain't got that no more. They ain't got a that can make a mother hit off a Zaytoven beat. The man make hits. Why? He play the piano, but you can't kill with the piano music. They let Chicago come down there and drill them out. Gang bang them out. Atlanta needed to hear.
Man, Charleston White is making some really good points right now. He's making some really good points right now. And I know a lot of people will be like, man, F him, F him, F him. But what is he actually saying that is not true? What has Charleston White said in this entire spill that is not an actual fact? I can hear why you F him. Well, F him. That's cool. And that's cool. F him. F him. But my question is, what is he saying that is not an actual factual statement? What is he saying that's not tangible to what's going on in real life? You feel me? Like, what am I missing here? Because it seemed like he's spitting.
That they committed suicide. They killed all their talent with street shit. This retarded boy could make musical sounds like instruments with his voice. Dude, that was fascinating to white people. He was trendy enough, nigga, to put on a dress. But he had Lil Wayne and she shot up. That dark heart became Atlanta's dark heart. So you start having big banks feeling some kind of way, homie. This is why I pick on Banks now. I never forgot how he treated me when they first met me. They was fresh off the streets. He still from the robbing crew, just coming out. They be sitting next to me, looking like she ready to jump on me with that pistol on me. I felt it, homie. And I went in there pure and destroyed them with pure truth, where they had to have some type of compassion. So they never fully embraced me and accepted me. When I was the first nigga to walk publicly with Woody. I lost friends in Atlanta because of that. My nigga, I lost friends in Atlanta because of that. Quit fucking with me, nigga. Cause I was with Woody. They wouldn't even walk with me, nigga, when they come to the 20th one. I got backlash for that. Only for me to find out when I said his baby, everybody was scared of him. They were begging me to apologize to him. But when we were friends, they didn't want nothing to do with me. But when I come back, when I was hanging with them and I said, fuck him, man, you apologize. They won't fuck me because they scared of me. I'm not scared of it. Why? I don't have the knowledge of how dangerous he is. That's how I beat these niggas. I don't have the knowledge of what you want me to be afraid of. So I be a fool and go to places like Fifth Ward.
Let's talk about the Houston.
Yeah, so let me finish this. Let me finish this. Homie, I went to Atlanta. I did philanthropy work. Yak got it. Me and Yak used to be on the phone. I'm the one told him, keep going, nigga. The faith of a mustard seed. The little yacht niggas went and built a family there. I went trying to build in Atlanta. And I went that you can't build with these black people. They scammers, they thieves, and they sour-hearted for anything that'll get above them. That's why it's become a crab in a bucket brown type mentality now. That's why you hear Thug on the phone. That heart has always been there. That's the new heart of Atlanta. The old Atlanta was player type niggas. I fired niggas, brain was up. The Goody Mob, all the niggas, Andre, them, that group. The new Atlanta buried that heart. So this heart here is cutthroat. Atlanta, all your stars and your talent left y'all. Damn, Miami.
Hey man, Charleston White is he's spitting, bro. He's spitting, and I don't really think that he's saying anything that's not 100% actual factual. I don't think that at this point he's giving opinion. I think that at this point Charleston White is actually giving the real of what's going on around these places. So with that all being said, man, we finna get up out of here to the next one. Red dots and to the left. Y'all know it's red dots to the left. Y'all know the rest. Say a prayer and please be blessed. We are gone from here.
But J Hood was quick on his toes. You're like, I'm biased. I'm like, no, let me land. And I went on to say, I went on a platform just popping it. I said I passed the bottle to so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so.
That's what I mean when I say lack of accountability. You can't go in front of the judge and say, oh, I was just trolling. I was just popping it. That's such an ignorant way of thinking. So again, when you guys be like, oh, you don't like Munchie B, you don't like Munchie B. I don't like the fact that people watch Munchie B and think that you can say the things that you say and then tell a judge, oh, I was just popping it. Oh, no, Your Honor. No, District Attorney. I was just popping it about an open unalignment investigation. I was just popping it, despite the fact that THP officers is coming up to No Jumper to question me and look for me. I was just popping it. You know, don't take me serious. I'm just popping it. Like, that's not how the law works. And it's not a matter of, oh, you don't like someone. It's a matter of, this is just a level of ignorance that I just can't understand. And every time it comes across, I'm going to point it out because this is Flu Flammer, Skullduggerous, and Larcenist.
I ghost wrote the bottle.
That sounds super weird.
No names, no nothing, right? I made it clear I was just popping it. You know what I'm saying?
Doesn't
talking my ish. Okay. Wack 100 had a whole lot to say. A whole lot.
And the only person who's made a statement worse than you in recent times and No Jumper is Wack for sure.
Then boom. His words end up being documented as an overt act. So I was directing that to J Hood to see how he felt about it. But, you know, my boy Lush has spoke up. Now, when Lush spoke up, that's when Wack called into the show, right? And I ain't gonna play it all. I'm just gonna stop and go for a little bit so you can get the gist of where I'm going with this. All right, let's go.
The main thing, all right, Wack calling right now.
Yeah,
Wack calling right now.
Wack, what up?
Gonna go off on Lush.
What up with it, bro?
Hey, can't hear you.
Hey, call J Hood. My phone, low quality speaker. Call J Hood, please.
I'm calling right now.
All right, J Hood calling you right now.
I think you gotta put it to the mic.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Hey, you need to find a new phone, bro.
Yeah.
What up?
So look, you saying what? What you been here saying?
Who?
What? I never said you. I didn't say you was in.
See, here's the thing about what Wack is upset about. You are in the indictment. You're named in the indictment. We've been going over it all week. You're named all up and through Big U's indictment. So Lush isn't lying on you.
An indictment, Wack. I did not say you was in an indictment. I specifically said you.
You got
I did not.
the microphone.
I did not say he was an indictment.
My name, like a nigga won't break your shit.
Hey, bro, I'm like the one like speaking unbiasedly and
Which is definitely a criminal threat and or terroristic threat.
defending you.
I run into you all the time.
I'm like, but I'm not talking bad. Like, you can save this preamble, but I'm not like talking bad about you.
Hey, bitch, do you know what a word action is versus a charge?
All right, pause.
No one said that. No one said.
Hey man, who wanna break Lush jaw, bro? Like, bro, who wanna do something to Lush? What he don't pose no threat. Lush be chilling, man. Hey, bro, why you wanna pick on Lush, bro? But me and Lush hollered, and I told him, like, man, you just gotta stop being so nice, bro. And then you can't be
Yeah, Lush dropped his nuts, man. He checked Munchie B, he checked Wack. Lush was on his 1-2 little step like Sierra this week. Lush was on it. He figuring it out. He's definitely getting himself together.
both sides of the coin. Sometimes you gotta have a fair stance, man. And you know what I'm saying, that's your downfall, man. We chopped it up, you know what I'm saying? That's my boy. But it is a difference between a charge and an overt act. And it's about to drop soon on Street TV with me and Alex Alonso, where we talked to a lawyer and he explained the difference between the overt act and the charge. And the overt act could be detrimental as well. All right, keep going.
The fact that nobody's talking about the fact, this is what I mean when I say that these guys really have no education on the case. And I can respect the fact that Munchie B saying, like, man, we're actually taking this to a lawyer and the lawyer will break it down. So I like that he's not trying to give information that he doesn't have, but the understanding on overt act is not anything, super complicated. To make it very simple, it's a crime that highlights and, for lack of better words, shows doing in another crime that's already been prosecuted. So it's, you have a cake. The overt act is the icing on the top. The icing means nothing without the cake, but the cake is still a cake without an icing, if that makes sense. So you have the original crime. The crime is a crime, period, point blank. Let's say you stole some shoes. Okay, so fine, you stole some shoes. The overt act could be breaking the glass to get into the store. You might not be charged with breaking the glass to get into the store, but you are in fact charged with stealing the shoes. If the crime for stealing the shoes doesn't give you enough time, then at that point, for example, they'll add breaking the glass to give you more time on top of the already existing crime of stealing the shoes. Now, the overt act in question, when they're saying, oh, why is it important? Why is it important? What Munchie B is not articulating is the fact that Wack 100 has already had an overt act turned from an overt act that was uncharged to an actual charged assault by way of Big U being charged with assault. The overt act against Wack 100 started off when Big U said on a wiretap in a private conversation that he wanted to, quote, break Wack 100's jaw. Big U's lawyer says to the federal government, hey, there's no law against my client saying on a private phone call, I want to break an informant's jaw. The federal government says, you're right, there is no crime against that, but that is a terroristic threat and that is a version of assault. And we're going to now charge your client with assault, meaning that the overt act of wanting to break Wack 100's jaw has now been bumped up to an actual assault charge. That is how overt acts work in the situation of Big U and Wack 100. That is what nobody seemingly is able to articulate on any of these podcasts, but it's all good, man. Words are hard.
You had a charge, though. No one said that. No, I didn't. No, I did not say you had a charge. I never said that. I never said you had a charge. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't say you had a charge, though. But I didn't say you had a charge, though. But I didn't say that. I didn't. Go ahead. But I didn't say that, though. But I already knew this was going to be some. I don't even know why I answered this.
Hey, listen, I ain't let you niggas meet who Wack is. And one day I'm gonna show you that.
Okay, but
you ain't gonna like it.
But I'm not against you, and I didn't say anything. But
calm down.
Yeah. Even listen, I'm not. I don't know why you tripping on me, bro. Like I'm not.
You was just popping it.
No, I wasn't. What did I say that was popping it?
Put the microphone to the speaker.
He passed the bottle to a that killed the nigga every week. I ain't never said no like that.
Well, what makes it worse is Munchie B didn't say that he was in the commission of a crime. Munchie B just is telling look at it like this. You guys are all talking to the federal government. You guys are all talking to the district attorney because we're watching these podcasts be used over and over and over in these indictments. So Munchie B is just simply telling the district attorney, hey, I know who the identity is of an unaliver. I hang out with him and I drink with him. Munchie B's not saying that he unalived anybody. Munchie B's not saying that he has details of the unalivement. Munchie B is just simply saying, hey, I know who did it. Should you want to know who did it, I passed the bottle to him. Meanwhile, Wack 100 is saying, I did it. I chased him through the situation. I did X, Y, and Z. I blah, blah, blah. I wooty bam this. I X, Y, and Z and X, Y, and Z and blah, 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 blah. Which puts you into the forefront of Flu Flambery, Skullduggery, and larceny. Whereas Munchie B was, at this point, not even around the Flu Flambery, but it's just celebrating those who are a part of it.
That's the thing is, I'll say it again. That's the
part where I say Munchie B just needs to stop talking, because you'll be like, oh, I was just popping it, but then you'll say, I'll say it again. So when you sit here and say what you say isn't that bad, and I was just popping it, I was just trolling, and then you say with so much passion, I'll say it again, that looks horrible in front of a district attorney. That looks horrible in front of a defense attorney. In front of any prosecutor. Excuse me. No real defense attorney is gonna be happy that you keep saying this in the way that you keep saying it. So, you're upset that people keep, X, Y, and Z and X, Y, and Z and all this and all that. But at the same time, it's just like, why are you so aggressively yelling, I'll say it again? Like, this is, again, something that is used in an open unalivement. And then you'll be telling people that they're wrong for reporting on it. But this is what you're doing.
I think you're lacking context.
I don't understand.
What are you talking about? I think you're lacking context, though, because that's not at all. Like,
Hey, that made Wack mad.
Yeah, he was hot.
That made him mad. Hey, how many in there right now? Like the actuals?
579.
All right, man. Look, like I said, man, ain't no bootlegging my content, man. Everybody hit the subscribe button, man. Hit the subscribe button, and I'm about to keep it going for a little bit more. All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you, this is my last warning to you. Watch your mouth with my name, bro.
I was trying to defend you.
You're good. Listen to what I'm telling you. I see you too much, homie. I'm gonna tell my story, and I'll say it again. Big U wasn't even there. He stayed back with the and nobody ever touched it. Period. So that's one of them Crips who wasn't there lying. Talking about the nigga got stopped out of LA.
That's loose cannon.
So, okay, that is loose cannon. So you're clearly talking about loose here.
Loose cannon told.
So loose cannon told.
9 times out of 10, he tried to get out.
He wasn't there, you dummy. Loose cannon.
Ain't nobody getting stuck.
No, loose cannon probably wasn't there. He probably heard about it, and then he just trying to tell his way out.
Loose cannon in 2014 in the 60s. I never heard of that name.
Interesting.
Loose cannon ain't never been to the 60s.
Ain't nobody getting stumped out of no airport.
He'll probably come back.
2014.
Okay, yeah, that was a long time ago.
So who you think? So who tell it?
If anybody told that story, it's a on the indictment named Hop. It was probably Hop, because Hop was a.
Now, the thing about this guy Hop is he actually was not mentioned anywhere in this indictment by way of criminal activity, man. He was not mentioned anywhere in this situation at all. The dude Hop was only mentioned for like PPP scams or something like that, like nothing really serious. And now Wack is mentioning Hop as something that Hop is not mentioning in this federal indictment. This is how the situation just continues to go. Flu Flambery, Skullduggery, and larcenies.
All day, and that sound like either A, somebody talking and put extras on it, or B, a nigga just making up shit. Because you can't find nowhere where said Future was ever touched. He was never touched. So for them to say he got stomped out, that let me know. Now, if you read it, it also said Sylvester, 60 years old of Northridge, said he had to carry a gun to go to a dispensary. So what it looked like they releasing is all the statements his co-defendants that's on the street then made to the feds, because how would they know Sylvester had to have a gun?
No statements from anybody else has been released by the feds. Literally, just, I don't know if you guys are like aware of anything like this, but none. And when I say absolutely none, literally no statements have been released by the feds about any of these other people. Literally only Wack's statements have been used on this situation. So, you want to go ahead and pay attention to that fact.
2023 for Big U. And for the Future was never touched, ever.
So you
can never find nowhere where it said Future was touched.
Now, there are multiple conversations where you, even recently with DJ Academic, said that you were the one who actually accosted Future.
So do are the feds able to?
You can find somewhere because you told the story. You told the story that he got stumped out, right?
Munchie B watches Trap News Network.
And then you said days later, whatever. Man, and then it seemed like you just put the dude Hop on the scene of the ass whooping. It sounded like whoever Hop is, it had to be Hop because he was around all day. This nigga, boy, listen. All right, I'm gonna let this video right here go for a little bit more. Then I'm gonna go on to the next. All right, go ahead.
So why are the feds trying to put that as a part of the indictment now? Like why did they add that?
It's an overt act. You know what an overt act? It's not a charge.
It's not a charge.
So the better question is, why would you try to compare the two?
I wish that J Hood wouldn't speak because J Hood talking about the situation sounds really dumb, and it makes it really hard to listen to this conversation. It makes it really hard to listen to what's going on because J Hood is not the sharpest tool in the drawer, and he's just parroting everything Wack says, which honestly does make this conversation and make this content really hard to listen to because of J Hood's idiocy. And you're trying your best to defend Wack. You're trying your best to, oh, well, no, it could be like this. Oh, it could be like that. When in actuality, J Hood, you're really just making the situation go from bad to absolutely worse. Like, I just wish that you wouldn't involve yourself in anything to do with these conversations moving forward because it just doesn't really work out in your favor. This is not your strong suit. This is not, finger paints. This is not, where you excel at. This is not where you shine, rather.
Oh yeah, wait, it's not a charge. If it's not a, it's over right now. Yeah,
But
that's character evidence.
But Munchie not being charged either. So like it's not. So again, it's
character evidence.
It's character evidence. It's 1101.
J Hood is literally just echoing everything Wack says, and it's really, really hard to listen to. It's really hard to digest this content when J Hood, spewing such idiocies that he's not able to control himself. It just makes it really hard to digest what's going on here.
I still feel it, but isn't that still like so
I don't even try to understand the feds. They shit too.
And then Munchie B just full blown checks out and says, I don't even try to understand the feds, and I can respect the fact that he's just checking out rather than giving false information. But the information that's being given is not that hard to understand. It's not that hard to comprehend. It's not, super, I guess, challenging, for lack of better words. It's really easy to digest and to intake. It's nothing too spectacular going on here.
Break it down.
I'm gonna keep it gangster with you. So if I send you this paperwork right now,
but then No Jumper refuses to have anybody come onto their platform. Adam 22 refuses to have anybody come onto the platform that will actually accurately let you guys know what an overt act is and who will actually let guys know what's going on with this case, because Adam 22 is, of course, standing by his Wack daddy, his daddy Wack, and protecting him because he doesn't want Wack's, flu, flammery, skullduggery, or larceny to be put into the forefront. Now, it's unfortunate because that is coming at the expense of understanding of even the No Jumper staff. A lot of people are now confused in that building as to what's going on because the only information they have is the information being provided to them by Wack 100. We know that these guys aren't going out and doing their own research. They're not doing their own investigations. They're not doing their own homework to see exactly what's going on with this case. They're only going on what's being presented to them as they watch No Jumper clips. So, to not have anybody in there who actually even understands what an overt act is a very telling tale of the level of accurate information coming out of this building when simple definitions aren't understood.
when it got Brick Baby in there, which y'all ain't seen.
All right, pause.
Brick Baby on the phone doing gun transactions with
Brick Baby ain't got nothing to do with this, bro. Hey, Barty, Brick Baby ain't got nothing to do with this, bro. Why you so worried about Brick? That's what I'm saying. This is what Boosie was just talking about. Niggas be worried about people that you don't even know who Brick Baby doing. What's your interest, bro? I don't understand that shit, bro. Like damn, that nigga Brick Baby on a bunk doing his time and shit, worried about how to get back home. And you still worried about him. You want him to go deeper in the jail. Damn, Jesus Louise. Fuck. And you done switched this story up about this LAX shit 5 times. On the Adam and Wack show, you said the story again. The only time with this time on the Adam and Wack show, you didn't say Birdman name. Like, man. Hey, bro, don't you got a grandbaby coming? Why don't you go sit down and be a grandpa, nigga? Huh? Nigga, why you finding pictures of people that ain't even my man?
Wack's daughter is pregnant. Congratulations to her.
Shut the. Hey man, look. Up next. Look, man. The most recent interview or piece of content he did, other than the party line he be on every day, every night for hours, is he was on with Vlad, DJ Vlad. You know what I'm saying? And I just run it, you know what I'm saying? I listened to like 2 minutes and then I clicked up my all right, I'm gonna run this, you know what I'm saying? But let's see what's going on with Vlad, and I hope Vlad don't disappoint me, because I give Vlad more credit than most of these podcasters.
So you give Vlad more credit than Adam 22, because that's who you're literally taking a shot at right now. Munchie B's definitely taking shots at Adam 22.
He be giving pushback, and he don't let people blow smoke up his ass. So let's just see if he proved me wrong. All right, next.
Well, it's still a future where 10 grand was something he could do fairly quickly.
Well, I would have thought so.
Yeah.
Right?
In fact, I remember I interviewed Future around 2013. He had the gold Audemars brick on, which is about a $70,000 watch.
Yeah,
and a bunch of other chains and stuff. I'm just saying.
But if you compare with, because a lot of people look at him, it's not the Future of the day.
Okay, yeah.
Nowhere near, right?
Nowhere near. But still someone that could pay $10,000.
He probably could have, probably just was slow on giving it back, whatever it was. And it wasn't really no big deal. It's like, it wasn't one of those things where, he didn't understand what it was. He knew what it was. He got calls, and he probably, keeping it real, a lot of these artists, they management be bullshitting, you know what I mean? And
true.
Artists be thinking things got handled and didn't know, so on and so forth. But when we're reading that new charges, they got what they call, I just had a brain freeze.
No, you didn't.
Overt acts.
Bitch.
And an overt act is kind of like, what they're doing is...
What they doing?
What they're doing now is somewhere in the world is Big U's jury. So they're putting all this stuff out. They even put the Nipsey song out.
Yeah.
He did this, and although the Nipsey situation is not part of Big U charges, I don't believe 1 second he had anything to do with that anyway, right? But they're going to throw all these things out just to paint this picture.
Why you just didn't give a definition of overt act, bro?
Overt act, not overt act, overt act. But then at the same time, too, again, this is just the educational aspect of it. Why don't you know the definition of overt act? Granted, Wack did not give the definition of an overt act, but Munchie B, why don't you know it? You knew that you were going to cover this content. Why didn't you know what an overt act was prior to going into this content? So when he's not able to explain what an overt act is, you're able to explain what an overt act is. Why aren't you aware of this? Why aren't you able to vocalize this? Why aren't you able to speak on what an overt act is? Why aren't you able to fight this fight and fight this challenge and make it clear that Wax flew, Flam, and Skull Duggan and larceny? You feel me?
Just get a definition. We didn't ask what was all in there. We talking about your situation. Your situation. All right, keep going.
Overt act, you did this, but what's crazy when I'm reading it, my story is...
What is it?
We seen him at LAX, him and Sierra. Right? Big U stayed back. Future trotted along. I trotted behind him. Let me have a word with you.
All right, pause.
According to Wack, he chased Future down. Future got to book and running at top speed.
By the time I caught up with him, he was on the phone with somebody.
Wack big booty ass trotting, huh? Wack big booty ass trotting. I trotted behind him, man. Shut the fuck up. Wow, bro. Look, and the thing is, say, Big U and his affiliates chased Future through the airport.
Associates, but whatever.
You know what I'm saying? You even telling the story that you and Big U is together is the way they transcribed it wrong. If they say him and his affiliates, because y'all was together and you went off and chased them, you shouldn't even bring it up. All right, keep going.
Body tossed the phone. The dude on the phone said, Wack, we know about the debt. We're going to square it in the morning. I got business with the man. No problem. We all got on the same flight and went to Atlanta, and that was it. They're reading that he got his future got stomped out, attacked, assaulted. So that tells me somebody knew a little bit about the story and added to it, because it never came out of my mouth that we ever touched Future. Actually, I told him Big U stayed behind. He didn't even hear the conversation that went on.
All right, that's how people like the word F-U-C-K shit, right? In the documents, it say something about him getting whooped on days prior. Nobody's saying, other than this one podcaster, I think, that you whooped on him in the airport. We all know that's not even possible, right?
Well, I'll let you guys catch the rest of this on Munchie B's channel, because again, this is just going to be a lot of challenging information with no actual knowledge of the information. So I'll let you guys kind of catch that. I'm going to go back to people who actually know facts. With that all being said, Wack, you are wrong. You didn't stop telling the story. That is 100% true. What we can all agree on. With that all being said, red dots to the left, you know the rest. Said prayer and be blessed. We go. We all remember when Munchie B and Flocko were having their back and forth 1-2 step like Sierra, and this happened.
In 6 months. You're a predator.
Wait, hold on, Munchie B. How old was the girl? Because this is very important to the situation.
God bless the white man. What are you talking about? You sound dumb. I never wore tights in my life. I never ran off on a taxi, man. Right? No. I never paid for ass, bro. You underage, and then you said no. She was 18 in 6 months. What? Who count months with adults? If your daughter is 19 months, that's one thing. Adult to say adult, she was 18 years old and not in 6 months. You're a predator.
Now, Munchie B is very adamant that at this girl being only 18 years old and 6 months, she is being, taken advantage of by the ja-la-la-la-la, ja-la-la-la-la, ja-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. I'm just saying, do-do-do-do-do, ja-la-la-la-la. I'm just saying, that's what Munchie B is making a very clear statement. But before we get into the actual point of this, I want you guys to hear how passionate Munchie B is about this point, because as we should defend these young girls from people who he considers predatory or with predatory behavior, like, allegedly the person who he's speaking with. But let's hear just a little bit more of this.
Hey, bro, look, listen. If you're going to pay for some, why pay for an 18-year-old anyway?
If you're going to pay for the blah, 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 why pay for the blah, blah, blah from an 18-year-old anyway? Great question, Munchie B. But let's build this up a little bit more.
Hey, no. If you're going to pay for some ass, why pay for an 18-year-old? Why not 30? Answer that. Answer that. Man, it wasn't a lie, bro. I don't want to keep dragging K7 into this, bro. That's why I left it alone.
No, pause quick though. This said an underage prostitute.
I could prove that, bro. Don't force my hand.
No, pause quick though. You lied and said an underage prostitute.
The girl confirmed it
for sex.
Now, Flocko said an underage Yasayu allegedly came to No Jumper. Well, I'm not sure about that in that situation, but let me introduce you guys to somebody really fast. So now as I slide to the Curse of No Jumper page over on Instagram, you see this young girl right here. And you see this young girl who's clearly outside, engaging in some nefarious acts, if you will. She's deciding to profiteer off her body, if you would like to be so kind, in the Figueroa corridor of the city of Los Angeles. Now, you may wonder, how is this girl relevant to the situation? Well, this girl, you know what? Let's introduce her by way of what the police say.
I'm 18. I'm like...
You're good. And then it's... What?
16.
She's 16 is what the cop says. She's 16 is what the cop says. But what does she say?
Oh, shit.
Oh, she is? Okay, well, I'm not doing anything, but okay.
I'm 18. I'm like...
You're good. And then
I'm 18 is what she says. So based off what Munchie B has just explained to us, both situations and both scenarios are wrong, because whether she be, either age, it's, considered predatory for her to be around. Let's go back to what Munchie B had to say.
Bro, Bro, you wore tights for years. Bro, hey, you can't say bum, bro. Hey, bro, you pay for ass, bro.
Stop crying to the white
man. No. To the white man. Bro, you just said we should have a show called God Bless the White Man years ago. And I got on your bumper about that. He said we should have a show called God Bless the White Man. What are you talking about? You sound dumb. I never wore tights in my life. I never ran up on a taxi man. Right? No. I never paid for ass, bro. You underage, and then you said no. She was 18 in 6 months. What?
So, with that all being said, you hear Munchie B's statement. You hear the introduction of the young girl who says that she's 18. How does this all tie in? Well, now you have the 20v1. You have the 20v1. And I want you to pay attention to this tattoo right here. This tattoo right here. That little butterfly tattoo. Where do we know that butterfly tattoo from? That's right. The same girl. But how do we know? Because let's check for the butterfly tattoo.
What? 16.
And there you have it, as clear as day. The same two butterfly tattoos. Little arrow. It's a janky arrow, but it's an arrow nonetheless. With that all being said, this is interesting. So someone in the No Jumper office, after watching Munchie B go so crazy on Flacco, thought it would be acceptable and appropriate to put Munchie B in the same situation he's accusing Flacco of. And it kind of makes you wonder, is it a coincidence or is it a setup? Now, do I think Munchie B would knowingly go into the situation? No. But to put a blind man in front of an alleged, by police officers, underage worker, or by her own admittance, an 18-year-old, knowing when Munchie B feels so passionate about anybody being 18 still being considered a child, is absolutely diabolical. But let's get to this 20v1. So the No Jumper staff introduced them as a set of twins, but again, we've now identified the girl from the video on the Instagram channel is the same girl in this No Jumper 20v1. So let's kind of see how this goes really quick.
Okay.
And this is Jimin by law. Shout out to him.
Double the trouble.
Ooh.
You got that.
They bought Munch. They twins. They're not identical. They're not even the same height. They faces don't look.
And again, this is the girl with the butterfly tattoo. We got the girl with the dragon tattoo. That's the girl with the butterfly tattoo. Again, the girl who was alleged to be 16 by law enforcement, but 18 by her own admission.
Look alike. They don't look alike. They're not the same height. They're not twins. They're just friends.
Okay, what's her name?
Princessa.
Princessa?
My name's Diamond.
Diamond? What's her nationality? Sound like y'all are Latina? Yeah. So who y'all favorite artists?
You know they're not twins, because for one, they're not even the same race. They're not even the same. They're not from the same country. Latina's not gonna be like.
Was that not race?
No, so you fuck with Lefty Gunplay? Oh, Jeezy?
Okay. Yeah.
Really? Oh, Jeezy, huh?
Yeah.
And you can kind of just see how the one with the butterfly to is kind of moving around. She has like childish ways. So I get that Munchie B is blind, but it just kind of makes me wonder who again in the No Jumper office didn't do a thorough background check on this girl, considering the fact that Munchie B has made it apparent that even if she did come into the No Jumper podcast studio at 18 years old, he's made it clear that he's disgusted and he's grossed out by anything of that age bracket, which he should be, because even in one of the other ones, you'll kind of see where he's like talking. He's like, oh, you over 21, right? You over 25, blah, blah, blah. It's like a skinnier black girl he's talking to, and he's making sure he's actually, she's actually above the age, you know? So I'm not really sure, again, why they put him in this situation.
Okay.
Or maybe like some R3.
R3 the Chili Man?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I rock with him.
Really? Yeah.
Okay, you seen his baby woman just beat him up and shit.
And look how she's dressed. Both of them are dressed. Like, they're literally dressed like they work on Fig. Like, look at the little flats, look at the little cheap little outfits and all that. Like, both of those girls clearly look as if they spend, you know, time soliciting certain things off the Figueroa corridor. Now, I'm not making fun of anybody. This is not here to downplay or bash anybody, but these are the facts of the situation. She does look very similar to how she looked in that video wearing the similar two-piece when she was, in fact, on the Figueroa corridor.
Is y'all with that?
No.
Y'all came in pairs, though. So have y'all ever dated the same dude?
Like, yes. Like how we had a threesome?
What?
Oh, shit.
Yes.
They're not related.
Okay.
So now you have Munchie B talking about having engaging adult activities with these girls. And again, this is exactly what he was chastising Flacco for. It's the exact same situation, minus the $2,500 for the box. Munchie B did not $2,500 for the box. But again, it makes you wonder who is trying to get revenge on Munchie B by setting him up with these
younger girls. With that all being said, man, I'm gonna get up out of here. Red dots to the left, you know the rest. I just want to know, does anybody else see the setup? Who from the No Jumper office thought it was appropriate and thought it was okay to set Munchie B up with this situation, knowing that he had just got this situation on fire with Flacco for the exact same thing, and we know that this would give Flacco, in fact, a lot of ammunition and a lot of room to, run with these little disrespectful narratives against Munchie B. With that all being said, we finna get up out of here to the next one, man. Red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go.
Because none of them is journalists. Let's get that straight. But podcasters and content creators.
My expose on Wack and how I'm breaking down the Wack 100 lies with the big U case actually is constituted by Webster's definition of journalism. I find a situation, I research the situation, I find facts, and I find sources that are able to prove these facts. I find sources that are able to disprove these facts. Everything that I'm proving is backed up by federal paperwork and federal documents, meaning that I am actually doing a lot of research and a lot of different checking of penal codes and legal statutes to make sure what I'm giving you guys information is actually correct. That would actually fall under the definition of accurate journalism. So just throwing that into the mix. Munchie B might not see it, but we're not necessarily talking about the Munchie B case. So what he doesn't see by way of me breaking down the Wack 100 paperwork really is not too relevant, but it is in fact journalism.
And all right, go ahead.
Scrolling out Instagram, bro. It's bigger than the police. All y'all podcasters, not all of them, but YouTubers and people on Instagram, y'all the golden egg to the investigator. All they gotta do is hashtag your page and hashtag what they want to hear about and build their case.
And for Munchie B to be on here upset at podcasters and YouTubers like he doesn't work at No Jumper is interesting. That's how you decide to voice the adjective about his feelings about that is your voicing of adjectives. I'm gonna say interesting, as well as I think that it's interesting that Munchie B has such an affinity towards anger with podcasters when he himself has said too much on podcasts about things that are going on within recent times in open cases, even going so far as to say that, in recent times, yes, my homeboys, Unalive Draco the Ruler, those are my people, and blah, 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 blah. You will say that people are telling on you, but if you're saying that your homeboys unalive somebody and you're bragging about it and you're like, yeah, I don't care about them, so what, they unalived them, even after saying you passed the bottle to the unaliver, that would make you, able to be used as a witness or as a cooperant by law enforcement based off your own admission of said knowledge. So again, when it comes to all this, like, I'm going to quote Boosie, and Boosie's the only one getting it right. I agree with that. Should you not pick up and go to No Jumper on Monday? The same platform that I decided to highlight and publicize the police coming to the office to pick you up, despite the fact of having just beat a gun case. So not really sure what you mean about the podcasters, because you definitely fall into the space of podcasters by doing, your job over at No Jumper. So are you upset with yourself is the question that I'm now wondering.
Y'all go into depth, into detail, saying names, saying stuff about crimes. Like, it's sad, bro. And why is the question? The people y'all doing this trying to harm never harm you a day in their life. Y'all never had words. They don't even know you. The people you doing this for, they don't know you neither. They don't give a fuck about it. If they family wanted a silver suit, you wouldn't get shit. You wouldn't get $1. So why is the question? Do it make you sleep better at night? Like, why are we so happy in the world with someone's downfall? And why is always us doing this to us? You never see a white man doing this to a white artist. Why is you trying to solve a crime on the internet? If they didn't have social media, it seemed like that would be our job. I mean, go get a job as a detective. They're hiring. You just getting it out. These niggas just getting it out. Like,
every time you say that, all I hear is girls that don't wham in a circle, even if it's small or down like a hurdle.
But I want to know why. Do it make you sleep better at night? Like, even you interviewers, like,
Why ask somebody a question they can get them murdered? Why ask somebody a question they can get them 50 years to life in prison? Give me a Ricky Smiley interview, bro. Like, this shit bigger than the police. This shit is bigger than the police. Police could be looking way in somewhere else. Y'all gonna put them right there. It's sad. It really is, bro. And the question is, why? Nobody from both sides know you. It's sad, bro. I was scrolling out on Instagram, bro.
All right.
Which is really true. Nobody from either side knows you. You just out here just kind of talking for the sake of just talking, which is unfortunate.
Hey man, shout out Lil Boosie, bro. Shout out Lil Boosie, bro. I got the utmost respect for Lil Boosie because he speak his piece. And I very rarely disagree, if ever, with his stance. And I gotta tip my hat to him, you know what I mean? He ain't worried about being canceled or none of that. Why is people on the internet trying to solve crimes? And if they are trying to solve crimes, be genuine about your intentions. You got people that's doing it for monetary reasons.
No, you guys will say, I don't like Munchie B. I don't like Munchie B. I don't like the way Munchie B thinks. I don't care for, as an adult, as me being a representative of Los Angeles, California, as he is a representation of Los Angeles County, because he's from the city of Inglewood, based in the city of Los Angeles. It's the lack of education that leads to common sense and accountability that I don't care for. No, Flacco should not be trying to solve crimes on the internet. No, Trap Lord Ross should not be trying to solve crimes on the internet. No, Wack 100 should not be trying to solve crimes on the internet. But at the same time, no, Munchie B should not be admitting to and aiding to criminal investigations by drunken statements on the internet as well. So if you want to sit here and be like, oh, it's everybody's fault, it's everybody's fault, at what point does the accountability of your own missteps and your own misspeaking come into play? At what point do you say, you know what, damn, I messed up, I shouldn't have said that? Because when met with suggestions and opinions about his statements, when he says, quote, I pass the bottle to the person who unalived Draco the Ruler all the time, Munchie B doubles down with, I don't care, I'll say it again. J Hood goes, quote, your homie's unalived Draco the Ruler and you don't like him. Munchie B says, quote, yeah, I don't give a F, I'll keep saying it, I don't care. So with that being said, you don't care about the things that you, based off your words, based off your conversation, you don't care to stop saying the things that you're saying that people can use against you in police statements and documents and reportings and investigations. You don't care to stop saying these things, but you want people like Flacco to stop reporting on you as you continuously say these things. That doesn't make sense. That's just illogical. So when we're listening to him complain about these people doing their things, I'm not saying that he's wrong in his complaints at all, but I am saying if we're going to talk about the entirety of the situation, let's talk about the entirety of the situation. And the entirety of the situation is, even after making that statement on Clubhouse about Draco the Ruler's unalivement, you have as recently as last week where you're sitting on with J Hood and you're laughing and saying, yes, my homie's unalived this person and I had beef with him and blah, 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 despite that being a motive, despite them, giving the people in the court system a clear reasoning and I guess legal right to investigate you because you're making yourself at least have knowledge of the accused, and it's just poor thinking. And again, it's all hidden behind it's someone else's fault. So when you guys say, "Oh, you don't like Munchie B, you don't like Munchie B," I have a hard time relating to a grown man who has no accountability, blames everyone else, and then continuously makes the same mistake over and over again. That's a level of ignorance that I just can't understand.
Reasons, it ain't like they compassionate towards the victims or the family, because they'll do the content in a comical way they make light of a serious situation. And like Boosie said, you will know either party. You don't know neither party involved. He ain't had to say no names. Everybody know the usual suspects. But yeah, man, shout out to Lil Boosie, man. I respect people like Lil Boosie, Glasses Malone. I'm trying to think of the rappers that be speaking out on their platforms. Let me see. It's a few more, man, and they keep it thorough. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna think of some more, but man, look. So next what I got up, bro. Now, one of these days on No Jumper, you know, I threw it out there.
I don't know, you guys. I think that if Munchie B took a lot more accountability for the situations that he was in, you don't even have to take accountability publicly. Who cares what I think? Who cares what the people think? I think that if Munchie B took more accountability for the things that he does and doesn't say online, he would have a lot less complaints about people speaking on his content. If you just took a lot more accountability for your words and for your statements, you would have a lot less to complain about by way of what everybody else has going on. With that all being said, man, red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We are gone.
Yo, remember when Wack 100 kept saying Future got chased through LAX?
Yeah. You can find it on Google where them that beat the Future in insecurity. Future ran out to LA Club. Google Future gets rushed in LA Club. They was on him. That's why they was on him.
Shout out to R. Love Central using this Trap News Network clip.
Trick from Detroit. Trick from Detroit. So, you know, that's broke, right? So all I know is, you know, we always knew who owed somebody some money. But when Big U saying, Wack, catch this flight with me, I want to show you something. And he took me out there and took me to the Four Seasons. He said, Wack, your stunner talking to you as your brother. Leave him be. You got my word, whatever the debt is. He said, me, Trick, I pay him in the morning. On me. I'm giving you my word. I threw it back to Falk off the way. Trick got his wire.
And everybody called Cap. Well,
okay, now he's saying he never said Birdman name. Never said Stunner name. He doing a lot of back.
We know that that's not true.
Putting it on the stories. You know what I'm saying? When the story came out 2 years ago, when he said it, the world haven't even
3 years ago
heard of none of this airport stuff. But he took it upon himself to recite this story. Why it came up, I have no clue. I'm perplexed. Now, when it did come up, Big U was free at the time, and Big U said, I don't know what he's talking about. Trick said, I don't know what he's talking about. Future never spoke on the situation at all. His artist Doughboy debunked it. But Wack 100 said, they lying, they just mad at me, they know what happened. But let's keep it pushing on this. Let's go.
But that turns into a federal indictment.
Feds just dropped a superseding indictment in the Big U case. And one section has a whole social media saying, hold up, is this what Wack was talking about? And I guess Future really did run to Atlanta because social media and academics have been going crazy over these allegations.
Future, you just dropped a project called The Real Me. Is this the real you? Getting chased by Wack 100 in LAX? Yo, Wack said he was chasing Future so crazy in LAX. He said Future, you know the little carousel shit where the bags come out? Future jumped on that shit hoping that they could send him to the plane. Like, yo, he just hopped on that. He's trying to get this is crazy. Yo, Future jumped on the carousel, bro, trying to get away from Wack.
Now, before anybody starts clipping this video, let's be clear. These are allegations contained in a federal indictment.
Now, yeah, this is definitely allegations contained in the federal indictment, but what nobody's talking about is the fact that this, again, was a situation never brought into the light until Wack brought it into the light. And through his own admission of guilt, Wack 100 is safely to be assumed to be the associate of Big U who allegedly chased him through the airport, considering the fact that this is, again, his own admission of guilt.
Agree. And Big U has denied wrongdoing.
But none of it's true. None of it's true. It's BS. They made it up. They lied.
But
The internet is connecting dots that people have argued about for years.
You even know what you read. First of all, Future ain't never give us touch. I ain't never heard Future get his whoop in LA. Let's cover that. He damn sure wasn't touched at the airport.
That's not true because you said that he got a concert at a club, and then you switched your story to say it was at the SLS hotel.
And I made it clear that Big U stayed behind when I had the conversation with him. So he never touched me. Then he talked.
Why even bring it up? What did that have to do with the price of tea in China? I wish I could go back to 2024 when he first said it on Clubhouse to see what led to this conversation. Like,
absolutely nothing led to this conversation. Wack was just trying to show off for his friends, just to give you better understanding.
Why even recite a story about Big U and y'all ain't even friends or talking no more? Trick don't mess with you. You keep acting like you super close. And
but now that we're saying it out loud, it seems like maybe he did it for an open source report so he can, you know, find himself in a position where he is able to use this type of stuff against Big U in court. Or have it used against Big U in court.
You know what I'm saying? Bros was stunning. Stunner don't mess with you, bro. You was on the phone with academics and Birdman on three-way talking academics, and you on there begging for a budget, begging for money. Man, keep it pushing. Shit crazy, bro.
Talking about days later in LA. Well, we all took a red out of Atlanta that night. Big U stayed in Atlanta a week. I came back the same day. Same day I landed, I came back. So there's no way days later Future got his ass whooped in LA if Big U stayed in Atlanta for a week.
Now, the internet has officially reopened one of hip-hop's oldest debates because after federal prosecutors announced new charges involving Big U, people immediately started posting old Wack 100 interviews and even some new ones, trying to connect everything together. And honestly, this time it couldn't be crazier.
Start off just lying, though. What's the one name? The singer. His baby mama. Bro, you know Sierra's name, bro. Stop playing. It's crazy, bro. Like, bro. And then, it don't even sound realistic at all, though. Like, you telling me you ran down on Pluto and Sierra? Oh, you some bad. Oh, this is crazy.
Here's what happened. Federal prosecutors filed a superseding indictment in a racketeering case involving Eugene Big U Henley. Inside the filing, prosecutors alleged that back in 2014, a Grammy-winning recording artist identified only as NDC refused to pay money allegedly being collected for another associate. According to prosecutors, the artist was allegedly assaulted and then days later allegedly chased through the Los Angeles International Airport in an attempt to intimidate and collect money.
Can I get a fist bump? Okay. That video, that was Doughboy, free band.
Now, when it comes down to that too, that's Future. That's the guy who Future reposted. I guess as a show of saying that he didn't know what Wack was talking about.
Parties, and he was like, you know what I'm saying? He debunking the whole thing. Now, yeah, man, he just building and saying, and he telling everybody how we got here, man. You know what I'm saying? But all right, keep going.
Now again, this indictment identifies the artist only by the initials, not by the name. People online began claiming those initials refer to Future. That wasn't because prosecutors named him. They didn't. Instead, people pointed to previous reporting and discussions that made the connection years ago. Within hours, the story exploded across social media, hip-hop blogs, everywhere. And everybody started posting the same documents. Then everybody remembers something. Wack 100 has been telling a version of this story for years. According to Wack, Future allegedly fled during an airport confrontation involving Big U and even leaving Sierra behind. Again, that's Wack 100's account of events, not something established by the indictment. Because of the new filing, those old interviews are now circulating again.
And then again, it just makes you wonder, why isn't Wack 100 charged in this indictment if he's again in the mission of guilt? But we've heard enough about this. Let's get to what Munchie B has to say about it.
Yo, I see why.
All right, I'm gonna leave it right there, right? But academics, bro, You shouldn't be applauding that. Talking about, oh, they was laughing at you when you said the story. Like, hey, bro, you yeah, that's nothing to be giving them a pat on the back for, because this the same thing y'all slander and talk bad about Loose Cannon for. Loose Cannon.
It's the exact same situation they slander Loose Cannon for. It's the exact same situation they talk bad about Loose Cannon for. It's the exact same thing, talking yourself into an indictment.
Went on No Jumper, recited a story that was a crime, and the feds corroborated it, and now Loose Cannon misplaced itself. The whole world called Loose Cannon stupid. Now, fast forward, Wack doing the same thing. He tell a story, it end up in this man documents. Whether he ran from him or he got up on him and they just had a conversation, it must be some truth to this, because the Fed just ain't gonna put it in there for nothing. They had to corroborate it in some way. Now, if you pay attention, Wackner told the story 50 different ways. So I know who sent the wire. They could corroborate it that way. They go look and see if it was a wire sent. They know it's 2014. They could see who took if they took flights on that day. You know what I mean? The airport, LA, one of the busiest airports in the world. Of course, they can run that footage back. They don't need Future. I don't think Future want that type of stigma of being chased to an airport on him. So I don't think he's talking to the people. But it's either, which I really think Wack, he told the story on purpose because he know he was going to throw it out there.
He was telling the story because it's open source reporting, and he was trying to get this new indictment.
Police to see, and that the Big U was being looked at the time. So he's throwing it out there. That's my number one thought. Or you brag yourself into a situation, and you'll go from a co-conspirator to a co-defendant in a minute. Just like Loose Cannon did. But, man, hey, look, man. But shout out Doughboy, man.
Yeah, that's a tricky, icky, mickey, vicky, sticky situation, man. But with that all being said, we finna get up out of here. You know the deal, red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We gone.
So you got Munchie B going in on Flacco and Wack 100. We're gonna go ahead and get right into this Kantiana as Munchie B gives us his dissertation on these two gentlemen. Let's jump into the Kantiana.
You know what I'm saying? You got this dude that he went to Street TV and did some weird stuff. You know what I mean? Yelling to my F Munchie.
Oh, that's Travis Ford.
And all that. I ain't nowhere around. You know what I mean? Straight weirdo. Alleged snakes from his hood. You feel me? What else we got? We got this dude, Wack 100, posting pictures of people he think is my mama. Ain't my mama. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was really awkward. That wasn't even his mom. That was really weird.
I don't know what his team is doing and sending them. Everybody last name Banks not related, bro. You, bro. That's not my mom. Straight idiot. You know.
That's not my mom. Goodness gracious.
You know what I'm saying? What else we got? Cause
that just means you're posting some poor random lady's pictures all over the internet. That's wild.
It's been a lot in this short time, man. And if you weren't about the intro, the yelling part, Munchie, it was somebody was clearly offended on how he was perceived in the intro, and he complained about it. You know what I'm saying? So I just removed it. You know what I mean? I just removed it. You know what I mean? I didn't mean to make the dude seem like less of a man or
probably for the best.
Buster or anything. You know what I mean? That was just a part of my metaverse journey. You know what I mean? So I entered, I inserted that right there, but evidently he had a problem with it. So I just removed it. Whatever. Even with the dude from Rolling Hundreds that say he came up to, you know what I'm saying, and then nobody do nothing. that part of my intro ain't got nothing to do with him being a buster or none of that, because I don't believe he a buster. You know what I mean? Me and him know each other on different terms, and I threw that in there because it's a part of my story. You'll get to know me that much in the intro. That's all that is, bro. So, you know what I'm saying? I wish people like the dude that was yelling in the intro stop crying about shit, but whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, he did seem pretty submissive.
But yeah, everybody hold the super chats to the end. And how many in there so far? Get into the content, you know what I mean? Like I said, man. But I hope the title up, you know what I'm saying? Dre the Virgo got the title up, you know what I'm saying? That Poetic Flacco acting sassy, you know what I mean? Per usual. We know the dress code he once had with the tights. You know what I'm saying? We got the Wack 100 thing going on. You know what I mean? He proclaimed everybody else the police, man. But you know, whom point the finger or some pointing back. But how many in there now?
We know that they don't really have any accountability at all.
Let's get them in here.
203.
To be there, to say the least. And I'm gonna start off with this dude. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna keep it pushing. All right, let's go.
First of all, I've already spoken to his lawyers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tasha K and Flacco was having girl talk.
His lawyer did say that if anybody posts the pictures and videos, they will be suing.
Yeah.
They do have a case on that. That is called revenge porn. Okay. Yeah. So we cannot divulge those videos or those pictures. Yeah. But what we can say is that his team told me verbatim, that is him. Mm-hmm. Him and his wife are working through it. Mm-hmm. And this has been going on for 2 years. He is a part. He is claiming, according to his lawyer, that this is an extortion plot and gave me the people that are involved, okay, in this extortion plot against him. So they got him on video, as you saw.
Of course. I was disappointed, though, man.
All right, Paul.
First of all, I'm going to start with you.
Before he say what he disappointed in, he said I was going to jail for revenge porn because he was butt naked in a computer chair.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate thing that we all had to witness. And if anything, that should be like assault and battery than anything. The fact that I had to see that hurt me down to my soul. But let's continue on.
He was, but all right. I feel bad for the computer chair. All right, keep going.
Yeah.
Stop first. Let me hear your.
I'll be real with y'all though. I was disappointed because Roland. Because again, I'm African, right? So there are people online who hate it. Roland has been one of the biggest advocates for Africans in this country. So when I seen this, I was like, come on, Roland, bro. Because Roland presented himself as like Martin Luther King, as like this Baptist preacher-esque. Now, he never say it, right? He presents himself as like a Baptist preacher. Right?
Like he's above all the bullshit.
Yes.
Yes.
Right? And Roland is the first person to come on that live stream and got.
Now, I don't know who Roland is, but for whatever reason, Flacco has seen this man's special area. Not quite sure why.
Gossip and babble for if Roland feels like he got somebody, Roland gonna tell somebody business now. So I was shocked when I seen those pictures. But now I'll be real, as a man, I did not know that penis got that small.
It's really awkward girl talk.
Listen, now I want to tell people this.
Hey man, to Flacco little crib buddies, man, him cuz all that cousin, y'all cool with that? He laughing and giggling about the next man private part. Y'all, man, whatever, man. Let's keep going and see what perverted Flacco talking about. Keep going.
This is obviously a medical condition.
Yes, absolutely.
This is a medical condition. I told the only penises that I've seen that look like this was Diddy's. Did you see Diddy's penis? Yes. He got a big fat
Bossman D-Lo too.
Right.
Yeah.
John Gray, Pastor John Gray.
Oh. Bossman D-Lo too. Flacco's seen them all. All right.
That's the same.
That is wild.
Condition. Yeah. And what we both saw.
Yeah.
He
Bobby
has
Roder
this
with you though. Diddy's penis is massive compared to Roland Martin's. Yo, Diddy nah, man. No, we can. No.
All right, man.
This is awkwardly uncomfortable.
All right,
to the point where she had to ask him, "Are you a straight black man?" Wait, listen to this.
Nah, man. No, we can't.
She had to ask him, is he a straight black man? Wow.
All right, man. All right, that's it for that, bro. I'm just convinced that the man is either DL or maybe bisexual, bro. You talking about Boss Man D-Lo, Puffy, and this rolling dude, the size of they genitals, bro, and it ain't cool, bro. It ain't cool. You said DeJean Paul has a Hall of Fame recoil, meaning that man ass bounce, bro. It's crazy. It was something that was sent to me. I shared it to my story where you was sitting down with
it definitely isn't cool. That's really uncomfortable for the viewership.
Adam, you was talking to somebody and you was telling him how large his private part was. It's just crazy, bro. I don't understand this, bro. I get it with Tasha K. You a woman. You do your thing, bro, but I don't know, man. Somebody, man, I wish this dude to get deported fast, man, but
that all being said, man, we're gonna get up out of here to the next one. Red dots to the left. You know the right said, pray and be blessed. We're gone. So now we have smoked out 007. I'm not sure who this guy is, but Scrap exposes Wack 100 running his mouth to the feds. Scrap, the Armenian community voice, responds to Wack 100 on a Clubhouse. Damn, accusing him of modern day snitching, running his mouth about Armenians, Persians, and Glendale, leading to Ray's arrest after a Rolls Royce incident, breakdown claims, contradictions, and why Wack keeps poking the wrong people. With that being said, this Armenian man is finna say that Wack is using open source reporting. Okay, so okay. So from the black community to now the Armenian community, why is everybody saying the same thing? Like, Ninja, this is what you do. Let's jump into this, Kanziana, man. Shout out to Smoked Out 007.
Wack 100 came into my comments and said I'm lying about an audio that he has on Clubhouse in which it led to some arrests in my community.
Audio he has on Clubhouse led to arrests in his community, much like the audio that he has on Future led to a superseding indictment against Big U. Are we noticing a pattern here?
I'm going to play the clip in a minute, but this is what he said. This guy is a liar. There's a Rolls Royce that was not returned to the Armenian people, and that raised an issue.
Okay, and this is from Wack 100's Instagram, The 100 Show. Got it.
That raised an issue. Nobody said what company or city, so whoever got raided is their business. They can't keep up with me, so they make up lies. Fake lies. Where's the work? Where's the work? The work is online. Where's the work?
So, again, this man is making it clear that Wack 100, he's a victim of Wack 100 doing these open source reports.
It's the new modern way of snitching online. Where's the work? Where's the work?
Say it one more time, Grandpa Armenia.
The work is online. Where's the work? It's the new modern way of snitching online.
It's the new modern way of snitching online. Sheesh.
I'm going to play the clip.
Smoke had that's him thinking he playing, not understanding his jump. He thinking, because niggas ain't niggas, you can play with them. Right. That's like he didn't understand his jungle. He playing with them boys over there in Glendale, not understanding.
So the who is Pop Smoke. The where is Glendale.
Play with them boys over there. You can't take something from them Armenians and Persians and don't think you ain't gonna get touched.
The what is he took something from who is the Armenians and Persians.
Oh, what happened? I told you.
And this is when Wack 100 was trying. I totally forgot that Wack 100 put the body of Pop Smoke on the Armenians and Persians when it came out to end up being the Hoovers. Was crazy how that went like super left. One is nowhere related to the other. You blame Armenians and Persians in Glendale. Nigga, it was the Hoovers. All you can do is shake your head. But imagine being the Armenians and Persians in Glendale. You're like, well, what the hell? Why are you putting this on us? We didn't do this. We're not responsible for this accostation. We didn't put him in a costume. So This is crazy.
Yeah, you cannot.
You talking about when that
Yeah. Let it go. Let it go. Look, bro, we ain't gotta let that go in what it is, right? So listen.
And you even hear people trying to tell Wack, like, hey, let's not talk about this. Let's not, bring this up. Let's kind of like let this conversation fade away. And Wack's like, nah, we're gonna talk about it.
They called me.
Like he opened his mouth.
When they called me, right? I'm on tour in Europe. They say, yo, Wack, we putting them at a Airbnb, a crib in Hollywood.
Slim, pause the tape right there. So we got Scrap, voice from the Armenian community, responding direct to Wack 100 on Clubhouse. He breaking down how Wack came in the comments calling him a liar about an audio, but then plays the clip where Wack talking reckless about Armenians and Persians in Glendale, Rolls-Royce situations, not understanding you don't play with them boys over there. Hold on, cuz. This the same Wack who stays exposing everybody, but when his words potentially lead to raids and arrests in that community, suddenly it's, I didn't say the city. We been clocking this pattern. Wack keep inserting himself, running that.
Man, so at this point, it's safe to assume that the hip-hop cops are real, and we're watching the charge, because this is literally the exact same thing that he's done with Big U. This is the exact same thing that he's doing with Loose Cannon, and now it seems like he's doing it with these Armenian guys, and it just seems like he just inserts different gangs and organizations, but uses the exact same methods and the exact same means over and over again. It's kind of clear to see, man.
Modern day snitching energy online, then acting shocked when it backfires. In this clip, Scrap laying out the logic. Real consequences from loose talk. No need to lie when the work is public. We finna let it play. Watch how Wack gets checked.
I say, yo, that's the ghetto. Put that nigga at the W on the 18th floor. Don't put him in that spot. They do it anyway, right? 10 hours later, my man called me. He said, Wack, the nigga done ordered like 15. That means 50 niggas know where he at, right? I called in. I say, yo, y'all better move the youngsters up out of there, because he got some issues with some people, right? He don't know. He young. He a New York nigga, ain't even moved around. He thinking the people he playing with ain't them type of people.
And he's Blueface.
Look, Blueface calls me, right? This is why Corey King go crazy on me, right? He calls me, Pop Smoke want me to come by the studio. Negative. You don't want me, don't do what do right now. Stay the away from me. Him and the baby was shooting a video, right? Go your ass home. He like, you show? Hey, nephew, go home. He wake up in the morning, he's like, what's happening? I watched this. The 911 call come from New York about Beverly Hills. About Beverly Hills. Watch this. 4 men come in, don't nobody get blazed for one nigga.
Wack giving a full breakdown, ain't he? Amazing that he has a play-by-play and he was not there, allegedly.
Mm-hmm. There's no forced entry, there's no kick though. Right?
Right.
So, end of the day, it's like a West Coast nigga going to New York and violating them niggas that run around with them long sideburns.
Right.
That's bro, they gonna play with you a little different.
So Wack is saying that Pop Smoke violated Armenians again, and it's crazy because the tragic unalivement of Pop Smoke actually had nothing to do with Armenians. Again, that was a little dude from Hoover who did that. But with that all being said, man, it just kind of makes you wonder, why is Wack, open source reporting on this Armenian culture and these Armenian group of people who don't seemingly have anything illegal going on? You know what I'm saying? They don't seem like they're bothering anybody. I'm not sure why Wack is going at these people.
Right?
And the little nigga that killed I heard the little nigga that shot him was a super young nigga. Like, he was a young
No, bro. That was his business. That wasn't personal. He stole a Rolls Royce from the APs, bro. You don't them niggas over there, bro.
So those are the Armenian Prides, which is an Armenian gang, Armenian-based fraternity coming out of the Glendale, San Fernando Valley area, if you will, maybe like Glendale area.
So Wack is basically saying that this gang is associated with the unalignment of Pop Smoke because Pop Smoke allegedly, according to Wack 100, stole a Rolls Royce from them, and that caused them to want to be at his head.
Right. Armenian power, nigga. That's like Mexican mafia, nigga.
Yeah, they a mafia. They got their own mob. Yeah,
They're not playing just because they wear slacks and loafers and drive out.
And they're like the mafia, but yeah, you're all on the internet telling their business. Am I tripping, or is this counterproductive and doesn't make sense? I'm not really sure if you're understanding what's going on here. If you are, just like trying to make a point, I guess. I'm not really sure what it is. But you're saying that these dudes are like the Mexican mafia and they withhold all this power. Why are you telling their business is what I'm not sure about.
And over here in Glen,
got money.
Look at them niggas. They gonna reach down to the niggas, and it's gonna circulate. By the time it got to where it got to, it's 4 little kids, bro, on the move. They didn't know why they was on the move. All they do is
crash dummies.
Yeah, that's
so Wack is saying that the Armenian power gang out of Glendale employed the kids from Hoover to take out Pop Smoke, is what Wack 100 is saying. That is incredible. That is incredible, and that is in fact open source reporting. That would be the definition of open source reporting. It is done on an app. It is done, on Clubhouse. This is open source reporting at its finest. This is open source reporting at its absolute finest.
Yeah, so but again, that's the young niggas thinking we don't need no old niggas around us. You niggas talking about.
Right.
That's not what that is, bro. He would have had some sense around him. Hey, yo, bro, run them people back their car.
Yeah, get them niggas back
back their car.
Yeah,
the nigga you rented from.
That's some hot.
The nigga you rented it from.
Later, man.
Yeah, bro, like, I looked up.
What it is that you got them niggas coming through. You know what I'm saying? Niggas, the more many niggas seeing a rapper nigga, you know what I'm saying? They being nice. These little young hood dumb niggas is like, they think they getting off. Meanwhile, the main nigga just doing right.
Yeah, he trying to get no on.
You know what I'm saying? But nigga want to get
all they did was rented the nigga to.
I'm saying that's some dumb young dumb.
You can't take a nigga car and ship his car and tell him, hey, what are you talking about right now?
No,
like,
them
niggas ain't calling the police. That's the fact.
Right.
I've been dealing with them niggas for many moons. So,
first of everything, I don't need to lie. I don't make money here on YouTube. I don't want.
So now we have the Armenian speaking on the situation.
The cloud. I make more money than you, Adam, combined together.
That nigga said, I make more money than you, than Adam, combined together. That nigga gets so much money, he sing about it. that nigga Chili turned him into Jodeci. Let's run this back one more time.
Money here on YouTube. I don't want the cloud. I make more money than you, Adam, combined together.
Yeah, that's it right there. I like that. Then you and Adam combined together. I like how he get out.
Let's get that out the way. Second, the person who owned the Rolls Royce was Russian, Ara. He was not Armenian, and he made a police report himself.
Wait, so Wack is actually talking about a real situation with this missing Rolls Royce. So is it possible that Pop Smoke's involvement in the missing Rolls Royce led to the Hoovers being employed to take out Pop Smoke? Wack is opening up some things. Goodness gracious. Just when he thought the conspiracy theory couldn't get any deeper.
Stating that his vehicle was stolen. He was a snitch, the guy you're talking about. You're telling me a snitch made a police report and then sent somebody to kill Pop Smoke. You keep on saying you didn't mention the city or the rental company to make it seem like you weren't specific about what's going on. But everybody knows that Armenians are in Burbank, Glendale, North Hollywood, Pasadena. The rest really don't even count. And there is only 3 to 4 different exotic car rental companies that are Armenians. The feds don't kick off an investigation just because they don't. There has to be somebody talking, saying something out loud. And when there is enough people talking about certain things, serious things, only then they start looking into it. This turns into a chain reaction. Put it this way, bro. If 3 of those rental companies are completely legitimate, but one of them had nothing to do with Pop Smoke, absolutely nothing, but you have diarrhea out your mouth. But that one company has dirt under their belt, you now have opened the door for these guys to make an arrest. This is just the modern day of snitching. What paperwork are you talking about? There is no, bro, this isn't 1990. And by the way, this led...
Isn't it crazy how even outside of our culture and outside of our universe, everybody just pretty much sees how Wack acts? And now you have this random Armenian guy on the YouTube like, hey, happened to me too. Let me tell you how he got me and my homies with the exact same way he got you and yours.
To a snitch reaction that led for a bunch of different Armenian organizations being arrested right around the same time Big U got arrested. Stop saying, show me the work. This isn't 1990s. The work is online. Snitches have found new ways of snitching. They don't even have to sit down with the feds anymore, bro. They just upload something on YouTube and the feds will give you the wink, looking at a screen, and say, I got you, bro. I got you. And by the way, it's never okay to sit down with a rep. That 6ix9ine thing, you can't hide behind the business card. I have multiple different businesses, bro, and I am not that desperate. I am not that desperate. I would never be that desperate. Now, the thing you did for Jab 5, getting him a plane ticket, flew him out of the state, that really, really, really touched my heart, man. Those are the type of things I like to hear. Giving somebody an opportunity when you have the muscle, I don't know. It's some things that we must do. That's what Nipsey was trying to do when he went back. He wasn't selfish. But I won't be surprised if 5 years down the line, you throw it back at his face. That's also in your DNA. You've done this type of things in your past. I don't know why you keep telling these kids from the hood how much money you got. My backyard is this, and my front yard hasn't seen the sidewalk in damn near 30 years. You sound like new money. Or you were so bad at gangbanging.
Damn. Even the Armenian nigga know. All right, so the Armenian nigga know everything we know. Wack was a failed gang member, and he is open source reporting. Let's hear what this nigga says about Wack's gangbanging.
Maybe even not relevant. Maybe even a reject. I don't know. You have no history, bro.
No, you pretty much got it. All of the above. You cooking right now, OG. I don't even want to say nothing. You whipping. Go ahead. Keep going.
As
keep doing your thing.
Armenians have heard of Big U way back and all the good things he did for his communities. And for us to hear about somebody from LA is a big thing. That is a big thing because we're not connected. LA doesn't care about Armenians. Armenians don't really care about LA. We don't have a connection. So that person that we hear about must be doing the right thing. Anyways, you went and did your trucking. You got your money up. Just to come back and say, look what I've become, gang. It's like you're trying to convince Adam how big of an influence you are. That's all I can think about, man. But everybody keeps declining this shit. Except the people you pay. You know? And that platform that you're on, you and your partner, Adam. Adam, stop claiming you're the biggest hip-hop channel when 80% of your channel is based on gang banging activities. You're not capable of getting somebody like Fat Joe, Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre. None of these guys will sit down with you. None of these guys will sit down with you. You're so far off, bro. Lush is much bigger.
No, that's really true. He's not telling any lies. He's not telling any mistruths.
Than you. As a hip-hop podcaster, Lush is much more bigger than you. I once ran into one of his lives, and the knowledge and debates and points that he was making blew my mind, bro. He just has an addiction problem. That's the only thing that's holding that guy back, bro. I wish him the best. I hope he can recover one of these days. But you can't get anybody that's really relevant in the hip-hop market. That's why you keep on bringing Charleston White. You prey on the Los Angeles gangbanging culture, not understanding the open wounds and the heavy struggle, the burden that they carry. And you sit around and make jokes all day, bro. You get a hard on when somebody is ready to snap and kill. And even the 20% of hip hop that you discuss is based on who fucked who.
Damn. Adam 22, like he breaking this nigga down like a fucking pound. Yeesh. If this was an episode of Baddies, they would have been fought by now because this is too much. This is too much. Like this is too much. Somebody who would have been threw a drink and jumped across the table.
Who did what? Nothing positive.
Now Diamond just getting beat up. Don't nobody even know why.
Positive. A bunch of fucking nonsense. And that's your business partner, Wack 100. By the way, I don't do this for the clout. I've had enough clout growing up, and it's just not me. I don't like being in front of the camera. But yeah, I got more money than you, Adam, combined together. But these are the type of things that I don't like to share light on, bro. I don't have new money, bro. We've been doing this. And by the way, my money is legally bonded. So you can't fuck with me. Everything I do is legal. I do this for the kids. The platform I created, I do it for the kids. I mean, if you really want an opportunity, you can DM me. I'll take it seriously. I don't want to be in front of the camera, like I said. I just want people that really have something going on, that want to really get the fuck up out the hood, bro. I'd like to present an opportunity, bro. You know, I don't want nothing back. Nothing back. With that being said, bro, I am out of here, man. Yalla.
2 dramatic morning raids, one in the Hollywood Hills and another in Burbank. Federal.
Wait, FBI raids 13 members. What the hell? So Wack 100's words led to an actual FBI raid on the Armenians? Wow. Allegedly. What the hell, Leonte?
Agents making arrests and seizing evidence in connection with a far-reaching investigation into Armenian organized crime. 13 people were taken into custody on a range of charges, including attempted murder, kidnapping, and fraud.
All right, let's land this surgical, no cap style. Scrap just gave the full breakdown.
Jeez, this is crazy. And the No Cap Network got some things going on over here, man. The world needs to know about this.
Wack 100 on Clubhouse talking about Armenians/Persians in Glendale, Hollywood Hills situations, Rolls Royce not returned, warning, you don't play with them boys, then denying specifics when called out. Scrap pointing out how that kind of public talk opens doors for investigations, raids, and arrests in the community. Modern snitching, where you don't even need to sit with feds, just upload and let it circulate. Real talk, Wack need to slow down, champ. You keep messing with the wrong circles, inserting yourself into situations that ain't yours, running that big mouth like you untouchable. Armenians got their own structure and respect. Poking that bear repeatedly gon' bite you one day. The pattern clear. Loud exposure until the mirror turns around. Sarcastic truth. Out here playing federal agent online but can't handle when a real community voice checks the narrative. Goofy how quick the I didn't say the city pivots come when pressure hits. We been saying it. That forked tongue energy catching up. In the interest of the game, Wack gotta chill with the reckless talk. It ain't 1990 no more. Everything online, everything traceable. Keep it up and the consequences gonna be his own. Verdict on Scrap's response exposing Wack's loose lips. That's facts. Time to slow down before it really pops off. If this made sense, subscribe. If it didn't, argue with me.
All right, man, we finna get up out of here to the next one, man. The No Cap Network got some things going on, man. They hit us with some facts. That all being said, right down to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go.
It's been a nightmare for Big U. The superseding indictment just dropped, which we'll discuss shortly. And Wack 100 has officially announced he's going after.
Now, what you see is Poetic Flacco. And as you guys are clearly hearing, he is aware of the superseding indictment against Big U. Now, the crazy thing about it is when he is mentioning the superseding indictment, what he won't mention is this.
The superseding indictment returned today also adds new overt acts to the indictment racketeering conspiracy charge. These acts include the following allegations. 2014, Henley is and his associates assaulted and chased a Grammy-winning recording artist through Los Angeles International Airport to collect a debt for failing to show respect. The next one says Henley embezzled in 2019.
Now, with that all being said, Flacco reads the indictment, but he somehow doesn't think it's important to bring up this airport incident. And I think that this is just what I'm thinking. Maybe, Flacco may be being possibly, just my thought process here, there's no fact in this. Is he being extorted by Wack 100? Or is he being threatened or blackmailed or something by Wack 100? Because we do know that Wack does have a history of extortion. We remember the situation with Oscar De La Hoya. So what I'm about to play for you is audio of Wack 100 openly admitting to extorting and exposing Oscar De La Hoya.
It's all right. Man, tell that nigga
left looking like Squidward, bro.
Tell that nigga Spence if he love you, he better holler at Oscar De La Hoya's attorney. Tell that nigga I got a couple videos and pictures. He don't want him to come out. Tell that nigga run that bag. Yeah.
Oh shit. What?
I have a couple pictures and videos that if he doesn't want it to come out, tell him to run that bag. That will be blackmail and extortion. So I'm wondering if he has those same type of incidents on Flacco, because Flacco just seemingly never talks about the fact that Wack 100 has also admitted to this.
16, you can find it on Google where them niggas that beat the shit out of Future and his security. Future ran out the LA club. Google Future gets rushed in LA club. They was on him. That's why they was on him.
Talking about Trick from Detroit.
Nah, Trick from Detroit. So, that's broke, right? So all I know is, we always knew who owed somebody some money. So when we leave and we going to Atlanta, that story I tell Rich about when Big U saying, Wack, catch this flight with me, I want to show you something. And he took me out there and took me to the Four Seasons. He said, I'm going to turn this out to the 60s. They got a blood neighborhood around the corner. You could turn that out. And I said, nigga, you tripping. I went back to the airport and left. It was that trip. That was the trip. We on that red-eye Delta flight. Same one I used to always catch lunch off on.
Right.
So the nigga, when we come through, Big U he say, little bro, is that the nigga? I look. I said, that's Super Shoulder, bitch. I said, hey, Future, come here. Let me holler at you. You know when you first come through, when you grabbing your shit off the conveyor belt on the other side of security? Nigga, that nigga started trotting through that motherfucker. Lead a bitch. I'm trotting right behind him. We on the Delta side, right? It ain't number one flight leaving that night going to Atlanta, right? All the other red eyes on American side. So the nigga breaks right and runs into the thing that connect to the plane, but it wasn't no plane. The nigga throws the phone. When I pick the phone up, it's another reason why Future ain't gonna say nothing, because I make the homie come on Clubhouse tell the truth. He know. Right? I pick the phone up. He say, bro, I say, what's up? He say, what's the problem? I say, oh, the homie. He said, who? I tell him. He said, what he owe him? I said, his light ain't nothing but a dime, but he owe him. He played him. Nigga been ducking him. He say, Wack, my word, I sent it in the morning. Get me his wire. My word is on me. I got business with that nigga. Let him be. He said, let him be. I said, all right, you got that. I dropped the phone on the ground and walked back out. He sent Trick his money the next day.
Now, there you have it. Wack 100 openly admitting that he, without being provoked, without being coerced, just decided that he wanted to chase Future through the airport. So I'm wondering why when Flacco's talking about the indictment, he never brings that up. But I'm thinking it's because Wack 100 does have an extreme history of violence towards Poetic Flacco, and Poetic Flacco may be intimidated and may feel like, it's not within his space or within his safety to do this, because Wack is a very, at times, violent individuals when things like this are happening. So here you have a situation where Flacco had guests on his show, and out of Flacco's control, the guests, said some things about Wack 100, but you can't really blame Flacco for things that other people said about Wack 100. And rather than just have a conversation like a human being with Flacco, this happens. Watch how, in a very short time, the conversation goes from bad to absolutely worse.
That shit gonna lead to some shit.
Well, it's not like my show, though. Like, it was
your show. I got niggas from prison sending me the shit because they think I'm here every day.
No, true, though, but it's not my show, right?
It's your show.
No, the title is...
You got them up there.
Yes, right?
Yeah, so either... No, you gonna do what you gotta do, or they gonna do it like you gonna have to make a decision, bro.
Head, right? But like, head, right? Think of
it ain't
this,
no
right?
discussion, bro. You from North Dakota.
No, true, right? Like, but like in
Flacco, I'm not trying to hear nothing. I tell you what.
No, but
here you have Flacco just trying to explain, how he is just a podcaster. He's not tied up in any type of street or illegal activities, and you see Wack 100 just brazenly cutting him off. He just doesn't want to hear anything Flacco has to say. And as Flacco sits there stammering, he's so, nervous, he can't even get any words out. Wack 100 is just going to continue this onslaught of aggression and intimidation towards Flacco, and we're going to see how this builds up. Now, keep in mind, this was a few years ago, but Flacco never forgot how Wack 100 not only accosted him, but also had a firearm while doing it. Let's continue on.
That's what I'm gonna do too,
That's what I'm gonna do.
If you don't mind me asking, what exactly was
said? They show you let them in, nigga. Right. You let them in, nigga. Stop playing with me, nigga. But you let them in. I'm not playing with you, nigga. You let them in, nigga. You playing games.
But it's not my show,
Dakota nigga playing games. I'm not brick baby. I start with you right here.
But it's not my show though.
Okay, I tell you what. This what I'm gonna do. When my homies get here, I'm gonna act like I'm not here.
But it's not my show though.
That's cool.
So here you now have Wack telling Flacco that not only does he have the power to accost Flacco himself, he actually also has the power for other people to accost Flacco. And it just makes you wonder, why wasn't Adam doing a better job of keeping Flacco safe in the No Jumper podcast studio? But even deeper than that, how much power does Wack
actually have to where he can have other people act on his behalf to cause harm to Flacco. And again, just kind of makes you wonder when it comes to now this Big U situation, why Flacco won't really cover the aspect where Wack 100 is involved is because maybe Flacco has been threatened. Maybe his life is on the line. Maybe Flacco, is terrified for the repercussions. I mean, we're seeing what's happening when he's allowing somebody to come onto his podcast and his platform to say disparaging things about Wack 100 despite not being involved in any gang activity. Wack wants Flacco to step into his gang fights and rivalries in order to defend his honor. Now, imagine if Flacco were to actually report on what we all know in this federal indictment is Wack 100's own admissions of guilt of chasing Future through the airport. Imagine what would happen to poor Flacco, especially if things like this are happening.
You feel me? I'm gonna tell him this ain't not my show.
But it's not my show though. Like, you feel me, right? Like,
You the one got him in the build, nigga.
no, true that, Wack. Yes,
You got him in the building.
yes, but it's not
If
my
I
show
bring
though.
the nigga in the building,
Yeah,
and they get to disrespecting some people in the building,
yeah,
and I'm not gonna look at me. I'm gonna tell the niggas, look, bro, you in the building, do your podcasting.
yeah.
But leave that other shit because it's a reflection on me.
No, true. Yeah,
Like, stop
Yeah, true.
playing them games, bro. I don't give a fuck about none of this shit.
yeah, true that.
Basically, what he's
And
saying.
you seeing Flacco trying to de-escalate the situation. I mean, he can't get more docile than that. Flacco's looking very passive and very submissive in the situation. He's bowing down, if you will. What more does Wack want? But no, this isn't enough. Wack takes it even further.
Flog is,
Yeah.
if you got some niggas up in the building, bro, as soon as they start disrespecting somebody
You
else that
already
work
know
here,
it's a problem with me and
cut
these
it.
niggas.
cut it off.
Because you said something to creep already.
About
You
what?
said, man, I know Wack. I don't know. And one of them niggas that lied to you and told you we cool. I'm not cool with none of them niggas. But you do your shit. But you ain't finna give them niggas a platform to be dissing my set, homie.
So I got a question, Wack. If somebody came up in here and on your platform when you was doing your show and they started disrespecting Flock, what would you tell them?
I'm not gonna let it happen. Right? And then getting at an individual. Let me ask you something.
Which is not true either because Flacco was all but a human punching bag. Got no jumper.
If a nigga sitting in front of me, keep it real.
Talk to me.
In front of me in that room.
Yeah.
And a nigga just outright dissed insane. Right in front of me on my show. What I'm gonna do, Dad?
You gotta correct them niggas or I'm gonna feel some type of way about you.
There you go.
Me and you gonna have to holler.
That's a problem.
With you, guys?
That's a problem. And this is why I keep telling you, bro, stay Flacco. They the nigga from North Dakota. You letting these niggas drag you, the wrong niggas drag you into shit. And while you showing love, they using you. They know that when my homies see that, they gonna call me. And then it's a conversation with you for what? When you showing them niggas love. Right? I could have.
So again, you hear Wack 100 acknowledging Flacco's intentions are pure. He's just trying to show love. He's just trying to bridge the gap in podcasters. But look at the thanks he gets.
Oh, dude, what you doing, nigga? I don't trip. Do your shit. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Y'all do y'all thing. But nigga, at some point, if you think that your platform is gonna be a platform they got to come diss my neighborhood, then you're gonna find out what it is.
Wait, but like,
And again, Flacco, what did you expect Flacco to do? Wack, he's not a gang member. So if somebody comes on his platform and disrespects your neighborhood, despite the fact that it was actually Adam 22's show, not Flacco's show where the situation happened, what is Flacco able to do?
hey, but like, no jumper. It's not my platform. It's Adam's platform, right? And the show itself.
Hey, listen.
Hold on. What the?
And then there you have Wack jumping up. And then there you have the firearm right there. Right there. You see El Blicchioto. And you just kind of have to wonder, is this the reason why Flacco is afraid to report on anything related to Wack 100? Because he has Wack right there, hand on it. Hand on it. Right there for the world to see. Hand on it. And you just kind of wonder, is that the reason why Flacco is afraid to report accurately and fairly on Wack 100? Because he's been threatened with, potential 1-2 steps. Like, yeah, it's crazy to the point where they even have to cut the camera off.
Bring him up out of here, nephew. You keep playing. You keep playing. The nigga just played me talking about some nut boy. You're right. You're right. What you saying? I don't want to be. Now, chill out, guys. That's white. Is this nigga? I know what you. Why let me holler at you? Since it ain't Joe show. Sit down, bro. Come on out here. This is our show, guys. Come on out here.
Here, man.
Bring him out. Somebody come for me. Bro, I'm not. I'm going out there. No.
And I mean, Flacco is totally confused. He's just befuddled. He is just like, you know, a father and a motherless child right now.
I didn't know.
He's just trying to defend himself.
Serious like that.
Damn.
So, you know, when you're looking at Flacco and you're wondering why, when we're talking about his involvement in the situation, Wack 100's involvement in the situation Big U, while he'll only tell you things like this.
The superseding indictment just dropped, which we'll discuss shortly, and Wack 100 has officially announced he's going after Big U for false statements Big U made against him.
So with that all being said, you know, well, what the meat and potatoes is we're never going to hear Flacco actually talk about Wack being the person who introduced this situation with Future into what's now a superseding indictment into Big U. And honestly, I don't blame Flacco. It seems like, you know, he may be in a little bit of danger. He may be in a little bit of harm should he decide to talk about it, considering the fact of what we just saw with his interactions with Wack 100. So with that all being said, man, we're going to get about it to the next one. We're going to say prayers for Flacco and pray for his safety and pray that Wack 100 just stays away from him, because Flacco just doesn't deserve to be accosted and be treated so, you know, aggressively by Wack 100 to where he's in such a submissive state. With that all being said, red dots to the left, you know the rest. Said pray and be blessed. We go. Into this Byron Blake content as he's going through the case laws and court documents expose the untruths or the mistruths told by DJ Academics, whether they be intentional or unintentional, as he was going over the case with Wack 100. Let's get into the content.
He's saying we was on his ass.
618 Gaming's own Byron Blake show.
So he's including himself in the party of people who attacked Future in the club. He's including himself in that party of people. If you have any doubts about that, just listen to the next part of this video.
Nothing to do with security clearance happening at the airport. My nigga, if I run into the jet bridge right now, it's gonna make the news and you claiming I'm a nobody. So how niggas like Future running up to the jet bridge not making the news? Explain that to me. Explain that to me. You out about 42 guns. 42 guns never.
Hold on. That
story's cap.
So I pulled something up. There's a date on it. It says 11 years ago from 2013, Future and Sierra attacked by rolling 60s at...
There we go, now, dude. Who did I tell you was with me, nigga?
Wait, hold on. Once again, who did I tell
you was with me? Damn. That's tricky. That's tricky.
You was with me. So he's saying I was there. They were with me. So he's putting himself on the scene of the assault again. He's making himself a party to this situation again. The reason why I'm highlighting this is because, like y'all just heard Academics say, well, it got to be somebody else in the mix because Wack never said we touched him. He did. He said that we
did. Wack has admitted to accosting Future. He admitted that.
Was on his ass 2 weeks before we called him at the airport. We called him at the club. This is exactly what he is like. I don't want to sound repetitive, but it's almost like Academics is in on trying to make us believe that we not hearing exactly what we hearing come out of this dude's mouth. But let's keep going.
Get out of here.
Wait, is Loose Cannon rolling 60s?
Yes, he is, but that wasn't loose work. He had a debt. He had a debt up top. Wack's in the mid.
That ain't me.
West.
Oh.
That ain't me. I don't know who that was.
Nigga that sat on our table.
So that made the news, but not the airport situation.
Listen, we called him. Hey, look, we called him 2 weeks after that. We called him again.
Oh, nah.
We caught him again. We. Wack is saying that he is a part of catching Future.
So that made the news.
As I've stated throughout the video, the language the article doesn't even say his name. It says, you know, the alleged gang that caught Future, and he's saying, who did I say I had with me? Basically trying to say, yeah, that time that they talking about right there, I was with them. Okay? The reason why I'm really focusing on this is because academics, it's almost like he's trying to push that narrative for Wack. Like it's impossible for them to be talking about Wack because the article says it happened in 2013, but the indictment says in or around 2014. But I'm gonna just let y'all listen to it. Just check this out.
Well, then academics, how many times? All right, let's say it is two different situations. Let's say it's two different situations. One is involving Big U, one is involving Wack. Well, why is the one with Big U prosecutable and the one with Wack not? Why is Big U able to be prosecuted for this, but Wack isn't? Why do they care about Big U's words but not Wack's? I mean, in the exact same event.
And he's right. He didn't touch Future. And supposedly the one in 2013, the bodyguard got fucked up, but not Future. But apparently there's another incident. So there's a third incident that the feds are talking about that doesn't involve Wack and doesn't involve that club thing that we know. But it just goes to show 3 incidents of niggas, like they were treating Future like a pinata. I don't know what was going on. Now, granted, they didn't get touched in other situations, but hold on. Here we go. Let me see. Do I got it? Maybe I do have it here. So, do we have it? So, we get confirmation. We got confirmation. Check this out, chat. Check it out. Here we go. So remember, there's 2 incidents we know. Wack chased him in the airport, him getting surrounded and almost touched at the club, but his bodyguard got beat up. But the feds claim he got his ass whooped. Where did he get his ass whooped at? So someone reached out to Wack, and Wack sent me the text messages of the person who finally cleared it up on when Future supposedly got his ass whooped. Check this out. So, and by the way, this is from Wack, but he's texting, like, you're gonna see this shit. It's kind of like hilarious. Yo, the fact that Wack got a nigga saved like this is crazy. WS Kripotna 99. Who the fuck saves a nigga like this? WS Kripotna, whatever. Anyway, he texts Wack and he says, Hop is the one telling.
And if you ask me, in my opinion, this is the source of the deflection right here. This is the reason for academics' attempt to believe Wack's story, because they want to deflect and put the label on somebody else.
Yeah, but the facts are the facts. Wack has said too much, and he is literally, just he's just talking too much, man. He's just talking too much. Wack has not understood the ramifications of, what's going on in these YouTube streets as far as his words being used as Flu Flammer, Skullduggerous, and Larson's material for the federal government against Big U. But he's going, if you don't know, you know now.
Somebody else be the reason for this, even though we see clearly that dude did say what we think he said. He said, we did it. I was there. Us, we, including himself. Anyway, look at these overt acts again. It says, in or around 2014, defendant Henley approached NDC. In or around 2014, defendant Henley and his associates committed violence against NDC and NDC's associates and security. Notice they highlight that the security was harmed as well. Then it says a few days after Henley and his associates stomped out. So what they trying to say is, well, Future didn't get harmed.
Well, that's crazy because Wack is saying we got up on him. So Wack, you have to be the associate because you are the one telling us that this was a we. You're the one that's saying, well, we did this to him. We did this to Future. We blah, blah, blah. We blah, blah, blah. This is something that you have taken to us. So I'm not sure how to take it outside of how you've presented it.
In that situation, his security did. So when they saying Future got stomped out, then they must be saying a different occasion because he didn't get touched that time at the club. You see what I'm saying? So it must be that's what they trying to do. That's not what's going on here. Listen to this, y'all. If you are
Wack has said multiple times that Future got accosted at this club. He's made it very clear that this happened.
Artists such as Future, right? Let's say it's Future, his girl, his security, and the security gets assaulted. They gonna say Future, his girl, and his security were assaulted. Because naturally the security is there to make sure it don't happen to him. So if y'all got the security, that means y'all was trying to get him. It's still an assault. Long story short, whether he was touched or not, it's still an assault. But let's take a look at something else. Something else that I want to point out to y'all. And this is more of that open source reporting type activity that he does right in plain sight. Yet more often than not, it gets overlooked or people find some way to excuse it. So let me show y'all what he just did. He just sent academics a text message from somebody saying, Hop did it, I was there, right? Knowing that the feds are actively watching the internet and using stuff that he's saying.
And that is open source reporting. And this is putting that guy Hop in the middle of an indictment. Poor Hop. Hop never stood a chance.
If you look at this, count one, 1962D racketeer influence corrupt organizations conspiracy. If you look at the actual indictment, you will see that only 3 people are charged with the actual RICO conspiracy. That's it. Only 3 people. Defendants Henley, Robinson, and Martin. So what Wack just did on a very public platform is he just threw Hop into a RICO case. Because this, what you read, this overt act, this is an overt act committed under count 1 in furtherance of the racketeering. So what he just did was tied Hop into an overt act in furtherance of the enterprise, which takes him from potentially not indicted in the RICO to indicted in the RICO. Hop only got an attempt to get a PPP loan case or some shit like that. That's it.
So Hop is not involved in any gang activities, not involved in any violent crimes or anything like that. He's just out here kind of kicking it. And this is what they do for this man. They put him in a RICO.
He didn't get the actual loan. I don't know what I said, some shit like that, because it could be PPP, it could be EIDL. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's an attempt to get a loan. That's all he charged with. Why would somebody go in there and toss themselves into a RICO case to get out of a charge for attempting? You got to understand, when you're dealing with the feds, they have guidelines, and those guidelines pretty much tell you what you're facing. You can look at how small or large the charge may be, and then you just look at the guidelines and see, all right, this is what I'm facing. He not facing life. He's not charged in a RICO at all. So what sense does it make to go in here and put myself in a RICO? Even though people do some strange shit sometimes, but I'm telling y'all, he ain't do that. If he had actually given up details, then they would have had more details. They would have had more. If he would have actually given up details, they would have had more details. But, whatever.
And if he would have given up details, they would have had more details, like a more accurate timeline of everything that happened and everything that was going on. They would have dates. They would have, more specific locations. Instead of at the club, it would be at this club on this day because this happened and all that kind of stuff. Instead, they just have very general, wide casted nets, hoping that they catch something.
Academics is deflecting. That's the best conclusion I could come up with. And Wack is giving him the tools he needs to deflect. I want to take y'all back to something else too, because Ack was saying, well, this situation happened in 2013 because it say 2013 on the website where they reporting about it, and the paperwork says 2014. So he trying to make it seem like, well, this can't be the same thing. So I'm gonna give y'all some legal aspects to look at this from. Actually, the legal aspect. I'm gonna show y'all how the law works and y'all legal advice, because I can't do that.
Nope, you're just telling us what you think of the law. It's all opinion based. None of this should be used for legal advice. None of this should be used by law enforcement, and none of this should be used in the daily decision making of your life or your life goals.
I'm not going to do that. But what I will say is, I'm gonna show y'all how the law works when it comes to stuff like this. In my opinion, I want y'all to look at this case law right here, right? But before we do that, I want y'all to listen to academics attempt to separate Wack from this situation by nitpicking at the dates that all of this stuff allegedly occurred.
Actually, the indictment does not mention the club thing. The club thing happened in 2013. Okay? Now, so if we start thinking, it says and around 2014. Actually, this might be, well, anyway. Okay. Oh, here it is. In or around 2014, okay, after Future refused to pay and ceased answering the calls, they, Henley's associates, and it says Henley and his associates, which means he was there, committed violence against NBC and his associates and security for failing to show respect. Now, this is the issue with, I've seen Wack talk about this a bunch, and he's like, yo, man, there's something else in the mix, because I never said we touch Future. And he's right. He didn't touch Future. And supposedly the one in 2013, the bodyguard got fucked up, but not Future. But apparently there's another incident. So there's a third incident that the feds are talking about that doesn't involve Wack and doesn't involve that club thing that we know. But it just goes to show 3 incidents of niggas, like they were treating Future like a pinata. I don't know what was going on.
Well, even if it's just one incident that involves Wack, why is he not being, looked at by law enforcement? Why is there any situation that involves Wack 100 is my question. Why is there any situation that, shows someone accosting someone? How is this acceptable?
Now, granted, he didn't get touched in other situations, but hold on. Here we go. Let me see. Do I got it? Maybe I do have it here. So, do we have it? So, we get confirmation. We got confirmation. Check this out, chat. Check it out. Here we go. So remember, there's 2 incidents we know. Wack chased him in the airport, him getting surrounded and almost touched at the club, but his bodyguard got beat up. But the feds claim he got his ass whooped. Where did he get his ass whooped at? So someone reached out to Wack, and Wack sent me the text messages of the person who finally cleared it up on when Future supposedly got his ass whooped. Check this out. So, and by the way, this is from Wack, but he's texting, you're gonna see this shit. It's kind of hilarious. Yo, the fact that Wack got a nigga saved like this is crazy. WS Kripotna 99. Who the fuck?
And this right here is where Wack introduces 2 new people into this indictment that before were never mentioned.
Who the fuck? Well,
at least mentioning anything violent. Hop was mentioned, but for PPP fraud or something like that, something about taking the government's money. Nothing to do with the violent crime.
Saves a nigga like this. WS Kripotna, whatever. Anyway, he texts Wack and he says, Hop is the one telling.
Now, let me direct your attention to this. United States of America versus Thomas Reed. Y'all can go look this case up. That's why I put all of this information up here. Now, in this case, this dude argues on appeal that the court erred in failing to grant his motion for a new trial based on his contention that a material variance existed between the allegations and the proof. So he's basically saying there's a huge difference between what y'all accusing me of doing and the proof that y'all presented at trial to support that. And what he's arguing is that the government alleged that on or about August 6th of 1986, he caused Bobby Jean Chesser to travel in interstate commerce to distribute the proceeds of bribery. During opening statement, however, the prosecuting attorney stated that the government would show that the extortion demand and payment took place on July 9th and 10th of 1986. So the actual prosecutor argued, hey, we got proof that this happened July 9th and 10th of 1986, but the indictment charged on or around August 6th of 1986. So he's saying that, this is a huge disparity in dates and this is causing a problem for my defense. So I should have gotten a new trial based on that. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to the ruling that was made in this case, because this is 1986. So this is 40 years ago that this was established in a United States court. You know, you see, he testified. I mean, Bobby testified that he took the money and gave it to Reed the same day, you know, whatever. Anyway, look, the court ruled that when the government charges that an offense occurred on or about a certain date, the defendant is on notice that the charge is not limited to the specific date or date set out in the indictment. So once they use on or about when it comes to dates, you put on notice that the charge is not limited to just a specific date. They given themselves room to bounce these dates just in case something differs, right? And it says proof of a date reasonably near the specified date is sufficient. So as long as if they say in or about 2014 and they got a date that's near that, which 2013, is cool. Ordinarily, a variance between the date alleged and the date proved will not trigger reversal as long as the date proved falls within the statute of limitations and before the return of the indictment. So they can't accuse you of doing something. They can't indict you August 9th and accuse you of doing something on August 12th in that indictment. It's impossible. The future hasn't happened yet, of course. And what they saying is
the future hasn't happened unless you're chasing it through the airport. Guess that's a different type of future. See what I did there? But gotta be witty.
As long as the date falls within the statute of limitations, then it's cool. So in this case, Big U is indicted in 2025. He's charged with a racketeering conspiracy that ranges from 2010 to 2025. And so this 2014 things falls within that statute of limitations for that racketeering conspiracy. With that said, they don't have to provide an exact date. So he wants y'all to think that just because the news article or the Reddit posting says 2013 and the paperwork says on or about 2014, that these are separate incidents that they talking about. And therefore, Wack could not be the person who provided this information because the situation he told me to look up says 2013, but this paperwork says 2014. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work like that. And the fact that you have an alibi defense does not mean that the time is a material element of a criminal offense. So when you did it doesn't matter. Just because you're saying, well, I may have an alibi. Okay, you may. But we gotta get to that part. This is why people file what you hear is a bill of particulars. You know, they did this in the Dirk case. If you look at Dirk's case, it says on or about November 6th, he made a statement saying, you know, he got a bounty, and his lawyer filed a bill of particulars asking for a specific date and the exact words that were used in, you know, proclaiming that he had this bounty out there. So that's usually when you see this come about, because they try to narrow it down as much as possible. But it's absolutely legal, and it does not exonerate Wack. Wack is attempting to throw Hop into this situation, and he really incriminating Hop in something that he's not charged or, you know, he's not in. He's not charged with RICO. You can look up Big U's indictment. Hop is not charged with racketeering. Now, I could go over 1,000 reasons.
Hop is not even mentioned in the RICO at all. Damn it, man, with a damn it plan. But yet somehow Hop is being now thrown into it by Wack. So you mean to tell me you have Hop, who is not involved in any of this federal RICO nonsense, now being put into a situation, now being put into a place where he has to fight for his life because, you know, you feel me?
Reasons, you know, why a person wouldn't cooperate in this situation, but I don't really know Hop, so I ain't gonna get all into his business. But what I will tell y'all is, based on these public records right here, it says that the date of his offense in this indictment is from December 22 to January 23. It says that he's only being charged in count 43 of this indictment, and his crime is related to a financial institution fraud. It don't say nothing about 2014, Future, racketeering, none of that stuff. As I said before, this is Wack. What Wack is doing, in my opinion, is he is attempting to deflect and distract people from the fact that he is providing this information through open source reporting online. He wants to blame somebody else. And this is the perfect way to distract people, while at the same time, he's telling on them. At the very same time, right, as this is going on, Wack is giving them more information. And something else I want y'all to notice too, right? It says Hop was arrested 3/19 at 6 a.m. He posted bond on 3/19, a $15,000 bond. Why? If he provided this information in 2025, why would they take 18 months to charge them with this? This would have been something that was brought up in the original indictment. Why wait all this time? Like I said, man, I could go on and on, but at the end of the day,
yeah, but I mean, right now, I think that it's important for Wack to. I'll leave you guys with this. This is not a fact. This is just my opinion. The reason why I think that Wack is bringing Hop into this situation at this exact moment is because Wack knows that the situation with Future will cause for him to either be forced to testify because he saw what happened, or he will be convicted of a crime. In exchange for that, I believe that Hop is a sacrificial lamb, and I believe that Hop is someone who is unfortunately going to be thrown under the bus in a situation that he seemingly didn't have anything to do with, in order for Wack to maintain his ability to stay free. And that's just my opinion. There's no fact in that. This is just what I think is going on. But based off everything we've seen so far, I've yet to be wrong for the last 4 years about anything about this case. My record is literally flawless. So I don't know if you're a gambling person, but if you were, I have a 100% literal success rate over the last 4 years when it comes to predicting the outcome of this case. With that all being said, red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go.
Continues to be a trending topic in the hip hop world. I decided that I was going to take a look back over this case, this situation, and this paperwork, because I actually listened to an academic stream and things just were not adding up. Now, of course, I'm not here to, tear nobody down. I'm not targeting nobody, harassing nobody, nothing of that nature. I'm just bringing y'all the facts when it comes to this situation.
Now, big shout out to Byron Blake, 618 Gaming Zone. Case law and court documents expose lies in DJ Academics' efforts to spin narrative for Wack 100. Now, it's looking like DJ Academics is trying his best to spin the narrative for for Wack 100, but it's a little bit of a few inconsistencies in the story. So we're just here to iron out those kinks. DJ Academics just may not know any better, and since he doesn't know any better, we're gonna help him know some better.
And I feel like because Big U is fighting for his life, because he's in the situation that he's in, him and the other people that are being mentioned, bro, they deserve to have the truth looked at as hard as the false information. So today we're going to look at the truth, and I'm willing to put my stamp on it that this is the truth, just based off of what I know and, the circumstances surrounding the case. Now, I want to start this off by looking at the actual document and the actual language that's in the document, because it seems that Academics is confused. And so the information that he's putting out is causing other people to be confused, and it's really not that hard. We can bring clarity to this just by looking at the paperwork. Now, if y'all look at the actual indictment, the part where it mentions Future, it says in or around 2014. So what they mean by that is they don't have an exact date for sure.
Until Wack 100 starts giving it to him. The only reason they don't have an exact date is because Wack ain't gave it to him yet.
That tells me that they are not being given this information by Future or Sierra or anybody, because somebody of that status would have been able to, when they give you the information, they can tell you what date they took the flight. All they got to do is look, okay, on this date, it's a transaction, or I remember the date, because people remember going through shit like this. But you see, it says in or around 20.
And that's just a matter of a simple email search Delta 2026 or 2015 or whenever, and the ticket information will pop right up.
14, meaning they don't have an exact date. Also, I want to play this clip for y'all of academic.
If the feds don't have an exact date of when this happened, it does lead to the question of who told them that this situation had occurred. If not the wide open source reporting that Wack 100 did on Clubhouse 4 years ago.
Attempting to break this situation down. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare what he's saying to the actual language that's in the overt acts. See, in a conspiracy, in racketeering cases like this, they will say in or around 2014, and that gives them like a 6 month to a year window, going forward or backwards, to be able to pinpoint, an exact date. Like, if you ever been in trouble for real, this, they'll charge you with something, but the language will say on or about this date, even if they know the exact date, because they don't have for sure information of when exactly it happened, or it may not be reliable, and they don't want to get a whole indictment thrown out based on having the date wrong, because a person can provide an alibi. This is how they get around the whole alibi situation. At the same time, like I said, if this was coming from Future or Sierra, or even if somebody who was actually involved, like the security guard they claiming they got hurt and went to the hospital, if he was actually cooperating, then they would have access to his hospital records and the date that he went to. It's easy for him. Man, I went to the hospital out there on this date. Here go the medical records in my history. It's that easy for them to get.
It is that simple for them to get that information. It seems like if he was, accosted and he's the one who put the situation to law enforcement, he would have already given that information. But since it's clear that he is not given that information, the only proof that we have of who rendered this information to the federal government is the statement made by Wack 100 on Clubhouse.
Information, if it was coming from somebody like that. And I think people are overlooking that part. But anyway, let's listen to academics attempt to break this down, and then I'm going to tell y'all what I think based on what I know, and we're going to sort this all out. Check this out.
Actually, the indictment does not mention the club thing. The club thing happened in 2013. Okay? Now, so if we start thinking, it says in or around 2014. Actually, this might be it. Well, anyway. Okay. Oh, here it is. In or around 2014, okay, after Future refused to pay and ceased answering the calls, they, Henley's associates, and it says Henley and his associates, which means he was there, committed violence against NDC and his associates and security for failing to show respect. Now, this is the issue with, I've seen Wack talk about this a bunch, and he's like, yo, man, there's something else in the mix, because I never said we touch Future.
As hard as they are.
And again, Wack 100 lied and said that he saw Future get accosted in a club. So this whole they never touched him narrative, yeah, it doesn't look like that's gonna hold up for real.
Making it seem is really not. And you got to understand, Wack is under fire right now for providing this information. And so he's trying to distance himself and say, oh, I didn't say this, or I didn't say that. And he's nitpicking at very small things to, make his point. Anyway, if you look at the indictment, it never says that Future was assaulted in the airport. Overt Act 36. In or around 2014, defendant Henley approached NDC, a Grammy-winning recording artist, in order to collect money for a Detroit associate. In or around, this is Overt Act number 37 now. In or around 2014, after NDC refused to pay and ceased answering defendant Henley's phone calls, defendant Henley and his associates committed violence against NDC and NDC's associates and security for failing to show respect and pay money. Overt Act number 38 then says, in or around 2014, a few days after defendant Henley and his associates stomped out NDC, defendant Henley and a co-conspirator chased NDC through the Los Angeles International Airport.
Now, again, we all know by now this co-conspirator is Wack 100. We all know that Wack 100 is the one who told this, now famous story on Clubhouse. So it's a tricky, icky, Mickey, Vicky, sticky situation, for sure.
In an attempt to further intimidate and collect money from NDC. So what it doesn't say right here is that they attacked him while he was in the airport. It says that they chased him through the Los Angeles airport in an attempt to intimidate him. It doesn't say that they attacked him in the airport. It also says a few days after they stomped him out. And that is just the beginning of the paragraph, stating a few days after the physical altercation that occurred in the club. That's what they were referring to. So they're trying to make this sound like three separate situations, and it's not. What it is they mentioned, he was allegedly approached by Big U, and then after that, he ran into Big U and some associates in the club. He ran into them in the club. A few days after that, he was chased through the airport by Henley and a co-conspirator. Now, Wack is attempting to separate himself from...
You can't separate yourself because you made that bold statement. You know what? Let's find it, please.
It's somewhere 16. You can find it on Google where them niggas had beat the shit out of Future and his security. Future ran out to LA club. Google... Future gets rushed in LA club. They was on him. That's why they was on him.
Talking about Trick from Detroit.
Nah, Trick from Detroit. So, that's broke, right? So all I know is, we always knew who owed somebody some money. So when we leave and we going to Atlanta, that story I tell Rich about when Big U saying, Wack, catch this flight with me, I want to show you something. And he took me out there and took me to the Four Seasons. He said, I'm going to turn this out to the 60s. They got a blood neighborhood around the corner. You could turn that out. And I said, nigga, you tripping. I went back to the airport and left. It was that trip. That was the trip. We on that red-eye Delta flight. Same one I used to always catch lunch off on. Right. So the nigga, when we come through, Big U he say, little bro, is that the nigga? I look. I said, that's up a shoulder, bitch. I said, hey, Future, come here. Let me holler at you. You know when you first come through, when you grabbing your shit off the conveyor belt on the other side of security? Nigga, that nigga started trotting through that motherfucker. Lead a bit. I'm trotting right behind him. We on the Delta side, right? It ain't number one flight leaving that night going to Atlanta, right? All the other red eyes on American side. So the nigga breaks right and runs into the thing that connected to the plane, but it wasn't no plane. The nigga throws the phone. When I pick the phone up, it's another reason why Future ain't gonna say nothing, because I make the homie come on Clubhouse and tell the truth. He know. Right? I pick the phone up. He say, bro, I say, what's up? He say, what's the problem? I say, oh, the homie. He said, who? I tell him. He said, what he owe him? I said, this light ain't nothing but a dime, but he owe him. He played him. Nigga been ducking him. He say, Wack, my word, I sent it in the morning. Get me his wire. My word is on me. I got business with that nigga. Let him be. He said, let him be. I said, all right, you got that. I dropped the phone on the ground and walked back out. He sent Trick his money the next day.
Have you seen Future since then?
I seen him twice in one of the red carpet events. Future ain't that type of dude. Right. It was just he old. Like back then, we really had a system, nigga. Like this when we called when Plies old Slate, and we caught that nigga out here. Nigga, we snatched that nigga off the stage mid-performance. Damn. Like, nigga, it was, we had a nice run to where wasn't no board.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, it's Trick.
Nigga, we at the table. Ain't happening.
Right.
Yeah, when Plies old Slate, I had some insane niggas.
Oh, I ain't never heard this story.
Nigga, Plies old Slate. Slate paid the nigga to come do a video. He never showed up. Stood up Slay twice. Slay spending money in New York. Nigga didn't show up. I got Slay out here. Slay is out here with us. It might have been like BET weekend, All-Star weekend, some shit. Slay moving around LA with me. He with me. So a flyer come up. They said, bro, don't the nigga plies on Slay? I said, yeah. Said the nigga performing at the 740 spot downtown. I said, Slay, you want to pull up on him? Slay said, yeah, let's go talk to him. My nigga Blue from Insane, P-Not, all them niggas, my whole crew. We go up in there, we get in there, that nigga mid-performance. Slay didn't know it was going to go this way. We snatch him on stage, mid-bar. Bring him to Slay. Slay say, yo, man, why you come do the video?
Hey, like, so, yeah, that's Wack and his mini extortions. Let's get back into the Kantiana, though, what Byron Blake was talking about, because Wack is, again, acting like he's not the one who said this 4 years ago.
Right? But I want y'all to listen. And I don't know who this other person is that's arguing with Wack. I'm assuming it's just somebody from the chat. But I didn't want to edit that part out because I didn't want them saying, well, the audio been fixed or something. So I want y'all to listen to what Wack is saying in regards to this situation. And then we're going to chime back in.
Now watch this, Go Google it. Just 2 weeks before that, in that same year, you will read. Future gets attacked in LA nightclub, leaves his security behind. Pull it up.
I'm Googling right now.
We was on his ass.
Did y'all hear that? He said 2 weeks before we chased him through the airport, which he's saying 2 weeks, but in the indictment, it just says a few days before because they don't know if it was actually 2 weeks exactly. So they can't use the word 2 weeks because somebody could provide an alibi for 2 weeks. But this shows you that they are going off of his word because they don't have an exact date, which is why they saying in or around 2014. Anyway, sticking to the main points, he's saying we was on his ass. So he's including himself in the party of people who attacked Future in the club. He's including himself in that party of people. If you have any doubts,
he's definitely including himself in that party of people. He's definitely including himself in that party of people. Wack 100 has just admitted that he attacked Future. Let's hear it one more time.
What Wack is saying in regards to this situation, and then we're going to chime back in.
Now watch this, Go Google it. Just 2 weeks before that, in that same year, you will read. Future gets attacked in LA nightclub, leaves his security behind. Pull it up.
I'm Googling right now.
We was on his ass.
We was on his A double-double. We was on his A double-double. One more time.
Future gets attacked in LA nightclub, leaves his security behind. Pull it up.
I'm Googling right now.
We was on his ass.
Did y'all hear that? He said 2 weeks before we chased him through the airport, which he's saying 2 weeks, but in the indictment, it just says a few days before because they don't know if it was actually 2 weeks exactly. So they can't use the word 2 weeks because somebody could provide an alibi for 2 weeks. But this shows you that they are going off of his word because they don't have an exact date, which is why they're saying in or around 2014. Anyway, sticking to the main points.
That is wild work, man. But we're going to get back up out of here, man. Shout out to Byron Blake. Giving us this news reviews. It's not, we're not going to get nobody's college. We are tapping in with the tap in all weekend long, going all weekend strong, giving y'all this docu-series on surviving Wack 100. Red dots to the left, you know the rest, and prayer and be blessed. We go. Now, we are about to slide in Paperboy News, and its title says, 5-Trey Avalon Crip summoned to the hood for, the Avalon Crip summoned, words is hard. Avalon Blue finna get a DP. That's it. That's it. That's what they finna say for making. It's finna go up. Let's just get into Paperboy News. I don't know why that words is hard. I don't know why that just tripped me up so bad, but let's keep going.
Paperboy News, here to deliver y'all that daily report. Now, Avalon Blue is getting a lot of backlash because his little homie got into it with a racist Southsider who basically disrespected him as well as the Cribs. And when he responded back, Avalon Blue went on social media and summoned him for a DP. Now, an OG from Hoover basically went off on Avalon Blue, and he told Avalon Blue's little homie that got summoned for a DP, if that were me, I would have told them after my DP to put me off because y'all
that was Damian Porter who said that, because Damian Porter was not happy at all.
basically picked the Southsider over me. Now, even though Cartoon changed his life and wants to be referred now as Tony, he said that's how you could tell I'm no longer active with the Avalons, because if I was there, that apology would have never happened. And he said if any DP were to take place, it wouldn't be announced on the internet. And I guess the Avalon Gangsta Crips got a lot of backlash when Avalon Blue made his little homie go on public social media platform to apologize to the Southside.
Yeah, that was definitely direct display and a show of weakness. I'm not gonna lie, that was a pretty poor decision making.
And salutes and shout outs to Tony, aka Cartoon, who was once upon a time an OG from Avalon Gangsta Cred. He has some thoughts on it, so let's get straight into it. Now, Cartoon said the 5 trade Avalons all over the United States is not happy with Avalon Blue for making his little homie send that public apology to the Southsiders.
I have lost count of how many phone calls I've received from the streets and from prison about this. Phone calls from 5 trade Avalons that are locked up in prison that are really, really upset and hurt about what just took place, that are really, really mad about what just took place. Phone calls from different homies from 5 trade Avalon around the United States and around LA that are really, really upset and mad about what just took place.
Now, Cartoon said all the Avalons all over the world basically tapped in with him and told them to fix that because we don't agree with what Avalon Blue said on the internet and why he would make his little homie apologize to a Southsider publicly on the internet and then summon him for a DP as well on the internet. Now, Cartoon wanted to make one thing clear. The Avalons comprise of 4 different streets. We got the 40th Street, the 5 Trays, the 8-8s, and 11-6th Street. And he said, with that being said, Avalon Blues from 5 Trey Avalons. So don't let none of that negative light shine on the 40, 8-8, or 11-6 Avalons, because they had nothing to do with it. And he said majority of the 5 Trey Avalons don't agree with Avalon Blue's decision either. So let this backlash just fall on Avalon Blue.
For those people.
So Cartoon was making it clear, this ain't an Avalon way of thinking. This is an Avalon Blue independent way of thinking. Got it.
That are from different states who don't understand the politics and the demographics of Avalon. You have 4 different streets. You got 40th Street, 5 Trey, 88, and 11-6th Street. For what this dude just did, do not let that shine no type of negative light on the 40 Avalons, the 8-8 Avalons, or the 11-6 Avalons. They have nothing to do with this. They want nothing to do with this. This is not their policy. Don't let that reflect on them. And then, in fact, do not let it reflect on the majority of 5 Trey Avalons because they don't like it, they don't respect it. Let this reflect on Blue himself. This is what Blue did.
Now, Cartoon said he was so pissed off at Avalon Blue that he called them and asked them why he do that. And Cartoon said that Avalon Blue said that the reason he did that was to save Tone's life, as well as other homies' life. But Cartoon said after speaking with his little homies, they didn't feel that way. Now, according to Cartoon, his little homies told him that Avalon Blue...
Yeah, it definitely looked like a show of weakness. Like Avalon Blue was just kind of renegading the program or maybe trying to step into a leadership role that he wasn't quite qualified for.
Only did that for clicks and views, and he wanted to get daps and hugs by the Hispanic community for what he did.
And they're really, really upset about this. Like I told y'all in my first video, if I would have still been representing that turf like that and had any type of influence over what went on, that would not have happened. Not one bit.
The Cartoon said had he still been banging Avalon, the only Southsider hood he would have talked with was the Playboys because they cool with him, and it would have been done off camera. And whatever would have happened, none of y'all would know about it. Only the Playboys and the Avalon. The Cartoon told Avalon Blue what was the purpose of that public apology other than you trying to suck up to all the Southsiders in Southern California.
What good? What was it for? Other than you trying to suck up to the Mexicans in Southern California.
The Cartoon told
yeah, that was really all it seemed like he was trying to do, is just trying to
get some brownie points, you get some clicks, some chicks, some likes, some mics, you feel me, out of the Mexicans.
Blue, Southern.
And again, this is not to create a racial divide or any racial division within the blacks and the browns within the LA area, but the facts of the matter are the facts of the matter.
Hispanics always talk bad about the blacks constantly. And he told them, have you ever seen any Southsider go online and publicly apologize to the blacks for the things they said? So why in the hell would you force the little homie to do that? And the cartoon said, don't get it twisted. I'm all...
You've never seen the Mexicans go on camera and apologize to the blacks. That is true. That is a factual statement.
For love, peace, and black and brown unity. But he said at the end of the day, I'm black first. And before I love anybody else, I'm going to love my race first. Now, cartoon told Avalon Blue, who the hell are you to go on the internet and hold court on a little homie and tell him you find him guilty and his actions are summoned for a DP?
I didn't see yesterday. I've seen it today. Actually got this man sitting up here like he's on court. Talking, I find you guilty. Guilty? Of what? Defending himself against a dude that was in the turf that should have been in the turf, antagonizing him, calling him monkeys and all this and that.
The cartoon told Avalon Blue, if you weren't so thirsty for the clout, you would have understood why the little homie snapped at that Mexican because he called him a monkey first. Then he said you had the audacity.
That makes it look even worse to have the audacity to make your little homie apologize after he was disrespected so aggressively in a racial fashion. That's where the show of weakness comes in at. That's where Avenue Blue made his most volatile mistake, honestly.
To bring your little homie to a platform and call him a clown to his face. Now, cartoon ended it off by telling Avalon Blue, you might be scared of that Southsiders, but we not. And he said, although we pushing unity, that Southsider started it first by calling the little homie a monkey, and he just responded back. Now, salutes and shout-outs to Cartoon for the content, but he had a whole lot to say to Avalon Blue. And now that you guys heard it, y'all like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Y'all let me know what y'all think down in that comment section. Paperboy no stand. Y'all be safe and stay dangerous out there. Count.
Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Do you think that Avalon Blue was right for making his little homie apologize? Do you think that Cartoon is right for going on and, stepping up for his little homie and saying, Avalon Blue, you're wrong? Let me know what you guys think, man. Myself, personally, I think Avalon Blue made the wrong decision, and I will stand on that decision, on that opinion. With that all being said, red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go.
Avalon Blue from the Padres gang. I'm hanging on the east side. That's the thing. They said, OG nigga, what you gonna do? Call the Big Blue to get into the fields. That bitch told the homie get the spread on the yard. All the Avalons, they all they go hard. They call Young Blue, I'm from the Padres. Yeah, you know.
What it do?
All right, Avalon Blue. All right, we're gonna see.
YouTube, what it do? I brought y'all the news, so it's only right that we finish it right here. Avalon Blue done pissed off the black community. You know it's bad when even civilians want him to get a DP. Everybody's mad that he apologized to all the Southsiders. Not only that, but he broadcasted it for the world to see. Tone was found guilty and was summoned for a DP. Damian Porter said if I was Tone, I would have asked for a put-off because I would no longer want to be from that gang.
You had him come on here and apologize on the internet? No, you do that behind the scenes, bro. If you felt like your young homie did something wrong, you do that behind the scenes. As I said, this ain't my hood no more. I'm not getting on here. First of all, I'm not about to get on here and do this. Just go ahead and DP me and put me off. But put me off. I don't even want to be from your hood no more.
Yeah, if you're going to DP me for, standing up for myself after being racially accosted to maintain peace with another race, oh yeah, F y'all.
Put me off. I'm good. I tell you, boy, hey, say what you want. Man, my people, yeah, they ready to go to war with anybody at any time. Yeah, it is what it is. What's up? Got everybody against us anyway. He just another one. Whether we give it to y'all too, we no. The homie said what he said, and that's what's up. Kick it off.
And personally, I think Damian Porter's response is the only appropriate response. How dare you accost one of your own to defend the relationship or the respect of a group of people who don't even like you because of the color of your skin? who call you the hard ER and all this kind of stuff, who are on the internet, disparaging comments and passive aggressive and directly aggressive comments about your people.
Because we not touching our homeboy. Just like y'all.
Just like when, Mexican gangs get into it with black gangs, and they'll be like, oh, we just beat with this hood, but then they're killing anything black. Like, no, I think that was flu flammers. I'm not gonna lie. That was flu flammers.
Ain't touch none of y'all people when they out here saying the N-word and hitting up NK on the wall. And shooting at little black women, whether they gangbang or not.
Even Cartoon was disappointed with Avalon Blue. He said if I was still from 5 Trade, that there's no way in hell that Tone will get a DP. We're not apologizing for nothing, because when they do stuff, they never apologize. Matter of fact, they reward their homies for calling us the N-word.
I don't gangbang, but when I did,
They for sure reward their homies for using the N-word and disrespecting black.
that used to be my community. That used to be my section. Stuff like this that just happened with this apology on national TV, this is how you know that I no longer gangbang from that term. This is how you know that I no longer have any type of influence on what them dudes do. Because I can tell you straight up, if I would have had any influence, if I would have still been a part of that community, if I would have still had any type of influence, there would not have been an apology on national TV like that for the world to see, for the internet to see. That would not have happened, period. Would there have been an apology issue? Yes, it would. But now it would have been an issue only to 2 entities, and one to the Hispanics that gangbang from Avalon, and to the East Side Playboy community that they share turf with. But that would have even been behind the.
Nah, that's real. I'm not apologizing to Mexicans as a whole. I'm apologizing to my homies from the set that's Mexican, and I'm apologizing to the Mexicans hood specifically that we cool with. Not everybody, not to everybody that's offended. These particular 2 groups. That's all.
It would not have been for the world to see. But as far as an apology to all the Serenials on TV, not on my watch, buddy.
Everybody's on Avalon Blue's ass. Even Bobby Yates said he should get a DP. Avalon Blue said Cartoon should focus more on choir practice at church. He said lead a 5 Trades to me. Man, things are starting to get spicy, my boy.
Y'all know I'm off the chain, right? Don't play with me, gang. Big Tony. Stay at church, big homie. That's it. Go to Bible study. Go to Sunday school. Anybody throw rocks at me, please don't get me started, gang.
Hey.
I know a lot of buster ass niggas around here. I know a lot of sharp people. I know a lot of niggas secrets. I know a lot of niggas.
So is he talking about those secrets that have been discussed and associated with Cartoon's name that has been on the internet a few times? Is you talking about that? Like, what you talking about? Be specific. Is you talking about Cartoon secrets? Is you calling Cartoon a buster and a mark? You can't call him that, because this dude flew from Alabama, went to y'all hood, summoned you as if you were a spirit or as if you was a child, and he whooped your ass. Leave that man alone.
That did happen. That did in fact happen for sure. That's a fact.
On my feet fashion. I know all you big homies. Don't throw no rocks at me. Pay attention when I tag you and I see who you is, nigga. My background investigation is thorough.
Well, listen, dog, I ain't throwing rocks. I'm throwing boulders at you.
Now we got a founder of a gang from Minnesota.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Avalon Blue, that as far as just me being black, me being 36 years old of a younger generation, you might not know it, but in our generation, they're extremely disrespectful towards us. As far as me being a black man, that group of people that you were made your homie to apologize to are extremely disrespectful towards us, extremely hateful towards us, extremely bigoted and biased towards us. And at least as far as the internet is concerned, never misses an opportunity to berate, defame, humiliate, or embarrass us. So, you know, when you did that, I get that you may not be aware of what's going on the internet because you definitely are an older gentleman. It could be interpreted a type of way by those of us who are on the internet because we see the bias, we see, you know, just the disrespect, we just see everything that comes along with it. That is pretty, you know, hurtful and disparaging.
Soda, he's upset with Avalon Blue. He said this is no longer about the 5 trays. This is now a black issue. He said you made us as a whole look bad. They want him to get disciplined.
So we got a member from the Avalon Gangster Crips who disrespected the Mexican gangs using the disrespectful terminology known as the sewer rats. After he did this, one of his OGs came online and publicly disrespected him and told him he had to apologize and apologize his damn self. As you can see, the reputable from Avalon Gangster Crips apologizes to the Mexican gangs, even though the Mexican gangs have been disrespecting black men and women out there in Los Angeles for years. And for those screaming that the Avalon Gangster Crips are structured, this isn't structure. This is buffoonery. Our discipline any members, let alone make them publicly apologize. You do sound scared, homie. For those talking about stop getting involved in Cali politics, man, this is black politics. This exceeds your city. When I'm in Los Angeles or California, I'm going to fall into your structure. When you guys are out here in Minnesota, Illinois, you're going to follow our structure.
The Southsider that got into it with Tone, he reached out to Avalon Blue. He pulled up to South Park and apologized to Tone. He said, I apologize for the things I said. He said he doesn't want to go viral for the wrong things. They shook hands and that was that.
Uncle Blue at South Park, man. Me and my man Tone and my man right here, squaring your way. Grown man talking, man. Like I say, man, we turn a negative to a positive, man. Like I said, we get to it over here, man. They came up here, your man came up here, bro, like real man, speaking on it like real man, getting it out their chest, man. Because at the end of the day, we don't want to lose what we got going in our community, man. I ain't gonna go too far, G. Grown men talk. Grown men talk. Grown men talk right there. Grown men talk. You know what I mean? My boy came, LA Gizzy came up here to holler at Tone like two grown men. Come to the park and let them know, homie, that we ain't racist, we good, bro. Once your brother came up here and see how the black and brown we roll up here, man, he said, man, we don't want to go viral for that, man. I let him know this is what I protect, man. I protect all this for our kids out here, man.
No, I'm not mad at Avalon Blue, excuse me, for maintaining the protection and the safety and the, you know, humility of this community at all. I'm not mad at that at all. The only thing that I'm saying is it's the apology for matching disrespect with disrespect. And that's where things kind of got a little bit tricky at. That's where things got a little bit, you know, muddled at. I guess that's where the waters got muddled. And we figuring the situation out. And the reality of the situation is this: it does make the black car look weak when you allow a group to disrespect them. And then a member of the black car speaks up, and that member is now met with discipline, met with violence, and met with force, and, you know, basically accused of wrongdoing.
And he came up here, man, and came to see Tone. Him and Tone, man, shook hands and cleared their beef, man. Like I say, both of them apologized to each other. They could have both did things better. But hey, man, just to see it, the open and shut place, man.
But if they could both have done things better, why did only your homie get a DP? Why they didn't put their hands on their homie? If everybody could have did something better and everybody's wrong, why your homie's the only one that got physically accosted? And that's where they'll say it looks weak at, because yeah, okay, everybody could have did things better, but again, only we're putting our hands on each other.
I open and shut case within a week, bro. Huh? So poor lifestyle, huh? Who does it, baby?
Avalon Blue feels like the whole world is against them. He said all I wanted was peace. I prevented a war. We're not afraid to go to war, but I don't want to see my people die. And I don't want to see their people die. I want to see us all live.
Good morning. This is Avalon Blue at the park, man. Is it me? Somebody trying to make me feel guilty for wanting peace in my community. Is big slang in depth? on the internet. What's up, nephew? Cuz I'm on my live right now. I'm trying to figure out, are we slanging death on the internet, cuz? The niggas out here slanging, I know we used to sell dope on the set. I know we was slanging rocks back in the day. So y'all can't slang rocks on this block. So y'all out here slanging death on the internet? Man, y'all gonna try to make me feel guilty because I'm not racist? Y'all gonna try to make me feel guilty because I got the homie who made a mistake and the dude who made a mistake with, because they squared it up, they talked and they squashed it. I'm wrong. We're getting two real niggas together, man, to talk about their differences. I'm bummed. Because I didn't want to say the racial slurs and I'm not racist. What's up, Raina? Inglewood, what's up, homegirl Raina? They act like...
Yeah, I don't think that he understands where his intentions are definitely pure, but it was a facilitation of the way he went about it. No, wanting peace in your community is not bunk, nor does that make you bunk. That makes you definitely a champion and a hero amongst your people for sure. But when you are representing a situation, and now Avalon Blue going online will be, whether he likes it or not, represented as the face of the Avalons, because that's just how the internet works. They're going to see you as a black man first. They're going to deal with you as a black man first. And when it comes to the back and forth, the 1-2 step like Sierra, when it comes to this entire situation, you'll see that everybody's going to look at it like, hey, you had your friend and he was disrespected by a particular racial group. The person who disrespected your friend and started the situation was never accosted or never, anything from his people. You know what I mean? Like never anything from his people. But somehow, some way, when he makes a statement back and he defends himself, he's now being accosted and harassed by his people. So you being his people and you being the person who, has ordered this accostation, this costume to put him in, so to speak, they're going to say that you're putting your race behind, another race in order to make peace with that other race. And those people who are not from Los Angeles will more than likely say that it's because you have a fear of this other race. That's where the situation comes in at. That all being said, man, we're up out of here to the next one. You guys let me know what you think in the comments, though. Red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We're gone. All right, man, we're finna jump into the scandalous Los Angeles. Wack 100 gets laughed at by Trick and Big U. Let's get into this content. And big shout out to Scandalous Los Angeles TV.
I'm just saying, man, Wack do a whole lot of knowing this and knowing that and knowing this nigga business and knowing that nigga business. He be in everybody's backyard and you know about everything that go on. And then you got Big U, he said this.
I have never been in LAX airport with Wack 100, nor do we run down on Future. I wish y'all would get in y'all head that these people lie all day. 10% true, 10% them. I hate how no matter what someone says about Big U, it's just true. When is the hate going to stop? I made one mistake and I was building with a blank, and that B's and C's. And for that B's and C's, I'm sorry, Big U.
And then you got Trick who said this.
WTF, man, what? Wait.
And then you got Trick who said this.
WTF, man, I swear at least once a week I wake up to a get a laugh on this BS social media platforms. The real world is a beautiful place. You should try it sometimes. Trick has it.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers. This isn't going to be a long video, y'all, but I needed to put this out there. Right now, there is a lot of talk circulating after a story we heard Wack tell over 3 years ago on Clubhouse about him and Big U chasing Future through LAX. Actually ended up in Big U's superseding indictment. And it's wild because the paperwork mentions a co-conspirator. And from how we all look at it, that person has to be the one who originally told us the story.
And Wack is named as a witness, a co-conspirator, a victim. There's all kind of things going on in this case.
The one who told us that he was with Big U in the airport. And that person just happens to be Wack. When you read through all of Big U's indictment paperwork, it's hard not to notice that Wack has been given some pretty heavy titles throughout it. First, he's listed in the witness interviews. Then, he's described as a rival counterpart.
Oh yeah, I forgot that he was described as a rival counterpart. That's 4.
Now, it appears he's being called a co-conspirator. That's 3 different labels right there, and I think everybody should be wise enough by now to know exactly what that means. But anyway, we aren't going to dive too deep into that today. I just wanted to point that out real quick. So I stumbled across a YouTube channel called Straight Insta. Look at this video they posted 3 years ago, and pay attention to the title. It says Big U and Trick Trick Clown whack 100 at the airport for saying they were chasing Future. 3 years ago, after Wack told his airport story, these guys were all sitting around about it. But here is the cold part. If this story never actually happened, and it was all made up, like these guys are saying, then that means the feds are taking things Wack says directly and throwing them straight into official paperwork.
And taking them as actual facts and truth.
If the event never took place, but it somehow made its way into an indictment, they can only be going off the story Wack put out there. Definitely something to think about.
We're looking for Future, girl.
And you see that they're clearly not taking the situation serious. They're joking about it. They're mocking Wack 100. Oh, we looking for Future, blah, blah, blah. Clearly, these guys don't, act and move as if they were chasing Future through the airport. And you can see the title says Big U and Trick Trick, Clown Wack 100 at the airport for saying they were chasing Future.
Way into an indictment. They can only be going off the story Wack put out there. Definitely something to think about.
We're looking for Future, girl.
Yes, I am. I'm really trying to book the after party.
And we gonna be at that motherfucker. And y'all better tap in on Shay 45, man. Hello. Better tap in on Craig, man. Yes. Y'all seen it first, man.
He said that's a real man. Legend is real, man. Yeah, that's real.
We gonna be there.
Hey, don't get caught with the pin.
James over Crenshaw. Force we just lost. You know what I'm saying? But let me tell y'all, you do not have to keep sending me this notice from Wack about he's going lives.
And calling him back is referencing his name in the Del Dog Main Street case where he was in for confidential source number 2, CS2 back.
On the stomach app, the lay down app, the draws down app on Sunday. I seen it. They sent it to me. I seen it. It's all right. Look, you know what I'm saying? He's hurting right now, y'all. He's hurting. Just the only respond I have. That's it. The next one. Turn right. You know what I'm saying? There is no paperwork for development option, Jack. That's my organization. My paperwork is live. I'm the one got the paperwork on my site. Turn right onto North.
Now, the crazy part about this is that is true. There is no paperwork that says development options was helping law enforcement. That's never come out. Any snitch work or police credit or help him, that Big U, blah, blah, blah. None of that has actually existed.
What you talking about? It's on my site. Go to developmentoption.org and you're going to see our contract. It's on our page. You know what I'm saying? And I got one thing to say to you. I'm the CEO. I don't go to no meetings. I don't have no phone. I don't have to talk to nobody. I went to school, East LA College, to get the grant. I'm the head nigga in charge. I don't go to meetings. I meet with nobody.
I went to school, East LA College. It's crazy, but all right.
Because I went to school to get the contract. And thirdly, go to Ken Max's show and go on a couple of shows I did where I talk about I'm the reason why none of the contracts are like that no more. That language that they're going back to 1980-something was actually in there. I'm the reason why they changed it. Because we the one told them we wasn't doing it, and they agreed with it. You know what I'm saying? Thirdly, ain't no nigga nowhere in jail behind developing option. If I had it for 19 years, how come it ain't nobody in 19 years? Not back. Niggas hurting. Hey, listen, man, I'm telling you, I'm through with it. This is the last one. Y'all get this live recorded. But, man, you got problems with all these other bloggers and all these other dudes trying to be famous, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get to myself to the NFL, man. I can't do this. I can't go with you. I'm not doing nothing to you. On my mama. I'm not doing nothing to the lane, period. Y'all got it recorded. On my mama's mama, and on my daddy, and on my everybody. I'm not doing nothing to this lane. You know what I'm saying? Period. This is it, recorded. We're going to keep having fun. We're going to keep our clothes on at all times. Again, remember this, I'm the CEO, nigga. I don't need no phone. If you know what a CEO is, and the captain of the ship, yeah. Read the paperwork, then go your lanes, go realize I'm the CEO, motherfucker. Excuse me. I am the nigga that don't do nothing. And I get to be.
Well, unfortunately, he is being charged with everything like the CEO.
Oh, but anyway, like I said, back to that. Again, don't get caught with your drawers down. Don't get caught with your drawers down. I'm being childish. I probably won't even post this. So if y'all don't screen record this, you're not gonna have it. I'm not gonna post it. So please screen record this right now so you can have it for evidence. But again,
you might as well just post it if you don't tell me to screen record it.
Don't get caught with your drawers down. Don't get caught with your drawers down. Hey man, let me just say, all my people calling me telling me to get off this damn line. I'm just saying though, yeah, nigga. Oh, and second, I'm me. Everybody know you can't be the nigga that you've been talking about all your life. You know what I'm saying? So even if a motherfucker was representing different neighborhoods in their neighborhood, like that's what the grant does, is what people do, you got to be the right dude to do it. So it's called having a license to operate. Not a license to do no snitch, no punk stuff. You got to be the right dude in your neighborhood. Certain people could not be me. You ain't did all the fighting in your neighborhood. You ain't did the growth in your neighborhood. You ain't did the building in your neighborhood. You ain't sent kids to college in your neighborhood. I could not do what I'm doing if I was bad. Nobody could do this work if they was bad. Too much history, I'm sorry. 19 years we've been doing this. It ain't nobody never said nothing. 19 years? We ain't never had no indictment in the
That is a long time.
60s.
But then that's crazy too. We ain't never had no indictment in the 60s, and here we are a year and a half later, this didn't age too well.
My homies all went to jail. You know what I'm saying? In 19 years. And it just happened in every neighborhood in LA. Hello? Okay, let's figure this out. But anyway, like I said, I got more paperwork back. And I know who the conversation was with. And if people are talking about they freed all these people, well, how come you can't say exactly who was? But I'm not going to say nothing else because the NFL read and go back and get all this stuff. Y'all going to have it on YouTube. But I'm the CEO. I don't get a phone. I don't know nothing about it. And they don't even do that. And we have a contract with the city of LA, not with the police department. They get the funding from the same place we get our funding from. Read the contract. They get funding, we get funding. It's 31 organizations that do what my organization does. It's 31 now, it's 38.
Well, there hasn't been anywhere in this federal indictment where you can see that the GRID program or Big U has helped anybody be taken to jail. So all this is true. You feel me? For sure. It's not looking like that's actual thing.
At the time it was 31. So you have to apply for this grant to go get it. And you don't have to write or tell the police nothing. Period. That's not what to do. The phone is just like a citizen app. It just tells you where a crime happens at. If you got a citizen app, you got the same phone app that they got. So if you got the citizen app, you got the same exact thing there. Period. You don't write no reports, you don't do nothing. You don't do nothing to help the police because they don't need it. And again, it's 38 organizations in LA to do it. And I'm the CEO. Yeah. Don't get caught with your drawers down. Listen.
You didn't learn nothing else today. You gonna learn how to get caught with your drawers down.
Don't get caught with your drawers down. Don't get caught with your drawers down. I'm not doing shit.
All right, man. Well, keep your drawers up, right out to the left. You know the rest. Say prayer and be blessed.
Was confronted during this interview about some past statements he made about Atlanta, and things get heated. This conversation between Wack 100 and Loon on the It's Up There podcast was like a chess match, a battle between two people who know how to manipulate the narrative in their favor at a very high level. And what we witnessed was both people trying to manipulate the narrative in their favor, but they're doing it against each other. And I feel like both these dudes, they had their moment during this interview, but one person came up on top, and we'll discuss who that is towards the very end. Wack started off doing something that most people wouldn't have caught on. And so shout out to Loon, because Loon caught this. Most people wouldn't have caught this until it's too late. But Wack started off by going at media personalities in Atlanta while sitting in front of somebody who represents the media in Atlanta, which is Loon, right? So Wack starts off by going off on media personalities in Atlanta for giving soft interviews to 21 Savage and Young Thug and other Atlanta rappers who've been accused of snitching. Wack started off by bringing up Big Bank. Now, the reason why Loon caught on as fast as he did is because Loon also gave soft interviews to 21 Savage and Young Thug, right? Or to Young Thug. So if Wack 100 is criticizing or critiquing Big Bank for not really keeping it street or not really being thorough with how he interviewed Young Thug, then that essentially would be a diss towards Loon, because Loon arguably gave a softer interview to Young Thug than Big Bank did. And I feel like when Wack brought this up, most people wouldn't have caught on until Wack is already around the circle and they already spun. But
this is absolutely barnacles, man. The Wack 100 situation just continues.
Caught this very early.
Matter of fact, let's get it.
I knew what I was doing and what direction I was headed in, right? I caught ridicule with that, right? Now, I stood on my square. You know, Lou, when you choose to do something, you choose to do it.
Yes.
Now, years later, I look up, and Big Bank is on the internet saying, somebody tag 6ix9ine, tell him I need the interview. I never did it. I got the call from academics.
Yeah.
Wack, I'm going to ask you something you probably going to deny me. Will you sit down and interview 6ix9ine? Because everybody else, he's running circles around him, but he ain't talking to no real street dudes, right? I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. And even after we did it, 6ix9ine and Ad called me and they said, hey, bro, the fact that you showed up to the interview humble, you didn't have a bunch of dudes, you wasn't trying to do nothing to him, we are willing to not put this interview out because the little snippet we put out, they eating you up. What you want us to do? I told them, drop it.
Stood on it.
So now I'm looking at all these other dudes.
Yeah.
And I'm saying,
chasing 6ix9ine down.
But it's a good thing because you know what it is? They have realized in they jungle, it's a lot of people been exposed that they don't want to handle.
Wack is saying a whole bunch of absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Like, we hear you, but let's fast forward you, because who actually cares about the lies you're telling?
Now,
I don't know that Bank is handling.
The reply to Loon saying, man, I don't think Big Bank is going soft that got censored was Wack saying BS, bullish. Wack is saying Big Bank went soft on Young Thug and others. Now, this interview was filmed before Big Bank did the 6ix9ine interview, which was like months ago. Now, obviously, we now know the result of that interview, and it didn't go well for Big Bank at all, because 6ix9ine kind of came in and he reiterated the very same thing that Wack is saying right now, which is y'all pick and choose right? Y'all are hypocrites. And 6ix9ine kind of poke holes in it. I feel like even though it was really, really, really bad for Big Bang, I don't think it was as bad for Big Bang because a lot of us got love for Big Bang. We think Big Bang is dope. So the backlash that Big Bang would have probably gotten or how embarrassing that moment would have been was not as embarrassing, but it was still wildly embarrassing for Big Bang because everybody on the internet, including 6ix9ine haters, had to say, yo, 6ix9ine kind of walked him down. 6ix9ine even got his famous catchphrase from that interview, walk him down. Me personally, I just think that all Atlanta podcasters or media personalities should just ignore or avoid this conversation at all costs. Now,
so basically, he's telling you to do exactly what you guys do when it comes to Wack 100. Just avoid. You feel me? Just avoid. Because when it comes down to the whole 1-2 step like Sierra, everybody just pretty much acts like they don't see it. They act like they don't know about it. So Flacco's an expert on it. So he's telling you guys to avoid it the exact same way. Basically,
Loon has tried this in the past because Loon even told Charleston, hey, I'm not talking about this. To me, that's the right thing to do because when you're forced to talk about it and you know you got to stay in Atlanta, you love the relationships you have with these rappers. You're not about to sit here and call a spade a spade. You're not about to sit here and tell the truth because why would you? Like, why would you? So now you're forced to kind of defend something that's indefensible and you're forced to essentially defend something that you don't believe in. So now you just sound contradictory. You know, it sounds disingenuous. It don't sound believable. And you ultimately look bad defending something that you know you shouldn't be defending. Right? But I think Loon, out of everybody, including Big Bang, did the best job at defending Thug, defending Savage, and defending Atlanta rappers.
Listen, Bank really come from it. Let's talk about it. Thug, my guy.
But it's really hard to hear this from Wack, especially now in terms of Wack not, speaking truthfully about his situation with the Atlanta guys, i.e. Future. And then now we're listening to Flacco talk about something that has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that Wack is actually all over Big U's federal indictment. And that's the really hot topic of the day. So I guess this is, Flacco just kind of helping Wack, I guess for lack of better words, like kind of, sway public opinion, kind of move the goalposts or move the spotlight off of what he has going on onto this conversation. But Flacco, man, it would have been pretty admirable of you for you to actually speak about what the people want you to speak about, which is in fact Wack 100 speaking too much about the Future situation and Big U now being charged with it. You're bringing up this conversation with this guy Loon, who, no disrespect to this guy, but what does he even know about cameras? If you know about that Kanye West, Lady Gaga Polaroid little snippet, if you ever bored, just Google Kanye West, Lady Gaga Polaroid, you'll laugh. But yeah, man, it seems like it's just kind of a lot to do about nothing. And it just doesn't help the public perception that whenever Wack has something going on, Flacco will be one of the people to, not necessarily, speak about the real, speak about the truth. And when it comes to these situations and it comes to all this 1-2 step like Sierra, you just have to really pay attention to the fact that Flacco is on the pulse of hip hop media, on the pulse of what's going on in our galaxy, in our universe. But for some reason, the situation with Wack 100 just doesn't seem to fit the necessity of a hot topic or, a relatable topic to what's going on. I'm not sure why he's going about it like that, but I don't know, man. I don't really know. What I do know is this. Wack 100 is 100% Flu Flammers, Skull Douglas, and larcenies. And he is named multiple times in the Big U indictment. And for whatever reason, a lot of the bigger West Coast platforms don't want to talk about it. They don't want to discuss it. It is what it is. But with that all being said, if you want to hear Wack and Flacco talk about this nothing for the rest of the time, red dots to the left, the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go.
Yeah, well, I can't have no Thug slander.
No, listen, Thug did more for me than probably what he did for you.
So in the spirit of talking too much, you have J Hood about to talk about how basically the Bloods had a green light on Draco the Ruler and his Sting team. Munchie B obviously is uncomfortable with the situation, but regardless of all things, J Hood's not really catching the hint to be quiet, and here we are.
Greedo and this little
MCJ.
And then
MCJ.
the Sting team niggas is rocking with them three. Greedo little movement.
Yeah, they had
Sting
a big
team
wave.
and Charlotte Mafia, they was all like, you know what I'm saying?
So that was before the Sting team was your ops? Or after?
Before I dislike Draco, I ain't no ops. Like,
see how Munchie B is specifically making it clear that that's not an op. He's trying to clean up this
disgusting image he has about his relationship with Draco the Ruler. And J Hood's not picking up what he's putting down in real time.
I mean, they ain't no ops.
Sting team was definitely your ops.
Nah, hell no.
Man, I was in the county jail.
My ops is real people. Like
blood that ran across the Sting team gave them fades.
They ain't giving nigga enough problems to be considered ops. Them like 60s and 90s and rolling hundreds. You know, them ops. You know what I'm saying?
But can you at least admit that
get some niggas I didn't like?
They was getting beat. They was getting fades in that county jail like they was ops.
Mm-hmm.
They was getting fades for sure.
Yeah. But
so in the middle of an open indictment and unalivement, you have J Hood heavily emphasizing to Munchie B that Draco the Ruler, who is the subject of the 187, an unalivement. Keep in mind, Munchie B said that he passes the bottle to the person who unalived Draco the Ruler. You have J Hood emphasizing and re-emphasizing that these were Munchie B's ops. Munchie B's trying to clean it up and trying to be like, nah, it's not that serious. And J Hood just continues to pound it in over and over and over and over and over about the situation. He's not picking up what Munchie B's putting down. Not even a little bit.
Big team in county jail was running with the rolling hundreds.
Yeah, I don't look at them like ops talk. I'll be doing a lot calling them niggas ops, like giving them, like, you know what I'm saying?
You ain't giving them.
There's some niggas I don't like.
Too much credit.
Let's give them their flower.
Yeah.
No, they ain't like
validate, dude. Like,
and a force to be reckoned with if they're not.
And you guys are all laughing and joking. No, it's not about giving flowers. It's about not adding new information to an open unalivement case. It has nothing to do with giving flowers. It has nothing to do with props. It has nothing to do with anything of the fact that Munchie B can unfortunately spend the rest of his life in jail if saying the wrong thing or proving to be part of the situation in the wrong way. So I don't think that it's anything really worth laughing and joking about. Like, I don't see the comic relief in this. You know what I mean? I'm one person. I could be wrong, but stop me if I'm tripping, chat. But I don't think that there's anything really funny about this. I don't see what the ha ha he is about.
For somebody to be your op, you saying they have to do something to make you hate them.
Yeah, I used to dislike them. You know what I'm saying? Y'all getting up playing this right type niggas. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas ain't talking about nothing.
We were talking about you were talking about the push.
Yeah, it's not really smart to bring up. Honestly, for Munchie B's benefit, I would assume the No Jumper staff and the No Jumper crew to not bring up Draco the Ruler at all. Honestly,
Shiesty shit. On one of our Fridays or maybe a Tuesday, and you were talking about like how you felt about Gucci Mane doing exactly to him what was done to him, right? Like Gucci pulled that card. So now Gucci Mane is dropping Pooh Shiesty's album, you know what I mean? And Pooh Shiesty speaks out from jail. But before we listen to Pooh Shiesty's comment on it, what do you think about Gucci dropping his album while he's locked up?
Gucci Mane is still in ownership of the name Pooh Shiesty for musical purposes. They could drop that.
He getting paid Gucci like,
Did he name it? Did he get to name his album?
It's called All Eyes on Shiest, I think. Like, he's on some Tupac shit.
Who named that?
I don't know. Maybe it was Gucci Mane. Maybe it was Pooh Shiesty before he went in. But yeah, I think that's the name of it, right? Okay. All Eyes on Shiesty or All Eyes on Shiesty. I just listened to it.
Damn, I couldn't get no albums dropped while I was out, and then I did this shit. Now you immediately drop some shit.
Yeah, All Eyes on Shiesty.
He wasn't out that long. What you mean while I was out? He was only out like 3 weeks, right?
I thought it was like 6 months.
6 months. What was he complaining about though?
Splits and shit, and not be able to
complain about wanting to be off the label. He wasn't tripping about not being able to drop music. He was tripping about not wanting to be there.
Drop music, right?
See, and then as soon as he get in there, he dropped that shit.
I heard some songs last night. I'm like, is this the shit that was off the project?
The album?
Yeah,
they dropped it yesterday. The album dropped last night or yesterday for sure.
Yeah, the shit I was hearing was straight. I heard like 4 or 5 songs yesterday.
Yeah, it's not amazing, but it's definitely like Pooh Shiesty made me kind of want to like join a gang at 31. Definitely got that vibe. You know what I'm saying? Like become a slider at my grown age.
But it didn't sound like mixed.
Definitely rushed out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, definitely gave that vibe.
Yeah.
There's like certain awkward points where he's like kind of like offbeat a little bit. Ricky was saying that too. Kind of like it didn't seem like he didn't redo that track. Like he could have re-recorded a couple of these. Made it better.
Over the phone?
No. Like before he went in. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no, that boy J Hood is slow. J Hood, Pooh Shiesty is free, brother. We need you to keep up with the rest of the class, J Hood. We need you to keep up.
The way it is right there, it's cool. All they have to do is like throw some mix and master on it, and would it like smooth all out. But it seemed like Gucci was like just throw it out.
Yeah, like some pitch correction or something.
Gucci, like,
I'm about to capitalize. I'm about to make some money off this while it's a buzz.
I ain't gonna pay for the engineering, and this is gonna be his last album anyway.
Man, Pooh Shiesty speaks for the first time since his arrest for allegedly robbing and kidnapping Gucci Mane. ahead of his new
I mean, I think that Gucci Mane is entitled to put out music from his artists, despite all things.
album, I'ma Shake Back.
Okay. Still putting on like cologne, man. This ain't the biggest, man. This is the one that's bigger than the program, man. Yeah, just, ain't shit changed but the environment, man. We got new music on the way. This shit for the fans. This shit for everybody who been waiting. This shit supposed to be out. We don't give a fuck about what no niggas got to say, what no niggas think they know what's going on.
So it doesn't seem like he's upset.
Going on, especially the internet. This shit ain't nothing, some small to a giant, man. It's a pebble to a giant, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna shake back. Ain't about how you trip up or how you stumble or how you fall. It's always how you get back up. Everybody can't just get back up like a nigga like. What the fuck chopping, man? This shit still going on. We still putting on like cologne, man. This ain't the biggest, man. This is the one that's bigger than the program, man. Yeah, just, ain't shit changed but the environment, man. We got new music on the way. This shit for the fans.
Yeah, I think he said he's bigger than the program. I think him trying to be bigger than the program.
I think him being bigger than the program is what got him in the jail.
Got him arrested, and I feel like nobody is bigger than the program. And he's still like, yeah, this was supposed to have been out, man. This was supposed to have been out. So he's saying Gucci held the album, and maybe he's still excited because he's gonna get paid too. All right, Gucci is.
I don't know, man. It's a lot going on in this clip, man. We got Pooh Shiesty doing all his 1-2 step like Sierra from the jail. You have Munchie B being called out by J Hood basically for, the Bloods having a green light on Draco the Ruler as he was moving through the Los Angeles County Jail. You got Munchie B trying to make sure that J Hood doesn't say anything or do anything that's going to incriminate him any further. Seems like Munchie B's finally getting a hint as far as talking on the internet is concerned. It seems like Munchie B's finally getting a cool understanding of what is and what isn't acceptable on the internet, because this is one of his more modest takes when it comes to Draco the Ruler, whereas time in the past, he's had a lot of things to say. He has a lot of things, going on about the situation, and they are, kind of flu-flammers. But with that all being said, man, we're finna get up out of here to the next one. Red dots to the left, the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go. Now, we all remember when Munchie B and Flocko were having their back and forth 1-2 step like Sierra, and this happened.
In 6 months. You're a predator.
Wait, hold on, Munchie B. How old was the girl? Because this is very important to the situation.
God bless the white man. What are you talking about? You sound dumb. I never wore tights in my life. I never ran off on a taxi, man. Right? No. I never paid for ass, bro. You underage, and then you said no. She was 18 in 6 months. What? Who count months with adults? If your daughter is 19 months, that's one thing. Adult to say adult, she was 18 years old and not in 6 months. You're a predator.
Now, Munchie B is very adamant that at this girl being only 18 years old and 6 months, she is being, taken advantage of by the ja-la-la-la-la. Ja-la-la-la-la, ja-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. I'm just saying, do-do-do-do-do, ja-la-la-la-la. I'm just saying, that's what Munchie B is making a very clear statement. But before we get into the actual point of this, I want you guys to hear how passionate Munchie B is about this point, because as we should defend these young girls from people who he considers predatory or with predatory behavior, like, allegedly the person who he's speaking with. But let's hear just a little bit more of this.
Hey, bro, look, listen. Hey, if you're going to pay for some, why pay for an 18-year-old anyway?
If you're going to pay for the blah, 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 why pay for the blah, blah, blah from an 18-year-old anyway? Great question, Munchie B. But let's build this up a little bit more.
Hey, no. If you're going to pay for some ass, why pay for an 18-year-old? Why not 30? Answer that. Answer that. Man, it wasn't a lie, bro. I don't want to keep dragging K7 into this, bro. That's why I left it alone.
No. Postgrid, this said an underage prostitute.
I could prove that, bro. Don't force my hand.
No. Postgrid, you lied and said an underage prostitute.
The girl confirmed it
for sex.
Now, Flocko said an underage Yasayu allegedly came to no jumper. Well, I'm not sure about that in that situation, but let me introduce you guys to somebody really fast. So now as I slide to the Curse of No Jumper page over on Instagram, you see this young girl right here. And you see this young girl who's clearly outside, engaging in some nefarious acts, if you will. She's deciding to profiteer off her body, if you would like to be so kind, in the Figueroa corridor of the city of Los Angeles. Now, you may wonder, how is this girl relevant to the situation? Well, this girl, you know what? Let's introduce her by way of what the police say.
I'm 18. I don't know.
You're good. And then it's
16.
What?
16.
She's 16 is what the cop says. She's 16 is what the cop says. But what does she say?
Oh shit!
Oh, she is? Okay, well, I'm not doing anything, but okay.
I'm 18. I don't know.
You're good. And then
I'm 18 is what she says. So based off what Munchie B has just explained to us, both situations and both scenarios are wrong, because whether she be, either age, it's, considered predatorial for her to be around. Let's go back to what Munchie B had to say.
Bro, you wore tights for years. Bro, you can't say bum, bro. Bro, you pay for ass, bro.
Stop crying to the white
man. No. To the white man. Bro, you guys said we should have a show called God Bless the White Man years ago. And I got on your bumper about that. He said we should have a show called God Bless the White Man. What are you talking about? You sound dumb. I never wore tights in my life. I never ran up on a taxi man. Right? No. I never paid for ass, bro. You underage, and then you said no, she was 18 in 6 months. What?
So, with that all being said, you hear Munchie B's statement. You hear the introduction of the young girl who says that she's 18. How does this all tie in? Well, now you have the 20v1. You have the 20v1. And I want you to pay attention to this tattoo right here. This tattoo right here, that little butterfly tattoo. Where do we know that butterfly tattoo from? That's right, the same girl. But how do we know? Because let's check for the butterfly tattoo.
What?
16.
And there you have it, as clear as day. The same two butterfly tattoos. Little arrow, it's a janky arrow, but it's an arrow nonetheless. With that all being said, this is interesting. So someone in the No Jumper office, after watching Munchie B go so crazy on Flacco, thought it would be acceptable and appropriate to put Munchie B in the same situation he's accusing Flacco of. And it kind of makes you wonder, is it a coincidence or is it a setup? Now, do I think Munchie B would knowingly go into this situation? No. But to put a blind man in front of an alleged, by police officers, underage worker, or by her own admittance, an 18-year-old, knowing when Munchie B feels so passionate about anybody being 18 still being considered a child, is absolutely diabolical. But let's get to this 20v1. So the No Jumper staff introduced them as a set of twins, but again, we've now identified the girl from the video on the Instagram channel is the same girl in this No Jumper 20v1. So let's kind of see how this goes really quick.
Okay.
And this is Jimin by Law. Shout out to him.
GB.
Double the trouble.
Ooh. You got that.
They bought they twins? They're not identical. They're not even the same height.
Munchie deer.
Their faces don't look.
And again, this is the girl with the butterfly tattoo. We got the girl with the dragon tattoo. That's the girl with the butterfly tattoo. Again, the girl who was alleged to be 16 by law enforcement, but 18 by her own admission.
Look alike. They don't look alike. And they're not the same height. They're not twins. They're just friends.
Okay.
What's your name?
Princessa.
Princessa?
My name's Diamond.
Diamond? What's your nationality? You sound like y'all are Latina. Yeah. So who y'all favorite artists?
You know they're not twins, because for one, they're not even the same race. They're not even the same. They're not from the same Latin country. Latina's not gonna be like.
Was that not Riz?
No, so you fuck with Leppy Gunplay? Oh, Jeezy?
Okay. Yeah.
Really? Oh, Jeezy Young?
Yeah.
And you can kind of just see how the one with the butterfly tattoo is kind of moving around. She has like childish ways. So I get that Munchie B is blind, but it just kind of makes me wonder who again in the No Jumper office didn't do a thorough background check on this girl, considering the fact that Munchie B has made it apparent that even if she did come into the No Jumper podcast studio at 18 years old, he's made it clear that he's disgusted and he's grossed out by anything of that age bracket, which he should be, because even in one of the other ones, you'll kind of see where he's like talking. He's like, oh, you over 21, right? You over 25, blah, blah, blah. It's like a skinnier black girl he's talking to, and he's making sure he's actually, she's actually above the age, you know? So I'm not really sure, again, why they put him in this situation.
Okay.
Or maybe like some R3.
R3 the Chili Man?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I rock with him.
Really? Yeah.
Okay, you seen his baby mama just beat him up and she
And
got.
look how she's dressed. Both of them are dressed like they're literally dressed like they work on Fig. Like, look at the little flats, look at the little cheap little outfits and all that. Like, both of those girls clearly look as if they spend, time soliciting certain things off the Figueroa corridor. Now, I'm not making fun of anybody. This is not here to downplay or bash anybody, but these are the facts of the situation. She does look very similar to how she looked in that video wearing the similar two-piece when she was, in fact, on the Figueroa corridor.
Is y'all with that?
No.
Y'all came in pairs, though. So, have y'all ever dated the same dude?
Like, yes. Like how we had a threesome?
What?
Oh, shit.
Yes.
They not related.
Okay.
So now you have Munchie B talking about having been engaging adult activities with these girls. And again, this is exactly what he was chastising Flacco for. It's the exact same situation, minus the $2,500 for the box. Munchie B did not $2,500 for the box. But again, it makes you wonder who is trying to get revenge on Munchie B by setting him up with these, younger girls. With that all being said, man, I'm gonna get up out of here. Red dots to the left, the rest. I just want to know, does anybody else see the setup? Who from the No Jumper office thought it was appropriate and thought it was okay to set Munchie B up with this situation, knowing that he had just got this situation on fire with Flacco for the exact same thing, and we know that this would give Flacco, in fact, a lot of ammunition and a lot of room to, run with these little disrespectful narratives against Munchie B. With that all being said, we finna get up out of here to the next one, man. Red dots to the left, the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go.
Maybe because they both special,
So now we got this Crip Mac conversation from Munchie B and J Hood. Let's see where this is gonna go.
It's hilarious. I'll give him that.
Yeah, bro, stuck in the 90s for sure.
Well, why do you think he would be a better host than Adam? What is the traits that Adam would be kind of like too serious?
I can only go off receipts, man. That maybe because they both special. You had Crip Mac and Trooper. That shit was a bad experiment.
Yeah, that's hard to navigate that shit though.
Yeah, you are not Trooper and C-Mac to be fair.
But hold on. But what makes you think you could have them two together and had that under control?
Overly confident.
And giving them a bunch of alcohol as well. I was told that, or at least they were drinking a ton. I don't know if they were giving the alcohol, but Trooper was drunk as fuck. You could tell. So it's like, who thought that?
Yeah, he for sure had his shy issue.
Was a good idea for sure.
20 versus 2
special sped
kids.
Sped.
Yeah. Shout out to my special ed people.
Yeah, shout out to my earbiters.
Man, you finna get Crip Mac started up. He finna go, man. Crip Mac reaction incoming.
See, people don't understand. So there's between misbehave and slow. I believe me and him, we was just misbehave and then follow directions. And even though we knew the right direction, we just didn't. I didn't feel like it.
Yeah,
them niggas, they just
slow on slow.
They slow. They
act bad and they slow.
They not up to speed.
I don't think they know what they're doing is bad.
They know. No. You might be right. What you said is right.
Who's slower?
Well, so Crip Mac's not slow. I've actually had the privilege of meeting Crip Mac in real life and have spoken to him on the phone. Crip Mac's not slow. He's playing a role for the camera.
That's what I was about to say. Y'all think C-Mac has more faculties than Trooper?
Yes. Oh, yeah, Trooper, because when I heard the word regional center, you slow for sure.
Yeah. What's the regional center?
The regional center? Yeah, he go through the regional center. They get on resources. Like, he's slow.
Oh, like he actually gets, like, benefits for how slow
Crip Mac is just mental health. He mentally, you know what I'm saying?
That's true. It's more mental health. Okay.
And I'm going to tell you how I know that.
So one's disabled, one's mental health.
I'm going to tell you.
Mental health.
Okay.
What's his name? Crip Mac could control it.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, guys. Do you want your diagnosis of mental health coming from J Hood? Is J Hood the person that you feel like is the most qualified at the table to call somebody mental health? Let me know your comments and let me know your opinions in the comments. I would really like to know what you guys think. I mean, this is a serious question here. Is J Hood the person that you're going to for approval of judgment of someone's mental health? Let me know what you think.
Shit, because the way he don't talk like that in jail for sure. Because somebody put some iron in you or knock you out.
Yeah, he's definitely himself, but he definitely turns it up on camera and then kind of
the homosexuals and like acting like you can't control your mom. And that's how you talk. That's cap. Because I know the places you've been and you don't talk like that.
Exactly.
Not there.
Why does C-Mac hate you so much, J Hood? I didn't know that he had such a strong feeling. I seen like just a random clip of J Hood. I'm like, he was talking about getting shot. And he was like, I wish he would have died when he got. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, for real?
Yeah, he won't.
Okay, well, yeah, no, nobody's saying that. That's a bit far. just a tad bit far. Nobody's wishing anything like that on anyone. That's nothing going on in this content space warrants that type of response or that type of, feeling or that type of attitude, because when it's reality of the situation comes into effect, should something happen to J Hood, we'd all feel bad. So nobody wants to see J Hood unalive. Nobody wants to see J Hood without being able to take care of his family or take care of himself. That's a little bit far. That is a little bit far. Despite the fact that I still do not want him diagnosing my mental health, I don't want to see him, not able to live and enjoy this beautiful little third rock from the sun that we call Earth.
He was there for me.
That was crazy.
I could take a
want
guess.
you to talk about it, make ass.
Hold on.
Yeah, because I seen him in the comments. He was like, he don't want to fight. Because somebody was like, you should box him or whatever. He was like, he don't want to fight.
He don't want to fight. He does not want to fight.
He's not gonna get in the ring with nobody. Be honest.
Yeah, he's already said that. Yeah,
he gonna act like he done. He gonna make an excuse at the last minute.
Like, nigga, you scared. You scared. You won't even pod in the same room as me.
Mm.
You won't even pod in the same room as me.
And now you want Crip Mac to say, yes, I will. I will pod in the same room as you. I'll come up to No Jumper, do an episode, and then you guys do the episode, and then Adam 22 makes all the money. We see the play. We see the play.
Nigga, you scary. You a bitch, nigga. You a bitch.
Does this originate just from
Scarrow like Laryl?
Like you reacting to some?
No, it's because
Scarrow Cheryl.
I said the same.
J Hood just called him a B word though. Harsh words.
Thing that Bray said. I just told stories, my experiences, things I done heard, things I was there for. Nigga, little bro, bad news.
Tony Evil. Oh yeah.
Niggas done got in your ass.
All right.
Niggas done got in your ass before. And I just voiced that, like, you mean literally got in your ass?
No, that's what I was thinking.
Like,
got in your ass is like,
bro, random.
Got up with you, spank him up. Spank him out.
No gay shit. Like
yeah, obviously, yeah.
You feel me?
Just to clarify.
Not obviously, considering that it's actually, I'm sorry, I know Jumper, you do have to clarify that. And you do have to go into details and say, like, you're talking about a fight, not in a physical accostation, because their 3-finger book is just lurking all around here.
Got a bump.
I say clarify,
kids.
Kids.
Little boy.
You're not wrong for thinking that with all the stories that be coming out.
The carroting, that.
No, my nigga, right? You feel me? Like all the stories that have come out in this No Jumper space, nigga, you gotta clarify. Like y'all niggas be talking about some crazy stuff.
Carrot, pickles, spinach butter, they got all this. Yeah, so
and
wait, what?
Got a bump.
I say clarify,
kids.
Kids.
Little boy.
You're not wrong for thinking that with all the stories that be coming out.
The carroting, all that stuff.
Carrot, pickles, spinach butter, they got all this. Yeah, so
this is a gross misusage of food. Can you imagine with so many people starving around the world, you guys are putting these things up each other's bahunkuses? Like all the hunger in the world, and you ninjas is just wasting it on each other in fights. Gross misusage of vegetables and sandwich bread. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
And
I hate that the narrative out there, like everybody think California inmates and gangbangers is on some, you know what I'm saying?
Shit, yeah.
That's crazy.
Like butt stuff.
That was the reason why. That's the initial reason why. I told a story, right? I told a story on my channel a couple of years back about Crip Mac being in the county jail, because a lot of people be thinking like he
a monster,
all that. I'm like, bro, that's a facade for the internet. Like 9 times out of most people that Crip Mac run across in the county jail beat him up.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Like that's just a fact. I never said he was no buster. You feel me? I never said. Then he tried to get at me. Oh, you was on the 50-50 yard. So were you. There's no.
Oh my God. You were on a 50-50 yard. So were you. We were both on a 50-50 yard. What I say? We were both on a 50-50 yard. That's crazy. That nigga said, you were on a 50-50 yard. So were you. That is absolutely born kill. Yes. That is hilarious.
Like the politicking. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. I got dirty ticked on, but at the end of the day, I didn't do nothing wrong.
That's how you know he's slow. For him to even say that.
When he was also, it's like, then it makes you look bad.
I'm late. I was late finding that out with the Crip Mac thing. Until he was sitting next to 4 extras and was yelling all that. And I'm like, oh, and that's why you had the little awkward silence sitting right there.
Yeah, like 4 extras like, nigga, I'll never, nigga, if I'm going to die on an active yard, I'll never go to a 50-50 yard. And then you sitting next to Crip Mac.
Ain't quiet.
That just paroled off a 50-50 yard. You know what I'm saying? That been to a 50-50 yard. And he said, well, nigga, I didn't have no serious case. I had a small little gun case, nigga.
That's a great
nigga,
impression.
that's even more of a reason why you should have been getting cracking.
Yeah.
The people who did long lengths in jail deserve to go home. The people who got short time is the people who supposed to sacrifice.
You could stick it out.
Yeah, they say you got wino time and get off. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're supposed to be time.
I mean, I don't know. My logic is stay out of jail. That's what I would say. I would say stay out of jail. I would say stay away from anything. You know, it's just stay away from anything that's going to put you in incarceration. It's a lot to consider. You feel me? So I'm just going to go ahead and stay free. That's what I'm going to do.
Hey, Loki, you hear me? Because if you doing, hey, look, if I say if you plan on like you about to go to jail, I'm about to go to this 50-50 yard. I don't have no plans of coming back because I'm done with the streets.
That's
all
cool.
right, then all right, but you still barking disrespectful slurs as far as gangbanging and acting like you're active and shit, so it don't align with your character. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, but no, Crip Mac just need. You know what I'm saying?
You need guidance. You need folks.
I be ignoring him. I don't be trying to bring him up no more. And then that nigga he be getting off on me. I'm like, damn, that shit crazy.
But he has never been you.
Nah,
the name
hell no.
you have in the streets,
Right?
Nigga, with or without your sight, he ain't never been you.
Right.
So that's what.
No, that's true.
No, I'm trying to ignore the weirdo.
So it kind of sounds like he selected politic names as bubbling.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, okay, if I talk about this person or this, it's gonna create some kind of virality to it or some shit.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing for sure.
So he ain't that slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He don't want to put himself in the same category.
Crip Mac not slow at all, bro. There's nothing slow about Crip Mac. That nigga's just playing a role. If you are falling for the role that Crip Mac is playing, then just God bless you and everything that you have going on in life.
As everybody, bro, you've been on the 50-50 yard. I don't care if you was there. If you was over there for over 72 hours, you're wrong.
Hey, I in my opinion, I think he harmless.
Yeah, he harmless. He's definitely harmless.
That's what I feel.
And I fuck with his content.
He's funny as hell for sure.
Funny as hell.
You gotta put him in the right environment.
Yeah.
Not everything, it's not just knock it out the park every time, but in the right environment, you go crazy.
I can't believe we're like past 10 minutes and still talking about Crip Mac, but okay. Cool. This is what we have going on. Fine, whatever.
That he is who he pretending to be.
The funniest shit is when he found out Lil Nas X was gay on camera. That was funny.
That was hilarious.
Or when Tania trying to get her wax pen, like it was right there, and she touched his butt. He almost got off on her like that. That shit was funny. And that was natural, like shit like that, like that. That's funny though, but.
You don't like the kind of like acting persona, like put on a character type thing. Yeah.
Like he's entertaining being himself. There's no need to be extra out.
Yeah.
Like you actually.
I think he think he's super extra out, but he can't because he's not super extra out in the jail.
Yeah, he says he's a general.
He not.
Hey,
yo, general can't be on the 50-50.
Now, I'm not here to, validate, invalidate, argue Crip Mac's military status, but this is a lot to do about like jail when everybody in the circumstance and conversation is free. Just want to kind of like throw that out there. So when you guys are like kind of wondering why No Jumper never really makes it past the, kind of super extra out hood content, it's because you have a bunch of people who are free talking about jail to a person who is which Moose Man is, who I don't think has ever even been to jail. So, let alone the penitentiary. And, I guess here we are.
They gotta
not the general because of that.
We gotta retire that shit. And Army, how many generals is he?
Probably a few handful, if I had to guess. Yeah,
a lot of generals actually.
Yeah, man, they gotta retire that shit.
There's too many.
Way more than a handful. Just, they ask questions, and instead of just like pulling out your phone and just simply asking Chat GPT or just Google, these niggas will just make up answers and just like blatantly just give you wrong information. When the correct information is literally sitting in your pocket. Like you literally have $1,000 computer sitting in your pocket by way of your cell phone, and you just won't even Google it or ask the Chat GPT, and you'll just kind of say whatever. That's a different level of just lack of care for education right there. When the information is available to you and it's readily available to you and you just refuse to use it, that right there is what makes you different, my friend.
Generals out here. Everybody's a general.
Yeah, everybody a general.
Shout out to the general insurance.
I didn't know it was that easy to be a general.
But at what point?
220
generals.
God.
Oh wait.
Yeah, right. That's a big handful. Come on now, since I told you this. Shout out to whoever did the Google search in the background.
In the Army or all the military branches?
U.S. Army.
Oh, but that's a large army though.
Yeah, that's
we got one of the biggest, right?
Ain't nobody live.
Now you're trying to now it's a large army. The goalpost, man. The goalpost. So when Crip Mac actually uses the word general correctly, after you guys just tried to basically make it seem like he's the dumbest person in the room, and then by default prove that you yourself might be worthy of that title, now it's, oh, well, that's a large army. Well, we weren't here to talk about the size of the United States Army. That wasn't the conversation. The conversation was basically based around the usage of the word general, and it seems like Crip Mac used it appropriately as you guys sat at the table trying to chastise him and make it seem like he was one who was devoid of education, and that definitely came back to bite you in your bahunkuses. Just painting the truth of the facts here. So all we're doing is painting the truth of the facts.
Deep as the U.S. Army. So that's what I'm saying. Damn, 220?
That's a lot. Maybe there's room for all the generals.
No, it ain't.
Maybe everybody could be a general.
That was a good trivia question. I don't think nobody would have guessed that.
I thought it was going to be like 10.
I just guessed it.
10 or under. Or something.
This motherfucker said a handful.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We probably got like 1 million troops.
You know, off topic, on topic, a lot of people in the comments be like, we don't need you correcting people in every video. We don't need to hear that. We don't need to hear that. Well, I'm sorry that you don't want to hear basic education. And like the fact that genuinely upsets people, has a lot to say about where society is going, man. Education should be cool. Education should be celebrated. Having the wrong answer and then being able to have the right answer should be something you should, want to have in life. I don't understand why you want to walk around with wrong information, but I guess.
To deploy. So I would have guessed like 50. I would have guessed at 50. Now that I think of like the size of the army that we got, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 4 distinct ranks.
Oh, but there's different type of generals too.
Yeah, 4-star generals around 7 to 11. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna rock with the 4-star generals. Okay, yeah, that's what I was speaking about. So
Lieutenant
right.
General. Hey, he's a 5-star general.
Oh shit! So he's the only
5-star.
He's an infant log general. At the infant log general at the age of 50.
Yeah.
He too old to be an infant log, but hey.
He way too old to be an infant log.
But man, shout out to Trevor, man, out of Ontario.
And that's how you should have known that he came from someplace with the basics of education. And niggas from Ontario, he don't hide it. I mean, yeah, Crip Mac walks around and looks how he looks now, but the basis of his education came from Ontario. He's never denied that fact. So I don't know why you guys are like thinking that this man is devoid of any type of education.
Okay, Trevor.
That's Crip Mac's name.
Oh shit.
Why everybody named Trevor?
Right.
Never mind. Stay away from that one.
No, I know what he on, bro.
No, I'm gonna stall him out too. I'll be trying to know what I'm saying? Go a different direction.
General insurance.
Hey, let's get to the topic of Phoenix Flex and finally
all right, man, we're about to the next one. Red dots to the left, you know the rest. 16 minutes on Crip Max. Prayer and be blessed. We go. We finna slide into this Kantiana, man. Southsider calls Tone from Avalon Gangsta Crip out for the fade for saying F sewer rats. Now, I'm not here for any form of flamey, skullduggery, and larceny, and I do not believe in any form of racism, any form of prejudice, or any form of hate speech. As a matter of fact, we should love each other and heal each other, be real to each other, and make sure that we ain't out here trying to KILL each other. Love is the drug that we should all be upon, and we know that, positive vibes and good feelings are all what we need to be about. With that all being said, unfortunately, in the Los Angeles area, the Mexican community, specifically coming from the male side, are pretty disrespectful online when it comes to the black community, by way of trolls and talking shit and racial slurs and all that. Now, a lot of Mexicans will be like, that's not us from LA, that's whatever, blah, blah, blah. But then you have people like Blue Devil, who is from the Los Angeles area, San Bernardino specifically, being extremely racist, having a certain brand of shirts that are defamatory towards black people. And we don't see any of the Mexican podcasters really stepping up to say that this is wrong. Nor do we see any of the Mexican podcasters stepping up to say it's wrong when they're watching their counterparts disrespect black people in the comments, whether they be in the Los Angeles area or whether they be in London. So with that all being said, not saying that Tone from Avalon Gangsta Crip is correct for returning disrespect with disrespect, nor is he correct for returning hatred with hatred, because you can't fight hatred with hatred. You need a little bit of love. But at the same time, I can understand how one could get so frustrated where you do have a slip up and say some things that, are reflective of how you feel about the way that, you know, you're being treated by your constituents. Let's jump into this content without further ado. So let's get into it. Let's go.
Paperboy News here to deliver y'all that daily report. Now, for those of y'all who live out here in LA, knows that South Park belongs to the Avalon Gangsta Crips as well as the Playboy 13s. And a member from Avalon Gangsta Crip who goes by the name Tone got into it with a Hispanic and basically dissed all the Southsiders in LA. Now, an OG from Avalon Gangsta Crip who goes by the name Avalon Blue told this little homie, although I understand your frustration, you said what you said on camera, and now you're gonna get DP for that. Now, Bray said he knew Tone for a long time, and he was a stand-up ninja inside LA County Jail. And after he heard Avalon Blue summoning his...
I'm not gonna lie, I don't agree with this, and that's not because he's black. You don't see any of the Hispanics getting DPs for disrespecting blacks at all. You don't hear them talking about it. You don't hear them, you know, celebrating it. You don't hear them promoting it or anything like that. So not really sure why you DP one of your own for something that, you know, wouldn't cause them to get DP for, despite the fact of doing the same thing extremely often.
Tommy to a DP for what he said towards the Southsiders. He had a couple of things to say about it, so let's get straight into it. Now, Bray said ever since he knew Tony, he's always been cool with the essays. But he said when ninjas is on that, they just say whatever. And he said the last thing on Tone's mind was somebody was going to record him. Now, Bray told the Avalons it's not that serious, because y'all know just like I do, that Mexicans diss the C and the B all the time, and although he don't agree with what Tone said, that essay started it.
On Bloods that ain't got down with me over and all that. On DLB. Don't take it as serious.
And it's crazy because Tone was actually responding to racial disrespect. So again, the Mexican who initiated the disrespect, he's not getting a DP from his homies. His homies are actually championing him and all over the internet, celebrating him and laughing at the fact and saying, and I quote, we got them blanks, you know, hard ERs to take out themselves. So, yeah.
Because we already know what we was on Wayne. So I can call out a gang of people on the streets, on Damo, Hispanics, that been told me before, this the C, this the B. Peoples do it all the time. Mexicans do it all the time, disrespect, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's right. On Damo, I ain't saying what bro did.
But it's extremely interesting to see him getting physically assaulted for standing up for himself and his race.
Right. But I'm saying, like, now I see, like, it got serious. You know what I'm saying? You got people talking about DPs. You got these big homies getting on here, like, man, calling people clowns.
Now, Bray said he can understand Tone's frustration because something was going on in his hood. Then you got a random ninja who's not even a reporter with a camera all up in his face. And when he stood up and defended himself as well as his homies and his section, his own hood summoned him for a DP. Now, Bray said he don't agree with what his homie from Avalon did, nor is he saying that Avalon shouldn't DP him. But he knows 10 essays that he follows on social media said disrespectful thing towards blacks as well as Crips and Bloods, but they don't get DP by their section.
Oh, that's so bro, man. I know people, I know 10 people right now that I follow, Mexicans, that didn't whack ears before. That didn't whack ears for blacks and all that.
Now, Bray said one of his Southsider homies says that he knows Tone, and he know he ain't racist, but because he dissed the Southsiders, he wants a head-up fade with him.
It's crazy because my boy Risky from Little Mobsters on the hood, shout out to my bro. Dead homies, me and him in the squad plenty times. We been in riots together. We done cracked off riots over each other and all that. Essay, my boy Smile on all them people's up. Risky tap in on me immediately and say, on the hood, tell Tone, let's get in a no Zark zone. Dead homies, we already squad before. Because of that happened, he's like, because of that, we can settle that. Dead homies, me and bro, we know each other. We know it ain't no weird shit. None of that's going on. We ain't on no, you know what I'm saying, back door. But to settle that right there, I want to get out with him again.
Now, salutes and shout-outs to that Southsider because he said he knows Tone. And the only reason he wants to squabble with him is because he dissed the Southsiders. But he said knowing Tone personally, he know he ain't racist. Now, Bray said just like his Southsider homie standing on business, he knows Tone ain't gonna turn his fate down. Now, Bray's ended it off by telling the Southsiders, although Tone was out of pocket for saying what he said, he got nothing but love for the essays, and they even share parts with a Southsider hood, the Playboy 13s.
On the hood. He didn't mean it like, you know what I'm saying? I know Tone that's like this with Mexicans, like this with essays, I'm saying. But when that mode, when it's already on that to say whatever, and on GM, the last thing he thought was somebody was gonna record him and it was gonna go viral and it was gonna affect.
That's another thing too. You're disciplining him for a video that was put out not by him because somebody was reporting his private conversation. That's tricky.
It's homies with the Mexicans that they next to, cool with, and stuff like that. JM.
Now, salutes and shout-outs to OG Cartoon from 5 Trey Avalons. And he said although his homie was out of pocket for saying that, Mexicans say racist things every day on the internet.
Was it disrespectful? Yeah. But it wasn't no disrespectful than some of the stuff that Mexicans put on the internet every day about Crips, Bloods, and Blacks. They go back and forth, hand in hand. Go back and forth, hand in hand.
Now, Cartoon ended it off by saying, that's how you could tell I ain't in the Avalons anymore, because you made one of our own homies apologize to a racist Hispanic for saying what he said about us, but then want to make him
I was wondering what Cartoon thought about this. And I was going to call Cartoon today, but it was a little bit late. I figured he was probably already in bed with his wife, and I want to interrupt their household. But man, I've been wondering what Cartoon think about this situation, man. I've been wondering what Cartoon was thinking about this one.
apologize for what he said back. Now, salutes up the Brace for the content as well as OG Cartoon. But Cartoon don't seem happy at all, and he has a couple of words. But before I play it out, y'all like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Y'all let me know what y'all think down in that comment section. Paperboy, no stand. Y'all be safe and stay dangerous out there. Gone.
Stuff like this that just happened with this apology on national TV, this is how you know that I no longer gangbang from that term. This is how you know that I no longer have any type of influence on what them dudes do. Because I can tell you straight up, if I would have had any influence, if I would have still been a part of that community, if I would have still had any type of influence, there would not have been an apology on national TV like that for the world to see, for the internet to see. That would not have happened, period.
Now, I can 100% believe that because I don't think that, Cartoon was going to allow that type of disrespect to fly. He going to stand up for his people. That all being said, man, red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go.
Sure to tell me, which is true, that whenever I'm reiterating saying something, I got to get everything in there because I did not mention that when I said that on even Culture United or the show, that I didn't reiterate the fact that video had went down. And that was the biggest change in everything. When they shot that 100 video in Compton, because Top communicated that to Wack and Chuck, and I said that to both of them too. So it wasn't like the nigga ain't know. So, that was the thing.
Well, today on their show, Stackquo came out and said, yo, I spoke at the game yesterday. He said, man, I had no idea Kendrick felt some...
Now, with that all being said, I can understand how when the game did 100 with Drake and brought Drake to Compton or, Bompton because they were in the Cedar Blocks, Kendrick could have taken that away. But at the same time, how does the relationship with Game affect his relationship with, Kendrick Lamar? I'm sorry, how does his relationship with Drake affect his relationship with Kendrick Lamar? The Game has made it abundantly clear that him and Drake are homies, and Drake has made it, abundantly clear that, he rocks with the Game. They're really close. They fuck with each other. So with that all being said, you see the situation and you have Kendrick Lamar, at odds with him. Well, my question is the Game supposed to just like not bring Drake to Compton, considering the fact that that's where he's from as well? Like Kendrick isn't the only one from that, particular city. Like how does this work? Like what do What are the do's? What are the don'ts? What are the wills? What are the won'ts? You feel me? It seems like it's just a lot of broken promises. But y'all let me know, man. Like, I don't think that that's really fair to expect the game to not have any type of dealings with Drake and or, you know, bring Drake to his city as well because of the beef with Kendrick Lamar. So, like, you know, like Game can't have Roscoe, or I'm saying Tams with Drake, or he can't go to that fire Louisiana that they got, the one that's like with the shopping center, and it's like, you know, some Chinese food in there, and it's across from the Tams. It's fire. I really enjoy that Louisiana every time. You know what I'm saying? I'll be over there. I'll make sure I get some of that Louisiana. But I digress. Y'all let me know where it starts.
On the way about that. And on top of that, the game also confirmed to him that he has no beef with Kendrick.
The most impactful thing he said to me was he named a bunch of deceased rappers that we all know that we can no longer talk to. And he just was talking about how dangerous it gets. I think kind of like what Lupe said too. You know, how dangerous it gets for certain situations. And, you know, he's outside, no security, just game. You know what I'm saying? So it's never the artist. It's always the different entourages. He said he loved Kendrick, so it's not even a thing. So that's another thing. I don't like people, and I know you got to get your views, and I feel it, but there's no beef between Kendrick and Game. He reiterated that to me on the phone, that he didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't think
Kendrick felt the way.
I don't think that Game has a beef with Kendrick. I'm not sure why they froze Stat Quo at that picture, but I don't think that Kendrick Lamar and Game have a beef like that. That seems dumb.
About that, he reiterated it, but now he said in retrospect he could see and understand it. But guess what? This is the bomb. This is one of the bombshells I'm going to drop here today. But he said when Kendrick did Power, and this is what he said: when Kendrick did Power, and they knew that 50 Cent was his arch nemesis, he didn't feel away. He felt like he enjoyed it. So he's like, I didn't care that Kendrick did Power.
That is true. That is very, very true. That is very, very true.
I didn't, you know what I'm saying? But that's what he said. You know, another thing that he wanted me to put out here, since I'm going down. The hoodie that he wore in the J-Rock video, the reason he zipped it up is because he got $10,000 to wear it. So that's why he was wearing that shirt. So everybody that held that grudge from him, he got paid money to wear the hoodie. You know what I'm saying? Niggas can't fuck.
How you mad at a nigga who got paid to wear the hoodie? Like, I mean, damn nigga, $10,000 to wear a hoodie in a video? Yeah, I would too. I would too. Y'all gonna have to just be mad at me.
With him lyrically. Just period. And he said niggas don't, all the motherfuckers, when people talk about lists and he not on the list, but he went up against Jay-Z. He went up against this one. He went up against that one, and he's still here. He's still here rapping, walking around, running his miles, living his life, lifting weights, living and breathing and eating good food. And I said, this was my rebuttal. I said, hey, well, the video shoot, he felt the way about that. He said, well, if I held grudges, like niggas held grudges against me, where would the West Coast be? He's like, there was a time where I was the only nigga out here. So if I was like that, when niggas was trying to do what they was doing, where would we be? Where would we all be?
Now, to be fair to the Game, he's been saying this all along.
That is very, very true. That is very, very true. That is very, very true. The Game has made way for the West Coast. He was out here, you know, arguably by himself for a long time in 2005. I can't think of another West Coast artist but the Game.
In 2023, he said he didn't think Drake was taking shots at Kendrick on the record. Now, even though some people might feel like it's a cop-out, the Game is still sticking with it. However, the comparison of Kendrick being on Power with 50, who he had beef with, is absolutely insane. The Game and 50 squashed their beef in 2016. Kendrick didn't get on Power until July of 2018. And 50 Cent was not dissing the Game in that episode of Power. So it's not really the same situation as you bringing somebody that's my op, somebody that's dissing me on the record to shoot a video for it. And keep in mind,
Shig, I normally agree with you. I don't think I've ever disagreed with you, honestly. I think it's the first time I ever disagreed with Shig Smooth. But Shig, I don't agree, bro. If it's an issue, it's an issue. If it's not, it's not. You feel me? Now we just going back and forth. Like, if it's an issue, it's an issue. If it's not, it's not. I don't agree, Shig. What's good for the goose got to be good for the gander.
Kendrick is playing a fictional character on Power. Man was playing a fucking crackhead on the show. Me personally, I think the fans will respect it if Game actually stood on his shit. Just come out and say, Kendrick, I don't fuck with you. Drake is my guy and that's who I'm rocking with. It just looks a little bit odd when you're trying to play the fans, but yet your actions say otherwise.
I got respect for Kendrick and everything he's doing, right? The reason there's any type of little rift between me and Dot or Chopper, if there is, if you thought there were, is because Drake is my friend. Can we all agree that Drake is pretty fucking huge? He's my friend. I got him on speed dial. If I call him and tell him that Cali, Justice, or Harlem want to come to the concert, he say, send him at 6. I'm going to be right there to receive him. You know I love him like I love him.
Listen, man, you guys get in the comments below. What do you guys make of Game's response back to Top Dog? Do you guys think the Game is capping? Is he trying to save face? Or is he being completely honest and genuine? Like this video, subscribe to my...
Now, I do want to try to get chicks moving, like, comment, subscribe, but I don't think that the Game cares. I genuinely don't think that he cares about this. I don't think that's something that's going to keep him up at night. I don't think that this is something that's going to be really too, you know, deeply rooted into inner thoughts or anything past this moment. It's just, I think it's just a moment. I don't even think it's a moment in hip-hop. I think it's just a moment in messy media, for real. But that all being said, we all messy. Anyway, red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go. Bear Claw being in this indictment. So with that all being said, man, we're not finna hold y'all no longer. We finna start jumping into this content, into this paperwork, because it's a lot of mistruths and it's a lot of just basically bullshit that Wack 100 has been putting into our universe. You feel me? So Dogface and Underdog, we do appreciate y'all, and we ain't finna hold the chat no more. We finna jump right into what we supposed to. All right, here we go. And then so we're gonna start off with this situation that I was playing for y'all earlier from my man Byron Blake, where you can actually see that Wack 100, and this is through government paperwork. You know, it's no slander. We're not running a smut campaign. Nobody's lying. Everything that we're saying can be fact checked through government documents and can be fact checked through this federal indictment that Wack 100 is in. Dogface, if you ever want me to stop it, just put your hand up. I'll stop it. Same thing with you, Underdog, and we'll all mute up. Let's get into it.
That's why his name is mentioned in that document. I know yesterday's video was kind of long and people kind of got lost in the legal jargon. So we back again today, and this time we're going to do this as short and as fast as possible while giving y'all the same details and breaking down how this document proves that Wack 100 was not only a witness in Big U's case, but also how the government used statements in situations involving Wack 100 to get wiretaps for Big U's case. And we're going to go through the legal process of how this issue is dealt with in a courtroom to show y'all why he was even mentioned in these documents. With that said, let me direct your attention to this document that says witness interviews and assets. It says, witness interviews have been conducted during the investigation that have been effective in gathering information about Henley's involvement with the homicide. They have also been effective in gathering information related to Henley's collection of extortion payments. Some of the interviews have also led to the recruitment of a few of the aforementioned confidential sources who have been used during this case. However, as described above, those confidential sources have taken this investigation as far as it can go in short of meeting its prosecutorial goals and objectives. So what they are doing here is they are attempting to convince the judge that using confidential sources and confidential witnesses does not serve the purpose of the investigation anymore. That strategy can no longer.
And I ain't gonna talk too much over the content, but to all y'all watching at the crib, I think that it's important when we starting off for y'all to pay attention to that. This is from a document that is specific about witnesses and assets to the case. Let's continue on to this.
Be used to take this case forward. Additionally, in my conversation with CHS1, CHS2, and other law enforcement, I have learned that Henley associates with the tight-knit circle of people who have known each other for decades. Continued interviews without court-authorized interception of the target location could unnecessarily alert the targeted communicators to the interests of law enforcement in their illegal activity. So what he's saying is, based on the information that he got from the informants, everybody who is around Big U is very close to him, and it's a tight-knit circle. Therefore, if we continue to try to interview people and try to get these people to come talk to us, then it will alert the people we are investigating that they are being investigated. This is where he starts to talk about how they can get around that and why they should be allowed to get around that. He says the interviews would also have the effect of alerting the targeted communicators and others, thereby compromising the investigation and resulting in possible destruction or concealment of documents and other evidence. Additionally, if the targeted communicators are alerted to the government's investigation, they may flee the jurisdiction in order to avoid apprehension and prosecution. For example, now, do you see it says for example? So this is an example of how an interview could alert the targeted communicator.
Hey, so Dogface and Underdog, we was having these conversations before, and remember I was saying that it's this thing called open source reporting,
right?
Where these dudes use these interviews. For example, the No Jumper interview where Loose Cannon admitted that he was a part of the robbery was open source reporting, and that open source reporting led to his real life indictment and maybe a real life conviction. So when you have Byron Blake breaking down these situations and explaining how Wack saying things like "I chase Future through the airport," how you have Wack 100 earlier today on DJ Academics listing out a group of names of people who allegedly attacked Future, despite that information not being in nobody's paperwork, as well as nobody's actually charged with it. You can see how they're using these YouTube videos, songs, interviews, podcasts as evidence in court, and the evidence is standing with the federal government.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. You hear me? Yeah, you good.
Okay. So exactly what you said is exactly what's going on here. We have a situation where we have somebody trying to recognize responsibility for what they've done by saying their name hasn't directly found in any paperwork. Well, his name is over the indictment. His name is mentioned second most behind Big U in terms of being mentioned in that indictment. He's mentioned in the first indictment, and he's certainly mentioned in the superseding indictment. One of the things I wanted to ask you, Rich Trapper, is this. Yes, sir. I got a crazy echo going on. Maybe my cut off. Can we mute up? Is it still echoing? No, probably not. So listen, one of the things I want to know is, so we have Wack, who has been behind the scenes committing all manners of chaos behind the scenes. Am I still echoing, y'all? Am I clear right now? No echo? Much better. Okay, yeah. So listen, we have Wack 100 behind the scenes operating as a fixer. He's operating as a person who's helping to arrange people. Now, do we totally blame him for people allowing themselves to be used by him? No, we can't, because we had to put some of the onus and responsibility on the people who are allowing themselves to be used as tools by him. But at the same time, he can no longer, and he will no longer be allowed to say that his fingerprints are not on this indictment. Go ahead, Ms. Trevor. I'm going to mute you.
You know what? And because you have to understand the level of the petty person that you're dealing with, you made a really good point. You said that he's, a fixer. And his job is to add people to these situations. So I think for a reference, it's important that we play this.
$1,000 every single month. But
so what I'm about to play you guys is DJ Academics leaking Wax 100's phone call and text messages. Dogface, this is what I was telling you about that just happened. Let me go ahead and play this for y'all so you guys can see an example in real time. Keep in mind, DJ Academics is live right now. So you can see exactly what Dogface is talking about in a real life example.
Tag BT Awards party. Like it's old as time, right? Gang members tried to attack Future Sierra. Like this is real. This is from 2013. Now keep in mind, all of these situations look like the West Coast was on Future's head. Okay, so they catch him in a club in 2013. They try to do something to him, and Wack supposedly catches him in 2014. So we're gonna get to that. But it says rumors circulating Sierra and Future plans to party after the 2013 BT Awards was ruined as gang members allegedly tried to beat the brakes out of the Tony Montana rapper. One of his security guards named Roscoe was allegedly caught up in the mess or got messed up in the melee. He was rushed to a local LA hospital. The club, the Graceful Manor, was shut down for the night following the incident, and helicopters patrolled the parking lot to make sure the area was safe. Now, Wack had told us about the story, and he basically kind of described it just like how this happened, except he gave more detail. He said, yo, they surrounded club security and everything, and basically when the gang members of LA want to do something, you have insecurity or security at the club, knowing that they live in LA, they want no sauce. So Future narrowly escapes a vicious beatdown in 2013. Now, supposedly, like for all we know this happened, and then we knew about Wack chasing him in the airport. But what was confusing is that when we went to the indictment, right? When we went to the indictment said, and let me pull up the indictment. The indictment says after Wack, hold on. Let me just give me a second. The indictment says, let's go to airport. Let's search that. Now, right? So actually, the indictment does not mention the club thing. The club thing happened in 2013. Okay. Now, so if we start thinking, it says and around 2014. Actually, this might be it. Well, anyway. Okay. Oh, here it is. In or around 2014, okay, after Future refused to pay and ceased answering the calls, they Henley's associates, and it says Henley and his associates, which means he was there, committed violence against NDC and his associates and security for failing to show respect. Now, this is the issue with I've seen Wack talk about this a bunch, and he's like, "Yo, man, there's something else in the mix," because I never said we touch Future, and he's right. He didn't touch Future, and supposedly the one in 2013, the bodyguard got fucked up, but not Future. But apparently there's another incident. So there's a third incident that the feds are talking about that doesn't involve Wack and doesn't involve that club thing that we know. But it just goes to show 3 incidents of niggas, like they were treating Future like a pinata. I don't know what was going on. Now, granted, he didn't get touched in other situations, but hold on. Here we go. Let me see. Do I got it? Maybe I do have it here. So, do we have it? So, we get confirmation. We got confirmation. Check this out, chat. Check it out. Here we go. So, remember, there's 2 incidents we know. Wack chased him in the airport, him getting surrounded and almost touched at the club, but his bodyguard got beat up. But the feds claim he got his ass whooped. Where did he get his ass whooped at? So someone reached out to Wack, and Wack sent me the text messages of the person who finally cleared it up on when Future supposedly got his ass whooped. Check this out. So, and by the way, this is from Wack, but he's texting, like, you're gonna see this shit. It's kind of like hilarious. Yo, the fact that Wack got a nigga saved like this is crazy. WS Kripotna 99. Who the fuck saves a nigga like this? WS Kripotna, whatever. Anyway, he texts Wack and he says, Hop is the one telling.
I want to pause it right there. Hop is not mentioning this indictment in any way, shape, form, or fashion with any relation or any dealings with Future. So right now you have, through academics, when we were talking about the open source reporting, now you're giving an assailant a name to an unknown attack. This is open source reporting literally in real time.
This is classic Wack 100 behavior. He's using academics to insert a new player into the overall scheme of things. And this is what we're talking about. This is what he did with Loose Cannon. This is what he did with so many other people who he put on platforms to tell stories. And then he's using academics to insert another person's name who has not been mentioned or cited in any way, in any form of indictment. This is what the fuck I'm talking about, academics.
Shout out to academics for getting it right. Let's get into it.
He's the one that knocked out Future, and Floss took his gun. So Wack says, knocked him out where? Future wasn't touched at the airport. That's cap. Then the Crip partner says, nigga, He knocked out Future at the SLS. I was there. Then.
Now, I don't mean to continue to jump all over the place, but Chad, I think that it's again important that we document these lies as they come back up to us. So you see that they're saying he was attacked at the SLS. For those of you guys who don't know, the SLS is a luxury hotel in downtown Los Angeles area, whatever. That's what he's saying in the text messages. This is a clip from 4 years ago. And we'll hear, this is one of the original clips when Wack first spoke about the Future situation. In this clip from 4 years ago, you will hear him admit that Future got ran down on at a club, not the SLS hotel.
Somewhere 16, you can find it on Google where them niggas had beat the shit out of Future and his security. Future ran out the LA club. Google Future gets rushed in LA club. They was on him. That's why they was on him. Talking about Trick from Detroit. Nah, Trick from Detroit. So, you know, that's broke, right? So all I know is
we don't need to hear any more of that clip. That's it right there. Dogface, underdog, what y'all gotta say?
Hey, listen, what I have to say is this. This is a quintessential example. And I hate to keep using these fat out of the words, but this is a quintessential and or typical example of how Wack 100 uses scenarios and using situations and use storytelling to rope motherfuckers in. First of all, we're only talking about this whole thing right now. We don't have any proof that the feds had any independent confirmation that this incident took place outside of Wack 100 telling these stories. We don't have a hop who jumped on social media. We don't have who told the story and somebody picked it up out of no fucking where. We don't have a hop being mentioned in the original, in the criminal complaint, the original indictment, nor the superseding indictment. You are injecting a new person into this shit using academics to do it. What I think about this is that Wack 100, he knows that he's dealing with people who are operating with a low degree of intelligence. So he has morphed himself into a mighty mutant ninja turtle. He's Master Splinter. This nigga's Master Splinter and these dumbass niggas to do the telling for him. And then here's what I think. I think that when you say open source, he's talking about these incidents publicly. And then when these incidents get put in the police report, he's saying he's denying it. Did he ever say anything about it at all? Or he's saying, hey, well, he's trying to muddy up the waters by saying, well, I ain't the only one who knew this, but you're the only one who's talking about it. And that's key.
So that's the part that I'm talking about as far as like the activity of dry snitching, right? I believe that this dry snitching approach that Wack is doing is what him and the feds came up with as the way to feed them information, because he can't directly go at them no more because they already got their motherfucking guards up that this nigga suspect, he ratting, he telling. So what he do is he throw it out there in social media in this just I'm being interviewed type form, right? And it's kind of like clickbait too, because some of them get on that motherfucker to defend themselves. Then they get to talking. There's the implication. Put him in the indictment. You see what I'm saying? So to me, this is like a strategy that him and the feds formed to continue to try to entrap all these suspects or the motherfuckers that they really, really want. And they, you know, that's just like, hey man, they see you keep coming with that damn blue shirt on, put a red one on, put a skirt on, like camouflage yourself. You know what I mean? Put a disguise on. And that dry snitching is the form of a disguise that this motherfucker using. And you best believe, but like in that statement where he mentioned a motherfucker named Hop name, right? That's more of a direct going straight at a motherfucker, trying to implicate him and put him in the fucking indictment, right? Or get an indictment created for him. But his main way of moving at this time that I've been seeing is this dry snitching approach. Oh, I'm just doing an interview. These motherfuckers know, but just like Dogface say, yeah, I don't give a fuck who know. You the one telling it on social media. So you got to claim that. You got to be the author of that, because when nobody else, we didn't know about it until you got to saying something.
Hey, watch this, bro. Hey, listen. Hey, Hop, you better run for the border. Hey, Hop, I don't know who you are, but you had better run for them. I'm assuming you're a Crip because Wack has a thing.
He ain't from nowhere. Hop ain't from nowhere.
Hey, Hop, I think you need to go lawyer up. And I think you need to, because this guy just sent some text messages. I'm sure, Hop, that you didn't know if these text messages are even real. Because I don't believe shit Wack says. But if these, but you know what? Wack has a canning ability to get motherfuckers to talk who shouldn't be talking about the motherfucking thing. So if Hop, is he a real person? Is Hop a real person? So Hop, you better go lawyer up because this nigga just sent text messages from you and him where you are admitting and acknowledging knowledge of a criminal activity. And Hop, in your text messages, if they are real, hoping they're not, you are admitting that you were there, you had firsthand knowledge, and that you have material information about a crime that has to do with an ongoing fucking indictment.
Federal crime.
A federal crime. You better run for the fucking border, Hop.
And before we get back into this academics clip, I just want you guys to remember too, because I know we, obviously the three of us being in and out of the legal system, we able to keep up with this in real quick time. Chat, please don't forget that this is not the root of the conversation. The root of the conversation is the paperwork in which we were playing in the very beginning. Throughout that paperwork, we're going to show you things like this that will just prove, as we're going through the paperwork, that Wack 100 is in fact working with the federal government in a coherent effort to get Big U an indictment, and we're just able to show you his lies in real time. So as Dogface and Underdog both explained, as far as this open source reporting is concerned, when the paperwork says they're using things like podcasts, interviews, as Dogface says so eloquently, as Underdog says so well, these dudes are going on the internet dry snitching and blah, blah, blah. The government calls that open, we call it dry snitching. The government calls it open source reporting, and it is able to be used in federal indictments. So things like Mr. Hop being told on, don't be surprised if you look up in 2 weeks and now Hop's mentioned in a paperwork where he was never mentioned before.
Wack says first they said it was a club, not a hotel. So that happened at a hotel. Future was knocked out at. So now we're getting to find out the club.
And I want to ask this question too, real quick before we go. Why do y'all think Wack lied and now is trying to clean it up from saying it was a club to now saying it's a hotel? I wonder what the reason for that is. What y'all think?
Say the question again, brother.
Why do you think that 4 years ago, Wack was so happy to say, yeah, it happened at this club? Now he's trying to change it to present day with it being at the SLS hotel.
It's either some information that has come out. Is he trying to throw us off? Obviously, whenever he moves and whenever he changes the story, is because he knows that the story as it was told by him is exposing him in some way, and it has a connection to something that's in the paperwork that if he continues to drive down that lane will expose him as the person who's been cooperating. It's only two reasons why Wack changed stories. One, to try to confuse the situation so that people can't connect the dots with him. Or when he introduces a new place or a new subject or a new person, he's trying to rope them into the overall equation. That's the only way I see it.
They pressed him, he ran out through the kitchen. Then they knock him out in the SLS, and then Wack sees him at the airport and chasing him. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. They was playing Pac-Man with this nigga Future, bro. I ain't gonna cap. Everybody chasing him. Okay, so they said they knocked him out at the SLS, and he says, "I already know what's one of Big U's homies telling," and it says, "Okay, because he was in touch with me." He says, "Hop and floss." He says, "I never knew they caught Future slipping like that." He says, "Future security Hop betted them." So I guess like he put some work in. But I guess they got to Future somehow. He says, "Big U was there when this happened?" Yes. So that confirms exactly what we just read in the indictment. The indictment says Henley was there with his associates. It didn't say he was there with his associates at the club. It just said Rolling 60s rolled up to the club. So this is a third incident we didn't know about, but apparently according to the feds and according to WS Crip Partner 99, who's telling Wack this stuff, no, there was another situation that happened where Future supposedly got knocked out. And by the way, you know, I guess this is going into the narrative where Wack is saying there's people within Big U's organization that's telling. That's why these stories are coming to light. Because there's a kind of a question of, did Wack story from Clubhouse or my stream get in a federal indictment because he just said it publicly?
Would that not be the definition of what we just said as open source reporting?
Yep. Now watch this, right? So now Hop name has not. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, Hop name has not even been like mentioned, right? So let's just look at it from a couple angles. One angle could be like maybe he did put in the work and got away with it, right? But according to Wack, you ain't got away with shit because all this is happening in my house, right? So, well, why takes long to come out? Because that motherfucker gonna always want his cup full of motherfuckers he can tell on. Okay, that's one situation. Now let's just say that Hop ain't got nothing to do with none of this shit, right? But Wack 100 is mentioning him, right? What Wack does, like say if my name was ringing in this, but they can't prove it. But then later on, all these years later, I didn't got my name ringing in and shooting. See, now the Fed's gonna want me. See what I'm saying? So now this is a perfect time for Wack to do the dry snitching style of telling by implementing me into something. You see what I'm saying? Because now he may even possibly tell if he have to.
And Dogface,
why did Wack send these text messages to academics? It was to prove him to be innocent, or was it to give him more details about what took place so as to provide some clarity to academics? And if it is the second thing, why in the fuck are you trying to provide clarification to crimes associated with an ongoing criminal investigation of this magnitude? Why did he send this shit to academics? What was his point?
It's like an extension of dry snitching. Like he pushing it at him because he know he weak and he'll go to the store for him. Basically, he'll hit this shit on this platform to keep it alive because they really ain't even listening to me no more. Or I didn't talk too much and I need this shit spread it from a different source to keep it alive. And sure enough, he go right on this weak nigga page and press him. And he gets to doing what he doing now, which in reality keeps the information relevant. And it's dry stitching. So now the focus is on this motherfucker. Now academic talking about it. And you know, once a certain level or a certain caliber of person say something about something, it's gonna be heard even better. You know what I mean? So that's like saying that if my trap house only doing 100 grams of the boy, but I got 500 grams of some shit, then yeah, I need I need somewhere to distribute this product I have. Same thing with Wack. He need another source to distribute it so that it gets out quicker and more. And that's academic page. He been squeezing academic for years. He always like whenever he need a bigger voice, a bigger mic, check this dog. And he run right down on me. That nigga do just what he doing now. So in reality, shit, academic is also dry stitching. Even though Wack is going through this nigga, you got to be smart enough to know that nigga, you being pushed like a pawn. So motherfucker, you are in the game of chess. It's just that simple.
And before I start the content back, I'll make it even simpler than that. Loose cannon. The situation with Future, a conversation that happened on No Jumper that led to an overt act in a federal RICO. The situation where Wack told the story where it was him, academics, DJ Vlad, Adam 22, and Remo, and they did that whole like podcast. Wack told the story about Big U surrounding him in a parking lot. Remember, he was like, and I started getting off in threes. That was an overt act that has now been turned into Big U being charged with assault. So these are three examples of how the internet and how a YouTube video has led to a federal either overt act or in two situations, actual indictments and federal crimes. That's why I think he's doing it, because it will continue to lead to the federal crime. We'll get back to the root issue of the problem, but because you two gentlemen have, y'all done live a little bit longer life than I have, but I got enough common sense to know that if you're named in a federal indictment and they're breaking down in a federal indictment what open source reporting is, and you're the only name literally attached to it, and then within the exact same day, now you're naming people in an assault that you put into the internet that were never mentioned into this assault, it would be safe to assume, as somebody just having common sense, that you're continuing open source reporting. I'll continue.
Or did Wack like fucking feed information to the feds? His thing was these stories that just got added. I only was at the airport thing, and the other stuff they added, I never knew about Future getting beat up. So he's being told that Future got beat up, and now he's being told who would know this or let it be known. So Hop knocked him out, and Floss took the security pistol. Yes, at my hotel. And he says, yeah, I didn't know about this one. Now it makes sense. They're mixing the situation with the hotel situation. So he's saying that they're mixing the airport situation with the hotel situation where supposedly Future got knocked out. And a dude, Crip Partner, 99, says, yes, I seen it. And he said, yeah, and Hop is a co-D on the RICO. And it says, Floss is telling it'll come out during trial. I don't know who these people are. And Wack says, no. Wack says Floss is telling him to come out during trial. Then Crip Partner says, that's who telling. My brother got 2 kids by Hop's sister. Oh, shit. And then Wack says, Hop ain't never did no time, bro. And he got away from Big U. So right now, I could see Hop cooperating. You know? Wack got that, like, cooperant radar. Like some people got a gaydar. And this nigga got a snitch dar. You feel me? So here we go. And he says, so Crip Partner 99 says, nigga, he is, Manny is, nigga, he is, Manny is, they is. Okay, so there's a lot of cooperants. Okay. It says beer call telling too, bro. Loose cannon too. Yo, Wack just throwing a couple more snitches. It's like, nah, this guy snitched too, this guy. And he said, shit, all of them, about 50 more of his homies over the years. I don't know who Bear Claw is. Damn. Yo, Crip Partner 99 put a heartbroken sign. You could tell.
Now, I want to mention this too. Nowhere in the indictment do you see anything or anywhere about Bear Claw having any type of cooperation with law enforcement. Not one piece. Not one piece. So I don't understand. So this is what I do understand. It's not for the internet, but if someone had maybe not, viewed me as their equal and I wanted to be, it's like, let's look at it like kids. Kids on the playground, they want to play Pokemon cards with you, but one kid might be like, nah, your cards ain't good enough. And now you got to go cry in the corner. If the adult version of that happened, and because you just can't simply hang around with somebody, I would feel a way too if you had a chance to, be able to smut them and tear them down. Wack's issue with Bear Claw is Bear Claw never wanted Wack around. It's not because you got beat up. It's not because he took something from you. It's just because sometimes you can smell a rat before they ever eat cheese.
That broke him, bro. That broke his heart. Damn. I guess Bear Claw broke his heart. Fuck. They say, yo, Bear Claw told him to stop calling his phone. I think he wanted the extra witnesses. I think he wanted the extra witness tampering charges. He said, Loose Cannon. He said, we all knew Loose Cannon was going to tell. He was like, he was telling people, I bet. Chat. So we got some confirmation according to.
Also want to mention too, in the beginning, I don't know if you guys remember, Wack was adamant that Big U and Loose Cannon were both snitching. Neither one of these niggas are telling. Neither one of them.
Wack's exclusive source, which is WS Crip Partner 99. Don't know what it means. They're saying, let me see who they say knocked out Future. Yes, they said Hop. Whoever Hop is. It says Hop. Hop knocked out Future at the SLS. So Hop is the one telling, but he knocked out Future at the SLS, and he betted the security and took the security gun. Damn, that's crazy. All right. Okay.
Do we see we get mute up? Do we see anywhere where the name Hop is mentioned? Because is there
not for nothing like that?
Not for nothing like that. So where are we? So how is? So listen. So academics is drawing these conclusions solely from these text messages and having had a conversation with Wack 100. Because if Wack gave him these text messages, he sat down with him, or he was on a FaceTime with him, explaining what these things meant. So now we have a new player in the game, and now in his text strand, he's implicating other people. He's
two new players, Hop and Floss. He said two names.
Yes. So
just the fact that academic is getting it off of just text message and spreading it like it's a fucking legal document, that's not okay.
But then this is somebody in the chat said this, and it's the same thing that I thought. So you mean to tell me on a random Thursday, Wack decides to say, you know what, academics, let me out of the blue just send you these messages. Now we also know this too. I could text this phone right here. I could say the name Dogface and have a whole conversation with myself, and it'd be like, oh, I was talking to Dogface. Come on, my nigga, we know how this shit works. But academics is about to go off of this, so I want to take y'all back to the original content that we were going into, as far as him being proven to be a witness and to be in these being an open source reporting. Chat, I do appreciate y'all for staying focused with us. And I know that we kind of bounced around a little bit, but the important part that we have, the importance of us showing y'all what we just showed y'all, so you guys can see in real time, not examples from last week of what today looks like when Wack is actually open source reporting, as this is what we're going over in these federal indictments and these paperworks.
Example, in July 2022, the FBI Houston division conducted a telephone interview of Cash Jones, aka Wack 100, about his interactions with a subject of their investigation. The FBI Houston division believes C. Jones recorded the interview because the entirety of the interview was posted to YouTube the following day. Based on my training, experience, and knowledge of the investigation, I believe additional interviews of associates of the targeted communicators will not stay private and alert them to LAMTFVG's investigation of the enterprise. So right there, he's saying an example of witnesses leaking information that could alert these targeted people is Cash Jones leaking the information from the investigation with the FBI Houston division. It also says, I believe, additional interviews. So there's already been some interviews. But anyway, let's focus on Cash Jones, right? Because something I want y'all to understand is right here in this moment, they are using Cash Jones leaking of an interview in a separate situation as a foundation for why they should be allowed to get a wiretap in this situation. Legally, you cannot do that. But let me show you how they were able to get around that. Now, first things first, just like I told you, no, the government cannot use a witness leak from a completely different, unrelated case as a generalized legal shortcut to bypass witness interviews or establish necessity for a Title III wiretap in your specific case. Meaning they cannot use the fact that Cash Jones leaked information in an FBI Houston division investigation as a shortcut to bypass witness interviews or establish necessity for a wiretap in Big U's case. They cannot legally do that. Let's look at what these things mean. Title III necessity in case specific proof, meaning in order for them to get the wiretap, they have to prove it's necessary and they have to have case specific proof. So they can't use proof from another case, right? That alone tells you that Wack is connected to this case because they wouldn't have even been able to mention him in this paperwork if it was completely unrelated. Anyway, the necessity requirement under 18 USC 2518 1C, a Title III wiretap application must include a full and complete statement as to whether other normal investigative procedures have been tried and failed, or why they reasonably appear to be unlikely to succeed or too dangerous. So in order to get a wiretap, you have to show the judge that other normal procedures have been tried and that they have failed, or that they appear to be unlikely to succeed, or they may be too dangerous, right? In your case. So in order to get this wiretap from this judge, they had to prove to him that they've already tried other things, which is why they are mentioning, hey, we have tried witness interviews, but the FBI Houston division did an interview with this guy and he leaked the entire interview. So we don't think doing interviews is a good idea over here. But let's keep going.
Do y'all remember that conversation he put out about Jay Prince? And he swore to God that he wasn't helping. If you swear to God that it's not helping, you swear to God that this ain't to nobody's detriment, why is it an indictment against somebody? Y'all got more experience with the feds than I do. I'm listening.
So listen, let me just tell you this, Rich. I'm not listening to anything Wack says because I know that everything he's saying at this point is meant to muddy the waters. It is meant to throw people off his trail. It is meant to confuse the issue. He's bringing other people's names in it, and some of these people may have some involvement with this. But what we know is, what we're talking about is, we believe, and I believe, that he is an integral central figure in all of this shit. I just believe it. I don't trust nothing that Wack says. I don't trust his relationship with Reggie White. Wack has a long history, going back to death row days, of knowing how to maneuver into and out of situations. And he's learned how to manipulate situations to his advantage. I'm not listening to nothing Wack says, period. Whenever Wack tells a story, he's trying to throw you off. He's trying to expose you or throw you off. 2 reasons. That's it.
So it's interesting again that you made a point of, you said he's been trying to throw us off since the death row days. I'm gonna let this play for up. You know what? I don't. Here it go. Because the internet never forgets. The internet never forgets. And I'm able to boom. Here it is right here. So just to kind of show the history again, chat, I appreciate y'all for rocking with us as we bounce around. But this is from 2006, and this is an alleged Wheeler County, Texas case. And according to rumor and legend, they'll say that this is when Wack 100 actually started officially working with the government.
What's going on? I'm Larry Hoover Jr. and I'm rocking with Street Certified News.
Shout out to Street. Man, smack that on 110. He always seems to put that profit. In part 2, we're really gonna break down this 2006 gun case.
Darren Chase, April 16th, 2005. Safety trooper Darren Chase was on a routine patrol on Interstate 40 in Wheeler County, Texas, when he would pull over a 2005 Cadillac for driving 77 in a 70-mile-per-hour speed zone. The driver, later identified as Cash McElroy Jones, stated that he was a truck driver and always ran about 5 miles over the limit. He also stated that he was en route to Tulsa, Oklahoma for a funeral. At some point during the traffic stop, the trooper would ask Cash Jones for permission to search his vehicle. After denying the request, K-9 units were called to the scene. During the search, troopers located a black rifle, black shotgun, a loaded black pistol, along with several clips and large amounts of ammunition for each gun. Following the recovery of the firearms from the vehicle, both Cash Jones and his passenger, who would later go on to be identified as his brother, would be arrested, with both men being charged with unlawful possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Soon after this arrest, he would be briefly placed on a Fed hold before posting a $10,000 bond. Once out of jail, Wack 100 would travel back to Los Angeles, where he would continue working with Death Row Records and Suge Knight. Only 2 years later, in January 2008, police would name Knight as one of the members of the mob Pyru Street Gang in a crackdown by authorities in the city of Compton. Despite his music industry connections and now managing Ray J and rapper The Game, Wack 100's name would be left out of the crackdown. In that same year, Kaz Jones, aka Wack 100, will be caught on wiretap, informing business partner Mark Stevens that the Main Street Mafia Crip leader Liddell Rawls was under investigation for the kidnapping and beating of Robert Ross, aka Stutterbox. Liddell Rawls, who prosecutors said was the leader of the Main Street Mafia Crips gang, would be accused in a criminal complaint filed in February 2011 of directing members to kidnap, beat, and rob the victim, Robert Ross. CS2 Back will play a pivotal role in that case, both helping authorities connect the dots to Del Dog via the wiretap phone calls and eventually helping Main Street beat their case.
Let's play Stutterbox talking to Wack. This is what I'm trying to figure out, though, Box. Help me understand this, because me and you both know that whole case.
He ain't finna do nothing but tell a bunch of lies. Go ahead, gentlemen.
I got a question. This is off the beaten path, but Wack, I don't hear Wack 100. I don't know, and maybe I'm wrong, but every major incident, every issue, everything of substance that I hear of him, with the exception of him being associated with Suge Knight, it's all Crip business. It's all Crip business. How can a Pyru be involved with this much knee-deep Crip business over the years? You're gonna have to. I'm not from LA, but I'm confused up to this day.
So to answer your question direct, to the point, nobody, and when I say nobody, views Wack as a Pyru. What you guys view Wack as outside of the state of California, your business. What you guys view Wack outside of the city of Los Angeles, your business. I do understand how he appears to the world. But if Wack was a piece of jewelry, he's gold with brass in the middle. Period, point blank. Wack is able to be manipulated and to be used. And unfortunately, in a room full of sharks, he's a guppy. We'll just say that for the YouTube guidelines. He's a guppy. And there's nothing wrong with being a guppy because somebody has to be a guppy. They're essential to the ecosystem. But a guppy is meant to be food and or bait. That's the purpose of a guppy. That is the purpose of Wack, to be food and or bait. Suge Knight needs somebody. Wack got the money from driving trucks. Boom, he'll take care of it. The game has some legal problems. Wack may be able to move it around despite making the situation worse, but at the time, boom, he takes care of it. Blueface catches the case and he gets his chain snatched. Boom, Wack goes to the police station and fills out a police report and snitches on the dudes from San Fe 13 about Blueface getting his chain snatched. He serves a purpose amongst gang members and entertainment people who want to kind of play in the gray area because, you know, he does have the Alan Rumblat's Once Upon a Time, and I'll even be deeper than that. I'm not going to say the name, but Once Upon a Time, I was propositioned with doing business with Wack through a third party. I'll tell you about it off the camera. And that's through one of my homies who no longer associate with him, but at the time, Wack was good. He wasn't bad news yet. So he does play that role. Unfortunately for Wack, instead of making a popping ass Pyru, the Crips is who were popping at the time. Big U was popping at the time. Blueface was popping at the time. You're already running up under Big U being his lapdog. You're already running errands for him and doing things like that. Let Wack tell it. He had a key to Big U's home, so forth and vice versa. Why wouldn't Big U use him to the best advantage possible? It just so happens to be the Crips were who they were. You feel me? But then I'll just also throw this. If you guys are ever bored, go to YouTube and search Bloods Press Wack 100, and you'll hear what the young Bloods think of Wack. They'll tell you. And then I'll kind of close before I jump back into it. That turns into now you get allegedly exposed for having these documents. Big U doesn't really want to deal with you anymore because maybe not you're on the wrong side of the law and your feelings are hurt. Now you want to destroy him, as people with hurt feelings typically do. We know what gender of person typically does that, but if you have those type of traits from that particular gender, your business. Now Wack is going into a full-blown spiraling out of control mission, and you're looking at it in the terms of a relationship like a scoring eggs. You know how it is when our girl don't want to see you happy with nobody else.
Idea over here. But let's keep going. Let's get to the case-specific evaluation, because I said it, they can't just show that it's necessary. They have to use case-specific facts, right? So it can't be this guy leaked information in another case, so we shouldn't have to follow the procedure in our case, right? Boom. The necessity requirement must be demonstrated with facts specific to your specific investigation and the targets named in the application. What this says to me is that the reason why Wack 100 was mentioned in the application, and they mentioned that he leaked information in that other office's investigation, is because he was a witness in this investigation. And they're saying if we go and interview this witness, he's going to do the same thing to us that he did to them.
Again, chat, I don't know if y'all really caught what Byron Blake just said. This is the government. This is not my opinion. This is not what I think. This is not what I feel. This is not what I want to be true. This is the United States of America identifying, addressing, and speaking about Cash Wack 100 Jones in the term that they're using as a witness. So I'm not sure if he's unaware of these papers. I'm not sure if he's unaware of these documents. But as far as the United States government is concerned, in the case of Eugene Henley Jr. versus the United States of America, Cash McElroy Jones, aka Wack 100, is in fact named as a witness. Now, he'll argue whether it's true or not. That's not my place to debate that. I'm telling you what's on the paperwork.
Named in the application. What this says to me is that the reason why Wack 100 was mentioned in the application, and they mentioned that he leaked information in that other office's investigation, is because he was a witness in this investigation. And they're saying if we go and interview this witness, he's going to do the same thing to us that he did to them. So you should just give us a wiretap. That's what's happening right here. Yeah, as y'all see, it has to be specific to your investigation and the target's name. So if Wack 100 was not connected to Big U, y'all see it got Henley's name at the top. If Wack 100 was not connected to this investigation, if Wack 100 was not a witness in this investigation, if he was not the person that they were using to say, hey, we can't keep using our witnesses, we got to go get a wiretap now. If he was not the person, his name wouldn't even be here. It has to be case specific. So there's no reason for them to mention. And if you look at the earlier part of the document, it mentions CHS1, CHS2, who we know.
Dogface, while you stepped away just to catch you up, I don't know if you want to speak on it, but at this point, again, this is not by my opinion, not by Underdog's opinion, not by your opinion. The United States of America, whether it be true or false, has identified Cash McElroy Jones as a witness and is referring to him as a witness in the Eugene Henley versus United States federal RICO. That was what you walked. That's what you missed. What do you think?
How could he not be? So, in my, how could he not be? He has publicly divulged too much firsthand and or secondhand information, meaning he has told too many stories. He's recounted too many stories of having personally been involved with. And let's not, before I even say this, before there was a loose cannon, there was a Wack 100. Wack 100 was Big U's henchman. When you think about the whole thing with the future at the airport, and there's a variety of other conversations that could be had, Wack 100 ran with Crips. He ran with Big U for years before we ever heard of a loose cannon or a brick baby or anybody else. Wack 100 was Big U's right-hand man. So Wack 100 has told too many stories where it appears as if he has firsthand knowledge of criminal activity that has been cited in Big U's indictments. And he has told too many stories where he has secondhand knowledge of things, of people who have things that he have heard, which would still make him a material witness. How can he not be called? How can he not be cited? Wack 100, based on how this thing looks, he is witness number 1 or 1.5.
And that's what I think. This is why he names Hot pop up, because if he can't put those situations on who they truly set on, then they're going to put it on him. The feds. That's what I'm thinking. They're going to put that on him. So therefore, and I also believe that some of the names that he's bringing up really have nothing to do with this crime that he's implicating them on, but they are sacrificial lambs, because if I don't find an scapegoat, then I'm going to be the goat that get caught up. You know what I mean? So to me, I feel like for real, like he's actually at that point where he's basically trying to get like a which is like a sentence reduction or some kind of plea deal, right? And the plea deal may consist of give us something more solid than this, and we'll let your ass stay out here. But if you don't, then we're going to put you in an indictment, because if you notice, he has not been charged with anything yet, but he knows about everything. Just like, and if you notice, he's always present. Like if you go back some in this right here, he said that they was downstairs jumping on Future at a hotel I was at. Why are you always there, nigga? You know what I mean? So he need to be there. He need to be there. He always there. Hey, at first when he starts talking about the Big U and the LAX story, he was acting like Big U was doing it. But then he got so caught up in telling the story, he said, I pressed Future when he was with Sierra. I was the one that went through the fucking the bridge at the fucking airport. Future made the call, throwed the phone to me. I talked to Stunner Man. He always said, so that's the implication part right there, where he got like, well, damn, I implicated myself, or I done told him myself, oh, I'm looking for a sacrificial lamb. He knows so many motherfuckers, and you best believe, so now why is Big U that's being added to Big U's indictment when you tell the story, bitch, you always saying you. You said I. How the fuck that turns into a Big U, Big U, Big U? You said I, bitch. You should be charged at this point. But he's not, and that's crazy. But that's the kind of courtesy that is extended to a significant informant.
So, Underdog, to your point, you asked a really good question. Why is he doing this? It's going to be explained into this. Everything you just said is about to come out in his paperwork, so y'all both see what's going to happen. It's going to come out in this clip. I done watched it 10 times. But take it back to the last clip I showed about academics, and Wack is listing off all them fucking names. There you go, the sacrificial lamb that you spoke of. Here go 2 of them. You gonna say something, Dogface? You want me to get back to it?
And he's so smart in his distribution of it. He only gonna give it to him according to stay relevant with them, because as long as he feed them information, I just like, if I got $100,000, you say I need $100,000, but if I give it to you right now, it's over with. You want to make a decision on me, so I'm gonna bird feed your ass that $100,000 just so that I stay in the game longer. It's a heavy game plan, but
informants in this case and other law enforcement. And then it mentions None other than Wack 100. But let's keep going because there's something else that you have to see, which is called the exhaustion of alternatives. Now, when it comes to this, law enforcement must explain why standard techniques such as physical surveillance, grand jury subpoenas, undercover agents, or interviewing specific witnesses will not work or are too dangerous in your case. So once again, they have to list why interviewing specific witnesses will not work or too dangerous in your case. So when you see Wack 100's name and they saying we can't interview this specific witness, it won't work because he's going to leak the information that tells you again, Wack 100 is considered a witness. I know I sound repetitive, but I'm going over each category and tying it back to this so y'all can see exactly, how this is coming together. Now, let's discuss why a remote leak does not apply. No blanket exemptions, okay? A leak by a witness in an entirely separate proceeding does not legally or logically prove that a witness in your current distinct case will leak information or that interviewing people connected to you in your case is inherently unavailable or safe. So you cannot bring in the fact that this happened in another case and use that, because the burden is you have to prove that it won't work in my case. In this specific, in United States versus Henley, they have to prove that interviewing witnesses won't work. The example they are using is, hey, we have this witness that's leaking information. Risk of suppression, right? And this,
y'all people, they keep calling that nigga a witness.
Yeah, hey, listen. So when you consider the fact that he ran right to YouTube, ran right to Clubhouse, when the so-called federal agent called to ask him questions about Jay Prince Sr., that just really speaks to what this subject is about right here. Right? We can't trust this son of a bitch. This son of a bitch is a wild card. We can't trust him. So maybe I'm missing something. So because we can't trust the normal course of procedure.
You seeing what you saying?
Right. Because we can't trust the normal course of procedure. So we want a wiretap. We want authorization for Title III to get electronic surveillance, because in this situation, we can't use normal means of investigation because we even have confidential sources and people who may be friendly to us who may leak certain parts of the investigation, and we can't have that. Is that what we saying? Do you understand what that means? If that's what we saying, that
Hey,
means
watch
that
the dog face.
don't even trust this nigga.
Hey, watch the dog face. You own it, right? Now watch this, right? And this, I'm kind of like thinking outside the box type shit, right? Now watch this. They say that the wiretapping, another form of it is also digital communication, right? So when you throw clickbait on your YouTube and a suspect grab it and tell on himself, can you see that being like a form or a modern day a form of a wiretapping? You ain't catch it?
Yeah, I mean, so
watch this.
What this does is it really showcases how manipulative and how cunning Wack 100 is. This nigga, he was born out of due season. They needed Wack 100s. They needed Wack 100 back in 1961 when they came with the RICO shit. 67 when they needed this nigga back in COINTELPRO days, because this nigga has taken ratting and taken cooperation to a higher level, unlike anything we've ever seen before. We ain't never seen no shit like this before. Not in modern time. We only heard about shit like this going back when they was trying to overthrow the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army. We ain't heard no shit like this in modern history.
And you know that wiretap is a form of recording, right? If you get on that motherfucking YouTube talking about a fucking case that I implicated you on, you know, and you in it, that's a recording. It's like an entrapment, but it's like another form of wiretapping because we have you recorded and you just incriminated yourself. It's just a thought, bro.
Real quick, I want to play this for y'all. Wack will tell you that open source reporting isn't a thing. We're all familiar with the former president, Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon actually had open source reporting used against him. So I'm going to play this audio for y'all real quick from ChatGPT to give you an understanding of what happened to the fucking president.
If you're referring to open source reporting, OSR, meaning information gathered from publicly available sources such as newspapers, television, public records, interviews, and public statements, then Watergate is one of the most famous examples of open source information playing a major role in exposing wrongdoing. Here's the short version. Investigative journalists, most famously Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein, pieced together information from public records, court filings, interviews, and confidential sources to reveal the Watergate cover-up. Congressional hearings were televised, making witness testimony public and allowing anyone, including investigators, to analyze what was said. Nixon's own public statements were compared against other evidence, and inconsistencies became part of the investigation. Later, White House tape recordings and other official records provided direct evidence that corroborated parts of the investigation and ultimately contributed to Nixon's resignation. So while Nixon was not prosecuted based solely on open source reporting, publicly available information and investigative journalism were crucial in uncovering facts, identifying leads, and helping investigators build the case that was later supported by witness testimony, subpoenas, and official evidence.
So to your point, Underdog, the reason why we're seeing this in modern day is because back in Richard Nixon's days, they had newspaper articles which did the same shit that we now just do on YouTube. YouTube just wasn't out yet.
That's my point. That's my point right there, bro. That's my point right there. And that's why he's so active. He's so active on that motherfucker because this is his style. This is his, you know, like I was saying on my YouTube page, you got a smart snitch. You got a dumb snitch, you got a cocky and an arrogant snitch, but you also got a dry snitch. This is the platform that this dry snitch is moving on.
So I'm about to get back to the content, but I'm gonna just say this. For those of y'all who don't believe open source reporting is a real thing, why is it appropriate for Richard Nixon but not Wack 100?
This is why I said in my video yesterday that if things went the way Wack wants us to believe that they went, then Big U is about to get this whole wiretap thrown out. If federal agents or prosecutors insert generic boilerplate arguments or rely on unrelated external events to pretend they satisfy the exhaustion requirements of your case without actually evaluating local realities, the defense can move to suppress the wiretap evidence. You see what I'm saying? It has to be specific to your case. The fact that they are mentioning Wack 100 in this paperwork as a reason why they can't interview witnesses, and Wack is not related to this at all, as he claims, then Big U has automatic grounds to get his wiretap suppressed. Again, it says, if federal agents or prosecutors insert generic boilerplate arguments or rely on unrelated external events to pretend they satisfied the exhaustion requirement for your case without actually evaluating local realities, the defense can move to suppress the wiretap evidence for failing the statutory necessity test. So this is statutory. You have to prove necessity. Now ask yourself, how does saying that Wack 100 leaked information in a different investigation prove that it's necessary to skip over interviews and just do wiretaps in this investigation unless Wack is a target as far as being a witness. If Wack is not the witness that they are referring to not being able to interview, now I know some of y'all are gonna get lost and say, okay, well, if they saying they can't interview Wack, how is Wack an informant? Let me break this down to you. I want to direct your attention back to the original complaint filed in Big U's case, where it details this alleged robbery that happened to victim one, and victim one was later instructed to pull up on Big U, and Big U told him that's how you rob yourself, and demanded $10,000 from victim one to ensure that other robberies did not occur. Of course, this is all after allegedly giving victim one.
And again, they're going to break this down a little bit more, but just for those of you guys who are unaware, this literal indictment is the story from Loose Cannon being on No Jumper, and this is what led to the whole BS in the first place.
Back the stuff that he was robbed for. Now, Loose Cannon, who is identified as Williams in this indictment, later admitted to this robbery and the aftermath on a podcast. On the No Jumper podcast, after stating that Williams was Henley's right-hand man, Williams explained, so basically, he'll manipulate things. We'll go and do something, and then the same niggas we do it to show up at the house like 10 minutes later as we trying to count everything. So he's basically saying we go hit a lick, and then as soon as we pull the move, the people that we took it from pull up on us. We be confused, like how? Williams then said that Henley would state, well, we just gonna give like 40,000 back. Wack 100, listen to what it says. Wack 100, who is a rival counterpart of Henley's for the Bloods, was also on the podcast. See how they clearly mention his name? It's nothing. They clearly state who they are talking about that said this. Anyway, it says Wack 100, who is a rival counterpart of Henley's for the Bloods, was also on the podcast and stated, you know why he wanted to give dude back the 40, right? So they using Wack's words to corroborate the MO.
Go ahead, Dogface.
So what is all this shit? So what are all these Wackisha defenders talking about? Oh, he's not in the indictment. These are all Crips who doing all this. Ain't no rules on the indictment. It's all Crips. Hey, listen.
You ain't heard of Crips and shit.
And so listen, even though you have a Loose Cannon, who's a Crip, Wack, he's not? Now come on,
Nigga.
You need to be throwing Crips out because you don't like.
He from the same community. He claimed the same community I'm from. This nigga's from fucking San Bernardino County.
So why is he allowed to run around claiming this?
Y'all have to remember. Okay, let's put it to you like I'm gonna give it to you the best way. You familiar with Chicago? Niggas claim Chicago, but really hide out in Evanston. How you gonna get to him if he in Evanston? What we gonna do to him? The nigga in Evanston. How we gonna get him?
But he was running around with Big U for years, though. The last couple of years of his indictment.
You didn't see him doing nothing creepy?
No, I just seen him doing shit that had nothing to do. I mean, shit, listen. So
you didn't see him doing nothing gangland. He just being a goof.
So let me say this. So he was using Crip language in his speech, but that doesn't mean that he was actually in Crip business. He was in Big U's business, working as a liaison or as a henchman for Big U. So that doesn't mean that he's a Crip because he's working with a Crip to do Crip shit. No. How does that work?
I'll put it to you like this. I was in Atlanta and somebody asked a question, when did I have my dealings with the feds? 2019. I was in Atlanta getting money. I'm not no Atlanta nigga. I was just around and I was allowed to occupy that space because I brought something of value to the situation. They never put me in a business. I was never in no Atlanta beef. I never slew in when niggas is doing the YFN, Lucci, all that junk. Like, I don't even know what you niggas is talking about. I provide a service that allows me to get some money right here. Y'all cool with the service I provide for me to pay my taxes to get my chili right here. That's it and that's all. It don't make me a part of nothing they got going on. I'm just a nigga who right here providing a service and I'm done when I'm done. And I'm disposable, just like that nigga's disposable.
I can go for that. I can go for that, except for all the goddamn Crip language, respectfully. And I never heard nobody who was standing on real Crip business challenge him or question whether or not he was official.
With everything you see going on, who the fuck gonna get on the camera and talk about this federal ass shit and end up in that RICO?
So listen, do me a favor, bro. So over the course of the last couple of years, every time we have listen, I have had major questions about what Wack's relationship or what his, because it seems to me and to everybody else who's not blind, deaf, and dumb that he has a thing for trying to take down Crips. To me, it doesn't matter what set.
It's the 60s.
Uh-huh.
He don't beef with Crips. He beef with the 60s.
Is it true that that's because his wife, Kimberly, is in a relationship, was getting hit from the back by a 60s? Is that true? Or is that just rumor?
Nigga in that thing with his leg.
Y'all wrong. Y'all wrong, man.
Hitting the Dougie like Rico and paying the fool. Driving that black S550 Benz, sliding down the old road, all that, yeah.
So are you telling me on this podcast here and right now that Wack 100, one of his major motivations is the grudge he's holding against the 60s because somebody from the 60s is fucking his soon-to-be ex-wife? I know you ain't saying no shit like that.
Bow, hit it from the back. Bow, hit it from the back.
So all of this planning, orchestrating, sneaking, master splinter activity, all this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shit is about ego and pride and hurt feelings.
Him so sad. Him a sad little boy. Him a sad little boy. Him thought that he was going to be able to be cool with Big U. And him thought that he had a good pass. And him thought that he was going to be able to slide around. So he doing these little interviews where they got Big U and Wack sitting there. And then they say, hey, Big U, who do you respect as the top blood in L.A.? And Big U looks at Wack and he says, Suge Knight. But then Wack, because Wack, he cuddly in the middle. They ask Wack the same question. He get on his knees and say, Big U. But how you think he felt after Big U said Suge Knight when his answer was Big U? It's all feelings because it ain't no money. Because what you ain't heard in none of this is any exchange of money, of any exchange of narcotics, of any exchange of firearms. You see no profit in this. All you hear is my feelings is hurt, so I'm telling.
Right here, Wack is explaining to Loose Cannon and the people viewing the podcast why Big U, because Loose is saying, man, he'll be like, well, we just gonna give back 40,000. And now Wack is saying, you know why he was saying why he wanted to give dude the 40, right? Because he was gonna charge him 20 for getting it back. So they're using Wack's words in the original complaint right there. Fast forward to 2026 and a new indictment has been filed. This time, they are clearly using Wack's words, you know, and this is a new overt act that has been added to this racketeering charge. what you have to understand is these are charged acts, but they are charged as acts committed in furtherance of the racketeering. So the racketeering is the actual federal statute that he's charged under. And then that way they can just inculpate all of these different acts and things that he's allegedly done and put them all under one charge instead of having to charge him with 200 different statutes. Anyway, they are clearly using his words and information that he put on the internet once again. This is called open source reporting. Now, this is where it gets really tricky too. Now, let's be very clear about this because I want y'all to know that I know what I'm talking about. And I want y'all to know what y'all talking about when y'all say this. So to answer the questions, yes, if the interview was published in a newspaper, magazine, podcast, TV broadcast, or public website, that's considered open source intelligence. Now, here's how you can tell the difference based on where the government got the quote. It is open source reporting if the interview was public, the witness spoke to a journalist, a blogger, or posted a video online.
Do this sound like No Jumper to y'all?
Now, let's discuss why it's used. Prosecutors can simply read the article or watch the video and quote it in the indictment. They do not need to interview the person themselves because the person already made the statement publicly. So by all standards, definition, all they have to do is watch your interview.
So the prosecutor, the federal government don't need to interview the witness. So we talked about the whole future thing, right? So the prosecutor doesn't need to interview any witnesses. When they hear a story on a platform such as No Jumper, all they have to do is hear it and hear the names associated with it, and then they can use that as justification or as their reasoning why they're incorporating that particular act as is described as the overt act.
Man, dry snitching, aka overt act.
So that means that his words on these podcasts are even more critical. Because and he knows this.
I said that. I called it dry snitching, but that's not the proper term, but that's exactly what it is. How he using that platform to implicate and entrapping witnesses in there. Because, oh man, that's heavy.
Hey, Trap, we need that. We need this clipped out. Because this right here needs to be sent to academics. And let's just say they don't know how their platform has been weaponized. Let's say they don't know. This needs to be clipped out. So can you, what timestamp? 122? This shit need to be sent to academics, Poetic Flacco, and Adam 22 specifically. So they can't, from this point forward, if they didn't know, they know now. So when they're acting incredulous about, well, what do you mean he's using our platform?
No, why you put that rat trap out there like that, bro? That is the rat trap. When they get that,
oh my bad, underdog. Way.
I said that is the rat trap. That is the ultimate rat trap. Where do the rat run from there?
So I spoke with Adam 22 last week on No Jumper. I gave him a call. We spoke about this exact same situation. On the phone with me, Adam 22 had the common sense that God gave us all. In front of Wack, I guess he must have forgot the common sense in the car. With that all being said, you will never, and when I say never, if one of my chats, somebody in my chats, one of my mods can run that clip for me, I'd appreciate it. Send me a screenshot to my Instagram. I appreciate you. I can turn her hands. I'd appreciate you real quick, my nigga, if you did it. Charlie Brown. I say all that to say this. Flacco, you're not going to get him to talk bad about Wack. If you can, Dogface, get academics into this chat. See if you can get academics into the, send him the link. See if he'll join us for 5 minutes. Because all we need is 5 minutes. But if you give them an opportunity to judge a clip without having to be held accountable by the people, they're going to tap dance all around. There's going to be a Chris Brown concert how they dance. Now, I'll give Academics this. I believe in my heart that if Academics is on here with us, he won't play the game. He'll keep it real. But by himself, he's going to maintain the protection of that relationship. What y'all think?
Yeah, he ain't coming then. He ain't gonna pop up if he can't wiggle how he like to wiggle. He ain't popping up. He ain't letting you corner him. Is you crazy? He way too smart for that shit.
So with Academics being live, Dogface, send him the link, man. See if you can get him over here. You know what I'm saying? And we can go for it like that. Because I just sent this message far and wide. There it go.
He ain't coming.
I've been talking about this for the last 4 years. And up until last week or the week before last, everybody was calling me crazy. So God willing. And on the same token, I'll do my part. Let me send it to Adam 22 and we'll keep the content going.
Person already made the statement publicly. So by all standards, definition, all they have to do is watch your interview. And if you say something on there, then they can use it. They don't have to talk to you at all. But let's keep going, because this statement can be used to establish probable cause in an indictment. And I want to explain to y'all exactly how it's used. And I want y'all to also understand that the threshold for probable cause for an indictment is not the same as reasonable doubt. You know, it's two different standards. One, the standard that they have to use just to get you charged is nowhere near the standard that they have to meet in order to get you convicted. So again, all they have to do is take this guy's words and say, hey, we believe this may have happened because this dude said it happened. Let's charge him with this. You know, we've gathered up some information and, you know, let's put this case out here. They take it to a judge, get it signed on. But now let me explain to you why this is admissible. Because this interview happened on No Jumper and it was completely public, it is 100% open source reporting. In modern federal prosecutions, the government routinely combs through media, articles, podcasts, YouTube interviews, press releases, and social media posts to build their cases. So this is not an uncommon thing in today's times. Actually, this same prosecutor's office, United States Attorney's Office, the Central District of California, is the same office that's handling Dirk's case. And if you've watched Dirk's case, they've very openly stated that they use open source reporting, you know, to gather the intelligence, which is why people like Traveler Ross came up and they actually used the Academics interview, you know, so this is common with this office for sure. Anyway, to get an indictment, prosecutors only need to show a grand jury that there is probable cause a crime occurred. Public statements made by people around you, even if they haven't talked to the police, can legally be used to help build that baseline narrative. So once again, Wack has been online talking about his history with Big U, how he knows his wife and all of this stuff. And all that's doing is just establishing credibility. So when he comes out and says certain things, then they like, okay, this is, you know, in one document, he's listed as a rival counterpart. In another document, he's listed as a co-conspirator. This is just something that they doing to muddy the waters, but it's also establishing how these two have a history with each other. And there has been conflict within that, you know, that time frame. Locking in a narrative by putting a person's public quotes directly into your indictment, the government is signaling to that person, hey, we saw what you said publicly, and we're going to hold you to that if we call you to testify. If we called you into trial, we expect you to say the same thing that you said. We ain't no.
Go ahead, Dogface. Let that shit rip. Go ahead. I see it on you.
At this point, respectfully, I mean, so listen, Wack 100 will go down. Wack 100 is the modern version of the hip hop police. That's what he is. Even though this shit really has nothing to do with hip hop, but because he's operating under the guise of being a manager, right? We know that his temperament and his ego, and we know that his history of bad acts and his history of using people to manipulate them, it overqualifies him to know that the shit he's doing right now is wrong. That's one thing. Does he know, Trap? Does he know and understand, or is he just clumsily walking into this, stumbling into this shit? I don't think anybody believes, based on just examining his behavior, I don't think anybody believes that Wack is just stumbling into this federal indictment, not knowing what the fuck is going on.
You know what, Dogface? That is an amazing question. And I want to take y'all to this because hey, remember I told you on the phone, I got a clip to back up everything I say. And with the people who we dealing with, you kind of got to have a clip to back up everything you say. You feel me? But real quick, let me see. Wack 100 speaks on Munchie B, Draco, KO, Killer. So you remember when Munchie B made the comment about passing the bottle to so-and-so, you feel me? Blah, 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 blah. Wack 100 made a comment about Munchie B. Let's see if I can find it. Wack 100 made a comment about Munchie B, basically saying how Munchie B's an idiot for, you know, talking about the Draco situation. Let me see if we can play this.
Detective picture and phone number on the screen, nigga. I don't know what the Flacco got going on over there. What I do know is you been running Flacco information. You over there got happy because he was the one helping you get on the no jumper platform, nigga. You over there, what you telling Flacco? Flacco mentioned the shit about Rose Mo. Nigga, that's 2012. We dropped Jesus Peace 2013. How you trying to put it on everybody but you when everything we talking about came out of your mouth?
That was literally the exact quote. Look, Dogface, I've been doing this shit on this nigga so long. I know a video to go to and right to the timestamp. He just said everything Munchie B is wrong for is because it came out of Munchie B's mouth. Well, are we not listening to everything that came out of Wack's mouth?
Listen, how do you catch a rat? You said rat traps. We know rats are, they don't really, their bones are extremely flexible, right? They can squeeze through the smallest and the tightest places. What has to happen with somebody like Wack is that he has to be cornered like this. You have to be, whenever you're speaking on this shit, right? You have to understand law, one, and you have to understand the streets and how the streets work. If you don't, if you suck at either one of those things, he will slip out of your grasp and scurry up under underground. It's as simple as that. And so you can't get into a conversation about Wack and his behavior without having these things at the ready to use them to point out to people who still fucking slow as fuck. I call them window lickers, pickle pig feet eating ass niggas. You have to have this, or he gonna slip out the grass every time.
And again, to the chat, I will constantly apologize because I don't mean to treat y'all like y'all slow. I'm not treating y'all like y'all slow. But like Dogface said, when you have somebody that's so comfortably spinning narratives and has the assistance of the major platforms in our universe, allowing him to spin the narrative, you do have to be able to back up all your claims with facts. It's like what they teach you in school. When you write an essay, you got to cite your sources. And that's all we're doing. But let's continue on. Underdog, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, when you lay that rat trap, you know, one of the most important things to catch them is to know how they move. You know, once you set that rat trap in that direction that he moves in constantly, that's how you catch him. Because let's just say that, you know, the mice don't never go in the kitchen, but he always in the living room. It ain't gonna make no sense to put the motherfucking mouse trap in the kitchen. He ain't going to no kitchen. That's not how he move.
Getting up here pleading the fifth
or none of that because you are not facing any charges, so there's no right against self-incrimination. We already have the statements. This is what they are doing for him in exchange for him doing this. This is why he hasn't been charged. Everybody's saying, how is he a co-conspirator and not charged? He's not charged because he continues to provide them information from for the last 4 or 5 years. We've seen it. Open source reporting on Big U daily from him, Eddie Boy, 600, all of these different guys. We've seen it. So what they are doing, they just sitting back watching and like, okay, he keep feeding us information, you know, and at this point they have so much of the information, they can just go back and find different little things. I'm sure they could probably charge Big U with a ton of stuff based off things that Wack has said, but there has to be, you know, somewhere where they draw the line, because then you may upset the court. So, you know, they probably just sitting back on a ton of overt acts like, yeah, well, we just gonna add this or take this out if the case started looking shaky. But in any case, they are using Wack 100 clearly. That's why his name is mentioned in that document. That's what I was saying in the video yesterday, but I get it. The video is kind of long. A lot of people don't have that much time to sit around and watch or listen. And a lot of people are doing reaction videos to my videos, and reacting to an hour-long video is probably like a 3-hour segment. So I wanted to bring this back for y'all, break it down as shortly. I thought I would be able to do it in 10 minutes, but I wanted it to be thorough too, because I want a person who has no knowledge of the law to be able to understand exactly what's going on. He's feeding them information. And because he's feeding them information and they are able to use this information to continuously put charges on Big U, then they don't see a need to lock him up. Locking him up would make him shut up. And then, you know, that would lead to them having less information. At the same time, this tells me that the information that they already have on Big U, they don't feel like it's enough. With that said, I'm gonna wrap this one up, man. I hope that this was pretty.
All right, y'all. So before we go on to the next clip, that was Byron Blake breaking down that Wack is in fact named as a witness as of today, according to Byron Blake, as it being Thursday, August 6th, 8:30 in South Central Los Angeles. Wack is officially named as a witness in Big U's case. And it's looking as if Wack 100 doesn't testify to his own statements that he gave on the internet, he may in fact find himself a suspect and a part of this indictment as well. Does that sound pretty accurate to y'all? So with that one being said,
it's 100% accurate. And listen, we get to the point now where the fact that we have to argue this it is pretty draining, because the amount of brain power we have to expend on this shit, when it should be obvious to just a casual observer, this shit, I can see why motherfuckers get frustrated. I can see, because Wack, he's able to wear down the average person. I can see why he's able to wear down motherfuckers, because he's playing so many games and he has so much help from people who are in positions of power and influence. And on top of that, he's going to try to take your page once you get too hot on this trail.
So for the weak, he's intimidating. And that's really how I look at him, because I know that, you know, this shit's so cut and dry. And you wonder why people ain't taking the stance. It's because they weak and he intimidating. And I get it. You know, you can have all the money in the world, but if the bully come, it's like Debo. They put the chain up. They gonna whack, put the chain up. You know, so like one of his characteristics is to intimidate. And he intimidates you and back you right in the wall, which is where he wants you at, so he can put you in the situation.
That's pretty much how the situation go. And like you guys said, I can understand how, especially people who don't come from the streets. Let's be transparent here. We all watching the same. Between the three of us, we got 423 people in here. If it's 423 people in here, it's 400 people who will never see anybody's jail cell. Let's keep that shit 100. They'll never see it. If it's 400 people in here who have never seen nobody's jail cell, it's 300 people in here who are walking away from every sort of physical altercation, every sort of verbal altercation, because the average person is not fighting or arguing on the streets, because low key, only we're taught that in the animalistic situations that we come from. The average normal person, we all fathers. None of us are going to teach our children to argue and fight in the streets. You better walk away from that shit. So the average person on the internet will, kind of be willing to spend towards Wack and on Wack's behalf. And that's mainly due to the fact that Wack 100 is loud. Like you said, he's intimidating. And even deeper than that, if you don't care for Wack, that's one thing. But then how are you going to go to battle with the academics and the Adam 22s and, all that kind of shit? You feel me? All those things are against you. And those are influential voices. If they weren't influential voices, they wouldn't be in the positions that they were in. All right, y'all. So I'm finna go into this next one before we get up out of here for the night. And don't worry, chat. We'll be back some more, man. Me and Dogface at exchange information. Underdog, I'm gonna get your information too. You feel me? We're gonna chop it up and we'll be back because it's a lot of things that we could break down about this case. But I know it's a lot to just uncover in one night. But before we get up out of here, I do want to go into one of the hotter topics of Wack 100 chasing Future. Because my biggest question is, why is Wack, not being charged with this when he's the one who has the admission of guilt? And he, out of his own mouth, said that, Big U never chased this nigga. You feel me? So I'm trying to find a quick little clip to where Wack is talking to DJ Academics, and Wack is making it clear that no, I never chased Future. I never chased Future. Let me see this real quick. Because Wack is now maintaining that it was a little trot, or whatever the case may be. And he's maintaining, let me see. He's probably talking out of 22. He's also maintaining that he never said that Future got hands laid on him, despite the fact that, we've seen all these situations. Here it is.
Yo, remember when Wack 100 kept saying Future got...
Oh, you know what? That's not it. I'm sorry. Let me see. Okay.
Why were you pressing Doughboy on Clubhouse, and why did you say fuck him and Future? That was the highlight clip.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Once again, like, my response is always all they see and all they hear. So
this all goes back to Future and you allegedly getting into an altercation at LAX. What was it?
Yeah, I got content I could have showed. I just let it go. But Rockstar from Hip Hop Trends calls me. I'm at home. Bro, what up? Hey man, Doughboy is coming to my room.
And real quick, for those of y'all asking why we're not playing the Rockstar content, because if I wanted to talk to one of Wack's baby's mamas, I'll just call Kim.
Room, he's a rapper. I want you to come in and build with him.
Right.
My first response is, who is that? I didn't know who he was. Respectfully.
Right.
He he one of Future's artists. That's all right, cool. So when I come in the room, they talking about songs. I guess he had a project coming out. I chimed in. I asked him, hey, what's your stage name? I go to Spotify and look him up. I said, oh man, you got some pretty strong numbers. You know what I mean? So I'm listening to one of the songs, and he's like, hey man, let me ask you a question. I'm thinking we building on some music. Yo, what's up with you and Pluto? I'm like, me and who?
Right.
Because Rockstar didn't ask me to come build with, some
Rockstar's a shit stir. He knew exactly what he was doing, don't you think?
I don't know, because I don't know the dude.
Right.
So, I'm like, when he asked me again, see, that's the problem. Dude, my son age. So why I come from my era, when you ask me about me and another man's business, that's like a form of attempting to check a man. So off the rip, I'm gonna tell him, man, don't ask me nothing about me and what we got going on.
Right.
Now I didn't already got a call from one of my big brothers to leave that alone with Future.
Okay.
So I've been left it alone. I didn't talk about it. And I told him.
It's extremely interesting. And I like that Wack said this because Wack is saying, as we all heard, well, my brother told me, my brother told me, my brother told me, and now he's omitting the name of his brother. You feel me? Now he don't want to talk about who his brother is. But let's see, Birdman, Wack 100, Future. Oh, boom, it popped right up.
It's a long drop down here, right? He throws the phone at me on speaker. All I hear is Stunner voice. He say, "What? It's me, Stunner. Talk to me." I say, "Stunner, I'm busy right now." He said, "Yeah, but I don't want you to be, nephew. What's going on?"
Would he still be considered a gangster if he didn't used to run? But he used to run a heroin empire and he got a ton of people.
It's a long drop down there, right? He throws the phone at me on speaker. All I hear is Stunner voice. He say, "What? It's me, Stunner. Talk to me." I say, "Stunner, I'm busy right now." He said, "Yeah, but I don't want you to be, nephew. What's going on?" I say, "Oh, trick a bag, man. He can't be in our backyard and he don't throw a bag. Either he gonna pay or he finna get ducked and then he gonna pay, right? Trick at home sleep. He don't know what's going on here."
So by Wack's own admission, now he's saying my brother. By his admission, he said Stunner's name 3 times. I counted it. Y'all seen me use my fingers. $10, or I'm gonna F you up, and then you're gonna pay me back my $10. That's what makes it extortion. Oh geez, am I tripping, or did I pretty much make it as simple as it could be made?
If it gets any simpler than that, then it's like
We're
you're teaching the
we slow down. It getting simple than that. We slow.
Check your text message. I got a surprise in there for you. Thank me later. No, Trap. No, look in there. Look at it was a change made. It was a change made legally.
The house has to be in Rakita Bradford's name because if it's in Cash McElroy Jones' name, he has over $20 million worth of debt and they'll seize the house. That's why it was in Kim's name before he took it from her name.
No. Look closer. Look close.
Landon.
Who the fuck is that?
That's him.
Oh, that's the bullshit name?
Yes. No, I'm a digging motherfucker.
Yeah, see, we already knew about the home. I knew about that already. You feel me? Because he is, what's the old saying they should say? You don't defecate where you eat. He just on the toilet with a big old pot. Going crazy. Going crazy. Shout out to his son, though. We love that for him. Live your truth, brother.
Hey, bro, listen, I don't even want to discuss that. I got a call from bro. Leave that shit alone. Boom, 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 boom. But he was adamant to keep going on. So now I'm like, so Birdman.
The nigga just said Birdman name again on No Jumper. But my question to y'all is, if Birdman is being brought up, is he like an accessory after the fact? Is he an accessory to extortion after the fact? What criminal role could he play in this?
He is a material witness. He wouldn't be criminally charged because he would be stepping in to act as a protector of somebody who's being threatened with bodily harm. So he wouldn't be charged as an accessory, but he would definitely be a material witness because according to Wack, he paid the ransom that allowed Future to go about his business that day and get on the airplane without being physically assaulted or worse. So he's a material witness. He's most certainly a material witness.
And then wrapped your homie up in an indictment. Let's keep going.
Call me and say, Wack, leave that alone out of respect to me. Future, my brother, it's exact words. Like, you my brother. I love him as a brother, as a friend. Stun, I can respect that. So now it's Future telling him, yo, fuck Wack, and when you see him, get at him. But what I first got to do is extend my respect to Stunner. And I told him 2-3 times, like, bro, we got a mutual comrade that leave that alone. He kept going on. So then, okay, I'm gonna give you what you're looking for. He thought I was out of town because everybody.
He just said on Clubhouse that he never said Stunner's name.
Future, my brother.
You see where the fuck I'm going.
He just said on Clubhouse when one of the people who was running that, whatever that shit is, when the guy pressed him about it, and he played the audio of him saying Stunner's name, he said he never said his name.
That's only because Stunner done got at that nigga and told that nigga what the fuck he doing. And that nigga trying to clean that shit up now because Stunner probably like, bitch, something come down on me. You know, you gonna have like, you ain't gonna be a problem nobody no more. You know what I mean? He probably got ugly like that. Like, nigga, you better clean that up. So he just trying to clean it up now. Like, you know, he just trying to clean it up now because like Stunner know that nigga, every motherfucking name you drop, nigga, that's a charge for somebody. I wish they would come get me for you running your mouth like you crazy.
Because who the fuck wants to be tied up to a federal indictment for any reason?
From a loose lip nigga, man, shut up. But that's that dry snitching though. That I was telling you, that's that dry snitching. You see what I'm saying? Like, for all we know, you know, the feds, you know, they may want Birdman for some prior shit or just, you know, just how they want every boss. You know what I'm saying? They probably want the nigga for something, and this is way, you know what I mean, of creating a circumstance for a motherfucker on that damn platform with that dry snitching, bro.
But you know what, Underdog, you took the words right out of my mouth. And I was thinking about it. I said, well, we already, you know, through this almost 2 hours we've been rocking out, broke down what open source reporting is. We broke down how he's examples of his active open source report is literally as current as an hour ago. We broke down how, to anyone who thinks it's not a real thing, it was used against President Richard Nixon while in office to get him impeached. We don't think that Wack is higher than Richard Nixon. With that all being said, do you think that this is maybe some term in some sort of way to where if he needs to, Birdman could be the next person to be indicted based off his hand?
And only thing, you know, and to me, I just feel like for him to even put a Birdman or a Stunner out there like that, his situation is really like he is really in a deep situation himself that he's trying to get out of. You know, his situation is probably so deep to where he'd take his chances with a Birdman than the feds. You know what I mean? So I just believe all that name dropping, that's just, and he got a long ass list of motherfuckers to tell on. He got a long list of motherfuckers to tell on, and that shit go back so far. You know what I'm saying? And man, that motherfucker the devil, man. Shit.
I mean, but shit, in this same live, you see me take it back all the way to 2006.
Man, that shit go back further than that. That's actually current compared to how long that list is and how far he can go back with that fuckery.
And I say this for the next one because I'm sure we're gonna do this again because I got a bunch of, you see, look, Underdog, you see how I'm coming. You feel me?
I see you locked and loaded, baby. I see it.
So we can also, just per the conversation, Wack 100, you know, in California, we got this 50-50 yard thing going on. Now, I ain't no penitentiary nigga, so whatever y'all do is how y'all do. I'm free. So how y'all do y'all jail time is how y'all do y'all jail time. But I say all that to say this. Wack 100, it wasn't a 50-50 yard when he was there. It was called a substance abuse yard. Don't let me lie and say what the exact acronym is, but it's for substance abuse and treatment. That's what it's for. Wack 100 allegedly was instructed by the Bloods to go ahead and put down a demonstration against someone else. When it was time for him to put down a demonstration, this man gets into a full argument with a female cop in order to get sent to the hole to avoid having to put down his demonstration. Once he's gone out of the hole, he then finishes his last 9 months of his sentence on what is now considered in California a 50-50 yard, but at the time was a treatment rehab yard. Well, that's incredible because Wack hangs his hat and has told us so famously so many times, he don't drink, he don't smoke, he's always sober. So if your biggest claim is never drinking, never smoking, being always sober, why are you on a substance abuse yard in the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation? That don't make no sense. Why are you not over there with the Bloods on the main line? So just to your point of 2006, and you saying this earlier, shit, the nigga was locked up in the 90s.
Man, hey.
So, you know, it wasn't a 50-50 yard thing. I make the joke. It wasn't a 50-50 yard. It was a 25-25 yard, but it grew up to be a 50-50 yard for sure, for sure.
A brother, I love it. As a brother, as a friend, Stun, I can respect that. So now his Future telling him, yo, fuck Wack, and when you see him, get at him. But what I first got to do is extend my respect to Stunner. And I told him 2-3 times, like, bro, we got a mutual comrade that leave that alone. He kept going on. So then, okay, I'm going to give you what you're looking for. He thought I was out of town because everybody knew I was out of town. He didn't know I was back at the studio. So I said, you in LA? Yeah. I said, well, where you at?
You were trying to get Doughboy to pull up on you.
No, I was going to
pull up. Or you were going to pull up.
Because he was talking about, oh, homie, I like the face-to-face and all this crazy shit. So Rockstar was on his way to my studio that night. I said, well, Rockstar, this your man. You with him in LA? Yeah. Well, go get him. Pull up. So Rockstar tell me we got off the phone. He like, yo, that's a real address? He like, yeah, that's a real address. We're going to come get you. Nah, I'm cool. But you did all that for what? But another nigga gained off the clout. I just had the homie last night, Munchie B from Inglewood said, Wack, I ain't gonna lie, because Munchie blind, he lost his eyesight. You know, I ain't gonna lie. That nigga won because I didn't know who the nigga was. I learned who he was and started listening to his music. When y'all got into it? Clout.
Wait, when I got into it with him?
No, when me and this dude, what's the nigga name?
Doughboy.
Doughboy, right?
Right.
Guess they tell me from like Ohio.
So now you're listening to Doughboy.
No.
He's a talented
No,
rapper.
not me. I've never.
Oh, okay.
I just went to preview one of his songs that night.
Okay.
Because Rockstar asked me to come.
Can't hear you, Chris. Oh.
But I didn't say you had a charge, though. But I didn't say that.
Anybody phone. You got to put it to them.
So this is Lush and Wack arguing. We'll let y'all go after this chat, but this is Lush and Wack arguing where Wack is upset at being compared to Munchie B for the exact same thing. And I think this is a clip where Wack says he never chased Future. You know, he's denying
Yeah, I'm just like, okay. Hey, you need to buy a new phone, bro.
Yeah. What? I never said you. I didn't say you was in an indictment, Wack. I did not say you was in an indictment. I specifically said you. I did not.
Microphone.
I did not say you was in an indictment.
My name like a nigga won't break your dick.
Hey, bro, I'm like the one.
Again, y'all have more knowledge of this, you know, than I do as far as like the feds and all that's concerned. My question is, how the hell is he on the internet sending these type of threats, saying that I'll break your face, I'll do this? Like, how are you not in jail?
Hey, listen, bro. Can you hear me? First of all, the content that Wack talk about, don't no real nigga get on live in front of the public and even talk like that, right? So in itself, that makes us ask the question, like, from a real nigga perspective, what the fuck are you doing, right? So I don't know, man. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Whenever you see a motherfucker moving like that, he is on a mission. A mission for what? Okay, let's look at the nature of the content that he's exposing. And it all is a form of ratting. When you sum all this shit up, like, damn, he telling right there. From a real nigga perspective, damn, he telling right there. From a real nigga perspective, damn, he telling right there. Okay, so being that we trying to figure out, like, if real niggas don't talk like this and he's talking, what is he talking about? It's all telling. Okay, why do motherfuckers tell? Motherfuckers tell to get out of shit. You see what I'm saying? And like for real, man. To be honest, it's kind of like if he wasn't so relevant, right, in his telling, like this is something that you talk about and you be done with. But this is a motherfucker that you got to continue to slay because he's constantly updating his motherfucking bullshit.
As we have been talking,
so we got to keep talking about it. Like I would have loved to cut this nigga off. Like I'm done talking about this nigga. It is what it is. But no, he keeps bringing us current fuckery. So we have to address that current fuckery, bro.
Underdog, I was able to bring y'all that conversation where he started listing up all them names. Nigga, that happened fucking 97 minutes ago.
Man, hey, he on a mission, bro.
It's literally
that's
up
just
to
what it
date
is.
telling.
And he on a mission, right? And I'm gonna tell you what real niggas do to niggas like that. They just stay the fuck out his way. That's what real niggas do. You see what I'm saying? But you know, we content creators, man. You know, and I'm a baby in this shit, but shit, I ain't no fucking dummy. I don't give a fuck if I'm 2 days in this motherfucker or 3 days in this motherfucker. You walk past me with a red dress on, I'm like, she had a red dress on. I ain't no fucking dummy. Like, and you know, shit, nigga, I've been in the motherfucking streets, bro. Like, shit, the majority of my life has been impressed by the streets. So, like, man, niggas don't even fuck with niggas like this, bro. Like, niggas don't even fuck with niggas like this, right? And real niggas, for real, when this nigga encounter a real nigga, he don't even really get to circulate no more after that because shit happens to niggas like this. You see what I'm saying? Like shit happens to niggas like this. Niggas like this don't continue to be able to make motion in this manner. But you know, he ain't crossing no real niggas path. Believe that. He ain't crossing no real niggas path. That's why, for real, that's why he trying to clean up or implicating a real nigga like Stunner or whatever. Like he's trying to clear that up because he know how ugly that can get for him because ugly niggas deal with niggas like this way different from the clowns that he implementing in all this bullshit. It's amazing how long a nigga like this can even survive, bro. It's amazing. Like I'm like that nigga Wayne. Like, damn, nigga, you still here? Damn, nigga, you still here? Yeah, that nigga still here doing the same bullshit, bro. Hey, almost pretty much with no recourse. The only real big problem he has is if he can't feed the feds. If he ever gets to the point to where he has nothing to feed the feds gonna dog him like he dogging everybody else. That's the real true day of reckoning for his ass right there.
You see what it's gonna come down to, and I'm just making sure I'm looking it up as I'm talking to y'all. I'll be at all them court dates. Don't worry about it. Because what we can't do is depend on these dudes to give us their version of what happened when I could just give you guys what actually happened. And for those of you guys who are not familiar with what I have going on, I've actually been following the situation with Wack 100, doing investigative reporting docuseries for the last 4 years. So if you guys are interested in any of the things that I'm talking about, go ahead and check my YouTube channel, Trap News Network, TRAPNEWS NETWORX. Make sure you go ahead and tap in that. But you guys can check out everything that we're talking about. I'll show paperwork, I'll show pictures, I'll show proof of him being in certain places and blah, blah, blah. And don't get it twisted. As me, Underdog, and Dogface continue, we'll bring y'all this way more. This is like one of an unknown number series because it's so much more to break down. You feel me? Go ahead, Dogface.
Hey, listen, I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. So I want you guys to know the next time y'all see us, we going up top with the visuals. We're going up top with everything. So just be aware of that. And sorry, and I apologize for any complications with the sound, the echoes that made some parts kind of like rough to listen to. When we come back to spank ass. Pause.
So we'll give y'all this last little round, and then we'll let y'all enjoy y'all night. But it's important that y'all see this.
I'm like speaking unbiasedly and defending you. I'm like, but I'm not talking bad. Like you can save this preamble, but I'm not like talking bad about you.
Hey, bitch, do you know what a court action is versus a charge?
No one said you had a charge though. No one said that. No, I didn't. No, I did not say you had a charge. I never said that. I never said you had a charge. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't say you had a charge though. But I didn't say you had a charge though. But I didn't say that. I didn't. Go ahead. But I didn't say that though. But I already knew this was gonna be some. I don't even know why I answered this.
Hey, listen, I ain't let you niggas meet who Wack is. And one day I'm gonna show you that.
Okay, but
you ain't gonna like.
But I'm not against you, and I didn't say anything. But like,
calm down.
Yeah. Even listen, I'm not. Like, I don't know why you tripping on me, bro. Like I'm not. No, I wasn't. What did I say that was popping?
Put the microphone to the speaker.
He passed the bottle to him that killed the nigga every week. I ain't never said no like that.
No, that's not.
The thing is, I'll say it again.
That's not.
That's the bro.
I think.
My bad, y'all. So you know how this end up, underdog. They just start arguing and yelling and screaming at each other. Wack did say something that was important though. He said, "You effing idiot. Do you understand what an overt act is? An overt act is basically, in a short story shorter, it's a description of what you're being charged with. It's the adjective to your felony, to your indictment. Is that a simple way to put it?
Yeah, it's like an addendum, goddamn.
That's it. So I'm gonna show you guys this, and then we'll slide out for the night. But Big U was charged with an overt act of assault on Wack 100. That comes after Big U was caught on a wiretap in a private conversation telling someone Wack 100 is an informant. I want to, quote, break his jaw, end quote. Of course, we don't think that anybody should get their jaw broken. We don't believe in that over here. But regardless of the fact, Big U said that in a private conversation. Big U's lawyer says to the court, and I quote, "There is no crime against my client admitting he wants to harm an informant on a private conversation," end quote. The federal government decides to say, you know what, Cash Roll Global, I see you. The federal government decides to say, you know what, you're 100% right. The assault doesn't apply. And then they decide to actually charge him with the assault. So Wack can say overt act. No, it's not charged, but overt acts leads to convictions. Let's play this concept.
Jury unanimity issues making it hard for the jury to be unanimous. And as the jury may properly rely on non-predicate overt acts to reach a verdict. In other words, when you're bringing in a bunch of stuff that we haven't been charged with, you may confuse the jury and have them relying on something that we haven't been charged with as just an overt act. And they may end.
Okay, so him having Wack as, wanting to whoop Wack feet and Wack being a victim in the paperwork is an overt act. It's not an actual criminal charge. So, yeah, Wack is in the paperwork as a victim. But, nigga, that's an overt act. That ain't no criminal charge. You can't charge me for that because I want to whoop somebody's feet. You feel me? You can't charge me because I want to break somebody's jaw. So, he a victim in the paperwork, but, man, so what? You want to whoop somebody. I want to go whoop out the nigga I coach the kids' football team with right now. You can't charge me with a crime for that. I ain't did nothing. You feel me?
They're finding us guilty on that. Now, the government would respond to Big U, and they would say that the fear and control category encompasses charged overt acts that are direct evidence. They would go on to say the defendant's motion challenges dozens of overt acts alleged in the first superseding indictment, styled as Rule 404B concerns. That framing is backwards. The government is entitled to prove the overt acts charged in its own indictment. These are not uncharged other acts. They are part of the charged RICO conspiracy, and proof of charged overt acts requires no 404B justification. Now, the reason I was emphasizing uncharged in the last stuff that I was.
And again, Wack just said an overt act is something uncharged. Let's see where this situation goes.
Was reading from Big U is because I was I was seeing that they were locked in on that. He kept saying, y'all saying I threatened Wack 100. I'm not charged with that. Y'all saying that I said I wanted to beat up Wack 100. I'm not charged with that. The government is now coming back and saying that, yes, you are. The fear and control.
Big U is being charged with wanting to whoop Wack 1. Tendernism. Pick the blind up, put the blind down, pick the blind up, put the blind down, pick the blind up, put the blind down. Big U, Reg Dog. Big U has officially been charged with man.
Hey, Big Rich, you know they got the canine dogs, and if you do something to harm that canine dog, they'll charge you. If you do something to fuck with that informant, they'll charge you. So, like we should never question whether or not he is an informant or not. And if he's an informant and you fucking with him, then I mean, it's cool. You just land in the bed with an informant. Hey, it's your prerogative. You know what I'm saying?
And Wack is a victim in the case. I said it. I told y'all. Wack was a victim in the case. Nigga, I beat the feds, nigga. I beat the feds, nigga. I keep trying to tell you niggas, bro. I beat these niggas. And I never fucked up again in life, nigga. I got off by the skin of my teeth. Nigga, I beat these niggas, bro. I told y'all. Hold on, let me write it back. Let me put the thing down, flip it and reverse it.
From Big U is because I was seeing that they were locked in on that. He kept saying, y'all saying I threatened Wack 100. I'm not charged with that. Y'all saying that I said I wanted to beat up Wack 100. I'm not charged with that. The government is now coming back and saying that, yes, you are. The fear and control category that Big U was talking about encompasses charged overt acts that are direct evidence. Again, it says these are not uncharged other acts. They are part of the RICO conspiracy, and proof of charged overt acts requires no 404B justification. So, long story short, Big U is charged with assaulting Wack 100. It says it right here in the paper.
Big U is charged with assaulting Wack 100. I didn't make it up. But when I said it, niggas wanted to take shots at my character. Niggas drug my name through the mud to hide this shit, bro. Niggas drug my name through the mud. Niggas lied. Niggas tried. Sorry about that, y'all. I was really passionate that day. I've been telling niggas some shit for 4 years and it finally hit. But with that all being said, man, Dogface is gone. Underdog, I'm gonna tap in. Hit me on Instagram, and I'm gonna send. Tell Dogface to give you my number, and then we'll figure it out from there.
All right, I think I already put that follow it on there, so we're good on Instagram.
Send me a DM because I don't be looking at that shit, but I go look at my request right now.
All right, bro. Peace.
All right, man. God bless, man. God bless. We appreciate Dogface for being in here. Real quick, chat. If y'all want to continue on, we appreciate y'all being a part of Trap News Network. We appreciate y'all rocking out with us. This whole situation with Wack 100 has been barnacles. Barnacles. When I say that this situation has been crazy, For my regulars in the chat, y'all know what time it is.
Beat the brakes out of the Tony Montana rapper. One of his security guards named Roscoe was allegedly caught up in the mess or got messed up in the melee. He was rushed to a local LA hospital. The club, the Graceful Manor, was shut down for the night.
So now we have academics talking about who allegedly whooped out Future. Let's jump into this content. Let's get into it.
Following the incident, helicopters patrolled the parking lot to make sure the area was safe. Now, Wack had told us about the story, and he basically kind of described it just like how this happened, except he gave more detail. He said, yo, they surrounded club security and everything, and basically when the gang...
And it's crazy because in Wack's last pieces of content, he was saying how it happened at a hotel. And here you have academics making it clear that this, in fact, did happen at a club.
Members of LA want to do something, you have insecurity or security at the club, knowing that they live in LA, they want no sauce. So, Future narrowly escapes a vicious...
Real quick to y'all, I'm finna remove Dogface, and I'm finna remove Underdog from the chat. So if you guys are from the live, so if you guys want to continue to watch this, it's on my page, Trap News Network, and we'll dive deeper into some of these things. But I am about to remove Dogface and Underdog from the chat. So make sure that y'all are in fact tapped in, because if you are watching from their YouTube channels, Dogface's channel specifically, you will have to come find it on the Trap News Network, and then I'll be live. So make sure y'all get into that. Chat, y'all know what time it is with me. I just don't want to hold I don't want to hold they chat hostage. You feel me? Is Henny still in here? God damn, Henny.
To beat the brakes out of the Tony Montana rapper. One of his security guards named Roscoe was allegedly caught up in the mess, or got messed up in the melee. He was rushed to a local LA hospital. The club, the Graceful Manor, was shut down for the night.
So now we have Academics is talking about who allegedly whooped out Future. Let's jump into this content. Let's get into it. Let's go.
Following the incident, and helicopters patrol the parking lot to make sure the area was safe. Now, Wack had told us about the story, and he basically kind of described it just like how this happened, except he gave more detail. He said, yo, they surrounded club security and everything, and basically when the gang...
And it's crazy because in Wack's last pieces of content, he was saying how it happened at a hotel, and here you have Academics making it clear that this in fact did happen at a club.
Members of LA want to do something, you have insecurity or security at the club, knowing that they live in LA, they want no sauce. So Future narrowly escapes a vicious beatdown in 2013. Now, supposedly, like for all we know this happened, and then we knew about Wack chasing him in the airport. But what was confusing is that when
we knew about who chasing him in the airport?
In 2013. Now, supposedly, like for all we know this happened, and then we knew about Wack chasing him in the airport. But what was confusing is that when we went to the indictment, right? When we went to the indictment said, and let me pull up the indictment. The indictment says after Wack, hold on. Let me just give me a second. The indictment says, let's go to airport. Search that. Now, right? So actually, the indictment does not mention the club thing. The club thing happened in 2013.
So the indictment does not mention the club, but Wack mentioned the club. So when this club incident shows up in future indictments, we know where it came from.
Okay. Now, so if we start thinking, it says in or around 2014. Actually, this might be it. Well, anyway. Okay. Oh, here it is. In or around 2014, okay, after Future refused to pay and ceased answering the calls, they, Henley's associates, and it says Henley and his associates, which means he was there, committed violence against NDC and his associates and security for failing to show respect. Now, this is the issue with, I've seen Wack talk about this a bunch, and he's like, yo, man, there's something else in the mix, because I never said we touch Future. And he's right. He didn't touch Future. And supposedly the one in 2013, the bodyguard got fucked up, but not Future. But apparently there's another incident. So there's a third incident that the feds are talking about that doesn't involve Wack and doesn't involve that club thing that we know. But it just goes to show 3 incidents of niggas, like they were treating Future like a pinata. I don't know what was going on. Now, granted, he didn't get touched in other situations, but hold on. Here we go. Let me see. Do I got it? Maybe I do have it here. So
now again, it's incredible to point this conversation out because Wack again made it abundantly clear that he never said anything about Future getting accosted in a club. Now you hear DJ Academics is saying something totally different, but you know, Wack just will say pretty much whatever, and we're watching these situations, these lies unfold one at a time.
Do we have it? Okay. All right. So we get confirmation. We got confirmation. Check this out, chat. Check it out. Here we go. So remember, there's 2 incidents we know. Wack chased him in the airport, him getting surrounded and almost touched at the club, but his bodyguard got beat up. But the feds claim he got his ass whooped. Where did he get his ass whooped at? So someone reached out to Wack, and Wack sent me
that nigga got his A double whooped wherever Wack said he did.
Like, you know, the text messages of the person who finally cleared it up on when Future supposedly got his ass whooped.
So now Wack is revealing the name of the individual who. So let me get this right. Wack is naming the individual and verifying and identifying the individual who attacked Future amongst his open Big U indictment for an attack that is not mentioned in anyone's legal paperwork, nor is anyone being charged with it. But yet Wack is getting somebody involved who should be named as a culprit in this. So is it possible that the federal government, because Wack has been named as a witness in Big U's case and an asset, we have that literal paperwork, as well as an associate of Big U, which would be Wack 100, who chased Future. Do you think that now Wack 100 has struck some sort of deal or has came up with some sort of plan to say, hey, I'll tell you who attacked Future, I'll tell you who did blah, blah, blah in the club in respects of, in exchange of, you don't convict me of being the associate. You don't charge me with being the guy that ran down on Future. You feel me?
It's out. So, and by the way, this is from Wack, but he's texting, like, you're gonna see this shit. It's kind of like hilarious. Yo, the fact that Wack got a nigga saved like this is crazy. WS Crip Partner 99. Who the fuck saves a nigga like this? WS.
And now you're telling on Hop. Now you're putting the case on somebody else. So now you're literally open air snitching on somebody. Like, it's not even a maybe not. It's not a question of it. It's not a are you or aren't you. Like, you're literally now charging somebody and putting the name of what's the word I'm looking for? You are looking the name of don't let me lie. You're culprit. You're putting the name of a culprit to a crime that has yet to be charged, but it's still an open crime.
Crip Partner, whatever.
Or a charge that's yet to be indicted to anyone, but it's still an open crime.
Anyway, he texts Wack and he says, Hop is the one telling. He's the one that knocked out Future and Floss took his gun. So Wack says, knocked him out where? Future wasn't touched at the airport. That's cap. Then the Crip Partner says, nigga, there.
So now Wack is saying that he witnessed Future get knocked out, and now he's telling everybody what he saw. So again, if Wack 100 doesn't attest to this in court, it's gonna look bad because he's making it clear, as we know, to be a witness in the testimony and a witness on the case, that this is what he's into and this is what he's talking about.
Then Wack says, first they said it was a club, not a hotel. So that happened at a hotel Future was knocked out at. So now we're getting to find out. The club they pressed him, he ran out through the kitchen. Then they knock him out in the SLS. And then Wack sees him at the airport and chasing him. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. They was playing Pac-Man with this nigga Future, bro. I ain't gonna cap. Everybody chasing him. Okay, so they said they knocked him out at the SLS. And he says, I already know which one of Big U's homies telling. And it says, okay, because he wasn't in touch with me. He says, Hop and Floss. He says, I never knew they caught Future slipping like that. He says, Future security, Hop betted them. So I guess like he put some work in. But I guess they got to Future somehow. He says, Big U was there when this happened? Yes. So that confirms exactly what we just read in the indictment. The indictment says Henley was there with his associates.
So do you hear how Wack 100 is making a point to confirm what is in an overt act in an indictment? That way it can be charged with an actual realistic 1-2 step like Sierra crime. The overt act of assault has already been charged on Big U, and Wack 100 is the victim of that assault. Now Wack 100 is basically just making sure that all these overt acts stack up and Big U gets charged, because let's hear what DJ Academic said one more time.
They caught Future slipping like that. He says Future security, Hop betted them. So I guess like he put some work in. But I guess they got to Future somehow. He says Big U was there when this happened? Yes. So that confirms exactly what we just read in the indictment. The indictment says Henley was there with his associates. It didn't say he was there with his associates at the club. It just said Rolling 60s rolled up to the club. So
now, when it's all said and done, look how crazy it is when you have Wack 100, busting these moves and doing these things, when you can clearly see he is just at this point helping out with the legal team, man. It's just crazy, bro.
It's very insane. It's very insane. It's very insane. It's very insane how the situation is working. That's all I can tell you, brother. And we're watching in real time. Somebody who came into this internet space as a super banged out gang member, super blooded up, all this and all that. We're watching him literally give away an indictment right before our very eyes.
This is a third incident we didn't know about, but apparently, according to the feds and according to WS Crip Partner 99, who's telling Wack this stuff, no, there was another situation that happened where Future supposedly got knocked out. And by the way, you know, I guess this is going into the narrative where Wack is saying there's people within Big U's organization that's telling. That's why these stories are coming to light. Because there's a kind of a question of, did Wack story from Clubhouse or my stream get in a federal indictment? Because
DJ Academics is showing us that Wack's information was used into a federal indictment. He just doesn't want to come out and say it. But the reality of the situation is Clubhouse conversations, no jumper interviews, conversations with DJ Academics possibly are all used in this situation. We know for a fact that the Clubhouse conversation is being used. We know for a fact that no jumper conversations have been used. This is a clear sign of what's going on in today's time when it comes to this Wack 100 situation. Should you not want to believe it? Should you not want to go about it in a proper manner? That's your business. But the reality is what the reality is.
He just said it publicly, or did Wack like fucking feed information to the feds? His thing was these stories that just got added. I only was at the airport thing, and the other stuff they added, I never knew about Future getting beat up. So he's being told that Future got beat up, and now he's being told who would know this or let it be known. So Hop knocked him out, and Floss took the security pistol. Yes, at my hotel. And he says, yeah, I didn't know about this one. Now it makes sense. They're mixing the situation with the hotel situation. So he's saying that they're mixing.
But see, here's the thing about that. They're not mixing it up because this is what Wack said. Let's listen to this. So Wack is trying to attribute it to this hotel situation, but the actuality of the situation is Wack is talking about this. This is what he actually said.
Them niggas that beat the shit out of somewhere 16. You can find it on Google where them niggas that beat the shit out of Future and the security. Future ran out the LA club. Google Future gets rushed in LA club. They was on him. That's why they was on him. Talking about Trick from Detroit. Nah.
So this is Wack saying that they was on Future in the LA club. So I don't know where this hotel story is coming back because 4 years ago you said it was a club. So now you're just lying, trying to backtrack and walk back your statement.
Mixing the airport situation with the hotel situation where supposedly Future got knocked out. They sold him a dream. They told him, yo, keep.
Oh, my bad, y'all. But that's again because that's how Wack 100 is presenting the situation. Hold on, let me run it back.
That was a lie. Check this out. I'm ready to.
My bad, but yeah, that's the way Wack is telling the story. And Wack is telling the story in a very conflated manner in order to confuse the public. He's doing it in a way to cause chaos, flu, flammery, skullduggery, and larceny, man. We know the games that Wack plays. So when it comes down to the situation, it's all BS, bro. It's all BS.
And he says, I already know what's one of Big U's homies telling. And it says, okay, because he was in touch with me. He says, Hop and Floss. He says, I never knew they caught Future slipping like that. He says, Future security, Hop betted them. So I guess like he put some work in. But I guess they got to Future somehow. He says, Big U was there when this happened? Yes. So that confirms exactly what we just read in the indictment. The indictment says Henley was there with his associates. It didn't say he was there with his associates at the club. It just said Rolling 60s rolled up to the club. So this is a third incident we didn't know about. But apparently, according to the feds and according to WS Crip Partner 99, who's telling Wack this stuff, no, there was another situation that
we know that WS Crip Partner 99 is like the most trusted source ever.
And now he's being told who would know this or let it be known. So Hop knocked him out and Floss took the security pistol. Yes, at my hotel. And he says, yeah, I didn't know about this one. Now it makes sense. They're mixing the situation with the hotel situation. So he's saying that they're mixing the airport situation with the hotel situation where supposedly Future got knocked out. And a dude, Crip Partner 99, says, yes, I seen it. He said, yeah, and Hop is a co-D on the RICO. And it says, Floss is telling it Floss is telling it'll come out during trial. I don't know who these people are. And Wack says,
well, what's going to come out in trial is actually Wack is the one telling. So that's what's actually going to come out in the trial is Wack 100 is actually, in fact, the person that has been cooperating and working with these individuals to accost Big U. We see how much more information that Wack is giving. Now he's giving out the exact people who were, blah, 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 blah. He calls himself leaking these text messages by way of giving them to DJ Academics so DJ Academics can read it. That way, when it comes out, he'll be like, oh, I never told DJ Academics to do that. I never told DJ Academics to put out this information and blah, 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 this and blah, 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 that. DJ Academics is so wrong. Oh, my God, DJ Academics. But in reality, in actuality, Wack is playing his game. Wack is the one going back and forth with these guys. Wack is the one flu, flamming, skull, dugging, and larceny. Wack is the one doing all these things. You feel me? It's all a game with this guy.
No, Wack says Floss is telling him to come out of the trial. Then Crip Partner says, that's who telling. My brother got 2 kids by Hop's sister. Oh, shit. And then Wack says, Hop ain't never did no time, bro. And he got away from Big U. So right now, I could see Hop cooperating. Wack got that, cooperate radar. Like some people got a gaydar. This nigga got a snitch dar. You feel me?
Wack has all 3. Cooperative dar, gaydar, snitch dar. He's just a big old darling.
So here we go. And he says, Crip Partner 99 says, nigga, he is, Manny is, nigga, he is, Manny is, they is. Okay, so there's a lot of cooperants. Okay. It says beer call telling 2, bro. Loose cannon 2. Yo, Wack just throwing a couple more stitches. It's like, nah, this guy snitched too, this guy. And he said, shit, all of them, about 50 more of his homies over the years. I don't know who Bear Claw is. Damn. Yo, Crip Partner 99 put a heartbroken sign. You could tell that broke him, bro. That broke his heart. Damn. I guess Bear Claw broke his heart. Fuck.
Meanwhile, you have no statements or anything coming from Bear Claw at all.
They say, yo, Bear Claw told him to stop calling his phone. I think he wanted the extra witnesses. I think he wanted the extra witness tampering charges. I said, Loose Cannon. He said, we all knew Loose Cannon was going to tell. He was like, he was telling people, I bet. Chat. So
Wack is basically just saying, it's everybody but him. You feel me? This is crazy work.
Got some confirmation according to.
So with that all being said, man, we finna get up out of here to the next one. Y'all know the deal, man. It's red dots to the left. You know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We are gone. So big shout out to my man Byron Blake. Byron Blake giving it to us when it's great. Hit him with a like, comment, subscribe. We finna jump into this, man. His new page is 618 Gaming Zone. Tap in with the tap in, man. Hit that like, hit that comment, hit that get subscribe button. Notification bell here. All tap in. What he got going on? Let's see what's going on. He says paperwork party. This document proves Wack 100 assisted the feds in getting Big U indicted. Let's jump into this content. Let's get into it. Let's go.
Video was kind of long and people kind of got lost in the legal jargon. So we back again today, and this time we gonna do this as short and as fast as possible while giving y'all the same details and breaking down how this document proves that Wack 100 was not only a witness in Big U's case, but also how the government used statements in situations involving Wack 100 to get wiretaps for Big U's case. And we're going to go through the legal process of how this issue is dealt with in a courtroom to show y'all why he was even mentioned in these documents. With that said, let me direct your attention to this document that says witness interviews and assets. It says witness interviews have been conducted.
Crazy. Witness interviews and assets. So this is statements giving from witnesses that are being interviewed, as well as assets to the case that are being interviewed. Let's see what's going on.
During the investigation that have been effective in gathering information about Henley's involvement with the homicide. They have also been effective in gathering information related to Henley's collection of extortion payments. Some of the interviews have also led to the recruitment of a few of the aforementioned confidential sources who have been used during this case. However, as described above, those confidential sources have taken this investigation as far as it can go in short of meeting its prosecutorial goals.
Wait, hold on.
However described, these confidential sources have taken this investigation as far as it could go. So this could be the reason why we can see Wack 100 possibly in this future indictment soon. Because according to the federal government, these confidential sources, my bad, I know I whited it out, have investigated as far as it could go. Okay. Taking this investigation as far as it could go. That's what they did. They don't need you no more.
And objectives. So what they are doing here is they are attempting to convince the judge that using confidential sources and confidential witnesses does not serve the purpose of the investigation anymore. That strategy can no longer be used to take this case forward. Additionally, in my conversation with CHS-1, CHS-2, and other law enforcement, I have learned that Henley associates with a tight-knit circle of people who have known each other for decades. Continued interviews without court-authorized interception of the target location could unnecessarily alert the targeted communicators to the interests of law enforcement in their illegal activity. So what he's saying is, based on the information that he got from the informants, everybody who is around Big U is very close to him, and it's a tight-knit circle. Therefore, if we continue to try to interview people and try to get these people to come talk to us, then it will alert the people we are investigating that they are being investigated. This is where he starts to talk about how they can get around that and why they should be allowed to get around that. He says the interviews would also have the effect of alerting the targeted communicators and others, thereby compromising the investigation and resulting in possible destruction or concealment of documents and other evidence. Additionally, if the targeted communicators are alerted to the government's investigation, they may flee the jurisdiction in order to avoid apprehension and prosecution. For example, now you see it says for example. So this is an example of how an interview could alert the targeted communicator.
Definitely true. An interview, a podcast, a song, a No Jumper episode, a drunken rant on Clubhouse. All these things can alert. Come on, bro. It's all in the paperwork. It's right here, man. Byron Blake is outlining it. At this point, if you don't see how these dudes are using social media to attribute to this investigation, you just don't want to see it.
Example, in July 2022, the FBI Houston Division conducted a telephone interview of Cash Jones, aka Wack 100, about his interactions with a subject of their investigation. The FBI Houston Division believes C. Jones recorded the interview because the entirety of the interview was posted to YouTube the following day. Based on my training, experience, and knowledge of the investigation, I believe additional interviews of associates of the targeted communicators will not stay private and alert them to LAMTFVG's investigation of the enterprise. So, right there, he's saying an example of witnesses leaking information that could alert these targeted people is Cash Jones leaking the information from the investigation with the FBI Houston Division. It also says, I believe, additional interviews. So there's already been some interviews. But anyway, let's focus on Cash Jones, right? Because something I want y'all to understand is right here in this moment, they are using Cash Jones leaking of an interview.
And it's crazy because Wack will swear to God that he is not actually involved in this investigation and in this this federal indictment, but here he is. Like, he's literally right there in the indictment, in Big U's indictment. Here you see the name Cash Wack 100 Jones right there. Then at the bottom you see Henley, which is Big U, multiple times mentioned. Like, we're watching this go down in real time. We're not making these things up. This is actually what's going on.
In a separate situation, as a foundation for why they should be allowed to get a wiretap in this situation. Legally, you cannot do that. But let me show you how they were able to get around that. Now, first things first, just like I told you, no, the government cannot use a witness leak from a completely different, unrelated case as a generalized legal shortcut to bypass witness interviews or establish necessity for a Title III wiretap in your specific case. Meaning they cannot use the fact that Cass Jones leaked information in an FBI Houston division investigation as a shortcut to bypass witness interviews or establish necessity for a wiretap in Big U's case. They cannot legally do that. Let's look at what these things mean. Title III necessity in case specific proof, meaning in order for them to get the wiretap, they have to prove it's necessary and they have to have case specific proof. So they can't use proof from another case, right? That alone tells you that Wack is connected to this case because they wouldn't have even been able to mention him.
Wait, hold on. Say that one more time, Byron Blake.
On that. Now, first things first, just like I told you, no, the government.
Because I know sometimes y'all be tuning out. I need y'all to stop what y'all doing and really pay attention to what this man just said.
The government cannot use a witness leak from a completely different, unrelated case as a generalized legal shortcut to bypass witness interviews or establish necessity for a Title III wiretap in your specific case. Meaning they cannot use the fact that Cass Jones leaked information in an FBI Houston division investigation as a shortcut to bypass witness interviews or establish necessity for a wiretap in Big U's case. They cannot legally do that. Let's look at what these things mean. Title III necessity in case specific proof, meaning in order for them to get the wiretap, they have to prove it's necessary and they have to have case specific proof. So they can't use proof from another case, right? That alone tells you that Wack is connected to this case because they wouldn't have even been able to mention him in this paperwork if it was completely unrelated. Anyway, the necessity requirement under 18 USC 20.
So obviously Wack's name and presence in this Big U's case, in the Big U indictment, has relevancy as far as the United States of America's federal government is concerned.
518 1C. A Title III wiretap application must include a full and complete statement as to whether other normal investigative procedures have been tried and failed or why they reasonably appear to be unlikely to succeed or too dangerous. So in order to get a wiretap, you have to show the judge that other normal procedures have been tried and that they have failed or that they appear to be unlikely to succeed or they may be too dangerous, right? In your case. So in order to get this wiretap from this judge, they had to prove to him that they've already tried other things, which is why they are mentioning, hey, we have tried witness interviews, but the FBI Houston division did an interview with this guy and he leaked the entire interview. So we don't think doing interviews is a good idea over here. But let's keep going. Let's get to the case-specific evaluation because I said that they can't just show that it's necessary. They have to use case-specific facts, right? So it can't be this guy leaked information in another case, so we shouldn't have to follow the procedure in our case, right? Boom. The necessity requirement must be demonstrated with facts specific to your specific investigation and the targets named in the application. What this says to me is that the reason why Wack 100 was mentioned in the application and they mentioned that he leaked information in that other office's investigation is because he was a witness in this investigation. And they're saying if we go and interview this witness, he's going to do the same thing to us that he did to them. So you should just give us a wiretap.
So for those of you guys who are saying that Wack 100 is not a witness in the Big U case, here's the proof that he is.
That's what's happening right here. Yeah, as y'all see, it has to be specific to your investigation and the target's name. So if Wack 100 was not connected to Big U, y'all see it got Henley's name at the top. If Wack 100 was not connected to this investigation, if Wack 100 was not a witness in this investigation, if he was not the person that they were using to say, hey, we can't keep using our witnesses, we got to go get a wiretap now. If he was not the person, his name wouldn't even be here. It has to be case specific.
And it literally doesn't mention anyone but him. Literally does not mention a single person but this man.
So there's no reason for them to mention. And if you look at the earlier part of the document, it mentions CHS-1, CHS-2, who we know to be witnesses and informants in this case, and other law enforcement. And then it mentions none other than Wack 100. But let's keep going, because there's something else that you have to see, which is called the exhaustion of alternatives. Now, when it comes to this, law enforcement must explain why standard techniques such as physical surveillance, grand jury subpoena.
I mean, again, this is just, over and over showing his involvement in it. If by no other fact, there's literally, again, nobody mentioned but Wack 100 in this over and over.
And as undercover agents or interviewing specific witnesses will not work or are too dangerous in your case. So once again, they have to list why interviewing specific witnesses will not work or too dangerous in your case. So when you see Wack 100's name and they saying we can't interview this specific witness, it won't work because he's going to leak the information that tells you again, Wack 100 is considered a witness. I know I sound repetitive, but I'm going over each category and tying it back to this so y'all can see exactly, how this is coming together. Now, let's discuss why a remote leak does not apply. No blanket exemptions, okay? A leak by a witness in an entirely separate proceeding does not legally or logically prove that a witness in your current distinct case will leak information or that interviewing people connected to you in your case is inherently unavailable or safe. So you cannot bring in the fact that this happened in another case and use that, because the burden is you have to prove that it won't work in my case. In this specific, in United States versus Henley, they have to prove that interviewing witnesses won't work. The example they are using is, hey, we have this witness that's leaking information. Risk of suppression, right? And this is why I said in my video yesterday that if things went the way Wack wants us to believe that they went, then Big U is about to get this whole wiretap thrown out. Federal agents or prosecutors insert generic boilerplate arguments or rely on unrelated external events to pretend they satisfy the exhaustion requirements of your case without actually evaluating local realities, the defense can move to suppress the wiretap evidence. You see what I'm saying?
Now, it's funny that Wack has mentioned so many other times in so many other ways. Like, for example, where Big U is now charged with assault against him, Wack 100 would like to blame that on a wiretap, despite the obvious of it being attached to a No Jumper interview that Wack 100 did alongside Adam 22, DJ Academics, Vlad TV, Trap Lord Ross, and Remo. We're not hearing anything from Wack about this particular wiretap. We're not hearing anything from Wack about this particular set of circumstances that allow him to, kind of poorly but snakishly maneuver through the situation.
It has to be specific to your case. The fact that they are mentioning Wack 100 in this paperwork as a reason why they can't interview witnesses, and Wack is not related to this at all, as he claims, then Big U has automatic grounds to get his wiretap suppressed. Again, it says, if federal agents or prosecutors insert generic boilerplate arguments or rely on unrelated external events to pretend they satisfied the exhaustion requirement for your case without actually evaluating local realities, the defense can move to suppress the wiretap evidence for failing the statutory necessity test. So this is statutory. You have to prove necessity. Now ask yourself, how does saying that Wack 100 leaked information in a different investigation prove that it's necessary?
Real quick, man. It's a beautiful Sunday. I got my Jesus jersey on. Holla at Jesus. Real quick. I just wanted to say something real quick, man. It's a beautiful Sunday. Say a prayer and be blessed. Count blessings, not problems. And God bless every single one of y'all, man. I hope everybody on this stream has a beautiful Sunday. I hope everybody has a beautiful start to their week. Hit that like, hit that comment, hit that get subscribe button. I appreciate y'all. Y'all been rocking out with me for what it looks like to be 9 hours, almost 10 hours. I appreciate y'all showing all the love that y'all been showing to TNN Trap News Network as we continue constant coverage of this Wack 100 Big U investigation with his involvement of. But with that all being said, man, like, comment, subscribe, notification bell. God bless everybody in this chat. I hope everybody has a beautiful day. I just wanted to give you all this good message. And if you a killer, stealer, dealer, whatever, man, I hope God bless you as long as you ain't no snitch, big dog. God bless everybody but those who telling other people. With that all being said, it's a special space in hell for them. Special space in hell for them. We finna get back into the Kantiana, man. I have appreciation. I got a love for y'all. Thank y'all for continuing to rock out with TNN Trap News Network. Prayer hands in the chat if you are blessed. And if you ain't gonna do nothing today, my last thing I'm gonna say is stop counting in problems and go ahead and count you some blessings. Because if you woke up today and you got air in your lungs, you blessed. Somebody didn't. Let's continue on with the content.
To skip over interviews and just do wiretaps in this investigation unless Wack is a target as far as being a witness. If Wack is not the witness that they are referring to not being able to interview, now I know some of y'all are going to get lost and say, okay, well, if they saying they can't interview Wack, how is Wack an informant? Let me break this down to you. I want to direct your attention back to the original complaint filed in Big U's case, where it details this alleged robbery that happened to victim one, and victim one was later instructed to pull up on Big U, and Big U told him that's how you rob yourself, and demanded $10,000 from victim one to ensure that other robberies did not occur. Of course, this is all after allegedly giving victim one back the stuff that he was robbed for. Now, Loose Cannon, who is identified as Williams in this indictment, later admitted to this robbery and the aftermath on a podcast. On the No Jumper podcast, after stating that Williams was Henley's right-hand man, Williams explained, so basically, he'll manipulate things. We'll go and do something, and then the same niggas we do it to show up at the house like 10 minutes later as we trying to count everything. So he's basically saying we go hit a lick, and then as soon as we pull the move, the people that...
Which is also, again, statements used in the indictment. And no, Wack 100 did not give those statements, but he all but walked Loose Cannon through, you know what I'm saying, that entire situation. He definitely led Loose Cannon into giving up those statements and giving up those things, even reminding Loose Cannon what to say by saying, and I quote, well, what about the robberies you was telling me about? Tell him about that. Loose Cannon would have never even said these things had he not been reminded by Wack to talk about it. And Loose Cannon, in his ignorance, goes, oh yeah. And then he goes and talks about that situation. I'm not saying what Loose Cannon did was right. I'm not saying that Loose Cannon should not be held accountable for his own actions, but this is a clear case of Wack manipulating somebody who is intelligent, who is educationally inferior to him. You know what I mean?
We took it from...
I did not mean to say that man was intelligent.
Pull up on us. We be confused, like how? Williams then said that Henley would state, well, we just gonna give like 40,000 back. Wack 100 Listen to what it says. Wack 100, who is a rival counterpart of Henley's for the Bloods, was also on the podcast. See how they clearly mention his name? It's nothing. They clearly state who they are talking about that said this. Anyway, it says Wack 100, who is a rival counterpart of Henley's for the Bloods, was also on the podcast and stated, you know why he wanted to give dude back the 40, right? So they using Wack's words to corroborate the MO. Right here.
And that is literally in big use paperwork. A no jumper interview has literally and officially been used in big use paperwork. We are watching it right here in real actual time. Period, point blank.
Wack is explaining to Loose Cannon and the people viewing the podcast why Big U, because Loose is saying, man, he'll be like, well, we just gonna give back 40,000. And now Wack is saying, you know why he was saying why he wanted to give dude the 40, right? Because he was gonna charge him 20 for getting it back. So they're using Wack's words in the original complaint right there. Fast forward to 20.
That is crazy work. Crazy.
To give dude the 40, right? Because he was going to charge him 20 for getting it back. So they're using Wack's words in the original complaint right there.
Man, I don't know, man. If you don't want to see it, you don't want to see it.
A new overt act that has been added to this racketeering charge. What you have to understand is these are charged acts, but they are charged as acts committed in furtherance of the racketeering. So the racketeering is the actual federal statute that he's charged under. And then that way they can just inculpate all of these different acts and things that he's allegedly done and put them all under one charge instead of having to charge him with 200 different statutes. Anyway, they are clearly using his words and information that he put on the internet once again. This is called open source reporting. Now, this is
I've said this too many times
where it gets really tricky too. Now, let's be very clear about this because I want y'all to know that I know what I'm talking about. And I want y'all to know what y'all talking about when y'all say this. So to answer the questions, yes, if the interview was published in a newspaper, magazine, podcast, TV broadcast, or public website, that's considered open source intelligence. Now, here's how you can tell the difference based on where the government got the quote. It is open source reporting if the interview was public, the witness spoke to a journalist, a blogger, or posted a video online. Now, let's discuss why it's used. Prosecutors can simply read the article or watch the video and quote it in the indictment. They do not need.
Remember when I said niggas wasn't going into the police station a while ago, maybe some years ago by now? I said these niggas are not going into the police station doing their debriefings. They doing them on YouTube. And y'all was like, no, Trap, you tripping. Was I?
Person themselves, because the person already made the statement publicly. So by all standards, definition, all they have to do is watch your interview. And if you say something on there, then they can use it. They don't have to talk to you at all. But let's keep going because this statement can be used to establish probable cause in an indictment. And I want to explain to y'all exactly how it's used. And I want y'all to also understand that the threshold for probable cause for an indictment is not the same as reasonable doubt. You know, it's two different standards. One, the standard that they have to use just to get you charged is nowhere near the standard that they have to meet in order to get you convicted. So again, all they have to do is take this guy's words and say, hey, we believe this may have happened because this dude said it happened. Let's charge him with this. You know, we've gathered up some information and, you know, let's put this case out here. They take it to a judge, get it signed on. But now let me explain to you why this is admissible. Because this interview happened on No Jumper and it was completely public, it is 100% open source reporting. In modern federal prosecutions, the government routinely combs through media, articles, podcasts, YouTube interviews, press releases, and social media posts to build their cases. So this is not an uncommon thing in today's times. Actually, this same prosecutor's office, United States Attorney's Office, the Central District of California, is the same office that's handling Dirk's case. And if you've watched Dirk's case, they very openly stated that they use open source reporting, to gather the intelligence, which is why people like Trap Lord Ross came up. And
yeah, because you niggas are doing these podcasts and you niggas are doing these YouTube documentaries and y'all putting all this stuff together, and you are essentially doing the police's jobs for them. So they're like, hey, good looking. I'll just watch this shit and see what this kid put together, and then go back and check it, go back and fact check it. And if these things all, kind of play out together, then shit, we got a case.
They actually use the academics interview, so this is common with this office for sure. Anyway, to get an indictment, prosecutors only need to show a grand jury that there is probable cause a crime occurred. Public statements made by people around you, even if they haven't talked to the police, can legally be used to help build that baseline narrative. So once again, Wack has been online talking about his history with Big U, how he knows his wife and all of this stuff. And all that's doing is just establishing credibility. So when he comes out and says certain things, then they like, okay, this is, in one document, he's listed as a rival counterpart. In another document, he's listed as a co-conspirator. This is just something that they doing to muddy the waters, but it's also establishing how these two have a history with each other, and there has been conflict within that, that time frame. Locking in a narrative by putting a person's public quotes directly into your indictment, the government is signaling to that person, hey, we saw what you said publicly, and we gonna hold you to that if we call you to testify. If we called you into trial, we expect you to say the same thing that you said.
The exact same thing that you said in these quotes, in these indictments that we are all listening to.
Ain't no getting up here pleading the fifth or none of that, because you are not facing any charges, so there's no right against self-incrimination. We already.
And here's the thing: Wack is going to be in a situation where if he does it, I said it from the beginning. I said it from the very beginning. We're going to see a situation come across where either Wack is going to have to testify against Big U or go to jail for breaking his end of the agreement of his whatchamacallit with the 1-2 like Sierra with the whoppers. You feel me? Call what I said there. If you didn't, don't even worry about it.
Have the statements. This is what they are doing for him in exchange for him doing this. This is why he hasn't been charged. Everybody's saying, how is he a co-conspirator and not charged? He's not charged because he continues to provide them information. For the last 4 or 5 years, we've seen it. Open source reporting on Big U daily from him, Eddie Boy, 600, all of these different guys. We've seen it. So what they are doing, they just sitting back watching and like, okay, he keep feeding us information, and at this point they have so much of the information, they can just go back and find different little things. I'm sure they could probably charge Big U with a ton of stuff based off things that Wack has said, but there has to be, somewhere where they draw the line, because then you may upset the court. So they probably just sitting back on a ton of overt acts like, yeah, well, we just gonna add this or take this out if the case started looking shaky. But in any case, they are using Wack 100 clearly. That's why his name is mentioned in that document. That's what I was saying in the video yesterday, but I get it. The video is kind of long. A lot of people don't have that much.
That all being said, man, we're gonna get up out of here to the next one. Make sure y'all show some love to Byron Blake. Red dots to the left, the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go.
To be very careful before he gets hit with a recall.
Damn, Flacco, now you telling on James Harden? Golly. You don't got no boundaries.
There are stories of people accusing James Harden of putting a hit on them currently going viral on social media. So the son of an NBA legend called Moses Malone, he just did an interview with Dogface where he's breaking down how James Harden put a hit on him because James Harden didn't like a Facebook post. Now, he would also claim
James Harden said, I'm with the business.
That James Harden has put hits on multiple people that he's aware of.
Kevin, dog, let me ask you this, right? Because I always see these people that say, oh, James Harden's a basketball player. He's not a street. Well, if he's ordered and paid for 2 hits, we know that he paid Blunt, right? He paid him come outside. He sent them.
Damn, James Harden, you went from Artesia High School basketball to this?
Outside for me, right? That's one. Now he did this to Adrian Broner, too, right? He did the same Adrian Broner when Adrian Broner hit him on the dice. He called Big U, paid Big U to go Adrian Broner. He's a basketball player, but he crossed over into the street. So now he's a street basketball player. Okay? He's not a civilian, and he's not just a basketball player. He's committing crimes. He's committing crimes, and
James Harden said, I'm catching hats like I work at Liz. Nigga, stop playing with me.
He's ordering hits. A civilian doesn't order hits. If I ordered a hit on somebody, I'm not a street no more. My civilian card is gone.
James Harden is flying too close to the sun, and it's going to backfire at some point. He was already in Big U Rolling 60 RICO indictment paperwork where they're claiming that he was being extorted, and people are claiming that he's telling on Big U. So things are starting to hit the fan and backfire because James Harden decided he wanted to turn into a street ninja after making $500 million. Like what's wrong with you? It's just dumb. So apparently this entire beef started with James Harden and this dude because dude made a Facebook post about James Harden charging people $400 to attend a camp.
Some of these situations begin, and I'm talking about the situation with James Harden. Like, how did that start?
Okay, so this is how it started. Just one day, I was
Well, typically these baseball and basketball, football, and soccer camps cost money, so it's not uncommon for these things to be, monetary profiteering towards a Flu Flammer skullduggery and larcenies situation, because you ain't never seen a scam until you seen youth football.
Home, I had some parents call me, underprivileged parents that their parents can't pay to go to camps and stuff, and these ladies literally called me crying, saying my son wants to go to James Harden's camp, but we can't afford it. He's charging $399 for a day and a half. Why didn't he go downtown to do a camp for free for underprivileged kids? I got about 2 or 3 of these calls, right?
James Harden has the right to charge whatever he wants to charge for his camp. If he feels like, my time is worth this, my resources is worth this.
Yeah, he can charge what he want to charge. That has nothing to do with anything.
Right, my expertise is worth this. I want to break even. I have the gym set up. I have several things set up. I want to make a profit. He has a right to make a profit or break even or lose money if he wants to lose money. However, people have a right to critique you, and you don't have a right to try to silence them.
So after the 3rd call, I went on my Facebook post. And I posted his flyer, and I put, James Harden, why aren't you pretty much looking out for underprivileged kids? You're charging $399 for a camp. And there's a football player named Donald Driver that was doing a camp for free. I said, don't you make way more money than Donald Driver. I said, don't become your Hollywood. Don't forget where you came from.
How are you telling him how to make his money? It just sounds like you're a hater, honestly.
But saying, do something for the underprivileged kids in the ghetto. Why are you doing a camp with white people in Kingwood for $399 when you're, I don't like count people's money, but goddamn, you know what this motherfucker's making. So I just made that statement, okay? And maybe about 200 likes, 200 comments. Everybody was in agreement with me. And then I get a call from my then bodyguard. Okay, he goes by Big Miami. And he calls me. He's like, hey, man, what you post on Facebook? I was like, what you mean? I told him. He's like, man, James' bodyguard, Tony, called me, and he said James is pissed off you posted something on Facebook. And I said, are you serious? Like I said, James Harden is mad about what I'm not thinking in my mind, why the me and James Harden ain't friends on Facebook? Why the he care about what I'm posting on Facebook? He gets talked about every day. You know what I'm saying? So he's like, man, whatever it is, man, please take it down, bro. Just
to be fair, if James Harden would have taken the camp to the hood and charged the kids $300, they would have called him names. So he took
it to where somebody can economically afford $300. And then if James Harden is from the hood, what's wrong with him now taking his resources to the suburbs and bleeding them kids? I don't get it.
They came to the suburbs and charged him $300, and they still calling him names. Possibility that James Harden will see a post criticizing him from Moses Malone II, right? Because they're probably all in the NBA circles. I assume NBA players probably follow him on Facebook, or they're friends with him on Facebook, or NBA.
I assume they have their gossip and their little chatty patties and their little social groups and all that kind of little stuff, the same as we do. They just do it amongst their peer group as we do it amongst our peer group. It ain't no real difference to the situation.
Those are NBA scouts, or people who are involved in the NBA in general, probably follows a guy named Moses Malone II, right? So that's not out of the realm of possibility. Now, James Harden being upset that this dude is critiquing him on Facebook is absurd, bro. If I'm up $200 million, the last thing I'm concerned about is what people on Facebook are saying about me. Bro.
Flacco, let you tell it, you make $100,000 a month off YouTube and you care all about what people talk about. According to you, you make $100,000 a month. $100,000 a month, according to you, off YouTube. So I'm not really sure what you mean when you say you wouldn't care what people think about you, because you care a lot about what people think about you. And it's even deeper than that. You care about what people who have no real formal education, live in poverty, are desperate to keep positions at no jumper. You care what those people think about you.
Bro, listen, bro. I'm poor right now. Okay, I'm poor, and I still ain't concerned about what folks got to say about me, bro.
Let Moose Man say your name right now. You going to go off.
You up 200 M's and you're that concerned. Now, James Harden was so concerned that he had people call, and people were tapping in. And apparently, though, when people tapped in and when people call, that actually convinced this dude to take down his post. Like, it convinced them to remove it. Problem should have been solved there, right? Apparently not. Apparently, him taking down the post where he's critiquing James Harden was not enough.
I have a friend named Herb Baker. Herb Baker calls me because he's friends with James Harden's cousin, or his brother-in-law.
Look at you putting names involved. God damn, what in the I'm telling everybody is this?
Lennox, that was like married to his sister, James Harden's sister. And he's like, Lennox is telling him, man, you need to talk to your boy Mo. I don't know what they got going on, but James is mad about this Facebook post, and Mo need to chill or something like that. And my boy Herb is like, nah, man, they're tripping about that. Like, y'all, we should sit down, let them smoke a blunt with each other, talk this and be over with. And he's like, all right, I'm gonna go back to James. He goes back to James and tells James this. James tells that, man, you sound like you sleeping with the enemy. And he told that, this was his exact words. He said, you tell that my money go forever. That's what he said, right? So I'm like, I'm thinking this, all right, cool. Maybe this over with. So Herb's like, man, don't worry about that. And, he'll get over it. But
I'm going to say this, and I hope you listen, bro. If your enemy is a man who's up $500 million.
Flacco said that he is exposing any and everything that has to do with this big U case to keep all attention off of the fact that Wack 100 is named in it. Why are we not talking about the fact that Wack was chasing Future through the airport? Why hasn't Flacco spoken about this? Why hasn't Back on Fig spoken about this? Why hasn't Community spoken on this? Why hasn't No Jumper spoken on this? Why do we not have any real coverage from these major platforms about this situation? Yeah, we're talking about Moses Malone's son with James Harden in today's episode of things that nobody really genuinely gives a fuck about.
With a vengeance against you, you probably don't want to sleep good at night, right? You probably don't want to sleep too well. You probably want to keep your eyes open. That's a man who could touch you and enact whatever revenge he wants to enact against you, especially in Houston. But James Harden is like the mayor of Houston. James Harden is not an NBA player like LeBron James who goes home to his family, who does corporate things. No, James Harden is in the trenches with literal killers and gang members while up $500 million. Do you understand how much they worship James Harden in that city? So for you to piss that guy off in that city and move around as if it's all good is crazy. but he was moving around as if it's all good. Right? He goes to the club that night, and while at the club, he gets confronted by one of James Harden's guys.
Pull up to the club. I had a parking spot in the front. As soon as I'm paying the valet person, I turn around, and it's a Blunt. You know, the Blunt, Darian Blunt. He's walking from the club with 15 other guys. Right? Literally 12 to 15 guys. They circle me. They all pull out their guns. They didn't have just regular guns. They had guns with drums, AKs out there, Uzis. I seen the guns. Like, they came for me like I was Tony Montana.
Oh, so they came at you with them blammers, with them blow-outs. Good sticky ickies.
And I see DJ Eric to the left of me. He's recording. He has his phone out, recording the right? I thought he was recording, but it gets better. The first thing Blunt says to me, yeah, you.
So if James Harden is doing all this, I have a hard time believing that he was being extorted by Big U. That is not really logical. The same person that is being described in this story doesn't sound like somebody who's being extorted.
On Facebook talking about James Harden. And I looked at it like, bro, are you serious? That's exactly what I said. Are you serious? Yeah, you on Facebook talking about James Harden. You're going to end up dead out here. You're going to end up dead. So he's talking all this. And I'm just looking at Blunt. Now, Blunt, remind you, was 5'9", 350 pounds. With a stomach like he's 18 months pregnant. Okay? Literally, like with twins. Dog, with twins. Okay? This is how fat he is. I'll punish Blunt.
Pretty fat.
So when I see all them guns, I do like this. And I look at them like that, and I do like this. Like, kind of smirk at them, like, you know damn well, if you was out here by yourself, you get your ass whooped. That's how I looked at him, right? And then that, like, get him. And then, you know, some punched me, another punched me, they ripped my earrings out my ear. Somebody ran my pockets. They twist me.
Yeah, that sounds you got put to bed, big dog. If your pockets got ran, that means that you got put to sleep.
Around and with me here, pulled a gun out like he was about to shoot me, and then I heard somebody,
damn, nigga, James Harden got you done like that?
Say, no. And then he turned the gun around and hit me in the back of the head, right? Then I fell on the ground. And then
they was finna smoke you, big dog. They was finna take you up, take you through there.
Somebody kicked me in my stomach, then the other dude kicked me in my face. All right.
While this is going on, James Harden is actually in the club in his section. So when they get...
Imagine James Harden popping bottles, and in the meanwhile, the parking lot niggas get whooped out.
Done whooping on him or doing this to him, these dummies go back in the club and then go to James Harden's section.
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
Which is probably why we see the James Harden deposition, right, where they're questioning him about this because, bro, you know, if you pull a gun out on somebody, pistol whip them, beat them up, rob them,
yeah, that's pretty bad.
You would think they would leave the club, but that shows like how invincible and untouchable they thought they were. They thought they would be able to do this and get away with it and go back in the club and
party. Why did you think that you can get away with that? This is stupid. This is terrible criminally bad criminally.
And chill and then brag to James Harden about how bad they did him. Because if they thought they was gonna go to jail for this, they would have left. You don't do this to like somebody, then go back in the club and have a good old time. They felt untouchable. Even if we aren't talking about the police, let's just say this dude was a street dude. You do this to somebody and you stay? You're not afraid that they might come back and do something? But he's my type of guy. He ain't keeping it in the streets. No. Immediately after they did this, they went back in the club and started partying with James Harden. That dude picked up the phone and called my favorite people in the world. He called the police.
My God is with me. He couldn't do anything. It's 2 verse 15.
Right.
So he's like, man, Mo, just go home. Just go home. I'm like, man, I don't got my keys. Because I have my keys in my car. So 5 minutes later, somebody comes and brings my keys and credit cards to me and my ID. Okay. And I tell that John, he's like, bro, all them that did the situation is in James Harden's section right now. I said, what? I said, all right. I said, give me your phone and go back in and follow them. right? He's like, what you about to do? I said, give me your phone, because they stole my phone. I said, give me your phone. Go back in and follow them. So when he goes back inside, I go up to the security and I tell them, I said, hey, and this is on everything. I said, y'all better go inside and get my jewelry. And you know what they told me, dog? V Live's gonna open with or without you. I said, oh, okay, bet. I said, bet. So I went into my car, hooked my iCloud up to my car, and I found a number that is high-level person in Houston, and they directed me what to do. And they were like, we're gonna send every police unit up to V Live right now. I just need you to call 911. So I called 911, and
I put cases on all you ninjas. You niggas will be playing basketball in Pelican Bay.
they come up to the club. First two cops pull up. I see the security guard in the front dash on the inside. He must have went to go tell Blunt that the police was there, right? Mm-hmm. But by the time Blunt took the tapes out the back, went through the back door. Well, by the time the police got there, dog, they had like 40 to 50 cars out there. People thought that somebody died. They had both sides of the street. You couldn't get up and down the street. That's how many cop cars were there. They locked everybody in the building. There's a officer named Officer Bettinger. When I'm standing outside, he comes running from the back. He's out of breath. His first day he says is, I just had to give chase to James Harden. I caught him running out the back door trying to get in his Sprinter. And I made him go back in the club.
Ultimately, the guys who beat him up, they got arrested. James Harden was not arrested that night. However, I think James Harden is being sued for this. There's deposition of James Harden answering questions in regards to.
That just goes to show that they didn't want no criminal anything done, so they just want to make him pay financially. They turn it into a payday, because if it's him being sued for it, then that just means they take it to a civil matter. They never put it in front of criminal charges as far as a judge. So they didn't want retribution through the law. They wanted retribution through the bank.
So all in all, bruh, James Harden got to be careful, bruh. This is like the second or third, maybe the fourth incident we've heard with James Harden's name in some gangster stuff, or James Harden name in some gang stuff. And eventually, bruh, it's going to catch up to him. You're either going to do enough dirt to the wrong person where they're going to come and get you, or the police is going to get sick and tired of hearing your name come up in every single incident they come to investigate, bruh. You were involved with Big U and the Crips. You're involved with some Bloods in Houston. It's like, all right, come on, bruh. At some point they're gonna say, you're using your money to fund a criminal enterprise. Be careful, bruh. Stop flying too close to the sun. Y'all let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think about this, man? If you're still watching this video and you want to watch another good video, click on this video.
That's a Mickey, Icky, Vicky, Tricky, Sticky situation, bro. That's what I do know. And I do know that the situation with James Harden is going to make it worse by the day when it comes to that situation with Big U, especially with Flacco on the case. Because with Flacco on the case, ain't nobody getting away. Red dots to the left, the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go. Now, Wack 100 is talking about Big U being charged with trying to unalive a witness and all that kind of stuff. But Vlad, that's not really the content we want from Wack. The content we want from Wack is for you to ask him why Big U's name in this same superseding indictment amongst these 7 counts, one is which Big U is alleged accosting Future with a co-conspirator. And we all know that Wack 100 is the one who said that he was with Big U when Wack 100, out of his own admission, decided to chase Future through the airport and through, whatever they had going on and all that, blah, 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 blah. So with that all being said, when it's already said and done, you just will see that the selective politicking on behalf of Wack 100 is bar none Kelly's. Vlad, we trust you as a source. We trust you as a powerhouse in this hip-hop industry, this hip-hop media. We need you to ask the questions that matter, because we need you to be the voice that you are. Let's jump into this content around no further do's or don'ts. Big shout out to Vlad TV. Give him a like, comment, subscribe if you would like to continue to check out what he has going on. And let's jump into it.
Well, Big U now has a superseding indictment.
7 counts.
7 counts.
You got the 7?
Hold on a second. Let me look it up, because it was a whole bunch of shit.
It's really 2 or 3 different things. It's just.
Now we got to trust Wack to bring it up. Now we got to trust Wack to talk about it. Now we have to trust Wack to tell us the truth. Nah, brother.
we can't trust a guy with a cash money pendant on that doesn't bling bling. That's just barbaric. That's preposterous.
7 damn counts. 3 of them is like tax stuff.
Yeah.
2 of them is murder for hire.
Oh.
Which get him life. Dumbass.
Are you going to say what the other 2 counts are?
Then the other 2 was witness tampering.
Right. So
yeah, see, here's the thing about that though. One of those you're not breaking down is a situation with Future. You're omitting the fact that you on a Clubhouse app, Clubhouse room, gave us all the information necessary in order for Big U to be charged with this indictment. You know, right now it's only an overt act, but the way that you presented the situation is less than favorable for yourself. Now, when it comes to Big U and the specific situation of the case with Future, Wack is again the sole, I guess, culprit, because he's the only one who, by again his own admission, was involved with the situation that led to him, by definitive terms, by Webster's dictionary definition, has extorted Future. Now, that's not my definition of it. That is how Webster's define extortion. The way that Wack 100 proceeded about that situation was by Webster's definition of. With that all being said, we are about to continue on to this content. Let's see what's going on.
Yes, the big one that I saw was that he allegedly tried to have another inmate kill a witness.
Yeah, okay. Remember the main guy, Monster.
Now, again, I don't understand how Wack is saying who's doing what. How would Wack have awareness or information of who Big U has tried to accost or remove from the planet while incarcerated, unless Wack 100 is being fed information from the penitentiary? Now, if Wack is in fact being fed information from the federal penitentiary and he did not report that to the federal authorities, and they're talking about witnesses being unalived and things like that, that is in fact a federal crime. Now, if he did report that to the federal authorities and all that, that would make him a federal informant. With that all being said, man, it's a lot of 1-2-steppery going on here, and it's a lot of tricky wordplay. But let's continue on.
The one where they had him extorting. Remember, the feds were actually giving Monster the money.
Okay.
And then Big U or his cronies was on the phone, making him pay, which I believe is a debt. I think it was all a setup. And Big U just don't want to lay it out. But Monster got in trouble in 2020. Trying to ship drugs to like Ohio or something. So since 2020, he's been...
Which is interesting because Wack got in trouble in 2001 for not trying to ship firearms, but for driving firearms from what he called Wheeler County, Texas, up into Oklahoma. So it's the same federal charge of cross-country fluflamery, interstate fluflamery, but the only difference is you substitute Monster having alleged narcotics with Wack 100 having what has been proven as illegal firearms. Now, the biggest difference between one case and the next is Monster had to, be publicly outed and executed, as where now he is being called an informant and being called, a cooperant, because those charges where he was federally charged for shipping the 1-2-step like Sierra across state lines resulted in him, being able to work his time off, work off his debt, and cooperate with the authorities. Meanwhile, you have Wack 100, who's in a very similar situation, and it's firearms, and people have rumored and speculated, especially because his case was dismissed within the interest of justice from Wheeler County, Texas, in the early 2000s, that he is in fact working under the same level of cooperation as Monster. The only difference is there's nobody screaming from the mountaintops on big platforms like Vlad TV about Wack as he is about Monster. That doesn't change the fact that there have been multiple sources and multiple proven records throughout, YouTubers and different commentators explaining that Wack is in fact guilty of these things, but regardless of.
Out, cooperate, working, trying to get time off. The whole Big U situation, the extortion, contributed to him getting time off. Now, this is the same guy that they're allegedly saying Loose Cannon and Big U robbed. This is the Loose Cannon story. So now he's sitting.
So here's the thing too. Academics had made a point the other day about he doesn't believe Wack is a cooperant, because if he's cooperating, why would he be named as a co-conspirator? Well, to give you a direct example, you have Monster, according to Wack, who was allowed to be released based off, his willingness to cooperate, and then now is back involved in another indictment where he's about to get into new trouble. So that would literally be the exact same situation that Wack is in. Literally the exact same.
In the same federal jail as Big U. Which I know Big U, so it's kind of like I get it. Two blood dudes approach him, or he approaches them, right? And they go to talking about how they can get access to Monster, who's in solitary confinement. And the proposition happened for, I believe, for $1,000 each person to unalive Monster, a witness in his RICO. Now, here's the thing. There's 26,000 pages of wiretaps, over 1 million different documented pages of physical evidence, and they got surveillance of the extortion that went on over the years. Even if they would have succeeded, the AUSA has enough to present in court anyway. So now what they've done is, Monster's testimony may be a little shabby. He's a CI, he has another case. Maybe Big U's defense attorneys are strong enough to kind of like shut this down. Now they have 7 more counts, which 2 of them bring you life. So it's kind of like they just reinforced all the other allegations and charges they have against him. So where I've caught the blues at, here goes the attack. I told a story maybe about 4 years ago, a Future situation. I might have told the story.
Shout out to Wack 100 for watching Trap News Network, because I'm the only one keeping the chronological timeline and said that this was 4 years ago.
But you as well.
So, okay, so let's break down the Future situation.
Yeah.
Let's start at the beginning. So were you and Big U at the airport?
Yeah, LAX. On our way to Atlanta. That red-eye Delta flight.
Okay. And Future owed Trick money?
Well, it was business. He had been paid to do something, and I guess he just didn't do it, right?
Like a show, or what was it?
I'll let you know. What I'm seeing Trick, and it's crazy because I don't know why these dudes start lying about shit that's just real legal business. It makes it look like it's...
No, you're the one that said that you chased Future and he was spooked. You literally out your mouth said that he was running for his life. That's a direct quote. You are trying to change what you said because you don't want to get caught up in this RICO, but it looks like you are on your way out, brother.
Some other shit, right?
Okay.
So, because it was a real wire. Like, it wasn't
cash.
Yeah, it's like
the table.
Wasn't no protection fee or else fee. It was like you really kind of owe some money that you ran off with to do a search.
You said, and I quote, either he gonna pay the money back or he gonna get effed up and then pay the money back, because he cannot be in your backyard owing trick money, is what you said. Red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go.
Here you go, you guys. Boosie is not happy with content creators, YouTubers, and also podcasters solving crimes for the cops. As you guys know, Boosie is a street guy. He's big on anti-snitching. If Boosie gets wind that you told or you affiliate yourself with somebody that's told before, best believe Boosie is going to cut you off. We saw that with Kodak Black after he did the record with 6ix9ine.
That nigga Boosie say, I stay away from because I be going with the cops, and because I be when niggas going with the cops. I feel him. I ain't mad at him.
Boosie has hated him ever since. So if you're somebody like Boosie, watching what's going on right now, seeing people happily making content and going on podcasts talking about who's committing crimes, who did what crime and where, your mind is obviously going to be blown. You're not going to be able to comprehend it. Back in the old days, snitching on somebody, pointing out somebody that committed a crime used to be frowned upon. Nobody wanted to be labeled as a snitch. Even dry snitching on somebody used to be a no-go back in the days. Now, of course, you do have outlier situations where people are like, well, what if it was your mom that got killed and you knew the killer? Would you go to the cops? Or even worse, what if it was your son, your seed, your child? Somebody in the streets shot him and you know who did it. What do? Do you go to the cops or do you handle it yourself? There's all kinds of...
I would teach my kids to go to the police and to do the thing by way of the law. I'm going to handle it myself. But as a parent, I teach my children to be better than me.
Different examples and situations, but when it comes to hip-hop, snitching or dry snitching on somebody is an absolute no-go. Now, speaking of hip-hop, the latest news in hip-hop is this YG and Draco the Ruler situation. 2 weeks ago, before his verses with The Game, YG was actually detained and questioned by the cops. Now, ever since then, there's been a bunch of content creators basically pointing fingers towards YG. Those three people are Wack 100, Poetic Flacco.
Countdown to YG's RICO for the murder of Draco the Ruler.
Now, at this point, if you thought that I was a conspiracy theorist when I said that Wack and Flacco were working in unison to take down YG and the B team, then, you just were wrong and I was right. But, that also happens. I'm just making it clear. I had it correct.
It's tomorrow. Here's why. Something very important is happening tomorrow that's going to cause a domino effect that I believe will ultimately seal the fate for YG. So tomorrow, Draco's alleged killer, Frankenstone, the man who is being accused of actually taking a knife and stabbing Draco in his neck, he goes back to court. But here's the thing. He's not going to court for Draco the Ruler's death. He's going to court for another body.
And also Trap Lord Ross.
YG has got a very, very big problem on his hand, and the internet is now unraveling the true reasons for his beef with Draco the Ruler, and it is unfortunately much more complicated than you possibly could have imagined.
Just a couple days ago, Wack 100 was on Adam 22's podcast, basically predicting that YG is going to be charged with the murder of Draco the Ruler.
I'm going to go on record. I think there will come a day where YG will be charged.
Damn. I think there will come a day where Jizzle might get chiseled for shizzle. That's unfortunate for sure. Very unfortunate.
Really?
And I'm going to tell you why. Whether the truth or a lie, when you got that many people around, that many people possibly involved, a nigga will catch a case way over there.
Sheesh, man, this is a Nicky, Icky, Vicky, Tricky, Sticky situation. This is not for the best at all, for sure.
And spill the beans or create a lie to get out of it. And I think based on that, there's going to come a day where YG going to be cuffed fighting the case because a so-called homie then said something, whether true or not. I got a lot of homies that did 20, 30 years because a homie just straight lied on him. Homie Lil Buttons. 26 years because the motherfucker, lied on him. He ain't have a gun. He ain't have shit. Because a homie, another Paul Rue said he did it. They cuffed him. You see what I'm saying? So
Poor Little Buttons. Sounds like he never had a chance.
now it's YG go. If he ever get
I wonder what Big Buttons feels about that. The world may never know.
caught up, is he gonna say it wasn't me, it was this dude? That's what it's gonna come down to.
Right.
I do think it's gonna come a day to where one of them dudes, murder ain't got no statute of limitations.
Yeah.
I'm not saying YG did anything. I'm simply saying that it's gonna come a day where one of these dudes is gonna say some shit and it's gonna have him looking crazy.
So after seeing all this disgusting snitching and dry snitching going on, Boosie has had enough and he's speaking out on it. Here's what he said.
I was scrolling down Instagram, bro. It's bigger than the police. All y'all podcasters, not all of them, but YouTubers and people on Instagram, y'all the golden egg to the investigator.
I literally just got off the phone with somebody saying this. I literally just got off the phone saying, if niggas don't think you can go to jail on social media, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. If you don't think that you can go to jail based off something you did or said in an interview, on content and all that, you're an idiot. For sure.
All they gotta do is hashtag your page and hashtag what they want to hear about and build their case. Y'all go into depth, into detail, saying names, saying stuff about crimes. Like, it's sad, bro. And why is the question?
Well, for Wack 100, it's to make sure that, in my opinion, there's no fact behind this. There's absolutely no fact behind this. This is my opinion. I think it's so he can remain in the good graces of those who have employed him with the task of taking down certain criminal organizations within the Los Angeles area in exchange for his freedom for a case that he had in Wheeler County, Texas in 2001. That's what I believe. Now, that's just my opinion. There's no actual fact about this. The Wheeler County case does in fact exist. Him being the case being dismissed in the interest of justice when he had multiple firearms, that definitely exists. But only he knows his intention. So my assumption is only what his intentions are, not the facts of the cases.
YouTube. And why is the question? The people y'all doing this trying to harm never harm you a day in their life. Y'all never had words. They don't even know you. The people you doing this for, they don't know you neither. They don't give a fuck about you.
Not even a little bit.
If they family want a silver suit, you wouldn't get shit.
Not
you wouldn't
at
get a dollar.
Not at all.
So why is the question? Do it make you sleep better at night? Like, why are we so happy in the world with someone's downfall? And why is always us doing this to us? You never see a white man doing this to a white artist. Why is you trying to solve a crime on the internet?
Because Boosie, they're crime stoppers, my friend. They are crime stoppers.
If they didn't have social media, it seemed like that would be our job. I mean, go get a job as a detective. They're hiring. You just getting it out. These niggas just getting it out.
They don't know what they doing. They just giving it out. Trying to throw that information in the circle. Even if it's wrong, make it jump like a hurdle. God damn.
Like, but I want to know why. Do it make you sleep better at night? Like, even you interviewers, like, why ask somebody a question they can get them murdered? Why ask somebody a question they can get them 50 years to life in prison? Give me a Ricky Smiley interview, brother.
Give me a Ricky Smiley interview. Put me up with Steve Harvey. Down with Shay Shay, because you niggas is crazy. Barnacles. Boosie said he can't understand the logic that you ninjas is having in these days when y'all coming out with this information and y'all giving these kind of stories and these testimonies, let alone doing it just for the humbug. Just for the humbug. Nothing more, nothing less.
This shit bigger than the police. This shit is bigger than the police. Police could be looking way in somewhere else. Y'all gonna put them right there. It's sad. It really is. And the question is, why?
Just cuz, Boosie. Just cuz.
Nobody from both sides know you. It's sad, bro.
Listen, man, unfortunately for Boosie, this is looking like it's going to be the norm moving forward. The most obvious short answer to Boosie's question is money. A lot of these YouTubers, a lot of these content creators are making a ton of money by talking about crimes and also solving crimes. That's the bottom line. Money motivates people to keep putting out content. And really the only way that you can stop it is if somebody takes legal action. Until then, because people have freedom of speech, you're going to be seeing a lot more of this kind of content. Which means if you're somebody on the streets, if you're somebody that's tied to a celebrity, a rapper, anybody that's in the limelight, please make sure you are not committing any crimes. That's why I was trying to let YG's B team know, do not tap in with him. You're going to get caught and you're going to prison.
Yeah, you probably B team. You might just want to stay away from anything to do with any type of illicit crimes or criminal activity. You just might not want to be involved in that. Just might not.
Even if you did not commit the crime, the downside about having content creators and YouTubers solving crimes and videos is that sometimes they can point the finger at the wrong person. How many times have we seen
talking about this guy right here is who they're actually talking about when they say getting it wrong. He and Poetic Flacco who get it wrong consecutively and cumulatively.
somebody get shot and killed, and then you have fans online trying to solve the crime and pointing fingers at the wrong person, just like what happened when Takeoff got killed in Houston. Rest in peace. So, to keep yourself out of harm's way, to keep yourself out of investigations, do not commit any crimes. You guys get in the comments below. What do you guys make of Boosie calling out podcasters and YouTubers?
All right, man, we're going to get up out of here to the next one. But y'all know, as always, man, red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and God damn it, be blessed. Go.
Loves calling out snitch.
So with everything going on with Wack 100, we're going to slide over to Hip Hop Daily. Big shout out to Hip Hop Daily doing a 1-2 step like Sierra in these YouTube streets. A lot is going on with Wack 100, man. I just thought that I would give you guys a quick little recap of some of the things that have led us to this position where we are questioning the validity of Wack 100 involvement in the streets, but we're never questioning his validity of working with law enforcement. With that all being said, we're going to jump right into this content. Make sure you hit up Hip Hop Daily with a like, comment, subscribe. Let's get into it. Let's go.
But he might be the biggest fed in the rap game. And today we're breaking down why his reputation in the industry might be cooked. We're going to get into Wack 100's whole career of alleged snitching, but first we got to break down the biggest case he's allegedly involved in right now. In March 2025, Big U and 18 other alleged Rolling 60s Crips got booked on a huge RICO indictment, and Wack 100's name is all over the paperwork. According to the cops, Big U and his homie Bay threatened someone and said they had to stop working with Wack because Big U thought Wack 100 was working with the cops as an informant. Big U also talked about how he caught Wack 100 lacking and made him beg for his life. According to the paperwork,
Sheesh. Now, here's the thing about that. Big U actually never said he caught Wack 100 lacking and made him beg for his life. Wack 100 actually went on No Jumper and actually gave out that story himself. So that's what we're actually here to, just give you guys quick little recaps.
Big U had like 22s with him when they called Wack 100 out with his wife and daughter. Wack 100 was strapped up, but knew he was going to die if the situation popped off. And he allegedly begged Big U and said, "Don't do this. My wife, my kids in that car." The cops had Big U's phones tapped too, and they heard him telling someone he was going to break Wack 100's jaw when he saw him.
And it's crazy because Big U has actually been charged with assault for that statement, and that would mean that Wack 100 is in fact a victim in the case. If Big U's charged with the assault, that means that an assault would have to in fact have a victim, and that said victim is Mr. 100.
And on another recorded phone call, Big U said he wanted to beat the shit out of Wack. Before Big U turned himself in on the RICO case, he called Wack 100 out on video and said that he was working with the FBI.
When they raided my houses and my property, it was actually about Wack. Wack, loose cannon, 600, and this internet stuff. Wack said 100 times he was going to take my contracts. He worked with the FBI. The FBI went to the city 3 days in a row and told the city they didn't want nobody to give me no more money. They went to all the different celebrities and told all the different celebrities, don't give me no money, don't help me, don't do nothing for me. They going around scared and intimidating everybody.
Another dude who's wrapped up in the Big U RICO case is Brick Baby. And Wack 100 has been calling him a snitch for a while because of the Lil Durk murder case.
And you know what's crazy? Brick Baby's actually not mentioned at all in the Lil Durk murder case. So all those times that Wack, I forgot all about that. I'm gonna go into that too. All those times where Wack was telling us how Brick Baby's a snitch, Brick Baby ain't this, Brick Baby ain't that, Brick Baby got it wrong, Brick Baby, Brick Baby, Brick Baby, Brick Baby, Brick Baby. Well, Brick Baby's not mentioned in this at all. So all the working and reportings that Wack was giving us about Brick Baby, well, yeah, it looks like none of that's true either. So
Lil Durk and his OTF crew are facing murder charges for allegedly killing Quando Rondo's cousin, Lil Pop. And Wack 100 thinks Brick Baby is working with the feds against Durk. Lil Durk and Brick Baby were tapped in together, and Wack 100 said Brick Baby is the reason everyone started saying Durk was involved. According to Wack,
the world thought that shooting was a bad weed deal between some Armenians or Persians. That's what the world thought.
Nobody ever thought that. And I don't even know how we got to the point where we're talking about Armenians and Persians, because None of that is actually in any federal paperwork or any indictment paper. So Wack actually introducing this information is pretty police-ish, especially considering the fact that information that he's introduced in the past, like the situation with Future, has ended up in a federal indictment.
But then Brick Baby went on No Jumper and dry snitched on Lil Durk and his crew.
It's Sly Favon, right? Yeah.
They say you can't say that no more.
No, I can't defend that. That was just terrible for Brick to say. I can't defend that. I can't defend that.
Why? Oh yeah, because of no. Like,
They
who died?
say you can't say that no more.
Oh, because of FVG Cash? Oh, who?
Nah, because Lil Pop.
Then a few months later, the feds raided Brick Baby's crib and found an AK-47. It looked like it was just a gun.
So here's the thing too. The crib was raided and it never found an AK-47. An AK-47, a firearm, a pistol, a hell pup that fires AK-47 rounds was found. They never found an AK-47. That is an extreme difference. It has no real relevancy to the case unless you're a gun enthusiast, but a hell pup is not an AK-47 despite the fact that it is able to carry and fire AK-47 rounds.
Case at first, but Wack said the cops really wanted Brick Baby's phone to use against Lil Durk.
Brick Baby just got picked up by the feds. What's happening? When your court date, right? We're under the presumption that it's an AK-47 case. But what really happened was they came there to get his cell phone.
There were also rumors flying around that Brick Baby snitched on Big U, but Wack 100 actually said that Brick Baby is a victim in the Big U case because he was getting extorted.
The reason why Brick Baby ain't in the RICO is because Brick Baby was a victim. He was getting extorted.
By Big U.
Yeah, he was getting extorted.
Wack 100 claims that Big U was actually the reason Brick Baby got locked up because Big U was talking about Brick Baby while his phone was tapped. According to rumors, Big U was taking a cut of everything.
You know what's crazy? As we're talking to Brick Baby and Big U and all this kind of stuff, none of these things have been put into an indictment. So the whole concept of Brick Baby snitching on Big U and Big U snitching on Brick Baby, that Wack was so deeply into giving into our universe. And with this situation, we've not seen Brick Baby actually be indicted or charged with anything. You feel me? When it comes down to what Brick Baby has going on, no real charges have been coming up on him when it comes to the situation with Big U at all. Here's the thing, you know, we've yet to see Brick Baby in any of this paperwork. We've yet to see any of these things actually materialize. We just hear Wack talking about it. But just because he's talking about it doesn't make it an actual fact.
Right now, it's because he knew about the Big U RICO indictment before anyone else did. Wack even called in a No Jumper and said that he warned Big U's wife over what was about to go down.
After you got the message, you hit up Big U's wife. You said, "Sis, 911. One sec, let me get solo."
And again, so you're admitting to contacting Big U's wife to let her know about an upcoming RICO. That would be technically obstruction in a federal case, which would be a federal case.
And you gave him
subsequently.
Heads up.
What I tell him?
You said, "One sec, let me get solo. He needs to leave. Bad." In caps, all caps. He needs to leave.
I said so bad, right?
Yeah, full bad.
What the 600 saying this shit? It's 4 rolling 60 telling on him.
After Big U turned himself in and said Wack 100 was working with the feds, Wack aired him out like crazy but made his own situation even worse. Wack started clapping back at Big U, but then Wack made even more people call him a snitch because he started talking about Big U's murder case.
I'm Eugene Hemmy, developing options. I'm here for the people. I'm here for the community. Kill the motherfucking kid though, right? You bitch ass nigga.
Big U.
Whoa, here's the thing about that. Big U's actually not at this point, not saying what could happen in the future, but I'm talking about today. In this exact moment, you know, this is barnacles. We've never seen any proof of this. Now, Wack told us that, you know, Big U was DNA was found, and it was a lot of things that were said, but none of these things have come to light. You feel me? You know, it's a tricky, icky, Mickey, Vicky situation. None of these things have come to light. None of these things have proven to be true. It's just a lot of not even he say, she say, Wack talk. It's a lot of Wack talk. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not really looking too likely that any of these things have, you know, been true or will be proven to be true.
He was facing charges for killing a dude named Rayshawn Williams and leaving his body in the desert outside of Las Vegas. Rayshawn was a rapper who was signed to Big U's label, but he used to be a football player too, and Big U had been his coach since he was a kid. Big U's son, Deion Henley, plays in the NFL for the Chargers, and he was tied with Rayshawn Williams too. Big U hasn't been convicted for killing Rayshawn Williams, but Wack 100 said that Deion.
And when it comes to the DNA, Big U has since been removed from a suspect because the DNA was inconclusive. So, you know, they don't have actual DNA to say that this man is guilty of what Wack 100 is accusing him of.
Henley won't even talk to his dad anymore because Big U killed his homie. Wack also claimed that Big U beat his son Deion half to death 6 or 7 different times. Wack 100 said that Big U was a monster who killed an innocent dude. And that whole rant made people call Wack a snitch again because he was talking crazy about an open case and basically saying that Big U was guilty. Wack defended himself at the same time, though. A lot of people were wondering how he knew about the RICO case on Big U before anyone else found out. But it turns out that Wack has some inside info from Rayshawn Williams' sister. Wack played a phone call where Rayshawn's sister told him that they found Big U's DNA under Rayshawn's fingernails. And according to Wack, that's how he knew that the feds were about to bring the hammer down on Big U. But Wack has already been caught lying about the Big U RICO case. After Big U got locked up, Wack called in a no jumper and told everyone that Adam 22 had been picked up by the feds. That turned out to be cap though, and Adam 22 told DJ Vlad that he was never arrested. According to Adam 22,
so I was playing poker at my house.
Damn, the feds have been tapping on Adam 22's door. Hey, if you think about it, bro, the police have spoken to Adam 22 a lot. The police have come with Adam 22 a lot, nigga. The Big U case, the Jay Reed situation, the Munchie B situation is a lot. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, bro. No Jumper might be the police headquarters. I'm not saying niggas over there work for the police, but I'm saying niggas over there keep going to jail. Keep going to jail. Like this continuously happens. Like it's a forever thing.
One day, and my girl actually intercepted the person ringing my buzzer outside. I didn't see it. She told him that I wasn't home. Basically, they wanted to serve me with a subpoena. Now, when I hear that, I get nervous. I call my lawyer. I'm like, hey, can you guys call this guy and figure out exactly what's going on with this? They call. They had a series of questions they wanted to ask the feds to basically figure out what the nature of this was going to be. And I never even ended up having a conversation with them.
Everyone's talking about Wack 100 and the Big U RICO, but this isn't the first time they beefed about snitching. Back in 2024, a documentary came out on Worldstar Hip Hop that allegedly exposed Wack for being a snitch. Wack and his legal team
sued. It's crazy because Wack and his legal team sued Worldstar, but Worldstar was able to prove in court that all the information that they had was founded, and was able to prove that they wasn't making nothing up. Worldstar was like, we're not making this up. We're not just coming out of nowhere with this. This is a whole thing that this nigga's doing.
To get the video taken down, and Wack claims that Big U was the one who paid Worldstar Hip Hop to show the video.
That was Big Q that did it.
How
and
you
this
know?
Stupid motherfucker. Let me tell you.
How do you know?
I know because he got a contract with Worldstar. Worldstar, I trusted, right? He called and get it put up because he emotional because we've been exposing his paperwork to his writing, so it was different, right? So,
and I'm gonna kind of stop it right there, as we've heard a lot of flu, flammery, skullduggery, and larceny from Wack 100 because the paperwork on Big U has actually never came out, so we've never seen any of the things that he's talking about. But I don't know, man. We're going to continue to keep you guys posted to the situation, and more continues to develop. We finna go ahead and get up out of here to the next one, though, man. Red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go.
DE finally reveals why Kendrick Lamar absolutely hates the game, and it all played out earlier today. There's been a quiet beef and war between Kendrick Lamar and the game. If you guys haven't noticed, go on Twitter. You see Kendrick Lamar associates dissing game on any given day. But the game feels like Kendrick Lamar hasn't liked him for quite a while now. The game has accused Kendrick Lamar of dissing him on multiple other songs well before this Drake and Kendrick beef, where the game hopped into beef and took Drake backface against other rappers who was dissing Drake. So Kendrick Lamar hasn't liked the game for a while now.
As he would say it, when...
Now we're jumping into this Kantiana, man. For those of you guys who don't know, it actually has looked like the game and Kendrick Lamar have had a little bit of a back and forth, a little bit of a 1-2 step like Sierra. It does appear to me as if they're not having the greatest time when it comes to, dealing with one another. And with that all being said, who better than Flacco to give us some flu, flammery, skullduggery, and an awful lot of larceny? With that all being said, we finna jump right into this Kantiana and see exactly
what is going on with Kendrick Lamar in the game. Let's slide into this content. Let's get into it. Let's go.
Kendrick said, "I see dead people" on the beginning of what song was that?
Not like us.
When he said that in the beginning of the
That's the same as the One Blood intro.
song, we did a song where Game said that in the beginning. Dre did the beat.
One Blood. No, not One Blood.
It's another song.
Yes, it was One Blood, right?
Oh, then we did another song where we
No, it's definitely One Blood.
said that. Game thought Kendrick was subliminally dissing him. I spoke to Game for over an hour. I told Top Dog this. This is a fact. I spoke to him for over an hour, convincing him that Kendrick was not dissing him. When Kendrick did,
I think it might. I took it as a homage. I thought Kendrick was showing love. That's how I interpret it. But you know, I could be wrong. I could be entirely wrong.
that one where he was talking about Big Sean or all that, Game asked me, was he dissing him in that song?
What, Elder?
The Heart.
Oh, The Heart, okay.
I went and talked to Kendrick about it. Kendrick was like, man, I would never diss him. What is he talking about? I told Chuck this. And I reminded him that on that conversation. I said, dog, these you like, chill out. This is real. But in his mind, he like is throwing shots at me. So this is what I'm trying to tell y'all, conversations that me and this man be having. This is real. I am his conscience. I be stopping him. But guess what?
Hey, Game be ready for war, man. Game be ready to get into. Man, look, who tripping? Who got something to say? What you was talking about me? Okay, you were saying the game like the PlayStation, not the game like the rapper, right? Okay, cool. Just making sure.
I had that conversation. Then he started dissing Rick Ross.
Right.
Right. I gotta call it down the line. That's some odd behavior from the game. It felt like the game was kind of looking for a reason to diss Kendrick Lamar, because I see Dead People is clearly him talking about Drake and OVO and not the game. But the game was looking for a reason to diss Kendrick, in my opinion, by even asking that, right? But clearly, when the game stepped into the beef, now if Kendrick Lamar didn't like the game before this battle, he clearly didn't like the game after this battle, because the game stepped in and dissed Rick Ross on behalf of Drake, because it was Drake versus 20 people, right? A$AP Rocky, Future, Metro Boomin, Rick Ross, Kendrick Lamar, The Weeknd, like among others, right? It was literally, they were jumping him. Now, the game of Drake is cool. Game is from Gangland. So Game is only thinking in gang rules, which is if my man is getting jumped, I'm jumping in. So he jumped in. Now, it may be for clout reasons as well, but he jumped in and started attacking other rappers who were dissing Drake. Kendrick Lamar felt like Game picked a side by stepping in and dissing rappers on behalf of Drake, even though the game never dissed Kendrick Lamar. And that was the game mentality. The game mentality was...
Yeah, I don't really see the Kendrick Lamar, like, I don't really see it like at all. You feel me? I can see how from Game's perspective, I never took the time to look at it before now, but from Game's perspective, I can see how he could feel this way. But nah, I don't see that one.
Because if I didn't
but then again too, I'm outside looking in. You feel me? So who knows? Niggas be knowing things that I don't.
It's Kendrick Lamar. Why is he tripping? Like, why is he tripping? Like, if I stepped in and I'm dissing Rick Ross, a dude who I probably don't like anyways, on behalf of Drake, then why is Kendrick Lamar tripping? But Kendrick Lamar and TDE felt it don't matter. If you stepped into this battle and took Drake's side, you are now an op and an enemy. But here's where you will learn a little later in this video. Game was already an op and an enemy to him.
Yeah. So last time I seen him, when was that? When we was at the Will.i.am thing.
Okay.
So when we went to that thing at FYI,
Visionaries.
remember that?
Yeah, Visionaries.
Me and him arguing in the bathroom. It's a whole thing going on in the outside. And this whole conference going on. And he's like, you the reason that I dissed Rick Ross. I said, yeah, I wasn't supposed to diss nobody. I told you not to say nothing. Well, you told me not to say nothing about Kendrick. I said, because he wasn't dissing you. Man. Wow. It was a whole thing. Then we had to walk out because it was literally like Will.i.am was having a conference thing.
Right.
Man, this is really in there. He's like, man, I'm like, dog, you shouldn't have. I told you not to diss nobody. I told you not to say nothing. Say, man, motherfuckers be saying that you won't be hearing it. I said, no one's talking about you, dog. They're not. But you know.
So that's why he wasn't invited to the pop out.
I don't know if he was invited. I think he could have won if he wanted.
I think Game could have won if he wanted to, honestly. Honestly, I don't think that he cared.
Wanted to.
That's true.
It's not that type of deal. It was no invite or not.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Him and Drake are friends. They're friends. Okay? So I want everybody to understand that. That's his boy. So him and Kendrick, it's a different relationship. You get what I'm saying? It's not like they buddy. Kendrick don't call Game to hang out. It's not that type of we're going to do a song. Let's do a song. They both from Compton. Kendrick was inspired. Game is a fan of Kendrick. It's not that type of deal. Game is a very competitive. So when somebody, Game ain't J. Cole.
I hate that for J. Cole fans so much that whenever we bring up somebody who's not a killer or don't got the killer instinct in hip hop, J. Cole is the number one reference, bro. It's kind of like when people were saying, "Yo, LeBron James don't got the killer instinct," and LeBron James.
J. Cole is for sure the poster child of Turn Down.
This was like the number one reference for a choke artist after the series with the Mavs. This is what it's like in hip hop currently, bro. J. Cole is like the reference for somebody being soft in hip hop, and there's nothing J. Cole can do about it, and I think it's sad. Okay. But that's a part of the issue as well. The Game felt like he once had access to Kendrick Lamar, and now he does not have access to Kendrick Lamar. So anything that happens, he's taking it personally, right? Now, the Game feels like he should have access to Kendrick Lamar because, like Kendrick Lamar was inspired by him. He did favors for Kendrick Lamar when Kendrick was on the come up, but now Kendrick Lamar don't want to really talk to him and has kind of discarded him. The Game felt like, damn, bro, like really? Now, the Game would even express a stat quo. I think that's his name, Stat Quo. The Game would express a stat that he feels like Kendrick Lamar, right, be ducking him, be avoiding him, and he don't want to have a conversation, and he don't understand why Kendrick don't want to have a conversation. What we'll learn in this video is that Kendrick Lamar has been holding something deep down inside. And
I don't think Kendrick Lamar is holding anything deep down inside. I think that Flock was projecting the feelings that he wants Kendrick Lamar to have onto the game, onto this situation, because we know damn well ain't nobody from TDE talk to Flacco, so how the hell would you know what feelings Kendrick Lamar was holding down deep down inside?
Personal against the Game that he hasn't told the Game, which I feel like if he would have told the Game a whole lot easier, or a whole lot earlier, that would have solved a lot of these issues a long time ago. But because he didn't, he held it within, and now it's coming out publicly. This is the first time the Game is even hearing that Kendrick has an issue with him because of this. But here's the Game telling Stat, he has a problem with Kendrick Lamar not talking to him.
There's too. Another thing, there's some insight, and I'm going to say why you on the thing. There's some insight. Dot don't get on the phone with everybody, man. He don't talk to. This what y'all got to understand about Kendrick Lamar. He just not talking to everybody. He talked to Glasses. He's a very few small people that he'll get on the phone with. I think that was another thing that Game had an issue with. He couldn't get Kendrick on the phone. And I'm trying to explain. He's like, man, why won't he just talk to me? I'm just like, hey, man. And I'm explaining to this, everybody ain't the same. I remember having a conversation with Kendrick about that phone and just talking. He's like, that's his vice. Because we were just talking about vices one day. And his vice is being away, like being able to cut things off and cut the world off and no one be able to touch him. Like some people's vice is shopping. He enjoys the fact that just can't get to him.
They want access, and he be like, "Yeah."
They want the access, and he enjoys. Dog, we all when you see Dr. Dre, dog, we all admire the fact that at any given time, bro, Dre can cut access off to anyone whenever he wants. Like you cannot get to this man, like literally. You can't get him on the phone, can't get him by his house, you can't see him, you don't know where he at. He is like a ninja, and so like Eminem does that. And that's what I be trying to explain. That's why I was explaining to Game when it came to Dot. But he feels as though because he was one of Dot's inspirations that he should always have that access. Sure. But that's just not what it is. I be trying to people have their own way of having to deal with certain things.
Nah, bro. I don't care how much they try to.
Now I can see both sides. I'll look at it like this: should Kendrick Lamar be playing homage to the dude who put him on? For sure, but how much homage does he need to pay? At what point can he stop, accepting in a little brother role? Because it's kind of like, at what point does Michael Jackson, excuse me, at what point does Michael Jordan's high school basketball coach stop saying, "Oh yeah, I'm the one that found him in PE class in 9th grade, and I put a basketball in his hand, and now he's Michael Jordan"? Like, at what point can you does he not owe you anything? When is the debt clear? When is the debt paid? I don't know, like when
decorate that goofy-ish, it's still goofy, bruh. That is weird and goofy-ish. As simple as that, bruh. It's weird and goofy.
if you and this man had a relationship and you now like want to cut him off, then tell him. Don't duck his calls, bro. Like, bro, that makes no sense. If Kendrick Lamar had a relationship with the game when the game was somebody that he needed, when the game was showing love to Kendrick, putting his arms around him, taking him on tour, right? Like doing things that big. Yo, if the game is helping usher you into the industry and show you mad love when he didn't need to, I feel like the least you owe him is hey, bro, I don't rock with you because of this. Pete. But I ain't trying to hear the decoration for that goofy stuff, bro. Oh, nah, he's just mysterious. He just, nah, man, he just be disappearing. He just, nah, man, Dot is like Jesus.
What if this nigga just don't want to be bothered?
Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ be gone for 2,000 years, he ain't come back yet. That's how Dot is, Dot imitates Jesus Christ. Man, hey, bro, y'all cannot, hey, Stat, you usually fair, bro. You can't decorate this goofy-ish. I watched about 4 clips today of Stat. He sounds like a fair guy. You can't decorate. This is goofy stuff. You can't hop on the phone. Hey, bro, this is why I don't rock with you. Especially if y'all had a relationship in a rapport. I don't agree with that goofy stuff.
Well, that's Flacco's dissertation. I'm not really sure about that one. Flacco's saying a lot of things, and none of them really are substantiated by anything outside of his just talking. With that all being said, man, we're about to get up out of here to the next one. Red dots to the left, you know the rest. Their prayer and be blessed. We are gone.
Okay. It says, this is in the Big U indictment. It says the LAMTFG has developed information that Henley is victimizing professional athletes. CH1 and CW were both advised that Henley is extorting professional athletes. The FBI Houston division has interviewed multiple professional athletes who LAMTFG believes are victims of extortion. Now, let me stop right there.
And there you have it, man. Apparently, James Harden is named in Big U's indictment, and James Harden is saying that Big U extorted him. Now, I'm not 100% sure about this, but we finna slide right to his Kantiana and get exactly into it and see what's going on with it, because apparently James Harden has been a victim of extortion and is a part of the Big U RICO. Now, we knew about this earlier. We just haven't had time to go about it, considering the fact that Wack 100 has been so generous with his information to law enforcement. We've been covering that. But with that all being said, man, let's jump into the Kantiana.
That's what it was. The real story is your ass was scared. And for Big U's trouble, that's how the 100,000 got on. Big U was looking out for you. It wasn't no goddamn extortion shit happening or anything like that. They're using that to paint Big U as this evil monster who walks around and beats on his chest like King Kong.
When you're one of the greatest scorers to ever touch a basketball, and an 11-time All-Star, a former MVP, you're supposed to be untouchable. But James Harden just found out the hard way that no amount of money, no amount of fame, and no amount of buckets is going to protect you when the streets of Los Angeles come knocking. The LA Crips have officially sent James Harden a chilling message, and the streets are saying this thing just got real. Now, if you've been paying attention to everything going down with Eugene Big U Henley's federal RICO case, you already knew this moment was coming, because the word circulating right now, and I'm talking from sources deep in the LA streets, is that James Harden cooperated with federal investigators. And in those circles, that's not just a problem. That's a death sentence for your reputation. And here's what I want you to think about for a second. A lot of people were confused when Harden pushed his way out of Los Angeles earlier this year to go to Cleveland, of all places, Cleveland. A man who loves LA nightlife, loves the LA scene, has deep roots in that city, and he's suddenly packing his bags for Ohio in the middle of the season. That wasn't just about basketball. And today, we're going to break down exactly why. Because the full story is even wilder than you think. Let's get into it. To understand why the Crips are sending messages to James.
But this is the same situation when Wack 100 put the Main Street Crips onto Shaq. And Shaq was dealing with the Main Street Crips when Wack had, allegedly snitched on Del Dog and all that. Shaquille O'Neal, from the Lakers, was actually a part of that. And that's allegedly why he went up and moved to Miami.
Harden. You have to understand what Harden is allegedly mixed up in and how deep this rabbit hole actually goes. Back in March 2025, federal authorities dropped the hammer on Eugene Big U Henley, one of the most feared and well-connected men in the city of Los Angeles. We're talking a 43-count federal indictment. Murder, kidnapping, extortion, robbery, sex trafficking, wire fraud, embezzlement, RICO conspiracy. Prosecutors called his operation the Big U Enterprise, and they described it as functioning like a mafia, a literal street mafia operating in the middle of the hip-hop and entertainment world in Los Angeles. And per the U.S. Attorney's Office, this organization used violence, fear, and intimidation to control what happened in that city. Now, Big U has pleaded not guilty. He's been behind bars fighting this case. He's even decided to represent himself in the RICO trial after his lawyer withdrew. This man is not going down without a fight. But here's where James Harden walks right into the middle of this. Because according to federal court documents, 2 NBA All-Stars were directly victimized by Big U's operation. And multiple sources close to the situation have pointed directly at Harden as one of those players. And if Harden talked to the feds, in that world, that changes everything. Now, to understand why Harden is potentially wrapped up in this as a witness, we need to go back to June 2019, because that's when this whole situation started.
So James Harden is apparently in a situation where he has caught himself extremely flamorous. James Harden wanted to hang around the thugs. James Harden is known to be in LA nightlife. James Harden wanted to hang around the Crips. He is from the Compton area, I believe. I know he's from Los Angeles County because he went to Artesia High School around the time where I was at Cerritos, Gar, and Tracy High School. I got kicked out of a lot of schools. James Harden went to one. And, you know, he had a lot of things going on then too, you know, associated with some guys, blah, 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 who are playing around in the streets. Now, when it comes to this situation, it is looking extremely bad for James Harden. I'm not going to lie, especially with the current up and leave to Cleveland, because who the fuck wants to go to Cleveland? But with that all being said, man, let's jump back into this content. And shout out to Hooper Threads YT.
According to court documents from the Big U federal indictment, there was a high-stakes dice game set up in Los Angeles. And this wasn't some casual backroom gambling. This was an organized, pre-planned setup designed to rob some of the wealthiest athletes in the world. At this game, 2 prominent NBA All-Stars. And sitting across from them, a professional boxer identified in the documents only as AB, who has since been widely reported to be none other than Adrian Broner. Now, here's the thing about Adrian Broner. The man is a 4-division world champion. He knows how to take. He also knows how to run a con. Because according to the FBI's cooperating witness, AB and his associates walked into that dice game with loaded dice, teased dice, rigged to manipulate the outcome. And by the end of that night, one current NBA All-Star had lost a staggering $1.5 million. A former All-Star, $5 million. We're talking $6.5 million in total.
That is enough to get the feds involved for sure.
Stolen in a single night with a pair of fixed dice. Now think about that for a second. These are some of the wealthiest athletes in the world. Men who have earned hundreds of millions of dollars playing basketball. And they got completely played in a rigged dice game in Los Angeles. But here's where it gets complicated. Because when they realized they'd been set up, they didn't call the police. They called Big U. And that right there is the moment that changed everything. Now, why would James Harden...
Now that's tricky. That's tricky. You playing in the streets. So you get, you know, flammed in the streets, and instead of going to the police, instead of doing the right thing and letting, you know, the legal system be the legal system, you get the streets involved. Okay, well, I got some Crips that's going to take care of this for me, says James Harden. And then James Harden ends up in himself in a situation where he, you know, got to deal with the Crips, because if you think that the Crips help come for free, then you are completely, you know, just not smart.
Or any NBA player for that matter, call Big U to handle a situation like this. You have to understand the world Big U operated in. Because in Los Angeles, Eugene Henley wasn't just a music executive. He wasn't just a reformed gang member doing community work. According to federal investigators, he was the unofficial gatekeeper of the city. The check-in system, this is the key to the whole case. Prosecutors describe it as a scheme where entertainers, athletes, and celebrities visiting or operating in Los Angeles were required to pay a tax, a a fee for protection and clearance. And they weren't just paying for real protection. According to the feds, Big U and his organization were manufacturing the very threats they claimed to be protecting people from. The FBI special agent on the case put it plainly. Members of the Big U enterprise used Henley's history and reputation to control Los Angeles through violence, fear, and intimidation. So when those NBA players got scammed out of $6.5 million, they turned to the one man in LA who they believed could get it back. The man who supposedly had the power to make things right. Big U, and here's where it gets grimly ironic, because according to the court documents, Big U didn't just go handle the situation out of the goodness of his heart. He sent his Rolling 60s associates to press AB and rough him up for not checking in, which was a violation of Big U's rule.
Damn. So AB got hit with the flu flare. But that just goes to show that even when it comes to AB being a boxer and having all those things going for him, nigga, you are not exempt from the Crips. You know what I'm saying? Apparently, AB, you know, nigga, you better fall in line. You know, you better play the situation appropriately because you are not exempt from the check-in. That the world titles are not going to stop you from getting this pack out.
And then in a recorded conversation, Henley was caught saying that he and AB should charge the victimized players $100,000 just to initiate getting their money back. He turned the victims into another revenue stream. Let that sink in. Harden and the other player allegedly...
That makes sense, though, because why do you think that, you know, these guys are just supposed to, you know, for lack of better words, just put their whole selves on the line, put their gangs and all that stuff on the line for these basketball players and these athletes just so they can get their stuff back with nothing? Like, there should be no form of payment. There should be no retribution. There should be no nothing. Just go help James Harden get his stuff back. And that's just the end of it. Why the fuck am I doing that? Why the fuck am I doing that? Why do I care about James Harden getting booked by Adrian Broner when nobody's doing anything for me?
lost millions in a rigged game, then paid another $100,000 to the man they thought was helping them. And prosecutors believe this is a textbook example of the extortion pattern that defines the entire RICO case. Now, here's what nobody's fully talking about. When federal investigators were building their case against Big U, they needed witnesses, victims who could testify to the extortion. And who better than two NBA All-Stars who paid Big U directly? Prosecutors had monitored conversations. They had cooperating witnesses. They had recordings. According to insiders like Wack 100, who spoke on this publicly in late 2025.
Isn't it crazy how Wack 100 always comes into the mix, bro? I swear to God, this was not intended to have a Wack 100 in it. This video was not intended to have a Wack 100 in it. We just found a random Wack 100. I don't know if you guys ever seen Wolverine versus Deadpool. It's like, oh, we haven't had one of these in our universe in a while. Nigga, I swear I did not expect a Wack 100 to come into our universe. God, bro, these variants are everywhere. This nigga's worse than fucking Kang the Conqueror.
The feds were actively looking to bring
all my Marvel nerds see what I did there.
James Harden in as a witness against Big U in this trial. And that right there is where the street dynamics of this story shift completely. Because in the world that Big U operated in, the world of the...
So even Wack is even telling on fucking James Harden. That's sick.
Conversations. They had cooperating witnesses. They had recordings. According to insiders like Wack 100, who spoke on this publicly in late 2025, the feds were actively looking to bring James Harden in as a witness against Big U in this trial. And that right there is where the street dynamics of this story shift completely. Because in the world that Big U operated in, the world of the Rolling 60s Crips, the world of LA street politics, cooperating with federal investigators isn't just frowned upon. It's the line you do not cross, period, full stop. And now word has gotten out that James Harden may have talked to the feds, that he may be a witness in the federal case against one of the most powerful and feared figures to ever come out of Los Angeles. And the Crips have responded, and the message they've sent is chilling. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that Harden is in physical danger. I don't know that, and you should always be skeptical of anyone who claims to...
Well, then how the hell is the message chilling if he's not in physical danger?
...have that kind of certainty. But what I can tell you is this: in the culture and the code of the streets of Los Angeles, this is a situation with serious, serious implications. When an organization like the Rollin 60s sends a message, people hear it.
That AI is crazy. The Rollin 60s?
feel it. And suddenly, everything about James Harden's move to Cleveland in February 2026 looks a whole lot different. Think about it. Harden had a no-trade clause in his contract. Let me say that again. He had control. He had a player option worth $42 million. He had leverage. He didn't have to go anywhere. And yet, in the middle of the season, he waived that no-trade clause and sought out the Cleveland Cavaliers as a destination. He left lovely Los Angeles for Ohio. The official narrative, he wanted to compete for a championship. He wanted to be around a winning culture. And look, that may absolutely be part of it. The Cavaliers have built something.
But you know what? Let's get the fuck away from these ninjas. With this trials coming, this indictments coming, let's get the fuck away from them.
Real with Donovan Mitchell and that core. That's a legitimate basketball reason. But the timing, the circumstances, the fact that this is all happening while federal investigators are circling and the streets of LA are buzzing with his name in connection to the Big U RICO case, you can't ignore that. You cannot look at all of these pieces on the board and not see what's actually happening. James Harden got out of Los Angeles. And right now, with the Crips sending chilling messages, it looks like he may have gotten out just in time. So let's put this all together, because this story is bigger than basketball, and it's bigger than one man's trade request. In June 2019, James Harden allegedly lost $1.5 million in a rigged dice game run by a professional boxer with loaded teased dice. He and another former All-Star turned to Big U, the most powerful gatekeeper in LA, to get their money back. Big U sent the rolling 60s to handle it, then turned around and charged the victims $100,000 for the service. Classic extortion. And when federal prosecutors built their...
Yeah, for sure. But then my question is, what's the penalty to these guys for employing the services of local street gangs versus, actual police officers? Because, that's a fair question.
RICO case against Big U, a 43-count indictment covering murder, kidnapping, fraud, and organized crime. James Harden's name ended up in the orbit of it all as a potential key witness. Now the streets have responded. The Crips have sent their message. And James Harden, one of the 50 greatest players to ever play this game, is currently 3 time zones away in Cleveland, Ohio, putting up 25 points a night and trying to win a championship. Coincidence? You tell me. My prediction? When this trial moves forward, more names are going to surface. More athletes, more entertainers, more celebrities who were caught up in Big U's web, either through the check-in scheme, the dice game scandal, or the donations that allegedly ended up in Henley's personal accounts. The federal government doesn't build 43-count RICO indictments without lining up a wall of witnesses. And James Harden may be one of the most prominent voices they have. This story is nowhere near over, and the next chapter could be the most explosive one yet. What do you think? Did Harden leave?
It's going to be a Flu Flammer, Skulldugger, an extremely larceny situation, man. Make sure y'all hit that like, that comment, that get subscribe button for everything we got going on here at TNN Trap News Network. Hit that red dot, throw it to the left. You know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go. So we finna slide into this content, man. Wack 100 goes off on Dogface and fires back at Munchie B. With that all being said, man, hit that like, hit that comment, hit that get subscribe button. And later on today, me and Dogface are scheduled to go live at 5 o'clock Pacific time, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and that is going down today. And if you don't know what today is, it is Thursday, August the 6th. So make sure you tap in with that. We finna jump into this conversation, man. Let's see what's going on. Clubhouse TV.
Good one. In the block.
Wow, what's going on with you with Act? What's up with him calling Dogface and all that last week? Or this morning? What are you talking?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think. Well, what happened? He can't talk to Dogface? Clubhouse.
Well, the video said.
Tell me what the video said. Tell me what he said.
I gotta watch it. Give me a second. That's all that
shit. It's always in the title. That's what make people watch it. You don't know what they said, but you asking me about it? That's crazy.
Right? That's crazy. I don't know the video. I just know that I read the pre-thing, so that's why I want to ask you about it. The little summary of the video.
Oh, well, what is the summary? Dogface is a nigga made his name off my name, but I don't know if he was on Clubhouse.
I know.
So what,
no, that part.
What? He mad because I know where he live at? What he mad about?
I'm gonna watch it. I should have watched the first.
The interesting thing about that, and Wack is maintaining that he knows where Dogface lives. This is what Dogface just posted. So as you can see, Dogface has posted this to Instagram, and it says, "Hey, rule report. This your man spot. gosh darn backyard bigger than the actual house. So this is where all Three Fingers activities take place, huh? This is absolutely barnacles, flu flammers, and it's extremely skullduggerous and larcenies. This comes after Wack 100 and Dogface had a backyard off. That's right, they were backyardigans, and these guys were showing off their backyards and their wooty bams and all this kind of stuff and all that. But the interesting part, when Wack was doing it, he was only showing the backyard. You have this house with R&B, but you didn't see any family pictures. You didn't see any flowers showing that you have, like, you know, love in the house for her. There was no peace. It was just a backyard, huh? All right. So, you know, Wack just wants to show off a game room. His whole house is a game room. With that all being said, let's jump back into the content.
You sound like you saying the same ass shit that he always said, same ass lies.
He mad because I found him. He been hiding in Detroit. That nigga's in Dallas, Georgia.
What?
Population 15,000. And I was right. My game room is bigger than his house. I sent him all this shit. Actually, I called him. Somebody gave me his number. He tried to answer the phone and act like an old man until I started clowning him. Nigga, you know who my wife works for, nigga? I said, nigga, this is where you live. I'm looking at your house, your specs. You shouldn't have showed the little fireplace in the backyard, because here it go. Boom, boom, boom. Boy, you live in Dallas, Georgia. You are in the sticks, nigga. Talking crazy, and you live in Dallas, Georgia.
Ain't shit out there.
That's
a
fact, below. Ain't shit out.
That nigga tried to talk like an old.
You ain't nowhere in Detroit. Nowhere. You in Dallas, Georgia. I gave him his address, and then I put this backyard and shit up to his crib up on my Instagram. He went crazy. I said, bro, I was right. My game room is bigger than your house. Here go your shit.
And then let's take it back to this. And I could be wrong, but the only one of these properties that look like they have an external external property or building on the lot is this one. So I would say maybe not this and maybe not that would be the property. And I would just assume, I don't know, that this is actually the property in question, with, again, you know, this part right here being that external house. You know, we'll cross that out. And when he's mentioning this game room, I believe this is it, because he showed a covered fireplace. So maybe this is it right here. So I'm thinking that maybe the game room is actually right here, and this is where we have the red is actually the fireplace right there. And I think that this actually is the game room area. With that all being said, Wack is, you know, my game room. Why are you not showing the house? You know, why are you not showing the master bedroom? Why are you not showing there should be a big, you know, huge Wack and R&B photo against the master bedroom wall, and you guys have all these beautiful family portraits of you and you guys as kids, and, you know, you swear that you guys have all these kids together and all this kind of stuff. We don't see any of that. You know what I mean? So I'm not really sure, you know, why, you know, these are showing, but they're not. We're just trying to figure it out. You know what I mean? We're just trying to figure out this whole game room situation. Why are you showing game rooms and not the actual home? But let's continue on with life, man.
He got hot. He was hot. That nigga, Christian Austin, you on Bent Leaf Drive, nigga. That's you, nigga. So you can't show us nothing, because we'll find it. When the nigga went live that night, wanted to do a backyard war with a nigga he shouldn't have tried to do it with.
Nigga said, you ain't got no fireplace.
I said, nigga, what? There's two of them back there, but I got one that'll cook it. When he showed that, niggas was telling me, they said, Wack, I don't know why that nigga went there with you. That shit was a bad look for him. So, this is where he's up at. This is where he at right here.
found it, trace his name, skip Trace's name. Well, there you go. That's him right there. Don't that look familiar? Gotcha. We got his criminal record. The nigga ain't never did none of that time, none of that shit. All that shit cap too. Oh, that's cap. We need to go over his rat paperwork, actually. I don't think we ain't hit him yet.
What that chimney is that in his backyard? That's a chimney.
I don't know, but he shouldn't have showed it. That's how we start.
What kind of chimney is that in his backyard? That's a chimney? First of all, girl, you ain't even got nothing that require a chimney in your house. That all being said, let's continue on. And then Wack said that he has dog faces snitch paperwork. Oh, he ain't revealed that shit. He must have dropped that snitch paperwork yet and all this and all that. Well, my question is, why haven't you dropped it? If you have this information, you have this content readily available on Mr. Dogface, why are you not dropping it?
That boy got that Harry Potter 3000.
Nigga paperwork at. There you go. I know when niggas like when the content drying up. I seen a nigga doing it the other day to Damian Porter. When the content dry up, the go-to name is just say Wack. That shit be crazy.
I noticed that.
Yeah, that's a go-do. Oh, Dogface. Dogface 54 years old. He just figuring it out. Christian. He just turned 54.
You talking about Dogface and his paperwork?
Yeah, we got his work. We didn't really go through it. We got it. What was this? What shit is this? Oh, this Munchie B Mama. Well, they've been working overtime. On this Bridget.
So with that all being said, man, we finna get up out of here to the next one. Red dots to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go.
What's going on, everybody? What's going on, YouTube? Sporty Gang, man. It's your boy Sporty Face. Of course, I'm back with another one. Another fire reaction. I told y'all, man, I'm back and we're gonna make this content happen, man.
Big love to Sporty Face. Make sure you give him a like, comment, subscribe. Notification bell hit all. Tap in for the latest and the greatest. What we got going on. Spoetic Justice by Sporty Face. This is YouTube. Make sure you check in what he has going on. We finna get into this content. Let's get into it. Let's go.
Every day we're gonna be pushing it out more consistent. Like I said in my previous video, hope everybody doing well. We on our quest to 10,000 subs. Y'all got me there before. I know y'all gonna get me back. So go ahead and like, comment, subscribe if you ain't did so already. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell so anything I drop, such as this, ladies and greatest, man, y'all get it here first. Y'all get it here first. Again, you know, we the last of the dying breed. The definition of real. I know all my real was gonna support and get me back where I need to get. With that being said, you know, I don't like keep my good subs waiting. We're gonna get right into it. Y'all see the title. Doughboy, man. I feel like Doughboy, man. He turned it down my fame, man. Shout out to Doughboy. I know he was putting in a lot of work in that gym, man, trying to slim down and stuff like that. I feel like he just taking the easy route out, man. So y'all hear it first right now, man. When I see Doughboy, I'm breaking his jaw. I'm breaking.
This nigga's not serious. Sporty Face is doing it for the content, y'all. If y'all can't tell that this nigga's doing it for the content, you don't want to be able to tell he's for the content. You want this to be serious, something is wrong with you, because this nigga is not at all anyway serious. You can tell by his way he's trying to keep the smile off his face.
His jaw straight like that. I'm breaking his jaw. It is what it is. I want to test his chin out. He done had me doing all this training. I really wasn't doing too much training. I was doing a little bit of training.
Nigga, you was not doing training. Every time I would hit your ass to do some training, you ain't never hit me back.
Doughboy, man, but he got me wasting all his money on nutrition and trainers, man. He up and quit on me. He's a quitter. Y'all hear me first, man. Go over to Doughboy page, man. I am Doughboy at Instagram or on, you know what I'm saying, YouTube, man. And go spam his page, man. Doughboy turning out a fade from Sporty Face, man. He took the easy route out. For those of you who don't know, the fight lead we was supposed to be fighting on, we had the card on. The co-main event, me and Doughboy, me versus Doughboy. I guess I believe Adam 22 and the owner got into it with over some post that Adam felt that was disparaging or that was just flat out disrespectful to his wife, rightfully so. You know, somebody say something about my wife or my girlfriend or my loved ones, whoever you want to call it, and I ask you to take down the post and you don't take down the post, I can see why you get mad.
But then, I'm not saying Adam's wrong because, you know, that's his wife at the end of the day. But what I am saying is Adam be letting any and everybody talk about his wife any and every type of way to where he even allowed another man to sleep with her. And then for like shock value, got into a boxing match with this man. So it's like, I don't really fully understand where like he's coming from. As a human, I understand. But from an Adam 22, I don't really understand.
I don't know the ins and outs of everything that happened. I just know that.
Not saying that Adam's not human, but Adam thinks differently than most humans.
It was some things supposedly said about Adam's wife, and he didn't, you know, he didn't take a liking to it, you know, which is understandable. So he was defending his wife's honor, and he pulled him and his company out of it, which is the No Jumper platform. Again, understandable and rightfully so. But my whole thing is, what I don't like is, I'm not going to necessarily say that because because Doughboy is rocking with Adam, I'm not mad at that. I'm just mad at the fact that, you know, it's been 2-3 months of us training and you know, preparation. People that bought tickets, you know, people that bought hotels already spent their money on this event. And it's really solely because Doughboy that it's not happening. It's solely because...
Yeah, it's really, I don't think that has anything to do with No Jumper. I don't think it has anything to do with Adam. I think it's, again, like you said, to do with Doughboy, because Adam not supporting it has nothing to do with Doughboy's fighting ability.
The Doughboy that he's not having.
If Doughboy's hiding behind, well, I'm loyal to Adam. If Adam ain't effing with it, I ain't effing with it. Doughboy, you don't want to get whooped out.
I get it and I understand that Doughboy want to rock, you know, with his, you know, his boy, you know, said his friend, but at the same time, this is my only problem that I have with that. Is because I know for a fact, Adam 22, if Doughboy was to get into it with that fight lead, or Doughboy was to get into someone and have beef with anybody or have any type of disagreements with him, Adam 22, especially when it's coming to money, Adam 22 wouldn't turn down his money off the principle that he got into it with Doughboy. It shows all the time. Like
Adam 22 would not turn down $1 because Doughboy got into it with somebody. Adam 22 would not care at all. Doughboy, you are on one thing, and that is your own, my brother.
So, Adam gonna get that money, rightfully so, but he lets it be known that he's gonna get his money. Say for instance, Doughboy could beef for somebody right now, and he's gonna turn around and interview that dude, or he's gonna turn around, you know what I'm saying, and continue to do business with him. You know, and that's no shot to Adam.
Not only is Adam gonna not stand by you when you beef with somebody, he's gonna profiteer off your misfortune. No Jumper, where only the host ops will get an interview.
Just who Adam 22 is, you know, he'll let you know. He's not gonna stop his money. So my whole thing about this is Doughboy. From me to you, it's like, you know, you only get paid a certain amount of money per episode over there. We all know that Adam 22 would never stop his money for you. So my question to you, brother, is why would you ever stop your money from Adam for Adam 22? Ain't nothing wrong with you standing by him. Ain't nothing wrong with you standing with him. Ain't nothing wrong with you even agreeing with him that it was disrespectful. But at the end of the day, it's like you still got to put food on your table. You still got to pay your bills. Why would you stop your bag for him though? Had I been still working at No Jumper, and Adam decided to do that, I would still for it. Straight up. It's like, it's all love and all that, but I know for a fact Adam wouldn't have stopped his bag for me. Now, if it was the other way around and Adam, Adam he's stopping his bag for people like, nah, these my coworkers, I'm loyal with them, I'm rocking with him. But Adam 22 was that type of person, that loyal.
We have an entirely different situation, an entirely different set of circumstances. But Adam 22 is not that loyal of an individual. Adam 22 is not that solid of an individual. Adam 22 is not that caring of an individual. He don't give a about you, ninja.
Them type of, that loyal of an individual, then I wouldn't have no problem with standing with Adam 22 on the side of like, you know what, nah, bro, that was wrong. This, that, another. Whether it was wrong or not. Not saying that they was at fault. Not saying that Adam 22 was at fault. What I'm just saying is, if Adam was that, or he displayed those type of characteristics as far as being that type of individual towards Doughboy. Now he might be that he might be that type of individual to certain individuals, but I don't think he's displayed that type of love and compassion for Doughboy. You know, Doughboy was on the verge of getting fired a couple times. You know, and to be honest, I think the no jumper tag is the only thing that's, you know, that saved him from getting fired. Now, to be fair, Doughboy, he on fire over there right now.
I can see the no jumper tag being the only thing saving him from getting fired, because then you just look like a complete a-hole if you fire the person who got the no jumper tag. And
shout out to Doughboy, man. He's been doing stand-up comedy. He's been having good shows on the No Jumper platform. He's definitely coming into his own over there as a podcaster. So shout out to Doughboy over there. It started off rough, but he looked like he's cleaning it up. But again, back to the lecture at hand. Doughboy, I just feel like you taking the easy route out. I just feel like you scary. I feel like you scary, so I'm gonna start calling you Larry. Scary Larry. Spooky Johnson. Spook.
It's like a burnt out thing. I'm gonna start calling you Larry.
OG Spook. I need that fade. Doughboy. We came too far. I need that fade, Doughboy. See, now you messing up the plan, because I was going to sock your face up, and then I was going to turn around and sock Jay Hood. Sock Jay Hood up, you know what I'm saying? I was going to test his jaw out. I ain't forgot about Jay Hood neither. He was second on, you know what I'm saying?
Ooh, Spody Face calling out them things. Okay, Spody Face said he got the content today. He said, we potted. We contented. We contenting. Contiana.
Second in line. You know, so come on, man. You messing up my summer, man. You messing up my summer, Doughboy. I could have been doing something else. Instead, I've been training for you. I could have been spending that time with my kids or spending that time with my loved ones, man. That's going to make that happen. Y'all go over there and tag Doughboy if y'all got to. I'm telling y'all right now, man, I think Doughboy is he's scared of me. I think he's terrified. I think he's frightened. And I don't think he got nothing for me. Straight like that. So I need y'all to go spam this page. I need y'all to go, well, not necessarily spam this page. I need y'all to get in his chats and his comments, man.
Nigga, that's spamming his page.
And let them know, what's up, man? Go catch that fade from Spody Face, man. We done came too far. People done bought plane tickets. People done bought hotel rooms and all type of stuff to not see it go down, man. It's very disappointing to me. So, and then especially when you know Adam not gonna rock with you, bro. You know what I'm saying? He not gonna stop his money. If you was to get into it with somebody, he gonna interview them the next day. He want the content. Again, this ain't no shout out to Adam, whatever the case is. But he know what I'm saying, right? He had never stopped no money or stopped no shows for Doughboy. He will not. Probably somebody else, but he ain't gonna do it. He not gonna do it for Doughboy.
He'll do it for Flacco. He'll do it for Munchie B. He'll do it for arguably, he'll do it for Lush. Doughboy, you're with a capital F for sure.
Boy, so why would you stop your bag, bro? They giving us a bag, a healthy bag at that. Why would you stop that? It don't even matter what it is. It's like, why would you stop your bag for another, for another man? Come on, Doughboy. I need you to get up and fight back. I was looking forward to getting in the ring with you, bro. I was looking forward to that, man. So yeah, I'm calling you out on it, Doughboy. I wasn't gonna say nothing, but it seemed like you really ain't going through with it, man. Come on now. Even to you, Moose. Come on now. What we doing, Moose? What's going on? What we doing? I need to get in that ring. But yeah, y'all get in the comments below and let me know what y'all think, man. Should Doughboy still fight me, even though Adam 22 has backed out the challenge, has backed out an adventure with the MFL? Y'all let me know.
Again, I think Spody Face is making a lot of good points. I really don't understand what any of this has to do with Doughboy. I can see Adam's point. I can see Adam's reservations. I can see where Adam has apprehensions about it. Like, all that makes sense. But why is Doughboy upset? Why is Adam getting disrespected? Such a for Doughboy. That's the part that I'm not quite gathering. Because again, like Spotify said, Adam has made it clear that he would never stop his chili pot. His chili pot don't stop. If he is not willing to stop his own profit for you, why are you willing to stop your own profit for him? Unless you're just the ultimate do-boy, which is, you know, looking more and more realistic every day. But with that all being said, man, y'all shout out to Spotify's Poetic Justice. Red dot to the left, you know the rest. Say a prayer and be blessed. We go.
Man, this is absolutely insane, you guys.
Now, what was not on my 2026 bingo card was Cardi B beefing with Cameron at all. Who the fuck saw this coming? But at the same time, too, you know what I'm saying? It's just, you know, flu, flammery, skullduggery, and larceny. And it is at this point just pretty